just maybe too quick and too much curb through the first part of the Ford chicane, and then gone straight towards. It's right on the edge of the barrier into the last corner. It must be from the corner behind.
So that's an unslow zone, of course. Oh, and Robbie Fries it is. Let's have a look at what happened here. Well, we see it after he'd actually lost the back end.
Yes, yeah. I need to see a little bit more of that, but I don't know. Too much curb, lands, and snaps the other way.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, snapped a lot.
It did snap
but
a
it
lot.
did look like a lot of curb. We've seen it with the GTs, and we've seen it with the, coming out the last corner, even on Brendan Uribe's lap. Slightly too much curb sends you into a spin. That could have just been a spin if it was somewhere else, but you're going such speed and the wall is so close.
Well, that is a tough one, and for that team, you wonder if that car is back up. Well, the damage is in theory repairable once they get back to the pits, but we'll have to see. It was a pretty hefty hit, and the marshals now have to be busy to try and clear the place up. He is managing to drive it, so that's something, get it back. We've just seen an instant, and Robin Fries, who had been into the pits a moment ago, suddenly just lost the back end and has smashed into the tyre barrier. Ollie, talk us through this again.
So that's a very, very fast loaded part of the track. It looks like too much curb on the right-hand side, and as it's landed on the left-hand side, the loaded tyre, and gone to turn left, it snapped the other way, and unfortunately that barrier is quite close to the last corner. That is concrete with only 2 layers of tyres.
And he's got a puncture, hasn't he? And he's trying to get back.
Yeah, and he's got to do a full lap because he was past the pit entry, so that's going to cost more time again. Potentially can also cause more damage.
Oh, well, in a situation like that, Linda, you're the engineer, he can effectively, from that position, cut across the track. Now, this is a no-no from, obviously, race control. There will be a big penalty for it. Is the penalty worth the risk of, you know, let's say it's a stop and go of 30 seconds or whatever it is, but the car survives? Because what could happen now, let's hear on the radio, sorry.
Robin, slow down, you've got no tyre on the right rear.
Yeah, and when you're driving a car that's been damaged, it's a very hard thing as a driver, because this feels so slow when you've been doing 200 miles an hour, but you've got to take it easy, otherwise the car will be wrecked.
It's still too quick. I think it's still too quick. I mean,
really?
We have buttons in these cars, don't we? We have 80k button, 60k button, and then you've got your pit lane button, which is its K button, but you should have a return home mode, or at least we have in a few cars, which would be slower than that, right?
Yeah, and the situation here is that should there be a tyre blowout or something else fails, the amount of damage you then have starts to increase. That's going to cost you time in the pits.
Yeah.
So it's really important. It's great that he can get the car back, but he needs to be able to get it back with the minimal amount of damage now on top of what he's got.
And this is the most painful lap you'll ever do in your career when you're going through Le Mans, and when you've done it before the start line, you've got to do more than a lap. It's the worst possible situation.
He's being good about cutting out the chicanes and stuff to let other cars come past, but you've got to be careful too, haven't you?
Yeah, you have. I think what you were getting at earlier about do you just come into the pits? Calculated risk. I think if it's a small amount of damage, you know, all 4 wheels are still on the ground, you probably would try and get that lap in, come in, and then do the change that you need. So you need to be very confident about what damage you've got on the car. If it's a lot of damage, maybe.
Yeah, it's whether it's a race ender or not. Right now it doesn't look like it, but of course if the drive shaft pummeled into the side of the car and a gearbox change is needed, then obviously it's a race ender. So let's see, it's got drive, it's coming back, the smoke is no longer there because there's no tyre.
Indeed. Well, we'll see what happens. BMW in hypercar, the lead part of Le Mans, that category. They're actually right down at the bottom end of the category now, with that car trickling back. The other car is right down at the lower end as well. Toyota into the pits, so one of the front-running Toyotas into the pits, the number 8 car, Sebastian Buemi. And also we've got the Hertz team Jota into the pits now, the number 12 car that we've seen right up in that top end of the hypercars, doing a fantastic job. A race winner already in the World Endurance Championship this year, and they are doing a good job despite the accident that took place in practice session here earlier this week, and where the team have been working so hard to get it back out. Toyota number 7 is also in at this stage as well. So yeah, this is a key time for more pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk pit stops. So, pit stops under full course yellow or yellow flag, extremely advantageous as the number 7 pits and takes advantage of this, because we have a slow zone at more than one location, 1 and 9, you can lose up to a minute or gain up to a minute in these slow zones. So when you're under safety car, then if you pit under there, you can only pit if you're running out of energy/fuel, and then you'll have to rejoin behind the second safety car. So for those of you who are new to Le Mans, there are 3 safety cars. This is a very long track. They come out at different positions. You will be held at a light at the end of pit lane and can only go back onto the track behind the next group. It becomes less worth it, if not at all, unless you need to. Full course yellow and slow zones, massively advantageous, which is why we're seeing so many of the hypercars and LMP2 start to pit.
Absolutely right, yeah, makes total sense. Jack Aitken just coming back out in the number 311 Cadillac, the Whelen Cadillac Racing machine. 5.5, normally aspirated V8. They have a very particular sound to them, don't they? Because that engine noise is very different. And what I love about the current hypercar part of sports car racing is that with the balance of performance that you get between these different cars, you can have very different type engine materials. You've got 5.5 normally aspirated V8, 4.6 twin turbo V8s, going right down to the 2.6 litre twin turbo V6 on the Peugeot, and yet somehow they make them all go to a very similar pace.
Yeah, they've done an unbelievable effort with that. As we get a little bit of a replay here, I wonder if anything's happened, or just some beautiful cinematography as we change from the wets earlier on onto the slicks. Change of driver, Mick Schumacher's distinctive helmet sliding in there, nice shade of beige on there. So this is the wheel spin we were talking about. Okay, great, you're getting some temperature into the rear tyres there. The front wheel spin is what is more important on this track, as we switch back here to the Toyota and the Lamborghini.
Well, we shall see how this all turns out, but there are some key drivers all looking to try and get a bit more in this next stage of the race. And of course, right now we've been watching the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. They've been running well in this race so far. Michael Christensen is currently in second place in the number 5 car, the number 5 Porsche Penske car. That was the one that qualified in 10th, and I gather there's a bit more rain coming already. We're hearing there's some rain in the pit lane, so we could be in for another tricky section, although we do think it's not going to be wet enough to come on to wet tyres. Michael Christensen running second. Let's hear from driver part of that team, Matt Campbell.
I'm with Matt Campbell. How are you enjoying this crazy and very busy first hours of the race?
Yeah, certainly a little bit chaotic, to be honest. Obviously some mixed condition there about a couple hours in, so spicing things up, and some choosing to go to wet tyres, some choosing to stay slick like us, and obviously it's worked in our favour, so bringing us back to the front, which is fantastic.
But the battles that we've seen, Ferrari of course looking very strong here.
Yeah, very strong from pretty much the first lap, so never mind, we're running towards the front now, obviously in P2 behind the 83 Ferrari, so going quite well for us. A high chance of rain expecting in the next sort of 20 minutes or so as well, so I'm sure I'll spice things up once again, but a long way to go. I think we're only about 3 hours into the race at the moment. Anything can happen, and yeah, just lap by lap.
And some more rain expected. This is going to be tricky. What's the plan for you?
So I'll be in next. Michael will do one more stint, and then I'll be in, and should be in by the time it gets fully dark, and then heading back over to Fred, so we'll keep the same rotation throughout the night.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
So Matt Campbell, the 29-year-old Australian who's won a 24-hour Rolex before, but not the Le Mans yet. We just had another look at the number 20 BMW, Robin Fines, and how it went off, because the good news is he's actually managed to get the car back into the pit lane.
Absolutely, and this still gives you a chance of being in this race, because you need to get your car back to try and make repairs to it. Hopefully for BMW and the WRT team, they've got everything in hand here, parts prepped, ready to go. You can see all the mechanics on the car looking to see what they need to change, what they need to replace. There's a number of people on that team that I know from my Yoast days, and I know what they're like. They will have got all of that prep done, and so hopefully that car will be back out in the pits and ready to go.
Okay, well, we've got another little battle going on here for 5th place at the moment. The black car is the Toyota GR, being driven by Sebastian Buemi, and then you've got that rather lovely gold livery team, Hertz Team Jota, Philip Hansen in that car at the moment, and he's really closing up on Sebastian Buemi. Buemi, of course, very much a platinum category driver.
Peugeot and Lauderer just in front of you are 4th position. Go get him, man.
Nice engineering talk there for Jack Aitken. But meanwhile, let's go back to this little battle that's going on. Sebastian Buemi's under some serious pressure here.
Yes, he is, yeah. And obviously when you're in this slipstream here, you gain speed. So you have this vacuum of air, effectively, that is being dirty air, pummeled to help the car in front give it downforce. The downside of that is that it leaves this nice vacuum of air behind for Jota to stick his nose into and try and gain some straight line speed as we go to Buemi on the radio.
33.8 the top for Ferrari, 33.7. So it's looking okay.
I love that.
Sector 2 for Ferrari, 80.9. So, and then the cars ahead, 81.6. Looks okay.
There's a nice pass around the outside, but his engineer just trying to reassure Buemi that you're only 1/10 off in that sector is apparently, quote, okay. I think that's pretty good. But yeah, not enough there as Will manages to slide round the outside.
Well, Philip, as you say, doing a good job to go around and take that position. And yeah, we should see how that goes.
I apologise, that was Callum Ilott, I believe, in the car.
Callum, yeah.
Very, very good move.
Okay, so we need to just no, it's Philip Hansen, isn't it, going past Sebastian Buemi? It's Philip Hansen in the other of the.
It is indeed in the other one.
In the other Hertz Team Jota cars, but no, they're all teammates in the two different cars. But Philip Hansen doing a good job there. The 24-year-old Brit who has raced LMP2 and won the championship some years ago, and now doing a good job in hypercar. Now you're riding on board with Yasser Shahin. Sorry, no, we were showing some other technical stuff. We're riding on board the Peugeot right now, the number 93 Peugeot. And Peugeots are not running quite as well as they would like. This is Mikael Jensen, as we can see, a bit further down the list in 15th position. But what we did see last year is that they were very competitive in wet conditions. So if there's a bit more rain, that might well suit the Peugeots. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, Lena. I was asking you actually whether you think it would still be good in the wet, because they've changed a lot about the car. They put a rear wing on, but not everything, you were saying, has changed.
No, so Peugeot took the opportunity to effectively change the design of their car. This year they're now running a rear wing, and they've got different tyre sizes to what they had last year. As I understand it, there's been some quite significant changes on a lot of the bodywork as a result of bringing that new rear wing and these tyres. But effectively, a lot of the remaining design on the car has stayed the same. So I would have thought geometry, suspension, that kind of thing has stayed the same. And there's obviously been a year's worth of racing, testing, their control systems, how they use the hybrid power that they have in the wet. That could all have changed, it could have been optimised. That's not necessarily going to say that they will be still quick in the wet, because everybody else has also moved on too.
Okay, interesting. We've just seen that there's a technical infringement reprimand for car 88. I suppose that means no actual penalty?
Effectively, yes. Yeah, a bit of a slap on the wrist. You probably can't get away with having 5-10 reprimands during a race, but it's the lightest of all of the infraction. I'm not quite sure. I was trying to figure out earlier when it came up on the screen, as we see the wheeling Cadillac flashing its lights, letting the car in front know Mikael Jensen, hey, I'm coming through. But yes, so the car 88, I was trying to figure out what they had actually done, so we'll try and find out what they've done. It was a pit lane in technical infringement. Maybe someone stepped over the line but didn't actually touch the car, something small like that.
Okay, you're riding on board with Jack Aitken in the Cadillac at the moment, and he's got a good chance to get past that Peugeot up ahead, perhaps. We've been talking about Peugeots in the wet, but we're very much still in the dry at this stage. More rain perhaps to come at some point. But yeah, Jack Aitken with that engineer who gives him some good comments over the radio now and then. He's definitely got a decent slipstream. Could be on the attack here.
It could be. I mean, actually, the Cadillac is super strong there on the brakes. We normally have this accordion effect, obviously, in and out of corners naturally, but the Peugeot has some good pull. Now, in the balance of performance schemes, the Peugeot was the biggest winner. It lost 18 kilograms from its total weight and gained quite a percentage of power from 150 mile an hour upwards. So it did gain quite a lot in that as it overtakes there on the outside of the Ferrari, and the wheeling goes down the inside. It must be so tough in the daylight for these GT cars, let alone what's going to happen at night when you've got them coming inside, outside, in the wet, in the dry, in the dark, wing mirrors hanging off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good stuff, though, to enjoy. Jack's still trying to make that move as possible, but it's not quite working as yet. Let's listen in.
I love the American engineer push. You know, you need that bit of a bit of push every now and then. Normally, when it gets to about 4 a.m., not normally now, you should be driving yourself pretty hard by now. But yeah, he's right there. I think lost a little bit of ground in traffic, but it's definitely the stronger car.
Yeah, let's see whether he can make it work here if possible. He's trying to get past Mikael Jensen in that Peugeot, and just having a look at a little bit of a comparison, the driving time, how long they've been in the car, their last pit stop, so much more recent pit stop for Jack Aitken. So he's got fresher tyres, which of course, well, actually, I'm not sure they changed tyres on that last run, so yeah, and that's not actually necessarily true. But that is something that could perhaps give him a little bit of advantage if they changed when he came in. But it's still a close battle between these. And I think this is what shows us about the current hypercar element, the balance of performance which FIA and the World Endurance Championship have put together to try and make them nice and even between different types of cars, very different cars. And that's exactly what you're seeing here right now. As I mentioned, the Peugeot has a 2.6-litre twin-turbo V6 engine. Behind him, the Cadillac with a 5.5 normally aspirated V8, and you can't really see a huge difference in a straight line.
You probably won't be able to hear the difference either, because the Cadillac will be making all the noise, and you won't hear the Peugeot at all in front. But yeah, we have the biggest displacement disparity. There's 2 words I didn't think I was going to be able to say in a row between each other.
Well, let's see. It's certainly proving to be a fun little battle between these two, and then there's a little bit of a wibble wobble there, but managed to sort it out, Mikael Jensen, but Jack Aitken is definitely getting closer, so there could be a chance for him to go through, but right now it's still Robert Schwartzman who leads. So we'll just keep an eye on this, whether there's going to be a chance now, as they're dealing with traffic as well, which always can give you a little bit of an opportunity when you're chasing the car in front. They might get a little bit more held up. It does depend where you come upon the traffic. Now it's a bit of clear air, lights blazing, and trying to just put the pressure on. Now, can he get to the inside here, Jack Aitken? He's not quite there. The Peugeot can brake late.
Yeah, the Whelen Cadillac and the Cadillac full stop seem to be strong on the brakes, and the Peugeot seems to have enough pull that it's breaking that toe. It's a little bit lighter, it has that pull and that power. So here we'd expect to be seeing, when you're 2 car lengths back, fully in line in the toe again, and we're hardly seeing that here. So Aitken's going to have to do this the hard way, and that sector 3 is not a place really where you want to be overtaking, especially offline if it's around the outside of one of these faster corners.
No, it's a very good point. Lena, when you're a race engineer and you're trying to help a driver in a situation like this, are there any things that you can kind of offer them or suggest to them in a car that you know so well?
There's always adjustments that you can make inside the car. It could be mapping positions, it could be adjustable roll bars if you have them. Depends a bit on the feedback that you're getting from the driver. I will say that personally, I would tend to leave them alone at this point, because they've got the front of the windscreen just full of the other car, and the car in front's got its rear view mirror full of the car behind, and there's a lot of concentration that's required. The guys in all of these cars, all the way through the field, are hugely professional, and they take calculated risks. They push when they need to, they hold on to certain lap times when they need to. In some respects, it's just a little bit easier to kind of leave them to it. And there's, they'll tell you when they want to be left alone. You often hear them telling you off. Ollie's smiling there. So I think it's quite important to give the information as and when it's needed.
This is quite an interesting battle. You've got 2 former F1 drivers.
This lap, track limit, turn 7. Track limit, turn 7, first call.
So, yeah, Kamui Kobayashi, who had that big spin in qualifying, which rather messed them up and put them down the back. He's under threat from another ex-Formula 1 driver, Romain Grosjean, although he's holding the gap reasonably well. Into the pits is the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. That's the number 4 is the Mathieu Jaminet, Nico Christensen. Actually, no, sorry, it's the Nick Tandy, Felipe Nasr car. That's back in the pits at the moment. So yeah, I'm just having a little look here down at the LMP2, and I shouldn't say down, because obviously they're in their own category, but within their category, the LMP2 standings and the
GT standings, and there's a very, very decent lead here for Patrick Pilet in the Vector Sport car. They have been hammering away without issue constantly. That can change, obviously, a lot throughout this race.
It's a good point. No, we've got the battles all the way through. We'll try and go through those in a moment. For the moment, the AF Corse leads. So the action continues here at Le Mans, and with all the fun and games, it's still the number 83 Ferrari, the AF Corse, that is currently leading. The Whelen Cadillac car that we've been watching, currently in 15th place. Pit stops taking place now as well. Limitation, of course, what you do on pit stops, when you come into the pits, you have to get the refueling done before you're allowed to do any tyre change. That has to be done as completely separate things, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And there's also the other servicing on the car. There's certain things which you can do when you're fueling, for example, cleaning the windscreen, but pretty much everything else has to happen afterwards.
And no tyre change there, so of course that means a shorter pit stop. But maybe we're looking at maybe 2 stints on tyres at the moment. Sometimes where we're going tonight, 3 stints maybe.
Yeah, I think we'll see potentially even more. I think at the moment what we've been seeing is 2 and 3 because of the weather condition change and the up and down. The more time they spend on wets, as we
Pace is good. Porsche stopping in 3:34. Generally all okay.
He's actually built up a lead of 21 seconds now. That is a big lead that we haven't seen until this stage in this 24-hour race. So we now have a 21-second advantage for the number 83 AF Corse Ferrari. That's the car you're looking at, the yellow machine. That is Robert Schwartzman, who now leads Michael Christensen by 21, nearly 22 seconds. The other Ferrari in 3rd place, and then having moved up recently, the Hertz Team Jota, it's the number 38 car. Hertz Team Jota that has done a good job just recently, moving up well, and that is Philippe Hansen. But yes, come back to what you were saying there, Ollie.
Yeah, I was just seeing the sparks there as we were talking earlier about this crossover when you go for the overtake there, as Schwartzman had to dart across the line to get past the Peugeot. But the other thing I noticed here, how long did we see Jack Aitken behind the Peugeot not gaining, and we see the Ferrari here gaining? So this is the difference in some of the cars. Now the Ferrari has some very good second half of the straight top-end speed. Now that may be helping them in traffic, not only with their own category, but here with the P2. Not only has he got the overtake done on the inside from the Peugeot, straight past the P2, back online, and with an exit, and the Peugeot is still lagging behind. That is part of the reason this 21-second gap has been built up from effectively the privateer entry of the Ferrari. So incredible driving there from Robert Schwartzman.
Yeah, and it's good to see that. And it is a good driver lineup there, so we'll just see. But there are so many superstar drivers, so many platinum as they're rated in the hypercar. That's the highest rate. Platinum rates what they've achieved in motorsports over the years, and many of them are at that level in hypercar. In the other 2 categories that we're watching here at Le Mans, you have different drivers, and you have to have silvers in LMP2, and then in the LMP2 Pro-Am, of course, you must have what we call bronze. A bronze driver. Tell me what a bronze driver is, Ollie. You've driven with many of them.
So yes, so you've got in the GT3 class that we have now at Le Mans, you have to have a bronze driver in every single car. That wasn't the case in the past. A bronze driver is an amateur driver who has got an international C or above license to be able to race at Le Mans. So he has to have done, or she has to have done enough in the past to be able to generate that license, British GT, GT Open, whatever they may be, and usually is accompanied by a driver coach / pro who has seen them throughout that. Now, that mentorship is really, really important, and it's great to see the whole category now has this relationship between the bronze driver, the silver and the gold. We saw it with Brendan Arrive getting this incredible, historic first pole for McLaren, with Optimum running that car on behalf of Brendan Arrive, and with Ollie Milroy coaching him throughout that lap. Use all curve, use less curve, you're good in this sector, don't push here, throughout the lap. Now that is a bronze driver who has gone in 4 years from his first day on track, which I was there with Ollie when he did that, in a McLaren, all the way through that ladder that McLaren offer, into racing at the biggest endurance race in the world, in a GT3, getting their first ever pole in a McLaren. I mean, it's historic and amazing, and to get all these bronze drivers together, the way he spoke about Ollie Milroy, the way he's helped him through that ladder, is even made Iveco. So it is a great thing. So you have this mix of, like you said, bronze, silver, gold, and then platinums, which are mostly what you see up in the hypercar section.
Absolutely, and we're watching another hypercar little battle just on screen at the moment. The battle for 10th. You're looking at the battle between Paul-Luc Chatin and Earl Bamber. And of course, Earl Bamber had a big off in the previous World Endurance race at Spa and smashed up not only his own car but damaged others as well. But he is a very, very experienced racer. And Paul-Luc Chatin has moved up into hypercar in recent years, but he's got tremendous background to him as well.
Yes, Paul-Luc is an incredible driver, an even better human being, and I was very lucky enough to race with him when I was in Alpine. We won the European Le Mans Championship together and stood up on that podium up there. And I remember distinctly my first ever test in Hackney 4 that I had with that team. It was their local track at the time. Paul-Luc was a silver driver, I was a gold-rated driver, and he came in and was immediately on the same pace, if not within a couple of days quicker. It's fantastic to see that he is in this factory role. And, you know, getting hyperpole last year in LMP2 and being chosen out of all of those drivers to be able to do hyperpole for Alpine, who are doing an incredible job here at their home race.
He is a gold driver now, and he's raised it as a gold, but he's up against a lot of platinums. The driver behind him, for example, is a platinum in Earl Bamber, with all the experience and talent that he has enjoyed over the years. And of course, he's won the WEC title. He's won the World Endurance title himself back in 2017. He's won Le Mans twice, 2015, and 2017, and they're both coming into the pits. That's interesting at the same time.
I think that might be scheduled.
Okay, yes, it looked like it was pretty much meant to happen.
I love those Alpine lights. How cool are they? They're going to look so cool at night.
Yeah, they are, you're right. And I think that's another aspect of the current hypercar system. With this balance of performance, I do feel that though the manufacturers have been able to give a look to their cars, a lot of it's front end as well, that it's very distinctive of their brand, whether that's Alpine, as you say, the BMW, I think is very, you know, it looks very BMW. Peugeot is quite unique. Whether it looks like a Peugeot car, we know, but it is very unique. And I think the way they've done balance of performance, you can make a car look the way you want it to look and yet still be hugely competitive. It's very clever, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, this has sort of come from both IMSA and the FIA talking to each other about what they wanted to do with the top class of sports car racing. And I think it's been a really good thing to do because manufacturers need to have something that appeals to them to come and be in this sport. So having something that, you know, gives you an impression of that particular brand, that's what they're after, so it's a good thing to do.
Right, well, yes, I think it's really good, and it's so lovely to see the fact that we have all these different cars in different looks, but they're all very competitive to everybody else. Let's find out a bit more from what's going down in the pit lane with Gunell.
Will Stevens, it's been a great drive from yourself. You were the starting driver of the Jota number 12 Porsche. This car has been completely rebuilt after the crash in FP2, and it was a great drive and a great strategy choosing to keep the 6 on.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic start to the race, which is always not a nice way to bed yourself in slowly to the 24 hours, but honestly, I think the entire race is going to be like this with the weather. We made the right decision to keep slicks on, and we knew that the rain was only going to be short, so it's just about surviving at that point, which we did. Obviously, the start was a bit tricky. We were struggling a lot with straight line speed at the start. So we lost a lot of positions because of that, but then we started to make our way back through again once that settled down. So just got to stay out of trouble as much as we can, which we did. Keep plugging away and see where we are come tomorrow.
You only had a short moment to practice to do a shakedown yesterday at the airport. How was the car handling? Because it's a brand new one.
Yeah, it's not exactly where we left it. It's pretty close. So we're struggling a little bit with the balance right now, but the problem is there's different specs of tyres on with the Michelins. There's a hard, medium and a soft. There's only a certain amount of allocation that you have on soft and medium. So you'll see people using them at different points of the race. So at the moment we're not on the optimum tyre, let's say, for these conditions, but we're trying to save them more for tonight and tomorrow when we'll try and push a bit harder. So for us it's survive, use the tyres we need to get rid of, and then we'll push on a bit later on.
Thanks up, Will. Thank you.
Well, it's so great that Will Stevens is feeling so happy about that car that got completely rebuilt. The mechanics that team will be so tired, even now, let alone when we get to the end of 24 hours, but they've done a fantastic job, and it's all going well. We're just under 3 hours of this 24-hour race, so it's very, very early stages at the moment. And we've just been, Lena, you've just been looking at some of the action going on, not only in the hypercar class, and we're tending to focus on that because that is for the overall win of this, and you're just looking, we just saw the leader go through the yellow car there, so that's your race leader, but we're also looking at some other battles, and actually, yes, we are looking at a battle in the LMGT3 category. So LMGT3 is based on road supercars, effectively. They get converted into race cars. But you're saying that we've got some very close battles going on in both LMP2 and in LMGT3.
Yeah, so the gaps that you can see on the timing screens, they are showing large gaps between these cars. But what is interesting is when you sort all of their lap times that they've done so far, LMP2 in particular,
which is what we're looking at, a couple of LMP2 cars here.
Yeah, a lot of those cars, in terms of their performance, they are so closely matched. The LMP2 category, trying to predict who might win is going to be difficult.
We've got a change of lead in LMP2, so you've just seen Clement go through.
I think unlapping himself. It is the leader and second place, but there is a lap. Is there a lap between them? No, I stand corrected. So it's the lap gap there we're seeing is actually between the hypercars and them. So that was for the lead. I made that under-dramatic just as you were talking about the lead there.
No, it's fine, but Clement Novalac's taken it from Ryan Cullen. But as you were saying, they're all very... But that's also interesting. We're seeing that number 20 BMW hypercar going back out. We saw it crash. I'm quite impressed with how quickly they've got that car out.
Yeah, and a lot of that is down to preparation. You do parts change practice, you optimise your changes so that you get them quicker. You know what you need to have prepped beforehand, so you might be doing quarter suspension. You've already got it set up with all of your camber shims, your toe links, so that when you put it on, you've got the right camber, you've got the right amount of toe, front or rear. Bodywork, you'll have pre-fitted everything, you'll have tested it beforehand, you know what your prime nose is, what your second nose is, same with your tails. That takes work, takes organisation, takes preparation. The good teams, the ones that come to Le Mans, have done all of their preparation way beforehand.
Very interesting to know, and they've done a good job to get that car out so quickly. He's coming into the pits, the third place Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. So this is one of the key ones up front, of course, so we'll just keep a little bit of an eye on this. Their pit garage is right down towards the far end. Toyota are right up at the top end, so that can sometimes make a little difference in terms of when you get going back out of the pits, of course. And do look to see, we'll see first, obviously fuel on board first. We'll then watch to see if they change tyres or not. That'll be interesting. Guys are allowed to clean the car up, but no other work is allowed to be done until the fuel has been refueled. The driver change can take place anytime. We're actually looking at an LMP2 car. This is the car that was leading in the LMP2 category earlier on, had the pole position. Currently a little bit further down the order at the moment, but as we've seen, there are some very close times now. So fuel is done. Nothing else. Okay, so staying on that set of tyres.
Yeah, this will be the second stint that they're doing on that set of tyres, which are soft.
That makes total sense. And there we are on board with Antonio Fuoco, and still that little screen is wobbling away up ahead. The screen I'm talking about is what is seen as a mirror to us. It's not actually a mirror, it's a sort of video screen that looks like a mirror. But yeah, he's back out, and he's come out just in front of the first team Jota car, Callum Ilott, in that at the moment. They might have a little battle. Meanwhile, into the pits, and this is the car that's leading in the GT3. So that's the number 87 Lexus, and the Lexus is going well at this stage, having the advantage at this point over Team WRT. Ahmed Al-Hati is in that car at the moment, but that second place car in class is one that people will be watching a lot. So a lot to enjoy. Meanwhile, I was saying that we had a little battle potentially here, and there you are, as we've seen, the Ferrari coming out just a moment ago, the number 50 car, and it has rejoined in 5th place, Antonio Fuoco, but under a bit of pressure from Callum Ilott in the Hertz Team Jota machine, the number 12, which has worked well so far, as we were hearing from Will Stevens when he was talking to us just a few moments ago. And actually, Callum Ilott, who's the one who made that mistake that damaged the car, he seems to be getting totally back up to speed again.
He is indeed applying a lot of pressure. I mean, this in a privateer car and team, albeit they did win at Spa and have already proved themselves. This is what you live for. You're at Le Mans, the biggest race. You're fighting against the cars and the team that won the race last year and trying to prove yourself. The pressure that is on the shoulders of a pro driver who's had an accident that big and you know, basically can cause the team to effectively have 3-4 hours sleep from speaking to them earlier on over that 2-day period, but be able to go back out and still put it millimetre perfect for 24 hours throughout your whole stint. It's real hard work. I mean, he's obviously going to want to err on the side of caution. You don't want to have that kind of accident twice. But of course, if you've got the chance to overtake a Ferrari here at Le Mans, you do it.
Yeah, hopefully what's going on here, though, is the Ferrari's just come out, started a second stint on its soft tyre, but it's full of fuel again, whereas Callum's been out for about 8 laps. He's on a medium tyre. Hopefully he's been told that's on an out lap. If you push him, you could make him make a mistake. You know, he's having to reset with the type of car balance that he's got. In terms of for Callum, though, that's all, you know, great information to have. He knows my performance now behind that Ferrari. If I push, if I get him, it's purely down to me, my car, and how we're performing. So it's a great place to be.
No, that's a very good point. And that difference in strategy, because now we're well into the race, just coming up for 3 hours into the 24-hour race, and different pit stops at different times, you are going to end up with these different strategies, being on different tyres, different amounts of fuel. But there are opportunities, as you say, to snatch opportunities at the right moment, aren't there?
I think what Lena said is already kind of playing out, is that Ferrari's got a bit of heat in its tyres now, and already by the second half of the lap, albeit with slightly heavier fuel granted, it's back out again, back up to speed. Rubber crumbs back off the tyres, because of course every time you pit you have to cross over a bit of rubber crumb, break in the dirt and back out. So let's see how it pans out. They've not been through any traffic yet as the Toyota catches up to both of those as well.
Ollie, I wanted to ask you actually, because this is actually the first Le Mans without tyre heaters, isn't it, for these cars? Because last year, well, the Endurance Championship went to not allowing tyre heaters, but they still have them here at Le Mans. Now you cannot warm your tyres up, and that makes a big difference.
It makes a huge difference, and to the point where last year it was reintroduced for this one race. It was meant to be last year, but so many of the teams were having such big accidents, and of course it becomes un-environmentally friendly as the Jota is really hustling now because of the in-section racing by Optima Motorsport car there, which has meant that the Hertz team, they both had to then sacrifice themselves a little bit there. But yes, going back to what we said with these tyre warmers, now that we don't have those, you've got to improve your outlap. I was speaking to Alex Lynn recently, and they've really improved that as drivers and teams on how to get that heat in the tyre quicker.
Actually, Toyota joining. This is a three-way battle now, so this is something we will be keeping an eye on, because this is looking like a fun little battle. Great race going on at the 24-hour race at Le Mans here, and this is a good group battling for 5th position. Because actually in the pits, that looks like a pretty straightforward stop from number 19 Lamborghini. But yes, this battle for 5th is looking quite close at this stage. You've got Antonio Fuoco in the red Ferrari, chased by Callum Ilott in the gold Hertz Team Jota, the car that got damaged and rebuilt after practice here at Le Mans. But right behind them now is the experienced Kamui Kobayashi, another one who made a mistake in the build-up to the race. He's now joining in that three-way battle. And we've just been thinking and talking about tyre use. And Lena, I just want to bring you in. We've been talking about how in the past you were always able to heat your tyres up before you send the car out on a new set of tyres. These are not all on new sets of tyres, it's a mixture. But the fact that that's now being stopped, you cannot heat your tyres before you go out. It does make some differences, doesn't it?
It does. The more you drive on cold tyres, the more you get used to how they warm up, what you need to do, where you need to scrub the surface, be it with wheel spin or weaving to get pressure up into the tyre by basically making the sidewall do some work, that kind of thing. The more you do, the more you learn, but it is always difficult. And I can only imagine how treacherous it is for about half a lap here at Le Mans, because I sent cars out with tyres that were being heated but hadn't quite met their optimum, and you are told very quickly by the driver how treacherous it is. And outlaps here will play a huge part in the result of this race. Any team, any driver that can maximise their outlaps by being able to push on a cold tyre is in a really, really good position, to try and stay ahead.
It's a good point, and it's when we need to really kind of watch when they go onto a brand new set of tyres at a key moment. Then they're going to have to really get it right. We did just see the leader in the pit lane, Robert Schwarzer. It was a standard pit stop, it wasn't a problem, it's just a straightforward standard pit stop, and that car has a decent lead at this stage. Just come back out onto circuit, and I think it's still in front of having made the stop.
Yeah, and talking about pit stops and key moments, one of the reasons I absolutely love endurance racing, and Le Mans 24 Hour in particular, is all these moving parts that are involved. It is a team effort, and part of that team effort is deciding, as we see coming up on our timing screens, rain expected in 7 minutes. Now, if you've just pitted and left the pits, what that does, albeit you might end up by chance on the right tyre and it might not be enough rain to need wet, what it does do is it eliminates your ability to pit in that right window. If you're due to pit in 20 minutes, it's a bit more ideal, right, Lena? Because then you've got that window where, okay, the rain's due in 7 minutes, I'm meant to pit in 20 anyway. That gives me a bit of a window to try and grab the right tyre at the right time.
Absolutely. Now, the inconvenience of rain is it never comes when you are just about to come in to change tyres anyway. It's always randomly at other points in time, obviously. Exactly as you say. Now, all the teams...
In 7 minutes, we need Delahaye get first. I'll keep you updated. Shouldn't be too bad.
So based on that, that's suggesting that the level of rain won't be that heavy. So we might see the same thing that we saw earlier, where there's going to be cars that now try to stay out for as long as possible. It does depend where the rain is, and it does also depend how much of the track gets covered in that level of water, because we did see some pretty treacherous parts of the track which were quite heavily coated in water, and that can become problematic.
This battle for 5th place and 6th, we've just seen that Kobayashi has managed to take the 6th place in the black Toyota, so managed to get past the Hertz Team Toyota, but now trying to... Right, he's got a pit stop coming up. That's a bit tricky when you know that there may be rain coming. You almost don't want to have a pit stop at this stage. He's got good pace though, and it looks as though Kobayashi is going to actually get past the Ferrari, yes, on the way down. Takes that place, no problem at all, but we now know that Kobayashi in the back of the Toyota will be coming in, and if he goes out and stays on slicks and then it rains, of course that could make life a bit difficult, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think there might be a driver change here for that car. Wemmy's been in since the start of the race, and there may well be a change there. I've actually been looking at that gap that little group had to the number 51 car, and it's grown from about 3 seconds to around about 6 seconds, so I think the 50 car was holding them up.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah, and now it's just been passed as well by Callum Ilott. So, yeah, it's interesting that, because Antonio Fiorco is one of the very best. We've got cloud coming in. Is there rain yet?
And even more bad luck. So I was pointing out the window there, not for the rain, but because I saw MP35, which is the yellow flag zone right in front of us. And that is the number 37 dreaded LMP2 that is having all the bad luck this race. It span off into the gravel, but there is a little tarmac escape road level with the tyre barrier. He managed to engage reverse, get it out of the gravel, and he's back on track now.
The 37 car, okay, that's the cool racing car. That's running quite well at the moment. That's running third, or was it the 47?
Will have been the 47. It was the... Let me just check when it comes back round.
Well, maybe a replay at the moment. We'll see exactly what happened. But yeah, otherwise that would have dropped off presumably down the order a little bit. Yeah, so I think you're right. It's the 47 car, isn't it?
Yeah, the Cool Racing 47.
Yeah. So into the pits now comes Kamui Kobayashi. As we heard, the team telling him to come back in, or to come in for a pit stop. So we think this is a normal, straightforward pit stop. In the meantime, Callum Ilott comes across the line. He is now currently holding that 5th place. Very early pit stop for Toyota, so they dive in as soon as they come in. And let's see how it goes with this. Is there going to be a change of driver, and is there going to be a tyre change at this point? We will find
another
out.
Toyota in a fight here.
Yeah. This is, in fact, up front. This is the battle up front. So for the lead, we've now got the other Toyota of Sebastian Buemi. The black Toyota has now just taken the lead, snatching it away from Robert Schwartzman. Now, looking at that, interesting that, because the Toyota has made 5 pit stops, whereas 4 stops have been made by Robert Schwartzman. Now, we know the extra stop came when they decided to put some wets on earlier, but that Toyota is showing good pace, isn't it?
To have an extra pit stop, not in hand, but effectively over the competition and still be in pace ahead, just shows that the team and driver have made the good strategy calls so far in the first 3 and a bit hours of this race. Buemi here in the lead, chasing his fifth Le Mans victory, and is doing a good job as we see a slow-moving Ferrari all just getting out of the way there for the leaders. This is great, and pulled away very, very quickly here from Schwartzman, surprisingly, who was putting in some very good lap times earlier on. So either Buemi is just absolutely on fire, which is probably the case here, because he dives down the inside of another LMP2 car, straddling that inside curb. You'll notice extending then into the corner, 2 wheels offline to open up the run here down towards Indianapolis, moving out into the inside of the WRT. So that Toyota of Buemi does have the pit. So 4% the energy as we see on the top left, that is a combination of energy and fuel. You may still have fuel in the tank, but that is our virtual energy tank. So maybe that lightness of fuel, obviously able to then maybe corner quicker than Schwartzman, but also sometimes what can happen is potentially if he's about to change tyres, if you're at the end of your tyre life and you've been told you're on your inlap, you can push as hard as you want on those tyres. You're never going to have to use them again. So let's see if he picks now for tyres or if it's just a normal stop.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We shall see if that happens. Sebastian Buemi will come in and make another pit stop, whereas we know that the number 83 Ferrari made a pit stop not so long ago, so it will effectively go back into the lead. But the Toyota does seem to be gaining ground that was lost a little bit earlier on, so it's still something to very much keep an eye on, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this last series of lap times.
It's 1% forward, brake balance 1% forward.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the lap times that Sebastian was doing prior to that pit stop, and there's been some laps which are a couple of seconds quicker than Schwartzman, some that were a little bit slower, some of that could be down to traffic, so they're definitely chasing. We're going to see a little offset again now, which will be due to the pit stop.
Yeah, here he comes in. So the pit stop coming up, and we'll see whether there will be a tyre change or not on this pit stop. So coming in from having just taken the lead, and a driver change as well. So Sebastian Buemi is going to be jumping out. And there we go. The change with Brendan Hartley is now jumping in. And both of them have had plenty of success with Toyota in recent years, and in fact, yes, Sebastian's won 4 Le Mans with Toyota, Brendan's won 3 with Toyota. They've both been 4 times World Endurance champions with Toyota, so yeah, impressive stuff.
So the Ferrari, interestingly, is taking tyres here, or at least they're lined up ready to go.
Right.
That's the 8, the 51 and the 12 that will come in, that will all battling with each other. So the 50 stayed out, but everybody else came in.
And the 51 there with its tyres lined up as the number 12 is getting a clean of the windscreen. So you might see they clean the windscreen, but there's also a guy that gets down on his leads and is cleaning the front splitter. Now, he's not just cleaning the front splitter because he wants to be nice and pretty for the sponsors. There's no sponsors down there. The airflow around the splitter is really important, and also the radiators are generally down there. So you need to make sure that there is no grass, no gravel, nothing that can pierce the radiator, nothing that can cause overheating, and also the brake ducts as well. So interestingly, one turn to the front, therefore, was it the Ferrari of Schwartzman? Exactly. So that one turn to the front, that's quite confidence inspiring. So that means that you can actually work your fronts even harder, and then it also gives you more to be able to go backwards when it starts to rain. So the reason we go to the rear in the rain is because you can't put enough load onto the front tyres in the rain because you're not braking as hard. Therefore, and if you did, you would effectively start to lock up. So you go to the rear, you get more of an even braking feel. It gives you a better braking percentage over the meters and distance you're covering. As that 51 slides over through turn 1 there on its new tyres, it goes out. So I wonder if that's going to be a common theme as you come out of the pits.
Indeed, well, we shall see how that goes. We're just watching the number 51 car, currently running in 9th position. But right now, it's still the AF Corsa that leads. So nice little use of the curves. So the AF Corsa Ferrari currently leading with a gap of some 14 seconds over the Porsche Penske Motorsport. So Robert Schwartzman leading from Michael Christensen. Antonio Fuoco currently in third place. And in fourth place, Nick Tandy now in the number 4 Porsche Penske. They've managed to make up good ground in this race. They did start a long way down. Always fun to see. And we shall see how this goes as the race continues. Still a long, long way to go in this race.
Okay, so you have brand new soft tire, some rain expected in few minutes coming from the Porsche. So that's why we switched to brand new soft tire.
So we're just kind of having another look at the recent battle. We've got also a little look at the different tyres that people are on at the moment. So that's always useful to see. Plenty of soft tyres being used at this slightly later stage in the race. The Lamborghinis on the mediums, but yeah, looks like the soft tyre has been quite a choice for everybody on this track at this stage. So we shall see how that all goes. And meanwhile, we've got more information. So much going on in a race where you've got these 3 different categories, lots of close racing going on, and there's knowledge from the pit lane as well. Let's go and join oh no, we're just holding on a sec before we do. Just keeping an eye a little bit on the number 51 Ferrari at the moment. That's a little slow-mo action. Doesn't look as quite as much as they do in qualifying. In qualifying they will use those a lot harder to make sure that they get through as fast as possible. In a race you've got to look after the car a little bit more. Stay off those goods. So let's go down to Canal and pit lane now.
I'm here with James Calado, just out of the number 51 Ferrari. James, can you tell us a little bit about the track conditions and the battle out there on track?
Yeah, it's tricky because it's what tyres you put on the car. I think we did a big mistake to go on wets. The track was dry when I left the box, and I knew it was already slick, so that was a wasted pit stop. And then I went on to the medium, and then it was tricky with slow zone, so I got really unlucky because every time you hit slow zone, tyre temps come down, all these things. But once we eventually got into a rhythm, the car was good and I was quick, but I think we lost too much time for now. I think we need a safety car to come back.
What can you expect from the next hours?
I expect more of the same. I just hope this time we make the right decision.
Thanks a lot, thank you.
Good stuff, right. Interesting stuff. Right now we've still got plenty time to go in this 24-hour race, and I'm very delighted to say that we've been joined in the commentary box by another winner of the Le Mans back in 2016, outright winner, also many class winners with Porsche as well. So Mark Lieb has joined us, FIA GT champion as well, multiple times in the LMS champion. You've done so much, Mark, over the years. It must be fun being here at Le Mans with all the history you've got, but also quite relaxing knowing, okay, that's nice, I'm not actually out there at the moment.
It's, as you said, I think it's quite challenging to be in the car in this race, especially at the beginning with all the rain. So I'm in a more relaxed situation right now, and it's really nice to follow such a beautiful race so far. I mean, with so tough, close racing, that's how we like it, and it's fantastic to watch.
You're absolutely right, because, I mean...
Expecting rain level 2.
Yeah.
Sector 1.
It's a tricky weekend weather-wise. Have you raced here at Le Mans many times where you've had this tricky weather?
Yeah, I remember it was the same in 2013. It was quite similar, where it was always raining and drying out. Always, the problem with picking the right tire in the pit stops, or even coming in and change tires. And when you have 2 cars, obviously you split strategies, and then you see which was the better decision. But it's very tricky, very tough, and I mean, you in the car as a driver, you give feedback to the engineers. They have radar, and then decisions are made. So it's yeah.
Oh, that was a bit of a slide. We are hearing there's rain in the pit lane now, so we are beginning to get just a little bit. Whether it's going to be a heavy shower or just a light shower, and as you say, trying to make that decision is tough. And that earlier shower that we had, we did have quite a big heavy shower. A lot of cars came in, put wets off, but actually it turned out the thing to do was to stay on slicks, but it was a risky decision, wasn't it?
Exactly, and I mean, these cars, when you drive them on slicks in wet conditions, they're really easy to lose, and your race can be over quite quickly, so it's really a tough call. But you could see that the Ferraris made the right call. I think the number 6 car from Porsche Penske Motorsport was not doing the right one. They just changed on rain tires, but had to came into the pits after 3 laps again. and that just drops you back in the standing. So yeah, really tough decision because, as I said, driving these cars under wet conditions with slicks, not that nice.
It's interesting you say that, because we are looking at Andre Lotterer in the number 6 Porsche, which of course was the car right up front initially. But yeah, they haven't gone through a perfect race yet, but it's certainly not all over. I mean, you've driven this race so many times. When you're just over 3 hours into it, it's a very early stage, isn't it?
Yes, very early stage. I mean, the most important thing is if you keep the car on track, that you have a good routine, you cycle through your drivers, and you just, you have to stay calm and just be patient. Obviously, we've seen some battles on track, but they're not as intense as it would be like at the end of the race. You really try to get into a rhythm, maybe tweak, tune the car a little bit in pit stops or under safety car conditions, and then to have a good car for the last part of the race tomorrow.
When you're racing here at Le Mans and it does rain, when you do get a shower, and it must be quite difficult because it's such a big lap compared to so many other circuits that you race at. You've got a much longer distance, haven't you? So I suppose you get much more variation of being quite wet at one place and not at another.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened before. You had a slightly shower, I think, in sector 3 in the Porsche corners, and then another shower like in the pit lane or at the Dunlop corner, and then it was dry again. So really tough, really difficult, because you don't know exactly how the weather is moving. Will there be more rain, more showers and stuff? So not easy, and we've seen that. I mean, I spoke to some guys in the team at Porsche Penske Motorsport. Their weather report at the beginning of the week was always wrong. Then it got better over the week, but now they did the wrong decision again. So you can see it's not 100% predictable, and that's why it's so challenging.
Light shower and sun after that.
Light shower.
And then sunny.
That sounds pretty good. Let's just bring Ollie in, Ollie Webb, who's raced many times here at Le Mans as well, lots of LMP2 and then LMP1. Ollie, it does sound as though they're going to be able to get away with staying on the slicks for now, you reckon?
It does. I mean, MP35, which is Marshall Post 35, which is effectively in front of our commentary booth, is meant to have the worst rain, and it's not too bad compared to last time. It's worse in the pit lane, which is probably not really the place you want to have it, because then you've got the team panicking because they're the ones who feel all the rain, and they don't know what it's like around the rest of the track. So when Mark or myself, we're out on track, if 95% of the track is dry, we have to relay that, because regardless of what is happening in pit lane or what their telemetry or what their weather forecast is saying, if 95% of the track is dry, you stay out.
Do you have any times when you were racing and Mark was racing at the same time?
We were in different classes.
Yeah,
so I was in privateer for a couple of years when we were racing, and before that I was in the Alpine LMP2 when we were racing. So I waved as he flew by me, and sparks flew into my face. I was actually an open-top Alpine on one of those years, so that was a little bit noisier and a little bit wetter.
I can imagine that, yeah. We don't have open-top cars now anymore at Le Mans. Have you raced at Mark an open-top car?
No, actually not. I was racing GTs for 15 years, and then I moved quite late to the prototype, so I just basically was driving the 919 Hybrid, which was a fantastic car to experience, especially around this track, and very happy to finish off my career in prototypes, because these cars are just so special, so cool to drive, especially around here. It's just awesome.
Yeah.
So this is how confident they are that the rain is this light and stopped or not going to carry on, as we see new tyres going onto the LMP2 car there. So that is a signal that even without tyre warmers, that it's going to be dry for at least the next stint.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment in this race, it's still the number 83 AF Corse Ferrari that is leading the race, with Robert Schwartzman driving. He's leading by 23 seconds from Michael Christensen for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Early days. So the action still continues out on track. Oh, that was a little bit of a lock-up for the number 6 Porsche, and that's put him under a touch of pressure from the wheeling Cadillac behind. Well, watch out, just a touch there, otherwise he could lose the position. So this is all a bit exciting for Andre Lotterer, being chased by Jack Aitken, and Jack Aitken's now got a chance to get alongside. Jack Aitken has made the move, I think, trying to make it. Yeah, that worked well. How do you reckon, Mark? That was a good move.
Yeah, it was a good move on the outside, going into the Porsche corners. But, I mean, I just talked about it before. This is the time at the race where you don't take huge risk. And Andre just decided, to be on the safe side, because he was on the inside line, not perfectly placed for the entry. And I think it was just a safe decision from him. But yeah, good move by Jack.
And that looks like, is that back through with the Porsche? Is that the same battle as Singh, or is this a separate battle? Because it looks like he was held up there. This might be a separate battle with Singh. Yes, it's just behind there. So I was thinking there that they got caught up in karting with the GT car. He then had to back off and got re-overtaken, but it was the two LMP2 cars that were just in front, as we see them both dive down into T1.
Yeah, we've got quite a little mix. We've got the two Lamborghinis running 10th, 11th then. We've got two different Cadillacs now. We've got three Cadillacs entered into this race now, having only had one actually really competing regularly in World Endurance Championship. You're back on board with Jack Aitken here in the Whelen Cadillac Racing. The nice thing about the race at Le Mans, Mark, to a certain extent, is we get this input more from American teams as well than we do tend to have throughout much of the rest of the year in the World Endurance Championship, because they're racing in what we call IMSA, aren't they?
Yes, I think it's very cool that the American teams are coming over, also drivers. I mean, at Porsche Penske it's the same, you know, the American car, the IMSA car 1 is coming over with 3 drivers, and it's just good for the race because it just adds up more cars is always better for spectators, but also for the drivers. The competition is fantastic, and I mean, what a field, you know, all these different manufacturers, and what a race so far, so just beautiful.
You're still a Porsche man, and I totally understand that because you've had a lot of success with Porsche over the years. Do you think that Porsche can win this weekend? I mean, I come in thinking, yeah, I think they're definitely one of the front runners to play this, but it's also close, isn't it? And it's the likes of Ferrari, Toyota, and others that could do something, you know, Cadillac.
Well done. Next one is your sister, Earl Bamber. About 4 seconds ahead. Go get him, bud. Nicely done. Keep digging.
Right.
Yeah, I love his engineer.
That's awesome. That's actually Peter Barron. I raced with him here.
Did you?
In Le Mans. It was my first race. I drove with him. He was on the radio. He's doing the strategy for that car. I just spoke to him yesterday. Good to hear his voice, and he's always pumping up, you know, the drivers. So always good to hear him and to listen to him.
His name's Peter Barron.
Peter Barron.
Okay. No, it's lovely to hear him. Oh, we've got a full course yellow. I haven't seen what's caused that yet. But for some reason, everybody now is forced to slow down. Le Mans 24-hour race, we've got the first full course yellow of this event so far. Just under 3.5 hours into it. We haven't actually seen what's caused it yet, but for some reason we have a full course yellow, so presumably there's been an incident somewhere.
Yeah, well, it came up at 7:24 local time here. Prepare for full course yellow. Full course yellow cancelled, and then prepare for full course yellow another minute later. So it says it will end in 1 minute. So whatever it was, maybe a car that stopped, restarted, stopped again, and now is gone and cleared because now it's about to restart. So it must have stopped in a dangerous place. Hopefully Red Dead Replay. There's a puncture or missing wheel on the front left of the Inter Europol car, which is third now, but was further ahead at that point. So let's see where that happened. We don't have a zone of where it happened. It's still third in class, even without its tyre or rim. So that is more than likely the culprit of this full course yellow. It seems like he's close. There is no rim at all on there, so that has come off completely.
Ah, yeah, you good point. Absolutely, that's a bit of an unusual sight, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, probably he lost the wheel and then they just put out the full course yellow. But you know, it's quite tricky, and if you're unlucky, if you just hit, now it's green flag back again, but if you just hit the full course yellow there, you know, you can easily lose another 20-30 seconds, and if you're not hitting that full course yellow, then you're a lucky guy at the moment. So these are the small little things, you know, where you always have to think about. It's nothing you can do, but it just happens, and I mean, that's endurance racing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mark, for joining us. It's been lovely to have you with us. I don't know, we may get another chance to speak to you over the course of the weekend. Do you think it's going to, just final sort of thing, do you think it's going to remain as tight as this? I mean, we've got what? Oh, yeah. We've got an under 20-second gap up front. That's a decent lead at the moment for the Ferrari, but they're all pretty close, aren't they?
Yeah, very close, and I think it will be like that until tomorrow. You know, it will be a tight race until the last hour. The competition is so good with all the manufacturers, and I think, you know, everyone is in a good situation, and it's really open rule in that race.
Great. Well, thank you, Mark, for joining us. And yeah, another former Le Mans winner being part of our commentary team for a while and giving us some great insight into the whole nature of this place. Sun's really coming out now, isn't it, Ollie? I mean, it's getting brighter again. We had a tiny little shower, and now it's beaming into our commentary box, and you can see the shine on the cars out there.
I mean, this is beautiful. I'm leaning up here over our commentary booth. We've got the pit lane entry right in front of us. A full grid of Le Mans Golden Age cars firing in front of us. Private jets overtaking off in the back. Where's he going? He's going to miss half of the race. Yes. This is just an unbelievable sight here as we've got the Porsche overtaking down the inside of Tête Rouge. So let's speak a little bit about this corner, Tête Rouge. It is a very, very important corner on this track as the number 10 is in the pits for tyres. That looks like a full change. That corner can prepare your overtake. Now, if you are a hypercar right behind the GT, sometimes it's worth the sacrifice of a lift much earlier than you would do into that corner to get the run on the exit because you have that power to be able to overtake. Now, that kind of strategy of overtakes will change as you get towards the end, as we see pop up on our screen, full course yellow under review. Now, what that normally means is someone has been spotted. We have a slow-moving LMP2, and that is the Algarve Pro second car who is in that one.
Yeah, I didn't quite see.
That looks like the Kaiser car.
Okay. Well, let's see.
We'll check in a minute. It's moving very slowly offline. So more than likely, we were speaking earlier on in the broadcast about this return to home button. So function 12 normally in a lot of cars, which is reduced ignition, everything is toned down, it limits your speed, and it just gets you back to the pits if you have any major issue with bodywork, tyre, or engine.
Battle for second place going on here. You can see this is pretty close, so keep an eye on this. You've got the Porsche, Penske Motorsport, Michael Christensen, Antonio Fuoco is catching up. So that's this is a potential battle for second position. We'll see if this is going to change or not. Right now, Robert Schwartzman is still the race leader with a decent advantage of around 20 seconds. It's not huge, but a reasonable advantage. But this is the battle for second place. Nick Tandy is behind them, and he is quite a step behind them. So the top three cars are within that sort of 22-second gap. Then there is definitely a bit of a further gap, but of course part of this is due to who's made pit stops when. Fight for second, definitely close. And they're coming up on some of the GT3s, the LM GT3s, one of the McLarens just ahead. And that's where sometimes it can be tricky to get through, but that's pretty easy at that stage.
Yeah, not too bad. Another indication for different types of setups with these cars. The Porsche goes over the middle white line of the crest, sends up loads of sparks, and the Ferrari LM goes over the line without sending up any sparks. Different ride heights, different ways of doing things. As we see the 22 there, looks like that was a rejoin after a spin into, was it the last corner or... Hard to see that. I think that was the Ford chicane with the Le Mans print there as the wheeling Cadillac overtakes around the outside of the Corvette, and that was a slide to get the car back onto the track, but it went over the sausage curb and maybe did a little bit of damage to the floor at the same time. We've got a replay here. It was a move down the inside of the DK Engineering number 33, which did not pay off. Tried to avoid a collision, slid sideways towards the exterior of the track. In doing so, pushed the DK Engineering car outshot of our screen in the last corner, which may be stuck in the gravel. Double yellow removed, so it's probably not now. And this replay may cut here, but now we see the wheel spin start, the engine's still going, return back. We're on board now, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that was Nolan Siegel. Okay, the white flag. So just tell us what that means.
So that, in car, we have this screen here on the right-hand side, which shows us the different flags relating to what's coming up in front of us. Now, white flag means slow-moving vehicle ahead. That doesn't mean another class of car, because we'll have blue flag if we are in car needing to move out the way for someone. White car if someone has a genuine issue up front and is moving abnormally slow. Sorry to interject there.
No, absolutely fine. That's good to know exactly. I was just pointing out that it was Nolan Siegel who had that incident. Actually, he wasn't overtaking that other LMP2 guy, he was lapping it. So it was just an unfortunate situation that came up between them. Let's hope that both cars are still going to be okay. Let's go back down to the pit lane and join Guinard.
Laura Van Tropdoza, your cars have been starting up front on the grid today. What's your feedback so far? They're currently P12 and P16, I guess. What's your feedback on the race so far from Cadillac?
Well, we definitely have a long race yet to go. We are trying to get into the rhythm right now. Yes, we moved a little bit further back, but that's okay. We're dealing with different rain coming in and out and just getting there. Really, we need to get to hour 20 and then see what we can do.
In terms of lap times and performance, everything looks fine.
Just getting in our rhythm and getting to the end of the race, making sure that we do things that make sense, don't take too many risks, because we can't win the race if we end up in a wall.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Thank you.
Interesting stuff. And we're just hearing some on the radio. We could hear a bit of radio information as well from Antonio Fuoco about tyres. Were you picking that up, Nina?
Sorry, I didn't pick it up completely.
Yes, so they were saying, and then let's get your take on this, Lena. They were saying that it's the first time we've heard this in this race so far, and it's very interesting, about a split tyre. So not only just to change the hardest working side of the car, i.e. the left side of the car, but to actually do a split. So medium's currently on the car and talking about putting softs on the left-hand side, or vice versa. So quite an interesting strategy call, not just trying to save time by changing only 2 tyres, which is not unheard of. That happens, you change 2 tyres sometimes, but to split the compound. Now, they're new to working with these. Has that happened earlier on this year with these cars?
I assume if they're suggesting that, they've tested it and tried it somewhere. Now, the construction of these tyres is the same no matter what the compound is, but the compound behaviour will always be different. I have tried something like this without testing it back in 2011.
We've got full course yellow. Yeah, everybody's slowing down again. We've got the full course yellow sign. So once more, everybody's having to take it very steady. You're just looking at the Penske Porsche Andre Lotterer at the moment. He's going fine. He's now in 14th place. But that's not the cause of the full course yellow. We haven't spotted yet exactly what has caused that. We will no doubt find out fairly soon.
There is marshals in front of us on the track now. This probably isn't the cause, because what they will do when there's full course yellow is this enables the race director to send out all the marshals to clean up any gravel that's anywhere online from a previous instance. So in front of us, they're cleaning up with about 6 or 7 marshals all the gravel from the 22 United Autosports car that brought that back on track. And we're yet to see if that is down the throw full course yellow just for that, unless it's puncture worthy and it was everywhere and someone's complained about it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's caused this. In the meantime, everybody having to stick to the rule of heading around at no more than 80 kilometres, stay basically at 80 kilometres an hour, 50 miles an hour. That's the rule when you get into this situation.
It's also something that we practice during the week. So you hit your full course yellow button, different cars and different categories and different teams will select first, second or third gear, depending on what is best for the engine. Some will cut ignition, some will do different things to fuel save and do it in the right way. Some will like to stay in the tow, some have to be out of the tow to not overheat the engine. So without getting too technical with everything that happens when you're driving a boring, in inverted commas, 80 kilometres an hour, there's a lot that goes into this full course yellow. If you can be half a kilometre an hour quicker within that rule for the whole lap, it's worth a lot of time. We don't have the same... There's a lap time we have to stick to, but there's not a delta. Now, the fact that they're showing the replay of this again, and out of my window I can see 7 marshals on track cleaning up the gravel, maybe this is the reason for the full course yellow, the fact that it's also ending in 20 seconds. Maybe it was a quick clear up of that.
It's Rennie Binder that we're trying to watch here, because he was the one that sort of got hit in that. I thought that he might go off and hit something else, but no, it looked like he was able to continue. A lot of gravel. Is it the fact that there's a lot of gravel on track or something like that?
I think it's that. Now, the rules are, if you go off, you have to come back on the track, and offline you have to get, as we go green flag, you have to come back onto the track offline to get rid of all of the gravel. If he stayed online, they will have gone full course yellow to try and clean it up, and he'll also be looking at a penalty as we see the fight here between the Porsche number 6 and the 50 Ferrari down the inside. The Porsche cutting across the nose is very close for only 20.5 hours left.
Yeah, well, it's Michael Christensen in the Porsche at the moment, who's trying to get past Antonio Fuoco. This is a very, very tight battle for second place. Remember, the gap up to the leader is a little bit big, although that may be that they're due a stop relatively soon, turn around there, because the gap up wasn't... Yes, it's actually updated it a little bit now, so you can see the gap to the leader is some 16 seconds to this little battle. So just picking it up again after you've done... a part of the lap, wasn't even quite a whole lap, I don't think, under full course yellow, but of course it changes the feel of the car, tyre temperature, brake temperature, everything has changed very briefly, hasn't it?
It does. It's a very, very good point. And like you said, this one was a short one with the sun out in the day, so less of a factor, but it's a very good point, because full course yellow in the middle of the night after a big accident and there's a barrier repair and you're half an hour in the full course yellow and you restart, you don't know what's underneath you. Now, if it's happened a few times, you get that experience, and this is where drivers who have done it a lot of times, you see a replay here of the 50 then switching to the outside, going for that move. They've got very close here. I mean, the camera angle's deceiving because you're always forward facing. Got some straight line speed there, haven't we? We didn't see the exit, so we're not sure how much of the exit is worth that there, but these nice slow-mos, very, very good. So that's for second and third place.
Yeah.
We call it second and third place now rather than for the podium. I think maybe within the last half an hour of the race we start calling it for the podium. Yeah, there's a long way to go now. But yes, back to your point, there is cold tyres, middle of the night after a full course yellow. It's like you're going out on brand new tyres with that releasing agent, but it doesn't then turn into magical new tyre grip. It stays pretty bad for a long time, and with the temperatures dropping as well and suspected rain coming, that all compounds to a very, very tricky restart when you go to green.
So up front at the moment we have now we have Ferrari 1-2 again, as we had earlier on. We have the Frontier AF Corsa car, Ferrari of Robert Schwartzman leading, and now Antonio Fuoco back up into second place with the Works Ferrari AF Corsa, entering the Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Michael Christensen, is being pushed out of third, but it's fine. All still part and parcel of the battle. Fourth place and fifth actually are the two Toyotas now. So the Toyotas, as we said, we thought they would have good pace in this race. They are running well at this stage, and the Toyotas are running in fourth and fifth places. The other Ferrari, the number one of the other 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi, who was one of the winners last year, of course, here at Le Mans. He's currently running in sixth position, and then top six completed by the Hertz Team Jota of Callum Ilott. There is some under investigation for that contact that we saw in the LMP2 cars just a little while ago. That is being looked at by the stewards, understandably. And in the meantime, we've still got the battles going on in the other categories. In the LMP2, Brian Cullen from Vector Sport is currently leading with a decent advantage at this stage from Vittorio Miata, with Nicholas Veroni from AF Corsa, but actually leading in the Pro-Am category in the AF Corsa LMP2 car, and leading in GT3 at the moment, interestingly, is the number 46 BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati, which is, that's going to excite quite a lot of people, because that is the car that Valentino Rossi is racing this weekend, and that is actually currently leading in the GT3 category. But as you were saying earlier, Lena, the lap times in all classes, it's remarkably close. So.
Yeah, so I've got a really useful graph here. It's the sorted lap times. You take your fastest all the way to your slowest, and you basically just look at the trend. And what I can see in certainly LMP2 is everything is so close for the majority of cars. It's quite similar in GT3 as well. Those cars are quite evenly matched. Now, the gaps don't necessarily suggest that. That's because there are offsets with pit stops. There are offsets with the full course yellow, especially if not everybody got it for the full lap, that kind of thing. So these gaps are kind of spread out. One safety car, and that all changes again.
It will, there can always change. But for the moment, it is Robert Schwartzman who is leading Le Mans, and he's got a decent gap. So the action continues, and as I mentioned, Fuoco has now made his pit stop, so that's from second place, and also into the pits, the LMP2 car that was on pole position originally, the number 14, that is now in the pits for a regular stop under this slightly sunnier evening that we've got here at Le Mans. After a rather strange day of weather with some sunshine, some rain, warnings of more rain, and now suddenly we've got this lovely sunshine just in front of us in our commentary booth. Into the pits then, as I mentioned, has come now Antonio Fuoco, who had moved up into second place, and a driver change in that team. This Ferrari is clearly one of the cars that we'll be watching throughout this race in terms of potentially being a winner. Antonio Fuoco now handing over to Miguel Molina, who is now taking over the car. So that makes sense, because that means that all three drivers have now had an opportunity to get out in this car, and we shall see how it goes in this next run. But that is definitely a front-running car. Just having a little look at one of the highlights. This was Callum Ilott. Well, we just had to cut the chicane, didn't he?
Yeah, got on the brakes quite late. It looked like by the time he bled off the brakes, and what we mean by that is coming off that pedal percent by percent to allow, as the downforce comes off the car, you have less grip to go in, to come off that brake and allow it to edge in an extra input with that left-hand wheel going down. The rear stepped out, it couldn't deal with it. It told him, no, I can't do that, mate, I'm sorry. So we had to straighten it up and take the safe route out. As long as you don't gain through there, as the interrupter, that's very, very good. You can see when you come out on brand new tyres here, the difference it makes. An LMP2 and a GT3 have just overtaken this number 50 Ferrari out of the pits and have disappeared off into the distance. That is how important these Michelin black bits of rubber that are touching this sunny tarmac. And actually, I think there's even more of a problem than that. He's moving particularly slowly, stuck on the pit lane limiter, now accelerating. So I wonder if that was an electrical issue there.
Interesting.
I'm trying to listen to what's going on there.
Okay.
He's now it looks like he's back on full power. That sounded like he was stuck on the pit lane limiter button. Now I wonder if there is a strategy call within that team, I might be overthinking this here, coming through the first chicane on brand new tyres and full fuel, that you stick to a certain speed to not have an instant into turn one, then release a second limiter, for instance, a 100k limiter, and then go from there. But that was more than usual. That was more than usual. So hopefully we find out on a radio replay later on what was going on there, as we're now watching the 83. We're about to see a replay there. These Porsche curves, this is the section when the sun is out and you've got the grip in the car and you can fire through here into karting.
Yeah, but 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Can we do another stint on these tires? Question.
It depends how slow we are.
Your pace at the moment is very good. Your pace at the moment is very good. At the moment he's 20 seconds behind. They gained 5 seconds in the full course yellow.
If the pace is good, I can continue. The tires are getting quite a pace.
Copy. We go for another stint then.
So what we were doing there was just listening into some of the radio, Robert Schwartzman, and he was having quite a little discussion there, Ollie, with his race engineer, who had asked him, should we stay on this set of tyres? How did it sort of go between them?
So that discussion is basically the engineer reassuring him that they think in the calculations that his pace is good enough to stay on this tyre, and asking him, are you pushing to the limit to get this time, or have you got more in you? Because in the last part of the next stint, we need to know how much time you've got left to be able to push. His reply seemed pretty confident that he was, but he wanted to know the gaps behind. His engineer replied, you've lost 5 seconds, but that was purely due to a full course yellow procedure, not because of pace. Very good communication, very clear. You hear them afterwards on the radio. They'll ask a question and say question at the end. As we see a driver change here for the Rossi car, is it? Rossi getting in there, number 46 on the leg. Doctor jumps in.
Yeah, and that's going to cause plenty of excitement to see that he is now getting into the car. Valentino Rossi. So this is his debut in the Le Mans 24-hour race. You may have taken victories here in other forms of racing last year, but this is it in the 24-hour. Ben Constantiouris rejoins us. Ben, it's lovely to see Valentino Rossi going out, isn't it?
A place that he's familiar with, of course, not the layout necessarily. He did race, as you said, last year in the support race. But it's a place where they do go and race motorcycles, and the French Grand Prix is absolutely massive in MotoGP, so he knows the pit area. He will have some kind of familiarity to the environment. It won't be completely alien. It's going into the night. He's done the 24 hours of Spa, so he has done night racing there, but that will be a really different thing here at Le Mans. The darkness around here versus Spa 24 hours, Ollie, is very different.
It is, yeah. It's a whole different kettle of fish. The difference is in the speed of where you're going, effectively down Molshan into those chicanes, the braking ability. These GT3s now have ABS, so more similar to the cars he's used to driving in other championships. One that he's recently come off the back of and won in, was it Misano, I believe, only a couple of months ago. So he's hot off some confidence in this BMW. He's used to the team. He's used to his teammates. He's had a win this year. He might be on cold tyres and full fuel. That'll knock your confidence a little bit, but I'm sure within a couple of laps he's going to be loving this.
He is a real talent on 4 wheels, and it's interesting. We were hearing an interview he did with Tom Christensen, who's been working with us this weekend, about how he started his career actually in karting. Not his career, he wasn't a professional karter, but as a kid he started in karts and then went down the road of becoming a 9-time motorbike world champion, 7 times in the 500 cc's. but actually being on four wheels is something that he actually really enjoys, isn't it?
And also, he has done four-wheel drive rallying, the Italian Monza Rally Show for a few years. He's raced Ferraris at the Abu Dhabi 12 Hours. I suppose the other thing that he has to deal with here versus what he didn't have to deal with at Spa is the multi-class aspect. At the slowest category, he's got to work out if that's an LMP2 coming up behind him or a hypercar, because then you deal with it in slightly different ways.
Yes, yeah, correct. And not only that, it's one thing dealing with those classes in the day. We rode on board with them just before. I'd love to go back on board just to talk about the different screens in the car. So these GTs have a traffic management system. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't indicate pull over and help you move out the way for another car, as we see there.
Race leader coming in.
That is the race leader coming in.
This is a standard stop, so this is just going through the pattern as normal. But yes, Robert Schwartzman into the pit, so we'll carry on. We'll keep an eye on it.
So that traffic management system, what that allows you to do at night, it is the most helpful. So as the cars come up behind you, it uses LiDAR and radar to be able to see the cars behind through the beam of light, which are laser lights. They're not like dip beam and full beam that you get on the motorway. It's like having 1,000 full beams in your mirror. It glows between red, orange and green on how far away they are now and position of where they are behind you. So that definitely helps in the FIA WEC and especially at Le Mans for traffic management.
Okay, well that's very interesting, and he'll be able to use that. So that's really good news. Valentino Rossi now out on circuit, and just to bear in mind, he is running second in class. So the GT3 class currently being led by Yasser Shahin, but Valentino Rossi out on track now in the 24-hour race for the first time at Le Mans is running second. Let's hear that interview he did with Tom Christensen.
Valentino Rossi, it's very, very good to have you in the World Endurance Championship. If I reflect, looking back, when I met you first time, and the year was 2001, was that at that time you already put a seed into your head that one day you will switch from 2 wheels to 4 wheels?
Yes, it was always in my mind, because I started my career with the go-kart. So I started as a car driver.
You did? I didn't know that.
Yes, I started with the go-kart when I was very, very young, and I started to race with the go-kart when I was 5 and 6 too. My way was more the cars, because Graziano, my father, was very worried about motorcycle, because Graziano raced with motorcycle, and he had a lot of crashes, a lot of injury, so he was scared.
It seems nobody in racing have gone to motorbike or MotoGP and gone well.
For me, the switch from bike to cars is more easy. Also because anyway, you drive a car in your life, when also if you are not a driver, no? Is a normal life. Motorcycle, if you are not a rider, maybe you never drive. And for me, at the top with motorcycle, you need to start when you are very, very young.
You have the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You made your debut there last year, winning the road to Le Mans in a very similar car. I mean, obviously a BMW M4. You must have big hopes, dreams of maybe ultimately after 24 hours to be at the top of the podium.
The 24 Hours of Le Mans was my target from the beginning, because it's the most famous race in the world. And you know, the dream is try to win or try to arrive on the podium. And I think
definitely don't make sure that you don't take La Chapelle after the Dunlop corner.
Yes.
Because the Bugatti circuit at Le Mans.
Yeah, you arrive from that side.
You won a few times there as well. So.
No, but it's great. I'm very excited to race there this year.
So that was a lovely interview with Valentino Rossi, who is, as we say, now out on circuit in his first 24-hour race here at Le Mans, but he knows the Le Mans circuit pretty well, and he's also in an extremely good car. The Team WRT BMW, Ben, has been actually a very successful car this year in World Endurance Championship racing. I mean, they had a horrible time at Spa. They were very unlucky. His car got taken out before he even got in it.
And his teammates as well. Both cars ending up not finishing at Spa, but it's a proven GT3 that is incredibly successful both in these regulation sets, but also in the SRO. It is worth mentioning that both the GT car here and the GT car racing in Spa 24 Hours in a couple of weeks' time, they are identical cars apart from the equipment that you use to monitor their performance. That's the only difference. Then the SRO and the ACO have a completely different way of balancing the cars, and so there is quite a lot of difference in the way that the teams are allowed to set up the cars here versus Spa 24 because of the regulations set by SRO versus ACO. So it's quite interesting that effectively it starts off as the same car, but eventually for teams you have to deal with it in a very different way. And of course we've got Goodyear tyres here versus the other providers in Spa in a couple of weeks' time. Or of course if you went to Nürburgring 24 Hours and there's GT3 cars there. There are thousands of GT3 cars around the world, and that's why we've gone from 3 manufacturers last year in the GT class to 9 this year, and there are 13 or 14 GT3 brands that could be here, but the ACO have prioritised those that have hypercar entries as well, or will have hypercar entries in the future, like the Aston Martin.
This is another battle for 5th place, and we're seeing Porsche versus Ferrari, and as we have throughout the year, to be fair, quite a lot. Ferrari have been unlucky to a certain extent because they've been front runners in World Endurance Championship, but they've had no wins, whereas Porsche have taken 2 out of the 3 wins so far. Not all of the same car, but the Porsche has gone well. But this is proving another close one, Ollie, isn't it, between these two? And we're seeing this quite often now, and it looks as though we might see a Ferrari pass coming through. Yeah, it is happening, and it's pretty straightforward in the end. It's not too hard, and Miguel Molina gets past Matt Campbell.
I'm really interested at some point to stay on board with one of these Ferraris through Tet Rouge all the way through both chicanes, because we're seeing a lot of good overtakes from them in the slipstream, and I don't want to put it down to the fact that they have good straight line speed, because of course with the BOP that'll be balanced out by maybe not as good in the high speed corners. Of course, incredibly quick drivers in all of these categories being platinum, as we see a separate overtake here. This is the Toyota down the inside there.
That's United Autosports USA entry, isn't it?
Yeah, the LMP2 car, yeah.
It is, yeah, and then, so yeah, that Ferrari seems to be able to pull these overtakes at the end of the straight very, very well. It's either getting a very good run through Tet Rouge and or both of these cases then has a strong top line speed, because we saw earlier on Jack Aitken couldn't get the move done even though he was quicker in the brakes and in the corners. The Ferrari has had a relaxation on its balance of performance here. It's lost 10 kilograms, it's had 0.1% more power over 150 mile an hour for what it's worth. The Peugeot's had the biggest brake, but this is enough that he's pulled in front and is pulling away.
Absolutely, and the Ferrari's working well all round here, because remember we've got a Ferrari leading. The AF Corsa Ferrari is the race leader, number 83, and that has a lead currently. It's fairly tight at the moment, but that's partly through pit stops and stuff. They've had a little bit of an advantage, but the Toyota now, Brendan Hartley, we've got another LMP2 off track.
Again, the same one.
Yeah.
Rear support.
Copy. So this is Ben Keating with Ben Keating in the Win-sponsored United Autosports USA car. 2 victories in GT Am in the GT category, but really struggling in LMP2 here at Le Mans this year. It's his 8th different vehicle that he's raced in 9 starts at Le Mans. The gentleman driver from Texas.
That's pretty impressive to do all these different cars here at Le Mans. But it's what I enjoy the mix we were talking about. Drivers with what are rated as platinum, which means the very highest level. You might be ex-Formula 1 driver, you might be a multiple Le Mans winner, or a regular winner in the championship. You're at platinum level, but we go from platinum to gold to silver to bronze, and bronze drivers have to be in GT3. They have to be in Pro-Am in the LMP2, and bronze drivers have come from a very different part of life. Maybe they weren't able to race at all in their young years. They didn't have any money. They've built up a career in a different way. They've earned money. They want to go racing. And I actually enjoy the difference that allows you to see, and it can provide opportunities too, because sometimes they can bring funding in to support professional drivers.
It's kept Le Mans alive, and is very much the basis of how Le Mans even started. One of the very first wins for Ferrari was a gentleman driver going to Enzo Ferrari and saying, I want to race your car at Le Mans, and Enzo wasn't very interested. He wanted to do Formula 1. Came here, got ill, only did 1 hour of the 24 hours. His star professional driver that was provided for him alongside him did their other 23, and they ended up winning. That was Ferrari's last Le Mans win, which was 50 years ago since, well...
Until we got to last year.
Until we got to last year, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was amazing to see Ferrari win the 100th year that since Le Mans began. We've got some key cars coming in at the moment. We're not seeing any major dramas. This is all very regular, so we're not going into too much detail, because you're just seeing the very regular summer doing driver changes. They're basically refueling. One or two will be, or a few might be changing tyres. Others will be staying on the tyres, because they seem to be holding on. Alex Brundle has joined us back again. Alex, it's interesting to hear from the teams a little bit about these tyres. They seem to be lasting very well, even where we're only seeing the soft and mediums on the cars at the moment.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see the last round of pit stops when Miguel Molina went out in the Ferrari, and then, of course, they immediately asked the privateer car whether he'd be okay. I think it was Robert Schwartzman in the car at that time, whether it'd be okay to continue with the stint. And I do wonder if the feedback from Molina was that the new tyre was incredibly difficult, it would follow with Fred then that they would ask that Schwartzman if he was able to continue with the tyre, because they're losing a lot of time.
That's interesting.
On that new tyre.
And as you say that, they've just put mediums on that number 6 Porsche. So should we watch that, do you think? I mean, he's spinning the rear wheels a lot coming out, but we know they're cold and the temperatures are not high. It might take a couple of laps.
The sun is out, though, and probably the first time since the start of the race, so I wonder whether the track temperature has slightly increased.
What's interesting me as well is we've seen many teams who started on the medium compound tyre, the medium of 3 available from Michelin for the hypercar class, move across to the soft already without any night running yet done, leaving them nowhere to go compound-wise later on. If they're struggling now, imagine what it's going to be like when we get the potentially forecast, sprinkles of rain around 4 a.m. It's going to be a really, really tough night to be behind the wheel of one of these hypercars. And yeah, the first year that they've not had tyre warmers or any method of tyre heating in that class, challenging the drivers and the teams to get it absolutely right.
This little battle that's going on for second place is still very, very close. We saw Miguel Molina in the first of these two cars, the red Ferrari. We saw him manage to go past Matt Campbell, but Matt Campbell is right on pace with him right now.
And they've both got new tyres, but Matt Campbell has softs, whereas Miguel Molina went back to mediums.
Okay.
Not that would comply to how fast they were on their outlaps, but it does seem as though that's the security that we talked about earlier on, with the Ferrari being happier on the stiffer sidewalls, seems to be working better. Oh, broken suspension on the front there.
Yeah, the Mustang in trouble there. You can see, yeah, the front wheel. It looks like the steering link is broken, doesn't it? The way it's wobbling around like that.
Yeah, I do wonder if there has been contact for that Mustang. Interesting info coming through from race control. The 4 Porsche is the one that jumps out at me there, has been served a drive-through penalty for the full course yellow procedures. The 30 car and the 77 also cars, that's Duqueine LMP2, and the 77 will be...
the one we just saw, that one.
Yeah, for the full course yellow procedure. So they'll have a drive-through to serve, but it looks like they've got bigger issues, doesn't it, Ben, to be honest?
Right now, I mean, if it is just a steering arm, a small link like that, it's not too hard to change, but unfortunately the Ford Mustangs have been rather fragile since their launch about this time last year.
Well, we'll see if they can get that car back out on track once again. They've got a bit of work to do, there's no doubt about it. Race leader still is Robert Schwartzman, but we've still got a pretty close battle between Miguel Molina and Matt Campbell. They'll carry on the way they are.
Look at Pachito Lopez, 3:29.8, fastest lap of his race so far. The man who's been brought back into Toyota to replace Mike Conway, who damaged himself on a road bike here in Le Mans earlier on. Well, actually last week now. Pachito effectively removed from that team and to make way for Nick de Vries, and he's come back and gone, hey look, I can still drive this hypercar and I can still drive it fast. It's probably the best conditions so far in the race, but you know, that's still good.
Yeah, I think it's demonstrative of the track moving forward, to be honest, off the back of that last dump of rain. now starting to rubber in yet again, as we've seen throughout this whole Le Mans week so far. A little bit of rain, track starts to move forward again, then they're set back to square one again by a little bit more rain. Following on then with pole sitter Kevin Estre through that final corner.
It's quite interesting to be on with pole sitter Kevin Estre, because I remember Alex, when you watched his pole lap, you were truly impressed. I was sitting next to you as you rewatched it. You were really impressed with the way he's driving, but they've had a bit of a tough time. They're quite a long way down the list. Are they going to be able to find their way back up?
So they made an incorrect tyre call with the 6 Porsche, so they had to they changed the wets in the last little dump of rain, and then they had to change back again. The 5 car, the 50, the 12 and the 83 didn't make the same tyre call, and that's why they find themselves out of sequence with the number 6 Porsche, but further up the field. Yeah, I mean, they've had all the pace. It's just literally that tyre call that's cost them at this stage of the race. Still early stages. There were several cars throughout the classes that made the right call there, which is generally accepted throughout the paddock to be stay on slicks throughout that phase. So quick was the drying of the circuit and the return to relatively dry conditions. So it's interesting to watch that play out, both with the pace of the cars where they find themselves and also the stint plans they're now on.
Well, that makes good sense. But meanwhile, we've got a nice little battle going on here for 5th place. You've got the black Toyota, Brendan Hartley, very experienced, of course, and plenty of success. But Oliver Rasmussen, now he's in the number 38 Hertz Team Jones, the car that Jenson Button is also driving this weekend. And that car has actually been running well throughout the race. They took some good strategy earlier on. They were some of the ones, I'm pretty sure, that didn't go on to the wet tyres. And yeah, he's doing a good job here, keeping the pressure on for the moment and seeing if he might be able to gain a place.
Yeah, sure is. Young single-seated graduate Oliver Rasmussen finding his way into that team that has so much experience. 3 times Le Mans winners in LMP2, and it's an efficient place to go race car driving. Jota Sport, they really know their prototype racing cars in and out. Based down in Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I remember them when they were running a dinky little CN car, and now look at them here running 2 Porsche 963s in the top class of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, well, we'll see how he gets on here. But so far, as you say, Oliver Rasmussen moving up as a youngster, 23-year-old now from Denmark, and he's had some decent results in LMP2 here at Le Mans. This is actually only his 2nd start here, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on, going up against some of the top drivers, of course, in the hypercar category of Le Mans racing. So we've had just over 4 hours of 24 hours here at Le Mans so far, and the race still being led at this stage by the Ferrari, the AF Corsa, effectively a privateer Ferrari, but very much connected to the main team. Robert Schwartzman is the driver currently. We're watching a little bit of battle going on right now, as you can see, as we're on board with Jose Maria Lopez in the black Toyota, the 2nd of these 2 cars. He's chasing down Callum Ilott for 8th place, and Lopez, as we were saying earlier, back into this car when he wasn't quite expected it to be here, but poor Mike Conway not able to race here, but he's straight back into it. Loads of experience, of course. I've got a great affection to Pachito Lopez because he had his first spell of life as a Renault Academy driver in Formula 3000. It's before Formula 2, Alex Brundle, and he basically got dropped just before he got to Formula 1 and had to go back to race in National Series in Argentina, and then was selected by Citroën to be the easy, cheap option to go alongside Ivan Muller and Sebastian Loeb, would you imagine, and ended up being the fastest of the 3 and winning 3 world titles in the World Touring Car Championship. Yeah, he's done very, very well. Let's go back down to the pit lane to Guinel.
Kamui Kobayashi, well, an impressive job from number 7 car since the start of the race. You had so many troubles since the start of the week, and now you're coming back up front with the Toyota number 7.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for the team hard work. You know, we try to recovering what we have done in the last weekend, and yeah, just we practice everything. Yeah, I think so far we are progressively improving, gaining position, and so far I think everything going smooth. So I think it's still a long way to go, and we're just focusing until tomorrow morning.
What can you expect from the beginning of the evening and the night?
Well, I try to come as much as we can, and I think most important for us, we're always having some trouble in the night, and obviously we tried our best always, but hopefully this time work for us, and I think we are fortunate that we could fight, so hopefully I think we improve our pace a little bit and we can fight back to the top.
Thank you.
Alex, that's quite interesting hearing from Kamui. So much experience in his life. How did you feel his kind of mode was there?
Well, the interesting position of being both one of the leading drivers and team manager of that squad, Kamui Kobayashi, of course, had the big spin in qualifying and cost them a little bit in terms of their starting position. It's been an interesting week for Toyota where they've been so downbeat about their chances. We must be honest, but the data just doesn't support it. They look to have pace, they look to have speed. The number 8 car sitting with Brendan Hartley at the wheel, sitting up in 5th. The number 7 car also in the top 10, with Lopez, of course, subbing for Mike Conway. And we wish Mike the absolute speediest of recovery, if he can get back behind the wheel of that machine soon. It's interesting. They're in for the long haul, aren't they, at Toyota? I think we'll only really see what kind of pace there is in that car when we've cleared into tomorrow. They're going to stay in the hunt and just try and deliver at the last, I suspect.
Absolutely right, and it sounds just learning that it does look as though the Toyotas are a little bit quicker at this stage in the race than the hypercar rival. So, and you can see that there's a move potentially coming up for the Toyota, number 7, which is now going to try and take 8th place as Jose Maria Lopez up on Callum Ilott and getting closer and closer.
But is that something that we've seen as a characteristic of that Toyota, that the top speed, especially against Porsche and Ferrari, is not quite there? So they're efficient and working well through the twistier stuff, perhaps the front motor working and helping them through Porsche curves, but down the straights where you actually want to do the overtaking, it's not the breeze that we saw from Ferrari going past Porsche earlier on.
Yeah, that's certainly what you might think. And indeed, into the nighttime hours, much discussion in the paddock about the differential between the cars. You've obviously got 2 platforms in the Le Mans hypercar class. You've got the LMDH cars, which deliver all of their hybrid energy through an MG UK in the gearbox. And then you've got the Le Mans hypercars that deliver their energy to the front wheels as opposed to the rear wheels.
But only after 190 kilometres an hour.
Exactly that. Yeah. But even that assists in keeping the front tyre with energy in. The other thing that they can do is spin that front tyre away from the pit box, which people are trying to quantify just how much that benefits them in terms of warming the tyre up. So through the nighttime hours could easily be a happy hunting ground for Toyota, as you see the progression of the 2 cars at the base of your screen. The number 4 Porsche Penske and the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Yeah, the number 4 Porsche Penske has made very, very good ground indeed. There's no doubt about it. But the Toyotas are battling to try and move up, because you've got Brendan Hartley right behind him now. So there's not much of a gap between them, and it looks as though there may be an opportunity. So they're both Toyotas. Remember, there are only 2 works Toyotas, and then there are no private Toyotas. So you've only got the 2 black Toyotas in this race, and having won here 5 times in a row until we got to last year and Ferrari won.
The Porsche had to be in 1 or 2 laps. We expect it to be in 1 or 2 laps. It's light on fuel.
Yeah, copy. He's accelerating away.
Okay, and that's an interesting point, isn't it, Alex? Because when you're following another car that's light on fuel, of course, you see a different response from it.
Yeah, definitely. When you come out with a full tank of fuel ready to go here, you really do feel the difference. He has to climb all over the curve. That
was actually quite clever to do that, and then get out of the way the other one.
Yeah, to miss the United Autosports, although those baguettes on the first curve there are bigger than they look.
Right, so it can be risky to the underside.
It can be risky to the underside of the car, and that's all a factor that teams need to consider when they're setting up the cars for this event. But number 7 Toyota, number 8 Toyota, I should say, trying to make progress towards the rear of the Penske number 4, trying to make his way through traffic, and certainly seems to be coming to them, doesn't it, through the race. Lena, just over our messaging system, letting us know that they have great pace, and watch pace. That's how we evaluate cars in endurance racing. It's not about the peak lap. Lap on lap, Toyota are closing in.
It's interesting, Ben, isn't it? And obviously, it's not, as you said, that straight line speed may not make it easy to overtake, because it seems to lack that little bit of edge. Listen.
Box this lap, driver change. Toyota behind on fresh tires.
Well, that makes sense that they're going to be coming in, and so in a way, he doesn't have to make a big risk.
Brendan implying that the Porsche's getting away, and by the sounds of that radio message, comfort that the closing Toyota is on fresher tyres and not to worry. Nick Tandy wouldn't be worried, no doubt. Plenty of experience and wins at Le Mans. We've got wins for Nick, we've got wins for Brendan, overall wins for both those two drivers. I think Nick is one of very few drivers to have won in all categories, GT, LMP2 and LMP1 back in the old days.
Just something I wanted to point out as well. We're looking at the hypercar category, the top category for the outright win, but we've got two other major categories, of course, LMP2 and GT3. We were talking about how motorbike multi-champion Valentino Rossi was running second, but he's actually leading in GT3. That may be partly through pit stops and whatever, but Valentino Rossi is leading in GT3 here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans at the moment in the Team WRT BMW, which is fun. Only one car, Lena has just let us give us some information, only one car's retired in the 24 hours so far. We've had 4¼ hours, and it was an LM GT3 car that's out, but only one car out of the 62 that we've had entered out of this race so far.
There will be a Valentino Rossi fan base somewhere around, well, everywhere around, let's be honest. That's a sort of an omni fan base, but somewhere geographically around the circuit that are going crazy for that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I think here's the problem. I just saw the car smoking from the left rear.
I did too, Brendan. Left rear was sparking down the Mulsanne straight, and it looked as though it was kicking up a lot of dust, but the circuit must be clean, so unless that tyre is going down on the left rear, potentially the car is not as high as it should be on the rear corner.
It's due to come in anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So let's just see. We will see if they bring him in, and I wonder if the tyres, maybe, is it, Alex, do you think it's partly because he's on that final lap, he's just pushed these tyres to the absolute limit?
Yeah, big snap of oversteer for Tandy, but we've seen the Porsches do that on their way around the circuit. He then releases Brendan Hartley. Let's see if there is indeed an issue.
Be aware the rear wing is loose, rear wing is loose, be aware.
They've lost the tail. That's what's sparking. So there's a tail section on these cars that clips on, and I would expect then to see potentially a tail change on the car. They'll have to put the fuel in first, of course. They can't do that immediately. It's always fuel first when the engine is off and the car is stationary in its pit box. Then it'll go up on the air jacks, and they should be able to, after they've completed the stop, change that tail if they need to.
Okay, well, we shall hopefully find out what's going on there. Into has come the number 38 Hertz Team Jota car, and that's been running well. Oliver Rasmussen in that at the moment.
Then isn't it amazing at 300 kilometers an hour how observant a racing driver can be down the Mulsanne straight? Okay, he's quite close to the back of the Porsche, but to be able to observe the smoke the sparks, and here we go, the change.
Yeah, that's what will be sparking and smoking. So it could well have been contact with the rear left tyre. It could well have been contact with the track surface, but they'll have one of those ready to go, and it's a pretty easy sort of clip-on unit. Does rather disrupt your rear tyre change as it goes on. They're allowed to do that at the same time as the tyre change. So
you're only allowed 4 people to actually work on. You'd usually have 2 working on the tyre change, but on each wheel, so 4. But they had to split it there, didn't they?
Correct. You're limited by mechanics over the line, though. So they can be different mechanics, but they have to be over the line at not the same time. 38 goes long, and they're really struggling, aren't they, to get through that first chicane. Although the cynical racing driver in me, Ben's of this world, wonders if they just reckon they get down there and they think it's pretty easy to fake a lock up here and send it straight across the first chicane. Rain on the camera lens there, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was a bit, and he's going, you know, he's gone out on fresh medium tyres, and you can see just how much he's struggling to get some grip. This is so different to when we watched him with the heated tyres when they went out. They would always nail it. I know there's a little bit of rain out there as well. It's making it even more difficult going out on those fresh tyres.
And he's on mediums rather than the softs that came off, so a bit more warm-up. I was told earlier in the week, 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds lost on the opening lap of the stint to try and get those tyres up to temperature. And if they're mediums, then the second lap is better, but it's not up to absolute perfection, as we saw a little bit in Hyperpole.
Yeah, very much one of the reasons why, when you say you've got 14 sets for the 24 hours of Le Mans, and you think, well, there are 30 pit stops. Race last year was won with 30 pit stops. Why not put a set on almost every 2 stints? But you've got to amortise the amount you lose in that first couple of laps to the gain of actually having the new tyre. And then, of course, you've got to keep some for punctures and issues and so on. But it's really a decision point for these hypercar teams when they put the new tyres on. And I do think they're playing strategy with regards to when they're under pressure. They don't want to put their drivers under pressure on the new cold tyre, because that's when mistakes start to come in. And you heard what Tom said when he was in the box with us right at the beginning of the race. He was absolutely right. Mitigate mistakes is how to win Le Mans, and I don't know, I'm with Tom Christensen on how to win Le Mans generally.
I couldn't believe, watching the highlights from last year, that every single hypercar had some kind of an issue in last year's 24 hours as Zak Brown heads down to Toyota.
I wonder if this is a discussion about the moment we had a few moments ago between the 8 Toyota and the United Autosports McLaren down in the Ford chicane. It looked relatively discursive down there, didn't it, between Zak Brown, who of course co-owns that team at United Autosports with Richard Dean. So could be just a check-in visit for Mr. Brown down there at Toyota. Could be a little chat about what went on between their cars on track.
It's lovely to see the Lamborghini at pace and right in the thick of things. This 62 car just ahead of Earl Bamber here, 63, sorry, has only done one race. It's only done the Daytona 24 Hours. They only had one chassis up until this point, so it then got brought back to Europe to do the rest of the WEC, and it hasn't done any more IMSA, but it's done the WEC as the number 19. Now we've got 2 chassis, got the 19 and the 63 out there, and the 63 is up in 8th position at the moment.
Yeah, it's lovely to have Lamborghini in hypercars. It's a big part of it. Right now, though, it's still Ferrari that are leading. So we're just looking at some of the data on board with Earl Bamber, the Cadillac Racing machine, car number 2. He's currently running in 9th position.
Yeah, interestingly enough, he was one of a gaggle of cars. We had a full course yellow a little while back. The number 2 Caddy, the 35 Alpine, and the Peugeot 93 of the hypercars took half stint fuel stops underneath that FCY. It's obviously a cheaper stop. Everybody else on track is going slower while you take it.
Driver change to Alex Palou.
But it's interesting to see how that's going to play out for them. They're going to bring Bamber in this time and then throw Alex Palou in the car.
Interesting, Alex Palou, double IndyCar champion, but it's first time he's actually here at Le Mans to race in the hypercars. It's going to be fascinating to see how he gets on, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been loving the experience. Saw an interview with him earlier on in the week, and he said, I just cannot believe I'm here. He's done so many great motorsport events, Alex Palou, and picked up by that Chip Ganassi Enterprise to come and jump in a hypercar. It's so difficult for drivers who join this series when they're alongside full-time teammates. But when they're champions and when they're winners in other series, they're so used to leading from the front in the teams, dominating their environment, because that's what they do, and that's how they end up picking up the trophies at the end of the day. All of a sudden, they're having to play third fiddle to 2 sports car drivers who are in the car for the rest of the year. And it's a really tricky climb down sometimes for great drivers to manage that process.
I understand what you're saying, but it's also really great that you see, not only him, but Scott Dixon, in another of the Cadillacs, in another of Chip Ganassi, multi-champion in IndyCar, still doing it. And actually, I think they're racing last weekend and next weekend, aren't they, in IndyCar, with Le Mans in the middle. I find it amazing that they're actually doing this.
And it's wild and humbling how quickly those great drivers get up to speed in these cars as well. Just when you thought you'd specialised, just when you thought you knew everything there was to know about your particular prototype car, and 2 or 3 stints in, someone with a really big name proves why they've got it alongside you in a prototype machinery.
So let's just run through where we are at the moment. In Hypercar, we've still got Robert Schwartzman leading in the AF Corsa Ferrari. That has had the lead for a little while now. It's a 1-2 for Ferrari, effectively, a gap of some 37 seconds. So Ferrari running 1-2 at the moment. Then the Porsche Penske car being driven at the moment by Matt Campbell. Then a Toyota. So 2 Ferraris, a Porsche, Toyota. The Ferraris, they put another car up there, obviously, in 5th position. Another Porsche, that's the Hertz Team Toyota, another Toyota. So it really is, I was thinking coming into this, Ferrari, Porsche and Toyota would all be strong, and that's certainly the way that it's looking right now. But we'll just have to see how it continues as we're just seeing a bit more action into the pits. And from what we heard, it's going to be Alex Palou who's going to be taking over that number 2 car in just a few moments to come out for the first time this weekend in the race. So it's all getting pretty tight down here. We're on board Jose Maria Lopez at the moment in the Toyota, trying to put a bit of pressure.
Peugeot's a lap down. It's not part of that
yes,
battle.
I was just wondering whether it was part of that.
Yeah, because Verne is 19th in the 93 and Duval is 20th in the 94. Unless something massively changes, it's not going to be the starring performance we saw from Peugeot last year.
Just to remind you, on Eurosport Tour de France coming up. Don't miss a stage on Discovery Plus as well. So fantastic to see the Tour de France coming up, and another big part of racing. Maybe
position. Peugeot is not for position.
Peugeot not for position. Yeah, just like you were telling me.
It's crazy to see and great to see these 2 drivers go battling, isn't it? Eilert in the 12 might not have been in the race after they had to change the chassis and rebuild the car before the race had even begun. Lopez in the 7 might not have been in the race, had got the late call-up from Toyota. So 2 drivers who are kind of shocked to be here, potentially, if you like, going side by side then down to Indianapolis.
Yeah, nice close battle. This is fun to watch, there's no doubt about it. And yeah, it is good stuff, holding on at the moment. But we shall see how that goes. Jose Maria Lopez doing well. I just wanted to have a look at that energy tank thing, the graphic that we're looking at there, Ben.
It shows how different strategies are playing out at the moment, doesn't it? We've got the 50 coming in, or in the pits right now. The 5 will need to come into the pits this lap as well. The 63 will be due a pit stop, but then quite a few others have got a couple of laps in hand. And it's a virtual energy tank because it considers the electrical energy as well as the fuel. As the Ferrari comes in. And a little fact on the fuel is last year Total Energies, who supply the fuel to all the cars, developed a sustainable fuel, a biofuel, using the waste of wine production, which is just perfect for France, isn't it? So all these cars are powered on the, I can't remember, I looked at the word earlier, pomace. The pomace of wine production, which is the solids that are left behind.
Good stuff. Well, interesting to know that. But that energy, those energy graphics that will come up, Alex, as we go through this race, particularly as we get down to the later stage, we're still at an early stage, it really picks us up on potentials, because later on, there's late pit stops, how much energy you've got, managing to get through without a pit stop that somebody else has to make can make all the difference.
Absolutely, and these strategies are being built now. So what you've effectively got are the Brave Brigade out front, the 83, the 5 and the 50, who didn't pit and didn't take the wet tyre in the last dump of rain, and then falling back through the strategies, everybody else subtly off sequence. But those 3 leading cars, with the benefit of that, definitely off sequence with the rest. But that energy store, if you like, for the cars, it's across all of the classes, by the way. They have an amount of energy in both hybrid energy and in fuel, of course, that they can use over the stint. When it's depleted, they must pit. even if you've got fuel left in the car, even if you could have continued, once you've depleted that energy, if you do not pit, you get a penalty, and it's a relatively serious one. So that is the nature and the state of play. And as we watch the race play out and build, move through to the second phase of it, where we start looking backwards from the end, who's got what and where as we count back in 12-lap increments from the end of this great motor race will be a factor.
The reality of 2 extra stops because of that reacting to the rain or not reacting to the rain is nearly 2 minutes. The 83 car, 2 minutes less stationary in the pits than, for instance, the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre, who's down in 10th position. The gap's larger, actually, than that for those 2 cars right now, but it just shows how much time you lose by having to make those 2 stops. And, of course, then you're on the wrong tyre at the wrong time as well.
Interestingly enough, in LMP2, talking about those stops, one of the only cars that didn't, I believe the only car that didn't stop for wets is the Vector Sport. Ryan Cullen currently behind the wheel. A great call from James Goodfield on the Vector Sport pit wall there. Gave them a significant buffer at the moment from the rest of the field. So 29 seconds clear at the moment of the Cool Racing, sitting in 2nd position in that class. So a lovely lead at the moment from Vector Sport, which came through those pit stop cycles.
So a race leader in for another pit stop cycle, as you say. So this is a straightforward one. We do have a yellow flag out on track. So
at the first corner.
Yeah, so that maybe that's going to... We haven't found out exactly what's causing that just yet, but there is a yellow flag out on track, we've just seen. Also, just noticed that... Lena has told us that the number 50 car, the Ferrari of Miguel Molina, had fastest sectors of anyone on their on his in-lap. So it shows that Ferrari has definitely got some very, very good pace. We know this one has as well. And the Ferrari has been a very strong car this year, but it hasn't taken any wins in World Endurance. But as we know, it did win here at Le Mans, not this one, but Ferrari won here at Le Mans last year. I still think they've got a battle on their hands, though, with Porsche in particular.
It was outstanding pace and speed that Ferrari showed last year. When you look back through the data, the thing was best part of a second clip for the whole race last year, outside of the weather conditions that we had, etc. Not so this year. They're under much more pressure across all of the cars. It was Yifei, it appeared to me, to be in the AF Corsa entry, the 83 jumping in, that's just been in and out of the pit lane.
It's interesting how now we have a Toyota leading for the first time in this race because of the pit stops that are going on. It is now Brendan Hartley who is now leading the race, and as you can see from that, it's jumped up 10 places, and the other Toyota has jumped up 19 places. Remember, the other Toyota that Kamui Kobayashi crashed, it went off in qualifying, started right down at the very back, 23rd place for the hypercars. So that's made up a huge number of places. So, as I mentioned, Ferrari and Porsche, I have to also mention Toyota, because, as we thought, they are making up some great ground at the moment.
Yeah, outstanding number of hypercar manufacturers who've led the race so far. Behind the wheel with Renger van der Zande, 5-litre V8. Howls away behind us, and we've had a Lambo off.
Yeah, that's the number 63 car that's gone off, and so that's Daniel Kvyat, actually.
Is that out the pits? Is that directly out the pits on cold tyres?
It may well be.
Interestingly, that Lamborghini has the soft compound tyre I saw as it was spinning across the front axle and the medium compound across the rear.
Really?
So we've talked about them potentially running 2 different compounds of tyre across the 2 axles there to try to find a balance, but I wonder if they've done so and it's caught him out there with the soft compound picking up grip quicker than the medium compound at this stage of the race. In any case, he's found himself out there in the gravel.
We were supervising Nick Tandy in the number 4 car right to the sharp end of the field. They've done 2 pit stops in 2 consecutive laps, and that is because they had to do a drive-through penalty. So they did their pit stop where they, remember, they replaced the rear elements of the car. They did 1 lap back into the pits to serve the drive-through, and now 14th position. Any little mistake is costing dear right now, such is the field strength that we have here at Le Mans this year.
Well, this is fantastic once again. Miguel Molina trying to get past Matt Campbell. The Ferrari versus the Porsche. Ferrari goes to the outside, number 50, and I think he's going to make the move. Yes, he does. So we're seeing this as a constant battle, and of course, Ferrari versus Porsche is always a great story, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Miguel Molina, after taking that what looks to be a tyre stop last time around, slightly longer stop for the 50 Ferrari, making progress through the field once more, demonstrating the pace they've had since the beginning of the race. It's definitely building as a three-way battle in terms of race pace at the front. Cadillac have been falling away slowly in terms of total pace with all three of their entries, both Chip Ganassi entries and indeed the 311, the Action Express car, have just not quite been able to keep the pace, have they, of the Ferraris and the Porsches, especially the worked Porsches out front. But this three-way battle shows no sign of abating. 50 car then back under pressure.
And with Cadillac, you can't even really blame that weather that came in, because one of the cars did react. They split the strategy so that the three stayed out and the two reacted to the rain, and both of them outside the top 10 at the moment. Of course, we do have different strategies playing out right now with different pit stops at different moments. I can confirm that was the out corner for Danny Kvyat in that Lamborghini.
So he's gone straight out of the pits on soft fronts, medium rears, turned it in, and it's just rotated. Such is the difficulty of getting these tyres up to temperature, straight in, straight out into Le Mans, taking over from Mirko Bortolotti, and straight off into the gravel down at turn 1. Romain Grosjean gives some feedback then down in the Lamborghini pits, Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
Not a Le Mans rookie. Did one race here at Le Mans. There is Danny Kvyat. Is that Danny Kvyat again?
Looked like it.
No, it's not the other one. The other one with a kiss at Tetra Rouge. So that was also out the pits. Matteo Cairoli. We go on board with him. So both Lamborghinis on out laps, super struggling.
Yeah, it looks absolutely evil, doesn't it, for them at the moment with Lamborghini, and really struggling to get those cars sorted out. I wonder if they've gone for the same tyre strategy with both cars. There you go, look, soft front tyre, medium rear, and I don't think anybody else is going to be going for that for a few laps.
Why was that dashboard saying fuel?
Probably telling him to fuel reset, I would expect, if he's just been in and out of the pits. So it reminds you to reset the fuel so it counts down at the correct...
so it's not actually measuring it as such?
The car measures it based around how far it's gone, so you have to reset it every time you pit.
Okay. Toyota leading by 8.4 seconds right now, with the second car, the number 7 car, in 3rd position, and the two Ferraris of the 51 and the 83. Now, why has the 83 dropped down to 4th position? That had a 1-minute lead over the sister car. It may well just simply be the way that the strategy is falling right now, because everything else looks okay, but Yiffy Yi taking over from Robert Schwartzman, and then they sit 4th position. There they are, just getting through a bit of traffic.
Yeah, trying to make their way through. 8 Toyota leads in the hands of Brendan Hartley, but owes a stop out of sequence. See what's going on here with the caddy down the inside of one of the LMP2 cars. There's going to be a bit of contact with the Algarve Pro Racing machine. I think there is. Oh, a bit of a side swipe there for the 2 Cadillac, and that's Alex Palou making his way into the race. And you've got to be so aware that the other classes, especially the GT3 class, actually, with their ABS braking system, of course, available to drivers in those cars, can still be there when you're making your way down into the slower corners. A little bit of a welcome to Le Mans mistake then for Alex Palou in that caddy.
Oh, no! Off on the exit of Tetra Rouge, and contact with the barrier for the number 3 caddy, René van der Zande, in that car, and that is damage to the rear left quarter.
Oh, he's just lost the rear, as so many do over the undulation on the exit of the Forest S. and you can get away with that one. It's so often a glancing blow as the car goes down the barrier there, but you can do significant damage. So we'll have to watch that car very, very closely for the next couple of laps. Renger van der Zande, it's a very slow first sector for him, of course, with that mistake.
Okay, that's all right, we'll fix it up.
Yeah, was he just telling the team there was some sort of damage there, Renger van der Zande? I think he was, just by the response. I didn't hear the initial words from him, but it'll be interesting to see if that Cadillac picked up damage.
That was fresh out the pits again, but this time he didn't change tyres, so he was on tyres that were warm from the previous 12 laps, but obviously didn't quite have the car underneath him, so they had slightly cooled down when he got to the S's.
Yeah, tyre sitting in the pit lane for such a long time now. Fuel flow, of course, rate restricted by the balance of performance, which controls all factors of the way that the classes here go racing. And they're allowed to flow a specific rate. It's car by car. There are even docking tolerances in comparison to the difficulty of docking the fuel rig on each car. Some cars get 0.2 extra or 0.2 off their fuel time if it's considered a difficult docking parameter. And that all a factor to try to balance the different cars throughout the race here. ACO very, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, who operate this event along with the FIA, very, very happy with how they put the balance of performance together for this year's. It's specifically happy, I think it must be said, with how they put the balance of performance together for this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I do think it's showing in the way that the race is playing out.
Across all categories that are affected by BOP, both the GT3s and the hypercars. Alex Jakes is back in the box. And Alex, isn't it wonderful to see the sun shining here at the Circuit de la Sarthe? It's creating that orange glow. We're at 8:30 local time. So it's a good 2 hours before the sun goes down, but we're starting to see long shadows.
Yeah, this magical time of day as we see the number 3 caddy back in the pits after a dramatic few moments, and that they didn't have much margin to play with. Looking over their shoulders, those closing in now. And when they release it, I mean, it's trouble for them if you consider that at the start of this race they were very much in contention in the opening stages, so frustration there. Okay, we have 15 ex-Formula One drivers in this race, the Grand Prix of Endurance, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Romain Grosjean is one of them. Let's check in with him now.
Romain Grosjean, first time since 2010, right? Driving at Le Mans, a triple stint, just out of the car. How was it? How exciting was it?
It was fun. I got lucky with the weather. I stayed right for the stint, so that was great. I got caught by a few track limits. There's one thing that I love in the US is that we don't have track limits, so I kind of lost that a little bit. But apart from that, we had a couple of small issues on the car. But then at the end, I finally got some confidence, and I was able to push and do some really good lap time at the end of the triple stint. So that's great. My teammate just spun on cold tires right now, so that's going to be, tonight it's going to be awful, but we know it, and we have to try to deal with it. But generally, happy with so far all the strategy call and how the car behaves.
Thanks a lot, Romain. Thank you.
2010 it was that Romain Grosjean drove a Ford GT1. And it wasn't a works car, that's for sure. It was a very privateer effort from Mach 1 Racing. But he isn't a rookie at the Circuit de la Sarthe. There are 45 rookies, but he is not one.
He was awesome in it as well, wasn't he? Romain Grosjean was absolutely awesome in the GT1 car. Teammate spinning straight out of the box for him. Bit of a shame. I won't be the first to lose it on cold tyres. Checking in with Renger van der Zande, that stop that we just saw for the number 3 Cadillac was a scheduled stop, so it wasn't as a result of the incident that we saw for him. Interesting differential in the tyre compounds being used at this stage of the race. Ferrari then still on that medium. If you've not been following endurance racing throughout this year, the medium compound tyre is yellow in its sidewall. The soft compound tyre is white in its sidewall. You can see them as they're rotating, and it gives us a really good feel for the tyres that the various teams are using. I think this puts Ferrari in really good shape that they're still on the medium compound tyre here. Gives them somewhere to go later on when it does get cold and dark and difficult and rainy and miserable in the night. They're going to have a softer tyre to play with that they can get energy into.
The number 6, our former leader of the race, the pole sitter at the start of this one, went for the rain tyres, and the rain did not last that long, so that's where they lost their chance to contend at the front for the moment. Of course, 19 hours still to go, plenty still to play for, can easily change round. We've had slow zones, we've had full course yellows, we've yet to have a full safety car as we approach this stage of things. You can see rejoining the racetrack and tiptoeing out, trying to generate some tyre temperature, the number 6 Porsche. Okay, plenty to be resolved here as we look at the leading 83. Getting that track position by staying out on the slick tyres, and it has an advantage of 11 seconds as it continues around this historic racetrack. More to come in a few moments' time.
It is only 11 seconds. It was a minute. So they really have, over the last, 10, 15 minutes, lost a lot of ground to the 50 car. Although, Miguel's halfway through his stint, and Yiffy is only, so they're on the similar strategy. So that really is a massive change.
Yeah, they're the two Ferraris. Only the 51 took wet tyres. So they're the two Ferraris which did not take wet tyres. We see the 6 then clearing the Action Express Cadillac, the 6 Penske Porsche that led the race early on, and it's still in the hands of Kevin Estre. I believe that it is the number 6. Yes, still in the hands of pole sitter Kevin Estre, a Formula 2 champion. Takes to the Circuit de la Sarthe, a driver who was expecting to be here in an LMP2 car with Vector Sport, then got the call up to drive for the Action Express Cadillac, and took the hypercar role, left a space in the Vector car, which was filled, but getting his first laps in, Felipe Drugovich, around the Circuit de la Sarthe.
So the reason why we have lost that gap between the 83 and the 50 is that Miguel Molina didn't take tyres. He didn't need to take tyres because he'd taken tyres on his previous stint, whereas Yiffy Yi, because Schwartzman had triple his softs, Yi took mediums, and therefore it was a longer pit stop. So that's where the difference, the gap has disappeared from since we last checked in.
So close. Down through the apex of Indy there, between Estre and Drugovich. He's not giving it up, is he? He fancies all of it in that Cadillac machine, trying to go toe-to-toe with the man who was on pole earlier on in the weekend. Bit of side-by-side through Indianapolis. I think it's just to keep you awake as you're heading then into the nighttime hours. And I've got to tell you guys, sun getting a little bit lower, and anybody who hasn't ripped the tear-off from when there was a load of oil around earlier on in the race is going to start struggling for visibility as it gets lower in the sky.
Felipe Drugovich, a superbly dominant Formula 2 champion, one of the most dominant champions we've had in that series, whether it be known as...
Mega job. Let's keep pushing, code to 0 and push.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Wonderful move to get past. As we have
Alpine off.
One of the Alpines bringing out a yellow flag.
It's the 35 car, the 35 Alpine.
Oh, and Ferdy Hasberg getting out of the car.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, you can see smoke coming from the rear of that Alpine, and Ferdy Hasberg has dumped that on the side of the racetrack.
If you stray too far from the car, you can't restart as a driver.
We're back at Le Mans, where Ferdinand Habsburg has pulled to the side of the road, immediately exited the car behind the barrier, bringing out the yellow flag, and smoke out of the back of the car tells you why he was leaping clear. The 35 Alpines day looks to be done.
Yeah, that is a big engine expiry for Ferdinand Habsburg, returning from injury, of course, back into that car. But disaster then for Alpine, losing the 35 car at this stage. Ferdinand staying within shooting distance of it with his helmet on. Those are the regs that say, I can continue, but that looks for all the world like a racing car that is going nowhere.
Such a shame for Alpine, who are based just outside the circuit here. And so much effort across the French media with this race being in France, lots of interest. Alpine are very good at activating anything that they do in the worlds of motorsport, and thrown so much at it. They still do have a second car though, and that second car has been the slightly favoured of the two, sitting at the moment the 36 in 15th position. Should be quite an easy grab here under slow zone. So cars just doing 80 kilometres an hour within the area of the incident.
Yeah, I'm just interested because this slow zone falls within several cars' pit windows as we listen into the Alpine. Yes, it sounds broken.
It doesn't sound dead though. It does now.
Yeah, he's switched that off, but very, very, very sick, isn't it? And when the smoke is not blanket white and comes out of the exhausts, you know that there's oil mixing with cylinder, and that it's goodbye. Interestingly enough, for Habsburg there, did you note the KERS jump out of the side of the car, 2 feet off the side pod, and then 2 feet on the floor? So that might give you an idea and a feeling for the nature potentially of the incident for Habsburg.
The car should show a light to say whether it's safe or not, and if it's not safe and it's showing no lights or a red light, then the marshals have to do a special grab, and it didn't look like there was any particular equipment going on there. So I would say electrically that car was safe and will be easily and more conventionally taken away from the circuit.
There is an area at Le Mans. Oh,
there has to be now.
Big swing. It is genuinely known as Area 51, where they recover cars which are not KERS safe too. It's sort of given to the team managers in the team manager briefing, and all of those cars which are not KERS safe, which are out of the race, get placed in that area, and then basically the team come over with big rubber gloves and sort it out.
Exists in Formula E, exists in the World Rallycross Championship. Anything with electrical power has the same protocols thanks to the FIA, and almost the same equipment to recover a car which is not electrically safe. That one is, and it's being grabbed, and we should go back to full green racing very shortly.
Yeah, there is a nice slot behind the barrier there that they should be able to tuck that car into. 24 LMP2 car in the pits. The Nielsen Racing, last year's winner Fabio Scherer, one of last year's winners in LMP2, Fabio Scherer, is behind the wheel of that machine and bringing it onto pit road as they recover the 35 Alpine.
Not too much traffic on the outskirts of the Circuit de la Sarre. A quick look at the Lamborghini going through that slow zone. You can gain a little bit of an advantage depending on how you attack the slow zone and leave the slow zone. We certainly, with gentlemen bronze drivers, they can be much more cautious.
It's a huge amount of time, and in fact, it takes over the lap in terms of whether you're going generally fast or slowly in comparison to your competition. In motorsport, we always bias the slowest section of any complex or any lap. So when you're going at slow zone velocity, the braking down to that and then the acceleration up from that, being good on the full course yellow button, which all of these cars will have, is sometimes when there is a long slow zone out on the racetrack, as important or more important than connecting all of the apexes nicely, because you are going so slowly through that phase of the circuit.
You may remember last year we had 2 or 3 incidents entering slow zones where some cars slowed faster than others. This year, a slightly tweaked regulation. There is a board that is now shown, or was shown before, next slow, which means the next zone is the slow zone. But now you cannot overtake after the next slow board. You can still be above the 80 kilometers an hour, but you cannot overtake a car in front. So in theory, creating a bit more of a margin.
Very smart Ferrari nose change for the number 155 Spirit of Race Ferrari. Much aplomb, that particular nose section, actually, in GT3 racing, because it changes all of the ducting that goes with it, all in one fell swoop. So that is has received plaudits from the technically minded in the world of endurance racing. Less plaudits from the financially minded, because I suspect they're relatively expensive with that much carbon fibre going on with the car. Christian Reed, team principal of Proton Racing, and dad this weekend of racing driver Jonas Reed, who of course will drive their LMP2 car.
First year that Christian hasn't raced. He was racing last year, wasn't he? So first year for a good 15 years that he hasn't raced here at Le Mans, but has a lot of work to do with cars, obviously, in the main category, in the hypercar, in LMP2, and also in GT3. So much like AF Corsa, probably Proton bigger this year than AF Corsa, and usually they're the most amount of cars in one garage.
Yeah, it must be an Omni problem, mustn't it? Running that many racing cars out of the garage. They've already had an issue, unfortunately, with their Porsche hypercar for Proton competition. And Lauer pushed into the garage very early on in the race. Are we going to witness a move from young Jonas? I don't think we are. Jumping on board with Kai Rowley, who's managed to get the 19 car going again after having an issue. Still on that split compound of tyre, but struggling along, aren't they, the Lamborghinis at this phase of the race, with Iron Lynx sitting in 13th and 17th in class respectively. It's looked a bit difficult to drive, I must say, throughout this year, particularly over the rear axle. A lot of hopping and bouncing going on, and when you lose that nice smooth ride and get the inertia of a prototype racing car going in the wrong direction, because there is so much inertia in a prototype racing car of over a ton, it gets really tricky to grab it back.
And that's a battle for 17th position as well. Jean-Eric Vergne, haven't spoken too much about Peugeot or Jean-Eric, but he has the inside line into Mulsanne and makes that move nice and easily. It really has been a bit of a sorry time for Peugeot Total Energies. 17th and 19th at the moment. Not a weekend to shout about. The car was so specifically designed for Le Mans in its first iteration. It was so bad everywhere else, but it wasn't too bad last year here. Now it's more conventional and seems to be struggling more.
Yeah, first time they're looking over a rear wing in the rear view of the Mulsanne this year. They, of course, made the technical change, used a technical joker on that design, which is where you effectively go to the powers that be in endurance racing. They get one of them in this homologation cycle, and go to the powers that be in endurance racing, go, we'd like to change our car. They granted that. Peugeot changed their aerodynamic concept. Previously, that car had no rear wing and operated with massive Venturi tunnels to try to generate the downforce that they were looking for. But you must admit, they're still not quite with the pace here, are they, Peugeot? They've not got the car underneath them. It's a different tyre size on that car to the rest of the field as well, to make those big Venturi tunnels for the initial design work. They've got themselves caught up between design concepts, I feel, a little bit, and in a bit of trouble in terms of their ultimate speed.
And Alex, as we spoke about a little bit off camera, as it were, Linda Jackson, the CEO of the group, is always a bit of a realist, I suppose. She was responsible for firing Sebastian Loeb after Loeb had won 9 World Rally Championships for Citroën and decided to get rid of him out of the group. But they've got Carlos Tavares, who is also responsible, who is a massive motorsport nut. And so there's a real difference of opinion when it comes to going racing or winning.
Yes. Thanks for that pass across the box, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, look, this is the great upside of this golden era that we're in.
Got to have one that loses.
You're going to have a manufacturer that's got to go back to the board and explain why it's not going to plan. You go back to the original design of the car last year. They went very bold without that rear wing design. They've changed it to a more traditional concept. They have not closed up, and of course they've given everyone else a year with their concepts, a year's worth of data. That new car introduced at Imola, and that new car not yet. performing how they would like to. Last time they won this race, 2009, Bruno Famin at the helm there, the driver, the principal, I should say, who's now trying to turn things around at Alpine in Formula One. We got a great look a few moments ago at Alex Palou, the driver who is a two-time IndyCar champion, enjoying himself around this circuit for the first time and putting a move on the number 6 Porsche Penske. The driver who found themselves very much in contention, that number 6 car. Timing of the rain earlier on has given us our current complexion of the field, with the 83, the unfancied privateer Ferrari, where they were talking all week long about not being able to find a setup. Sprinkling of rain, amazing what it can do to your race. They're currently 14 seconds ahead of the Works Ferrari, the 50 in second place. We have a yellow flag at Marshall's Post 32. That is
Porsche
in
Curves.
the Porsche Curves, where we are, and we can see a car off in the background there. We only got a flash of it. I'm sure we'll return there in a few seconds. There you go.
Oh,
it's the
Iron
Iron
Dames.
Dames. The Iron Dames entry, the 85, and see if they've got any forward momentum. Doesn't look good at the moment. Sarah Bovey behind the wheel.
85 sitting in third place in LMGT3, and that's a big moment for Sarah Bovey because you don't have a small one there in the middle of the Porsche Curves. And I don't know how far, I couldn't tell from the skid marks on the road, how far that car had run backwards. Those GT3 cars really do not like to run backwards. So many systems on them connected to the wheel speed sensors and other sensors. We're hearing on the timing screens that she's been able to get that car back up and running again. But a really scary moment I'm sure we'll see in a minute for Sarah Bovey.
They're highly fancied though, aren't they, Iron Danes this year? Driving a Porsche in ELMS, they've taken victories there, but they're in a Lamborghini in WEC here, thanks to their association with Iron Lynx and the Lamborghini association that Iron Lynx and Prema have, both in Hypercar and in GT3.
Sure are. Without, of course, Dorian Pain, who is out this weekend as a result of injury, and we wish her absolutely the best. That Iron Dames machine back into the pit lane. Sarah Bovey making her way back into the pit lane. They'll have a bit of a look at that car, I think. And these mechanics are not allowed to operate that you see moving around the car, are not allowed to operate in terms of the tyre change, but they're allowed to do sort of miscellaneous tasks, and they're definitely allowed to look at it and figure out what's gone wrong. And let's see what has... Oh, there's contact with a prototype there, trying to use the outside lane in the long right-hander of the Porsche Curves, and it must be that Penske Porsche. Which Penske Porsche is that that's made its way through past the Iron Dames 85 with the contact?
Well, if race control deem that as naughty, there could be a penalty coming the way of whichever of the three it is. Very similar liveries to both the 6, 5 and 4.
Yeah, we catch it in a blur, don't we, just at the end of that replay there. And I think, yeah, anyway, there was definitely contact there. It's going to be interesting to see if there's any kind of penalty or any kind of discussion about that once the the culprit has been ascertained.
We were on board with the 6 at the time who was battling with the 2, so I don't think it's that. They were just behind the incident. So, process of elimination, I'm going to go with the 4.
Mathieu Jaminet currently behind the wheel of the Porsche Penske. I think you're right, Ben. I think that is the most likely car to be in that part of the racetrack, and race control will be reviewing that moment. And drive-through penalty for cars 7, 11 and 66.
So it's the Toyota, the main caller there, Jose Maria Lopez in another 7 Toyota will be picking up a drive-through penalty. The 11 is the Isotta Cassini machine, and that's well out of the running at this stage. But the number 7 Toyota that's been making excellent progress, and I've been tracking their lap times over the last few laps, guys. Both Brendan Hartley and Lopez have been really homing in on that leading trio, but that will be a setback for the number 7.
Out front, Yi Yiffy is behind the wheel of the number 83. And the AF Corsa, the independent entry, continues to lead the way, as they have done through this chapter of the race. This story is going to continue. It's going to run and run and run. But we will take a look at whether that was penalty worthy a few seconds ago.
Just clicked over. 19 hours to go. We're in the 18s as the 36 Alpine, the sole remaining Alpine in the 24 hours of Le Mans, sitting in 16th place, makes its way into the first of the Porsche curves. Here is the Toyota of Lopez. It was a slow zone infringement for the Toyota, so that'll either be going too early or stopping too late, effectively. You can't do that much else wrong in a slow zone, or overlapping with another car, as you were just about to point out quite correctly, Ben.
Which is new to this year, and if you haven't paid attention, an easy rule to slip through the net.
Certainly is. You know, we always used to game that system massively. You'd pull out next to the guy, or you were trying to overtake and try to be faster on the button. Endless. I had a sort of 2-hour battle with Jean-Eric Verne where he kept on doing it to me all night in LMP2 in one of the teams somewhere. They all blended to one after a while. But we used to game that system so much. They're now telling the drivers they need to be line astern. Look at this then, on board with the doctor as he still leads LMGT3. This is making his way through lap traffic.
Yeah, 2 fewer stops than the car chasing him behind, but Valentino Rossi for WRT out there, out front. We've got some real fan favourites that have held the lead in this one. We had Robert Kubica earlier on, found himself out front. His teammate Yipi is there at the moment, but the scenes when this man was signing autographs earlier in the wonderful thing about this event is that you can get up close to all the drivers. The thing is that sometimes those drivers are icons on 2 wheels, and you can see his concentration on 4. Had experience around here last year in a category outside the main race. Now part of the whole show, the main event, and he's got an advantage of 1 minute and 19 seconds. Worth saying, though, pit stop is going to be surely imminent. He's got 6 stops on the board. Those with the lead right now, defined by their response to the weather when it came. Could you survive on the slick tyres? Could you tough it out? If you did, it's got you track position at this stage of the race.
The only time I've seen a reaction to a driver at Le Mans, like we saw with Valentino earlier in the week, was when Patrick Dempsey came here for the first time. Grey's Anatomy on the first channel in France, and the whole of Le Mans wanted a piece of Patrick Dempsey. He loved it because it was his first time, and he kept coming back for so many years. Part owner, of course, when Proton ran Porsches, but now Proton have moved away from Porsche. We don't see that Dempsey-Proton association any longer. I don't know whether Patrick, therefore, is not here, or whether he still decided to come and have a nice time at Porsche.
It was the number 4 Porsche, Chamonix, and the Bovey incident that saw the Iron Dame's car off the road back to the pit lane under investigation. That is not good news for the number 4 Porsche.
Yeah, that's a drive-through penalty for the number 7. That's the Lopez drive-through playing out there, so not a scheduled stop for them as they continue on their way through the race. Drops them back behind the Hertz Team Jota entry of Norman Nato currently, and even further back still, so an issue for them in the 7.
To 24 hours of Le Mans in 2024. The 83 AF Corsa continues to lead. We have 81 laps on the board and a lead of 17 seconds. As a result, we're picking our way through the field, looking at various different gaps, and we are seeing the 3 leading the 38. That's what we're focusing on at the moment. This is Hertz Team Jota, but it's Ferrari out front at the moment. First and second, independent and factory. And let's send it downstairs once again.
I have managed to sneak my way in to the Ferrari garage. Andrea Bertolini joins me now. Andrea, obviously winner of the 2015 Le Mans. The sun is blinding us. It won't be for much longer, I think, as the sun starts to set here at Le Mans. But what a privilege it is to be in this garage. Thank you for showing us around. This is your tour. What are we seeing right now?
You know, this garage is something special for us. is where we live from already 10 days. But yeah, I will show you something that normally is a top secret. If you follow me, I will show you some part. You know, we can start. Okay, this is the part where all the guys that are looking, monitoring, we are always connected with the radio, of course. But here we have all the locker with the radio for every single guys, engineering, everyone. And then we can go through. Here we start to, you know, where we have the tire. You know, from this here, you know that is not allowed to have any oven or warm to warm the tire.
And it's a very cold Le Mans as well. It's going to get colder overnight.
Yeah, it will be tough, really tough, especially you can imagine for the driver, have to be really focused in the outlap. The speed is so high here in Le Mans. And this is where we have our tire ready to go, because we have a different compound. As you see, is a soft, a medium, and yeah.
The wet may be used later as well.
Wet we have ready here, and then this is another part of our garage where on top we have all the spare parts of the car.
Up here, so but we're not allowed. Is this right? Ah.
This the track are full of engineering, but you can imagine that is really, really
top secret.
Top secret.
We can't see anything. And this area here, what are we seeing?
This is one important as well, because we have a really good coffee machine for all the guys and to keep all the mechanic ready to have a best pit stop. But here is top secret. There are something is always top secret here in Le Mans in the garage, but I will show you the garage of 83.
Can I sneak an espresso after this, when the cameras are off? Perfect. Double espresso, of course. It's Ferrari. Okay, we're going to head through to 83 now then, winding our way through the garage.
This here we have the third car, and yeah, this is the garage of 83. We are really happy and proud to have the third car. I can show you just the garage. This is where all our engineering, you see the driver is ready.
Wow, it's fascinating to see so much information that it's put into such a small space in these cramped garages as well. So many people moving in and out and to and from.
Yeah, you know, here in Le Mans, the garage, they are quite small. We have many people involved on all this category, this activity. But yeah, it's tough, but we try to do our best like always.
And Andrea, listen, you've won here. You know what it means to win this magnificent race, one of the greatest in the world. Can you put it into words, what makes it so special?
You know, it's so special that it's difficult to explain. Because believe me that when you are on the top of a podium here with all the people, is something that you will never forget for entire life.
Incredible. Thank you so much for the tour. There is the Ferrari garages.
You can see some late front locker.
Well, thanks to Laura Winter and Ferrari.
Kevin Estre there, just told he's getting some late front lockups. Why late? Why do they need to know late? Because there's so much management in terms of the regeneration of energy and brake migration, how the brake bias changes through the braking zone to manage in these hypercars. The way the car regenerates energy affects the brake migration, and so you need to know not only which end of the car is locking up, but where in the braking zone it's locking up, for the engineers to be able to help you with not only the brake bias, but also the way the car regenerates energy and the resultant brake migration.
And if you are an electric car driver, which I don't think we have in the commentary box, apart from myself, if your car is fully charged and you put your foot on the brake, the brakes react differently to if your car is half charged, because at the point where your car is half charged, it is trying to recoup energy when you brake. When it's fully charged, it can't do that. And if you've had experience of that in your electric car around the world, you'll know what Alex is talking about. as I do, because I have it quite often. It's very disconcerting.
Correct. And equally, these hypercars have two sets of setups. One for when they're operating under regeneration conditions, one for when they're operating with the battery full, not under regeneration conditions, which at which point, of course, you require the brakes to do more of the braking, because the hybrid system is going to do less of the braking. Add to that the fact, is it an LMDH? Is it an LMH, a Le Mans hypercar, which of course can regenerate energy from the front axle? LMDH regenerates energy from the rear axle, and you find yourself with a plethora of different things for the drivers to change and mess about with. I'm told that there are two approaches to this from the various drivers through the field. Some drivers learn absolutely every single setting and have the car settled at all phases of the braking zone. I'm talking about the guy who told me this, Phil Hansen. He likes to know every single thing about the car. There are some drivers, I give you, for example, Earl Bamber, who I've watched on board leaving it alone and monstering the car. Whatever end locks up, they have the ability to deal with it. And that is a big difference in how the drivers are approaching driving this latest iteration of hypercar. Do I want to fettle it and drive it nicely, or do I want to use my car control to overcome the fact I know that one of the ends is going to lock up at some point and I can sort it out?
5 hours and 12 minutes gone of the Le Mans 24-hour race. Delighted to have your company wherever in the world you are watching. We have precisely 2 retirements from the 62 that took the flag. One, the Vista AF Corsa, which was out of this part of the racetrack, locking a brake, heading into the wall, out of the race. The other one, just to confirm what we saw a hint of, but to confirm, problem for the Alpine, the number 35, Ferdinand Habsburg, out of the race, only our second retirement, and that eliminates Chatin and Malaysia as well, his teammates, as our race leader, the number 83, comes to the pit lane with an unexpected race lead, but it's
quite an early stop for you, Feyye, in the number 83, unless our timing data is just catching up with itself.
Got to press refresh.
Thank you for refreshing that, Ben. And we can tell you it's not an early stop. He's done the complete number of 12 laps, absolutely on schedule for the 83 Ferrari. Throw that other guy out who thought it was.
Matt Campbell comes in, by the way, the number 5 directly behind. The number 4 got a drive-through penalty for contact with the Iron Dames car. That was confirmed under investigation. When we went to the Ferrari interview, confirmed that will be a run through the pit lane for the number 4.
You going in?
We were talking about this whilst that interview was going on. A curious situation at Jota with the 38, whereby they've changed driver without changing tyres. So Oliver Rasmussen a couple of stints ago had to pick up a car that had tyres driven by another driver, and then they changed his tyres on the third stint. And now Jenson Button has got into that car, his first appearance at Le Mans this year in the race, and he's taken over the tyres, the medium tyres that Oliver Rasmussen had driven on one stint. That seems not how everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. An old-school sports car mentality would be new driver, new tyres. Yeah. Then you know what you've got. I know, though, that Tomoki Takahashi, who will be down there on the pit wall for Jota, will be telling them to get in and get on with it, because they will be working their tyre strategy with the tyre sets they've got through potentially to the end of the race. If you can change over your drivers in those fuel stops and still deliver the optimum tyre strategy and not lose time.
Ahead of pitted again. You are in the lead of the race once more.
Then you're in the pound seat. So he's going to not want to give up anything. At this stage of the race, he's going to not want to give up anything in terms of the tyre strategy, just because he has different drivers in the car.
Yeah, so he's seeing them as two separate things rather than an amalgamation of pit stop and tyre linking together.
And Jota are very much a team-focused enterprise. So you look at it and you say, OK, but I want my set of tyres because I want to give my performance and show everybody what I can do behind the wheel of the car. They'll come straight back to you and go, it's not about you. It's about us. So if you have to take his tyres and they're the...
Okay, so this will be, again, 12 laps.
Yeah, if you have to take his tyres and there are an issue with them, that's the nature of the beast. That's part of the game. Get in and get on, as FIA is told he's going for a full stint yet again.
So I think the reason why this has happened for Jota is that Phil Hansen, clearly due to do a triple, as most people have been doing triples, but got interrupted by the rain, so then didn't quite get a triple out the way, so came into the pits, took on a set of dry tyres in after 2 hours, then had effectively a quadruple stint. But the tyres didn't do a quadruple stint because they were new, and that's how the whole team has then become offset by the looks of things from the graphics we have.
I think also the cold tyre problem, the cold tyre issue that they have, has locked the tyre strategy in incredibly firmly. So the loss across the stint they need to be sure of when they put a new set of tyres on, and so they can't afford to compromise that, because these drivers and teams now are all making a plan for the night when it gets colder, and they need to know exactly what they're going to do. So it's a very much an endurance team is bigger than the driver who's in the car right now moment.
And I wonder whether cold driver, cold tyre is actually not the best strategy, and cold tyre, once driver is warm, perhaps negates this thing that we saw with Lamborghini, where 2 new drivers, 2 new sets of tyres, and they both put it in the wall on the first lap.
Exactly so. I do think that potentially was a factor of splitting those compounds as well, as we see the AF Corsa LMP2 machine make its way into the pit lane.
Yeah, into the stop then. The number 183. Just want to highlight in GT3, Valentino Rossi now down to second place, but only by 1.3 seconds. He has made a 7th pit stop for the number 46 entry, and the Manthey Pure Racing entry. Now, the number 92 back to the front of that field, only with an advantage of 1.8 seconds. So back on sequence there for Team WRT with Valentino Rossi.
It's got some stiff competition.
And there we go, we're seeing the leader in GT3.
I've been strong throughout the year. Manthey Porsches were incredibly strong in Spa, 1-2 finish for them, and got the fuel strategy particularly absolutely right. We thought the race was going to be between the Iron Dames and the United Autosports McLaren, but then the Porsches came in that race after the long red flag period we had. From seemingly nowhere, the strategic might of WRT playing out. This is how it looks on board for Valentino Rossi as he makes his way down the Hunaudière one more time.
And the Pure RX Racing Moncur, as part of that name of the car, is due to the fact that they got their entry into this race thanks to the Asian Le Mans Series as being champions in GT3. That's a bit wide for Valentino.
We all leant back in the commentary box. That was very wide for Valentino Rossi, who we're now on board with.
And Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler were the 2 that won the Asian Le Mans Series in GT3. To get Pure Racing here, they then partnered with Manthey, who are the Porsche experts, to make sure this car runs very, very strongly. Partner with Alexander Malikin, who is the 3rd driver in that car. He's there, the bronze driver, with a silver and platinum driver. Valentino Rossi holding on to Joel Stern when Joel is a fast silver is very impressive as well.
It really is. Valentino Rossi, as you said earlier, Mr. Jakes, has been here in an event which is not the main event, an event which he probably won behind the wheel of a BMW M4 GT4. And is doing a stellar job as he uses all the road and all of the braking capacity of that BMW GT3 car down towards Mulsanne corner. Really impossibly late, isn't it, for a car of that weight to be bouncing over the bumps. And that's where those ABS systems are so strong. Over the bumps and curves, you can really feel the car search for traction over all 4 wheels. And you as the driver, yes, some might argue it removes an element of the skill. I would say it's just a different skill of usage of the technology in some way. But it really swallows those bumps and curbs, and you can just hammer the brake pedal as a driver in one of those cars.
And isn't the intention to try and get away from the electronic aids as much as possible with ABS and traction control, so that the pro drivers that get in almost turn everything as down as much as possible? The car's obviously designed to have an element of it. Bronze drivers will lean on it much more than a silver or a gold.
I don't know how much more braking chat they can take. But some cars, yes, some cars, no. Some ABS systems are great, and some others are not.
All right, more to come on the other side of this break. And you're back at Le Mans with Alex Brundle, Ben Constanduris, and a thrilling race in progress with Brendan Hartley now at the front of the field with an advantage of 26.4 seconds. He finds himself in that position, having made 8 pit stops. The EFA currently behind the 83 is... The 83, the unexpected contender at the front of it. Obviously a long way to go, 18 hours and 37 minutes. And we are riding on board with the 2-time IndyCar champion, part of the #2 entry. And Alex Palou fighting his way through. This is on board through Indianapolis corner. He's going to rotate the car to the right-hander of Arnage. Looking down there, Nicolas Lapierre. In the sole remaining Alpine, just 2 retirements in the entirety of the race so far, now at 5 hours and 23 minutes. And refueling going on down there at the #7. #7 been in the wars, had a penalty, drive-through penalty earlier on. Lopez behind the wheel of this car as they check the front. One movable aerodynamic device, but none of them at the front. And the Toyota will be back into the race, the #8 leading. You were looking at the #7.
Yeah, the Toyotas over the last sort of stint or so have been absolutely rapid in comparison to the cars in and around their proximity. The #8 that leads the race, 30.3 last time around, took more...
I prefer to be more close on DC. I didn't really like it when I opened it more. And if you lock rears on the slow speed corners, you have more, you have less traction. So try not to lock the rears on the low speed.
So management of the rear tyre then for Brendan Hartley, trying to keep the rear tyre surface temperature then under control. So he's saying if you lock the rear, and that'll be feedback potentially then. How long has he been in that? #8 Toyota. He's been in for 3 stints. So that sounded awfully like feedback for the next driver to me. Just telling him how to manage the car throughout the stint. If you lock the rear, then it takes away from traction. He'll have seen the progression of a set of tyres over a couple of stints now. He's had a set of soft tyres for the last 2 stints and has done brilliantly well with it. The #8 now finds its way onto pit road as expected, and will cycle back through the field.
It's a bit mad, isn't it, that Toyota, as we said, all week have been so quiet and yet find themselves at the head of the field as we now cycle through the pit stops. Yes, so we don't really know exactly where they are, but they're right up there.
From the race lead comes the #8 Toyota. Been swapping it over. This was part of the pit stop sequence, and the AF Corsa goes back. Your feet back into the lead of this one, the #83, and the independent entry. There we are, in your picture at the moment, headlights blaring through the first part of the lap. And you can see at the bottom of your picture so much to enjoy on Eurosport this summer. And we have Speedway from Manila coming your way. And can he continue? It's not Manila, it's in Sweden. I've misread that off the card. I'll try and style it out. Let's see how it goes. Either way, the Speedway, it's going to be really intense. And plenty of action coming your way, not just tonight, but the 29th of June as well, we believe, in Poland. Check that out. But of course, are you going to go anywhere else? I don't think you are. Not in the next 18 hours and 33 minutes.
Don't go and check it out right now. Stay with us.
Yeah, there's plenty still to see. It feels like we've had one key intervention which has defined the hypercar class at this stage. That's the number 4. Oh, hello. And goodbye to that part of the car.
Is that a legacy of this incident? Well done, Mr. Director. This incident, of course, with the Iron Dames car earlier on in the race. Now, if that number is not showing, they will have to replace it. It's part of the rules. You have to have a lighted number panel, or a lit number panel on both sides of the car, so the marshals can tell which one's which. They will have to come in and effect a fix on that. Come in has the 51, the 12 and the 6, the 31 car at the same time, by the way. That could easily be a problem for the 4.
A legacy of when timing and storing was just a bunch of people looking at cars going past, writing those numbers down and doing a manual lap chart to keep an idea of who was fast, who was slow, who was winning and who was losing. Not just at Le Mans, but of course across the world of motorsport until electrical timing came in. And there are various commentators that I know well that until only a couple of years ago used to still do that in Formula One races. Hopefully he's now stopped.
How well do you know? Is he watching?
Probably, although apparently he's not listening. He's listening somewhere else.
Wow.
Yeah,
tough crowd.
Imagine that, 24 hours of having to sit there and write a lap chart to keep an eye on who is going to win the race and not.
Imagine such things. We're spoilt with the information that we have in this commentary box. We're spoilt with the view as well. And the talent we can bring your way all the way from now until 18 hours and 32 minutes time. Pit stop sequence in progress. Many watching on from the garage. The AF course continuing to lead. We Yi Yifi behind the wheel. The third driver of that team getting behind the wheel after Robert Kubica was able to keep the number 50 at bay in mixed conditions, then hand it over to a rookie, Robert Schwartzman, able to keep the pace, and they have an advantage of 19 seconds. We've been talking about how the 83 was able to survive in mixed conditions. That's the same story in LMP2, Vector Sport, now being piloted by Stefan Rakelmi, the number 10. Out there, they were able to do the same thing, and Valentino Rossi has retaken the lead in GT3. He is back out front with an advantage of 52 seconds as the pit stop sequence cycles through.
I'll draw your attention, if I may, to LMP2, where the number 10 Vector Sport has been pursued and almost caught by the 37 Cool Racing of Lorenzo Fluxa. Stefan Rakelmi behind the wheel of the number 10. 5.7 seconds now the gap at the lead of LMP2 in terms of interval. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out over the next few laps. Fluxa around 6/10 of a lap quicker last time around than the number 10.
And that is my favourite for LMP2, the 37 Cool Racing machine, because alongside Lorenzo Flusha, you have Malte Jakobsen and Ritomo Miata, who, all three of them, absolute... well, nobody really will know the pace of Lorenzo Flusha because he's really not done very much at all.
Or indeed how to pronounce his name.
Well, it is pronounced with an X, so I can't blame you, Alex.
I do apologise to Lorenzo.
James Lorenzo Flusha Cross is his full name.
Yeah. No, I'd lost before I'd begun there, but I could have got the last one right. Hey, in any case, he's potentially about to take the lead, so we better learn who he is.
Rapid in Open Formula and Formula 4 only, and obviously therefore a bronze-rated driver, but Cool Racing, Nico Lapierre, identifying him as a good person to have as a bronze driver of the team. You are only as good as your weakest link, and their weakest link is really strong.
Now, just a reminder, all professional hypercar class, as we see Dries van Thor snatching a place off Renger van der Zande, I think that was, in the number 3 Cadillac, certainly was. Dries van Thor makes his way through on the way down to Indianapolis. All professional hypercar class. Drivers graded by precious metal throughout the rest of proceedings. So you've got a bronze and or a silver, a gold and a platinum, able to be run, if you like, in the LMP2 class, and a bronze, a silver and a gold in LMGT3 is the available lineup. That's basically to protect drivers who still want to come to Le Mans for fun, and they still want to be able to get out there on the racetrack with the greats and do this in an amateur way. It's such an important part of the sport. We've got to keep them out there, and that's to basically stop a load of Formula 3 drivers, Formula 2 drivers coming through and snatching all the seats away from the true amateurs that make Le Mans what it is.
And those have been such a great support in the years where Le Mans perhaps wasn't as strong from the manufacturer point of view. It relied upon private money to keep it going, relied upon GT-AM, it relied upon LMP2 to have those bronze drivers. The problem is that more and more now the bronze drivers are young chargers rather than gentlemen with lots of money. And so for the likes of Lorenzo Flusha, yes, he comes from a wealthy background, but in a couple of years he's going to be a silver, probably a gold, and could even become a works driver and a platinum once he's older than 19.
You know, I'm going to age myself here. I first drove in the World Endurance Championship in 2012, and the grading inflation that I've seen throughout that period in the World Endurance Championship, as this is going to be relatively nice and neat and tidy, but I hope between the two Hertz Team Jota cars changing positions on the Mulsanne straight on the run down to Mulsanne corner.
They'd have a lot of angry people to answer to if it hadn't been neat and tidy. Right, sorry, Alex.
Certainly so, but you know, it used to be, I was just about to do a bit about who you get, what your person in each of those gradings looks like. So the person who's a bronze driver, owns a business, is definitely sort of beyond 30, and definitely does not want to be a professional racing driver. The driver in a silver seat might have a bit of a desire to be a professional driver, might be a young gun, or might be a business owner who's been doing it for a while and is sort of semi-pro pretty fast. Your gold driver is your young professional on the way up, not yet been picked by an original equipment manufacturer. I am theoretically a gold, scratch the young. Your platinum driver has driven a manufacturer sports car, has been paid by a manufacturer, just like the man we're sitting with now, with a problem, it would appear, for the 36 Alpine, Nico Lapierre, back in pit lane. At least I think that was Nico Lapierre's helmet sitting in that car, Mathieu Vaxivière. Could it be engine problems for both Alpines today at Le Mans?
We talked about Bruno Famin earlier on and his success with Peugeot. He is here in his capacity, his association with Alpine. The Alpine engine, having watched trackside, sounds absolutely wonderful, but reliability being the name of the game, this Grand Prix of Endurance, and the second car having had one retire at Arnage Corner, the 36 now mired in the garage. As we go on board with Bennett, the Thai American driver, piloting the number 11. This car, part of the hypercar class, trying to finish this great race.
And interestingly, what Alex was talking about, driver gradings, this car, even though it's in the hypercar category, does have two silvers alongside Jean-Carl Bonnet, who is the professional driver. And that is because it is a very young project. The project ran a little bit light on budget, so therefore they needed budget to be brought to them to get that project underway. They'll have to build a second one of those to be eligible to race next year in the hypercar category, because they need to have two cars per team. But the Isotta Franceschi, bringing back a brand from the 1920s, and Carl Watana Bennett, American Thai driver, who is a silver driver racing in IMSA, and he's alongside his teammate out in America. And then Jean-Carl Bonnet being the gold or the platinum driver in that car. I think he's now a gold, actually.
And Zotta Fischini.
Thank you for saying it properly.
It's actually a rather illustrious engineering company behind this chassis, Michelotto, who have done so much for Ferrari behind the scenes with regards to their GTE entries of the past. Number 24 car off the road, Nielsen Racing, David Hannemeyer Hansen aboard, finds the gravel. It has found the gravel at some point as we run through the replays. Door open then for the Panis competition 65 as well. So that so often happens, far too often happens. Those doors have a latching bolt that sits inside the door and then it gets stuck in its mechanism, and the team then have to reach in and get it out. There is a secondary handle in those Oreca 07s, and they're pointing it out now as they work with that mechanism. You can see the latching bolt there that's just sticking out of the top of the door. What happens is that latching bolt gets locked inside its own mechanism, and the door remains unlatchable and stays open. But there is a secondary handle that you can pull, I've learned to my cost, higher up inside the car. Let's see if David Hannemeyer Hansen can find it, as we saw the 82 Corvette off the road as well.
Nico Lapierre had done a single lap in that 36 Alpine before having to bring it back into the pits and having the rear bodywork taken off as the Panis car comes now. Is it the Panis car? Yes, it is the Panis car coming in. So that's a real shame.
With the door open, yeah. So they've got a couple of things they can do here. They can take the door off its hinge and put a new door on. They can fiddle with the mechanism to try to fix it. There is one thing they cannot do, which is tape him in. No. You laugh, it's happened to me. They cannot tape him in anymore. Used to be able to, now cannot. And that is all it requires. Just a quick tweak of the latch. You can't reach that from the driver's perspective, but it's so galling when your mechanic just reaches into the door, retracts the little bolt from where it's stuck, the door closes sensibly, and they're trying to fiddle with that now just to get it right. Look, a little bit of WD-40 there on the bolt to help it go in and out of its hole, and they've got more of an issue with that Panis door. Well, let's hope other brands of lubricant are available.
So the attention being given there. There goes the door.
Option 2.
Yeah, a complete replacement rather than just having a look at the latch. Just to give you an idea of where they were in the race, they pitted from 11th position in LMP2, 14 LMP2 cars running in a group. We've had a couple come across a bit of strife so far. Ben Keating had a couple of spins earlier on in the 23. Fred Vesti, the Formula 2 runner-up of last year, driver who was telling me that he was really looking forward to this. Had a conversation, the Canadian Grand Prix, says though that he'd not done over 90 minutes racing on a single day before, so welcome to the Thunderdome. Frederick, hope you're enjoying it out there. Terrific chap and sim driver for Mercedes. That's a lot of time in the simulator. They're adrift of the pack in the 47. Everyone else running nose to tail in class formation. This car 11th in that classification, but still missing a door.
Yeah, they're really struggling then to fit the new door to the latches. It's a relatively long progress. Olivier Panis there standing in the garage and looking rather forlorn. This is time that they absolutely do not need. They will have put a full tank of fuel back in that car, but an out-of-sequence pit stop. As we see the Proton Porsche, which was delayed very early on, or are we just getting a little rush of pit stops? All pretty stuff.
Montage. I love that Porsche, by the way. We haven't seen very much of it, but the FAT sponsored Porsche with a throwback livery, and at a distance it just looks so similar to those Group C cars and the Group C car that it is painted and modelled on. Unfortunately, with door issues both in Spa and now here, they haven't been able to shut the door. Neil Jani was the driver in the car for both, and if you haven't watched the full access programs that WEC put out after each round, they're really quite good. If you're a fan of the Drive to Survive F1 series, similar in concept, but give you, because it's an endurance race, give you a lot of behind the scenes, because there's a lot more hours, and especially Spa, where there was a 2-hour red flag and the race ended up being an 8-hour race rather than a 6. Gave you lots of insight, and the angst that the engineers were feeling because they were trying to brief Neil to how to shut the door, and eventually he managed to do it, but not here. And they've therefore, where are they? They're well off the back of the hypercar field, are they not? Oh, they're the back on the back. So Harry Tincknell now is in 21st position on the tail of the hypercar field, in 21st overall, so ahead of all the LMP2s.
Yeah, tough day for Tinks. A driver who did so well to stay connected.
Minutes, we expect some light rain starting from after second chicane, Busan to Indy.
Oh, just as light begins to fade, that's going to be tricky stuff. Harry Tincknell continues on at the rear of the hypercar field in that Proton Porsche, but could we see another roll of the dice here as we move into the evening time at Le Mans?
We are in the transitional phase as we continue to tick through 5 hours and 41 minutes gone at Le Mans. The Iron Dames car back in the pits. This time it is scheduled, the refueling completed. A car that was in contention now has Gatting behind the wheel, and you can see the frustration writ large. There's nothing you can do if you're sideswiped.
She always lives with her emotions on her shoulders, does Sarah. We saw her in floods of tears after missing out on the win at Spa-Francorchamps. They said it will come, you'll win the big one. And so she'll be very frustrated to be involved in an accident which completely wasn't anything to do with her. That livery, by the way, special for Le Mans, drawn by children, and a charity that the Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames Foundation has created. It's a nice little concept. We've got art cars from BMW, but I think I prefer that one as an art or Le Mans specific livery.
A huge overarching organisation, Iron Lynx. They've got that car, they've got cars in the hypercar category, further Lamborghinis, of course. They've got an ownership stake in Prema, the junior single-seater team, doing things all over the world of motorsport. And the setup they have here at Le Mans is like a small apartment building. It's utterly incredible. I had a bit of a wander round. You can see all throughout the hypercar side into the GT side, epic amounts of spares through the back of the garages, and just an army of people working on Lamborghinis of all nature, Squadra Corsa style for them. And that Iron Dames effort, very central to them and to their programme. They're, of course, supportive of Dorian Pant, who drives connected to Prema in F1 Academy, and has been replaced due to injury this weekend. Was due to be driving that Iron Dames machine.
I think Deborah Meyer, who is part owner of Iron Lynx, is here this weekend as part of her endurance commission role for the FIA, and Claudio Schiavone, who is the other owner of Iron Lynx, part of the lineup in GT3 in the Lamborghini. So both owners here this weekend, because Iron Lynx is not, it's not a WRT, it's not a AF Corsa that's been around for years and years and years. It is a relatively young organisation, but have just absolutely stamped their authority in the world of motorsport, as we see one of their LMP2 cars creeping slowly towards the pits.
Yeah, that's the number 9 Proton competition. That's Jonas Reed, who...
well, there's something confusing. It's an Iron Lynx car run by Proton Competition.
Yeah, it's an Iron Lynx supported machine, and that is grinding to a halt then on the outside of the final set of the Porsche curves. So what has gone on there with the number 9 LMP2 machine?
Welcome back to the Circuit de la South, where we have the number 9 Proton has ground to a halt to bring out a yellow flag. Might need a slow zone to deal with that. It is in the balance up and down all 3 categories at the moment. Let's check in now once again, though, down in the pit lane, down in the paddock. Laura Winter is speaking to Sam Hickman.
I'm down here in the Hertz team Jota garage, and co-team owner Sam Hignett joins me now. Sam, we saw a tremendous effort from you guys to get cars out here after the massive rebuild you did after the Callum Isla shunt. Just explain the effort and the challenge you've had this week in getting out there.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's been an amazing challenge, and the effort that the team have put in, from the mechanics to the engineers, even the guys in management, have done incredible jobs. I had team manager taking the vinyl off the chassis we were going to use at 3 in the morning, and obviously Porsche have been very helpful. But you know how it works here. We had the accident at the very end of testing on Wednesday evening, which is midnight. There were then 3 or 4 frantic hours of conversations with Porsche trying to figure out what we do and how we do it. A solution came. Porsche were very helpful, as I say. We managed to get the replacement chassis here by about 11 in the morning on Thursday morning, and the guys had the car fired up by midday on Friday. And then we ran up and down the runway here at Le Mans just to get everything settled, do some systems checks on Friday evening. Couple of gremlins after that, so even then some of the guys were here all night last night. I think there's 2 or 3 guys who last saw their bed on Wednesday, but we made a Dormin hospitality for them and got them a warm shower, and car went out and warm up, was okay, not brilliant. A few gremlins at the start of the race, but it's okay, and running around 6th at the moment, so let's see what happens.
I was going to say, your drivers have responded so well, and what was technically a 3-week build you did in 36 hours.
Yes, yeah, and an incredible achievement. And as you say, the fastest we've built one of these before was in 3 weeks in the factory at Porsche, when you got everything around you. So to do it here in a garage, a small garage in Le Mans, was, I can't tell you how proud I am of the guys.
Incredible effort. And while I'm here, actually, I've heard you've got quite an interesting toilet here in the garage. Yep. Do you mind showing us?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. I don't think I've ever asked that question to anybody before, but here we go. This is it.
And the theme this year is the Olympics.
That is fantastic. That's got to be the brightest, most fun loo in all of Le Mans. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you guys.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Outstanding. Well, we'll clip that one up and send it to BAFTA. Super stuff.
How is he so deadpan about that? So, here it is.
You're talking to a man who's seen an exciting toilet every year since the early 2010s. There's only a certain amount of different... They're reusing the themes now down at Jota. You didn't want to use it in the race, you know, when he drove for them. You used to borrow the one next door.
Too pristine. We're going to get a slow zone, Marshall Post 29, zones 8 and 9, so that's going to be the Porsche curbs and the run to the Ford chicane at the end of the lap. We've got rain forecast. Let's find the time that we're at. So rain forecast in the next 5 minutes. Not sure about the intensity. Doesn't look light though from that radar. Could throw a spanner in the works. Thanks to Laura Winter interviewing Sam Hignett there, who can be mighty proud of each and every one of that team who have just shown us the spirit of Le Mans and then some to get that car, the number 12, into the race. As we make our way into the slow zone, never seen a themed toilet before on a broadcast. The joy of Le Mans.
Welcome to Le Mans, sir. Welcome to Le Mans. Extreme bravery, I feel, shown even before the event, because let me tell you, they used the airfield that's directly across from the track to do that shakedown. And the airfield that's out there, it was in wet conditions, as we see one of the Porsches over the road in the first sector. It was in wet conditions. That airfield is short, it is bumpy, and you have to get... A shakedown means you have to get through all gears to make sure that the gearbox is firing correctly. And I've seen the speed. I've done a shakedown there, firstly and foremostly, and I've seen the speed that was being taken by the rebuilt Jota car down that airfield to make sure that it was ready to go racing. And let me tell you what, it was hair-raising stuff, even to check the car function before they went out for warm-up for the 24-hour race.
Estra, we're on board with him at the moment in the number 6 Porsche Penske. This is him going over the road at the chicane.
And is that it's that rain in the air in the first chicane. For all the world to me, it looks like the lights of the number 6 Porsche are shining up just a little bit of rain as it's spitting down there in the early phase of the lap. We are expecting a bit of rain imminently. That could be the first signs of it.
The number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport car we saw in pit lane having that number board changed on the right-hand side, a bit of tape being given to the right rear as well, where the damage from contact with the Iron Dames was, and it took them 4 minutes and 24 seconds to do that service. So they basically lost a lap in the pit lane with that rather innocuous little bit of contact, but unfortunately dislodging the light panel, as we explained earlier, regulation issue, and had to be changed.
Yeah, rain being expressed at Marshall Post 27. That's the exit of Arnage. Race director has asked for rain lights in low mode. We've got the Ferrari 50 on pit road. Let's see what they decide to take. We've got soft compound tyres waiting down there for them, so they're not going to try and anticipate decent rainfall. You can see the radar on the bottom right of your screen. It's bitty, isn't it?
Not then, not right at the end of it. The animation just ends a bit too early, but it looks pretty heavy eventually, even though race control only saying it's class 1 or 2. We saw what class 1 or 2 earlier was, and it was quite heavy.
It was indeed. Yeah, you can see there. You can see there through the headlights.
Was the Ferrari 50, they put fuel in it there, but it looked like they delayed a moment. I don't know whether it's just they were just still putting fuel in. I wondered if they were making a decision as the pit stop was occurring there, because there's significant rain, isn't there, down at Arnage.
Now it's tiptoe time, and it is hammering down. Heavy rain is reported at Marshall Post 30. That is just before the Porsche curbs, and it's all over the circuit.
Now, if they put the 50 on wets, they pulled a blinder here with that amount of rain falling, because everyone else will now have to pit, and that could well be...
What's it on?
No, soft compound.
They went with what they had prepared. As Alex is telling you, there was an opportunity there to react. The teams will have their weather radar. They will know how intense it was. They were standing by with the white-walled soft tyre. They went with it, but the rain appears to be intense at 2 key parts of the racetrack. And the last time this happened was the defining aspect of the race so far. That is the 50 Ferrari.
The 51 and the 83, it was the right choice last time, but in Imola, it was very much the wrong choice. Wet weather tyres outside Cadillac.
Yeah, will they rue that decision? He's trying to get as much temperature as possible in the soft compound slicks. Will it be correct?
Okay, the rain is falling at the Circuit della Sava, and we have a similar situation for the 50. 50 just got to carry on now and make it work. You've got to fire up the tyre, you've got to go on. You've missed your window, but look at the wiper once again. And it's so intense on the Mulsanne straight.
It was utterly amazing at the beginning of the race how much pace drivers on this soft compound slick tyre could keep with relatively large amounts of rain falling on the racetrack. The issue, if the car's already in the pits when the rain's falling, is you don't have the feedback from that driver, but Ferrari would have been asking the other drivers to give them feedback. I wonder if they should have held it. I really wonder if they should have held it. You've got Caddy in the pits and the number 6 Porsche. We'll see what tyres they come out on. This could be a defining moment for this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans with 18 hours to go. A long way to go, I'm just reminded. But it could be a defining moment for this phase of the race.
The number 6 found itself slipping down the order because it got the call wrong when it came to the wet tyre last time. It's back in the pits with Kevin Estre, along with Alex Palou, along with Norman Nato, who's in the number 12 car, the Hertz Team Jota, that we've talked about so extensively in the broadcast. We are now into wet tyre territory. We have to be. It is worth saying, though, we're at the Ford chicane at the end of the lap. It's dry on our commentary box window. The sheer vastness of this circuit means it's raining in one part of the racetrack and not in the other. We always get told by race control where it's going to hit first. It was expected to hit on the Mulsanne straight from the Mulsanne corner.
It's not been good news for the number 4 because we only just saw that car in the pits a couple of laps ago. It's done 2 laps, it's come back in to get onto the wets. Unfortunately, same situation for Jenson Button and the 38 Jota car. They've just pitted. They're going to have to come back in if they want wets.
I've not seen a car make its way all the way through the Ford chicane without pitting in front of us yet. Some are now, but every second car is rolling into the pit lane. It's obviously significant weather out there. This is going to be a leveler of a strategies, and it's going to bake in the gaps that we have now. The privateer 83 AF Corsa Ferrari's in for wet tyres. Yaya Fate will get out of the car, and a teammate jumping into that one. So all action here with proper wet conditions now at Le Mans.
And this is perfect for the 50, and it's perfect for the 83 because they've basically gone through and done an 11-lap stint. So they're not even really compromised in terms of strategy. They're just changing their tyres 1 lap earlier than perhaps they should have done. But it's a beautiful timing for them as well.
Got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 3, which is the chicane, the first braking zone on the racetrack. Look at you see it coming down so intensely. Now this is a key call. You've got to respond and mark off what the others have done. Unless, of course, you miles back, in which case you might want to roll the dice, go the other way.
That's 95 United Autosports McLaren off the road and has found the outside of the circuit. That wasn't the pace of the 50 car coming back in. It was moving through a slow zone, so it gave you an incorrect feel of how slowly he was having to go, but he will have lost time here.
They're still firing up these wet tyres. They still need tyre temperature. They're crawling back out of our combox. 22 goes past outside of the window. United Autosports entry from LMP2, but they've got rid of the slick tyres. They're jumping on. We still have the slow zone in 8 and 9. That is the Porsche curbs and the run basically to the line.
But why? Why there still? Because Jonah Reed's car should be well off the circuit by now.
It's a long time ago, certainly before the rain shower. And it's still in formation. You can see that's the green flag to show you can go back to full racing speed. Still with this slow zone, we don't have a read to compare to the times that we saw earlier on in terms of the rainfall. Has anyone toughed it out?
Yes, 51.7 and 3.11 have all stayed out at the moment, as far as I'm concerned. They're going to gain the track the track position as a benefit. 50, of course, has pitted, but pitted for slicks just as the rain came down. So that's Nicholas Nielsen. So you will, you'll see those cars continue then on the slick tyre. And there is the 50 car, still continuing on its soft compound slicks.
We should say a massive thank you to Michelin, who we were bugging for 3 days to get some telemetry information and information on what tyres are on these cars in the hypercar category, and it came through about 2 hours before the start of the race, and it is a lifesaver right now, where we've got split strategies, we've got cars on softs, mediums and wets, and the only way to know who's on what tyre is our computer. So thank you very much to Michelin for helping us out with that. We are going to go full green flag driving in a second, because the slow zone is going to be removed, and those that are on the slick tyre that's just come out of the pits, the number 50 for instance, will be desperate to try and get some temperature into those tyres and get them working.
Jean-Eric Vergne's under investigation for not abiding by the slow zone procedure, which was from the Porsche curves to the end of the lap, the start-finish line. We're on board with Nielsen. Nielsen's task right now to try and forget the rain, to try and just warm up those tyres and keep that tyre temperature in. If you lose the tyre temperature, as you've told me many times, Alex, in a world of trouble.
Yeah, you should be able to see it. Look, you can see it on the left-hand side of his steering wheel. To the left of the gear selection is a 4-square demonstration of tyre pressure. Those are the big numbers. Tyre temperature are the small numbers. And you can tell that the small numbers are a problem because they've gone blue, which means that your tyres are too cold. So often it's displayed like that on an endurance racing steering wheel. Desperate to keep some kind of temperature and pressure at the moment, and slow zones and issues out on track will not be helping. They'll be using every single trick they have in the book to try to pump energy in, and this is the difference, Luke. Number 8 Toyota with grip and traction takes off past him.
This is all about tiptoeing round. If you have to come in again, it's just so much time. Remember, this is the car that was in the pits that could have erred, could have delayed by 10 seconds. If you come back in, you'd lose so much more than that. It's a 32-second lost time in the pit lane, plus your stationary time getting serviced, and if they'd waited maybe a few seconds longer, they would have saved themselves. There are no slow zones around this racetrack. This is the driver on the slick tyre, and the rain is simply too heavy to be on the slick tyre right now.
Yeah, Ferrari trying to tough it out, and there's a point where you have to admit that you've got this wrong and come in for the wet tyre. That point is now.
All right, more action to come on the other side of this. Okay, 6 hours and a minute gone. We are on board with Nielsen, the 50 earlier on. Toughed it out, made it work on the slick tyre on a wet surface. Alex, it's far wetter with this shower than it was earlier on.
Yeah, but they had the opportunity. They had the opportunity to hold the car, to find a set of wet tyres. You've got to remember, right, we're now operating in a non-tyre heating formula. He's going to continue, Alex, in that 50 Ferrari. He's going to continue. Surely they must be losing way too much time at this stage. How can that be the correct decision? But we're not in a tyre heating formula. In days of old, you'd say they didn't have a set of hot tyres waiting and ready to go at the front of the garage. Now they can't have them anyway, so they might as well have just found a set of wets at the back of the garage, brought them through to the front, and they surely would have lost less time at this stage, unless they think the rain's going to stop, and actually this slick tyre is the correct tyre to be on. Let's see. I think they've made an error here, unless the rain stops very, very quickly.
Lena Gade, perfect person to bring in at this stage in for Ben Constanduros. We thank Ben for all of his commentary across the last couple of hours. We're on board with Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51. And look at how hard they're having to work, snaking wide. And that's at glacial pace to what we're used to. The rain surely is too heavy right now for slick tyres.
Hi.
Hello.
I seem to come back in here when it rains.
Yeah, it's you.
It's me.
It's you that...
It is me. Yes, I think it's quite heavy. I'm just trying to see what they're doing for lap times. If you look at that first sector time at the moment, they've got a 44.0, and comparing to other cars that are on wets, you know, if that time is competitive. Okay, if that time is competitive, maybe they do need to stay on softs.
There are wets in the garage. There are wets in the garage. They surely must be putting the wets that are in the garage on the car.
You'd hope so right now, right?
I'm loving the pleading tone that Alex Bundle is using. He can't bear to see this happen to the 51. It's one of our contenders. Such a long way to go, of course, but the rain has been defining so far in the 92nd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. We currently have medium slick tyres on that car, piloted by, I believe, Antonio Giovinazzi is indeed an Italian driver, and they're not... I can't see any wet tyres, so they're committing to it. Well, earlier in the season in Imola, they read the conditions wrong and paid the price, where if it had been dry all the way through, you get the feeling that they would have waltzed that race. But you've got to react to the conditions, and it's slick tyres being put on again.
Putting the softs on, and they think that it's going to continue. Lena pointing something out on our timing screen here, giving us a feel now, suddenly, for the position of the wet tyre. 3:57 last time around for the number 6 Penske Porsche of Laurens Vanthoor.
Yeah, and the 50 is on a soft tyre, and it did a 4:27.6. So,
what?
I mean, unless they have...
I mean, it's over to you, Lena. What are they doing, mate?
So, I think if they have information that suggests that this is a very short amount of rain, And I mean, there's a radar that we can see at the moment. There's a bit of rain there, but it's sort of concentrated on only one portion of the track. If it's going to drop off, they are taking a gamble that they've saved enough time by not having that extra pit stop. That's potentially what they're doing. But those lap times are so different. It's 40 seconds in there.
It's not just a case of the lap time, is it, though? It's a case of the risk at this stage.
As well.
And you've got a huge risk, the trust being placed in the hands of the drivers to not make an error at this stage. It is absolutely ginormous as Nielsen makes his way around the outside of the first of the Porsche curves. We know how tricky these cars are to handle in these conditions.
Alex, let's listen to the radio first.
It's raining on the back track still.
Yeah, another one more lap, it's raining, and now it will decrease. Just survive and stay out, we'll be okay.
Through karting corner he goes, and he is, well, he's really struggling to rotate the car. This is in LMP2. Further back, you can see how much it's raining. It was always going to catch one of them out. Round goes to 30.
I think strategically...
John Falb there going around.
Yeah, John Falb, the American gentleman driver, making his way around and then back into the contest. 37 with a spin in the pit lane, and that is the leader of the class, Alex. Cool Racing, number 37.
Yeah, Lorenzo Flusher, I should say, in the Cool Racing car. Well, that was separated by hardly anything. That was 3 seconds before the rain came down. Consequential spin there, making his way to the pit lane.
We should remind you, we've had a flurry of rain already, and those who stayed out on slicks and toughed it out gained through that section of the race, and I think that's affecting what some teams are now doing strategically, where they think, we lost out last time, we panicked, we jumped too early to the wet tyre, we don't want to lose out again and have to make 2 stops, and that's what's affecting their performance and their decisions at this stage.
Yellow flag is out right now to quantify that last lap for those on the wet tyres. 4-minute 1, 4-minute 1, 4-minute 4. Nielsen out there, 4-minute 30, and that is how much he's losing, persisting with the slick tyre on the wet surface.
Yeah, there's 356s in there, 355s as well for those on wets. You're right, Alex. It's the risk at this point. 17 hours, 52 minutes to go. Do you need to risk it at this stage? I don't think so.
I think, you know, so often as a driver, did the same thing very recently in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. You see the 83 car making its way past one of the sister Ferraris.
Past the 51, I believe. I think we got a glimpse of it a second ago. And Robert Kubica pushing on.
At the moment your pace looks good. At the moment your pace looks good. 51 in front of you, just exited pits on new softs.
It was cutting.
Car 51 in front, just exited the pits on new softs.
Well, Robert Kubica earlier on managed to stay on the racetrack on slick tyres, managed to keep the number 50 behind, gave us a great show as we continue on, but with the factory entries, one was timing of a stop. They just happened to be in the pits when it happened, and they were committing to what they already had out there on the racetrack as the number 60 Iron Link shows us why. There's a yellow flag. Crunch into the barrier. That means that we're going to get a full course yellow.
Claudio Schiavone behind the wheel of the number 60 Iron Lynx, well out of the action, but a full course yellow now will mean it's emergency stops only. So there is the incident. Full course yellow is out, and that will further benefit those who changed over to the wet tyre. All tyre temperature now is lost, and you're driving at slower speed through wet tyre, through wet parts of the racetrack. That Lamborghini is going to be so hard to recover. You can see he's broken a radiator there. That's what all of the mist is for. Let's see what the 50's doing. Well, the 50's desperately trying to gather any kind of tyre temperature in the hands of Nicholas Nielsen. And I can't believe the drivers are not screaming over the radio for the wet tyre.
I guess they've done this before somewhere, you know, testing and things. And what we're seeing them doing here with the weaving, it's to get the pressure up in the tyre. You need to slip the tyre to get the surface to be hot. And, you know, Alex, you've obviously driven a lot more than I have, like significantly more. When you lose the temperature on the compound, it's tough.
Yeah, it really is. You can get through not this much water, but a little bit of water on the circuit surface. If you're able to maintain tyre temperature, the slick tyre burns it off. Of course, no intermediate tyres at Le Mans in any class this year. That's a decision made by the Endurance Commission. It's a decision made on the ecology of carrying tyres around the world and having yet another specification of tyre. So to be abundantly clear, it is wet or it is slick. That's what's leading to these scenarios out on track, because you can be sure that if they had an intermediate tyre at the moment, everyone in the race would be on it. We're diverting now because they know they can't take the wet into full dry conditions, as Schiavone still tries to recover the number 60 car after that spin in the second chicane.
Also, when this full course yellow finishes, those cars on wet tyres will be able to get their temperature up faster.
Way faster.
And so, you know, that next lap is critical again. Those cars on slicks are going to really be toughing it out.
47, going long, still already well.
Matthew Bell behind the wheel. Okay, the full course yellow is out as we go to the heli shot. The rain has come down. We've had car into the barrier. There is the 60 Iron Lynx entry.
And the issue will be the overheating. You can see the steam coming from the rear of the car with the damaged radiators out front for Schiavone.
Remove the gearbox emergency. Remove the gearbox emergency. Okay, I'm now trying to shift down.
So the car's gone into a safe mode. There's an emergency button which allows you to override the gearbox settings and get it in gear.
All right, full course yellow means that the race is neutralized, as it were, as we proceed. At this stage, you can see the top 5 by class on the left-hand side. Let's send it to Leslie and Tom.
So we've raced 6 hours, 18 hours to go. I'm back here with Tom Christensen in a paddock next to the Alpine garage, of course, a heartbreak for them. We've seen rain, we've seen sun, rain is coming back again, and now the night is going down, like the sun is going down, and we're starting to see the night. So it means a complete new start of the race now.
It's a good way to see it. Always think that where we are now, live the moment and forget what, only take the experiences with you. There has been a little bit of rain. When to go, it's a big step to go for a slick tire, to go to a full wet tire, and we have seen that prove costly for some, but also prove costly if you take the risk of not doing it. So with the sun coming down, with the darkness coming, it's also difficult to maintain and have a feeling about the grip level. And of course, devastating moment right where we are. We see crying mechanics here, the Alpine team, 6 hours in, 2 cars out. That's hard. And this is things like that that really are character building for the little but very efficient local French team.
Alpine were in Olympics last season, coming back to the top class this year with 2 cars out for them. What are the main challenges now for all the other cars in the night?
It's always the challenge is to do everything at the limit, but give yourself the freedom just sometimes to take it a little bit easy, just to make sure that you don't arrive too hot into the grip level and you spin and you slide off, because grip level is going to change, and it's going to change with temperature, and it's always changing with this wind. It's coming a bit down the wind, but it's enormous wind, which creates very difficult circumstances for the driver. So don't crack under all these circumstances. That is the energy into the drivers.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for this advice, and we'll see you later in the woods with Laura.
Always great to hear the insights of Tom Christensen, a driver who's been in this position so many times before in his illustrious career his multi-race winning career around the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. We're on board with a 50 Ferrari.
Yeah, we know. We are checking.
Yeah, now the cries start to come then from the drivers. Lena, though, you're pointing out that there's not, from the radar that we can see in the commentary box here, there isn't more rain coming. So it's all about whether Nielsen can survive now until the track is dry.
Yeah, so they've now committed to this, and unless it rains again, I think, you know, they've just got to survive it. This is a really difficult situation to be in, I think, as a driver. You know, you trust your team to make these decisions. He's got to trust them that it's not going to rain anymore, but it's his job to get the temperature back up when they go green. Now, what's interesting to see is under this full course yellow what the lap times are, because actually the speed is always the same. So what we should be able to see is that there's no real difference in any of this. However, if he doesn't have any grip in the wet conditions, he might not even be able to drive at 80.
Yeah, sometimes you're even struggling through those slower corners, aren't you, on the full course yellow limiter. We are back to green flag racing. 83 AF Corsa Ferrari is out front. And there's the gap then back to the number 50 Ferrari. Various cars falling foul of the slow zone procedures we've just had for the various incidents. The number 19 car was the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, which has had various Lamborghini hypercar, which has had various issues throughout the race so far. The 38 Jota will pick up a drive-through penalty, unfortunately for them, sitting in 9th place at the moment. Jenson Button behind the wheel of that one, and the 93 Nico Muller-driven Peugeot Total Energies car will also suffer a drive-through as a result of the slow zone procedures. No more rain, Alex Jakes, potentially to come, but we have Ferrari drivers on the radio now in both the 50 and the 51 openly asking for the wet tyre. The response from the team, yes we know, just keep going. This is the strategy we've chosen, to paraphrase them.
So let's cycle through as we look at some live pictures, fantastic pictures. The sun has set here, the headlights cutting through what was the rain. Now it's a wet track. Alex, if you could for us, cycle through what those Ferrari drivers are having to deal with specifically to try and get any tyre temperature as we go through the order. This is on board the Valentino Rossi entry, the 46, the Team WRT that had been holding the lead. They're now in second, and my word, it was close to the 23 United Autosports entry, all over the curb.
Oh,
and there's a tag.
Contact with the 23 car. We see this so often. A lower, stiffer prototype really struggling. And it's a hard compound of slick, if they have stayed out on slicks, for those LMP2 cars. And you can see the struggle and the contact there for the 23 entry, the much delayed 23 entry. Ben Hanley behind the wheel of that car at the moment as it's turned around by the 46. The big point there, Team WRT 46, with Maxime Martin behind the wheel, second place in LMGT3. Will there be a penalty associated to that contact? To come back to your question, AJ.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. And the reason it's a nightmare, especially here, is the long straight, because there's nothing you can do on a long straight which is going to give you more tyre temperature as the driver. Yes, there are engineering settings. Yes, there are things that you can play with, as Lena Gage stares at me across the box. But from my job perspective...
I don't know what it is. Probably temperature.
Yeah, no problem. Keep pushing, keep going.
Gearbox alarm for Robert Kubica. But you could try and overslip the tyre. Sometimes you ramp in traction control to try to keep yourself on the straight and narrow, and actually that's entirely the wrong thing to do. What you need to do is take traction control out, let the rear wheel spin and beat temperature, and then that gives you a better grip and purchase from the rear axle. It's a disaster, whichever way you try to do it, if you're on the wrong tyre here.
The factory Ferraris are in a real hole. Out front, though, Robert Kubica in the AF Corsa continues to lead the 24 hours of Le Mans. The independent entry, the 99 down there in the pits again, the Proton competition. Porsche 963 is wheeled back to the pit lane. Not the first time we've seen that today. They've not had the easiest run. Oh, great livery. Yeah, it's no consolation for them at the moment as we begin to look down through what continues to be... So it wasn't raining outside the commentary box when I had a look a second ago. There is that car that just referencing before. Bennett is under investigation for the full course yellow.
Can we go to slicks? Can we go to slicks? Copy.
So, Pipo Derani telling Peter Barron on the other end of that Action Express radio that he can go to slicks in a couple more laps. So that's the distance we're dealing with. I do still think it's a net loss for the 50 Ferrari. Definitely a net loss for the 51. They've been touring really, really slowly. 5:11 off the back, of course, of the stoppage, though. We'll give them a chance to get back going again for that car. But even in the middle sector, you know, that Ferrari, the number 50 Ferrari, just dropped 4 seconds in the middle sector alone to Laurent Vanthoor, who's in the number 6 Porsche. So that's what they're dealing with at the moment. You're riding on board with Sébastien Bourdais, having to get out of it and stay away more than you normally would from that inside curve in Tetra Rouge. Stay away from the outside one as well. This is what you could see moving through the night at Le Mans.
Okay, set your bars, set your bars.
Set your bars, meaning roll bar change with response to the condition change. You tend to go softer for wet conditions, you tend to go stiffer for dry conditions, so make sure you're moving your bars with the conditions as they progress. The information over the radio to Sébastien Bourdais.
We have journeyed through, we didn't get the full sunset due to the conditions that we've got here. We got some great action on track for you all the way through. Jenson Button, 2009 Formula 1 World Champion, currently in 9th position, chasing down Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. Nick's time in Formula 1 cut short, but Toyota keeping tabs on him all the way through. We heard from him earlier in the broadcast about how Toyota always wanted him back if it didn't work out in Formula 1, and that's where they are.
So, Sector 1 looks relatively dry because those 2 Ferraris on slick tyres have posted some pretty decent Sector 1 times through there. Giovinazzi, who has gone down a lap because of his own teammate, actually, is now relatively competitive through Sector 2. We'll have to see Sector 3.
Going to be interesting to see Sector 3 for those Ferraris as it continues, conditions continue to change here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Okay, 17 hours and 36 minutes to go. The rain has fallen. It has now disappeared, at least in the first sector of the racetrack from what we see. The factory Ferraris were kept out on the slick tyre, or were forced to use the slick tyre, and they will be hoping that the track conditions will now come back to them. We did see the 24 car in LMP2 off the road a few moments ago. That was Kyffin Simpson in the Nielsen Racing entry. We do have a yellow flag. It's for the number 3 Caddy, and that car currently driven by local hero Sébastien Bourdais in the gravel. We join him on board. Currently running in 13th position, but he's got it out there and he's rejoined the racetrack. A little bit of gravel over the road on the exit of Indianapolis, but he rejoins the racetrack and we have no need for any further intervention. Let's go on board.
Yeah, just a lock up, I would imagine, of the rear axle there on his way down to Indy for Bourdais, really suffering on the way in.
It's his outlap, and I think he's on a set of soft tyres.
Oh, so he's been in and out of the pits,
yeah.
And you're absolutely right, Lena Gade.
You're all right, man. You're all right.
So the struggle to get those soft tyres up to temperature for Bourdais. Cadillac jumping early, and a wide moment down in Indianapolis. Just got away with that one, didn't he? Could so easily have been beached there.
So this is an interesting situation because those two Ferraris that are out on slick tyres in these wet conditions have had a few laps to sort of work out where water is and everything. We can see the top speed is down so significantly for both of them because Sector 2 is so wet. But the advantage that they have is that they don't have to now suddenly get used to the track with a slick tyre, slightly damp in sections. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe it's not as crazy as we think.
Yeah, wet tyres coming off the number 5 Porsche. Let's see what they put on it. Is this going to be the change to slicks for them as well? Yes, it is. So we're going to look to see how this is going to play out. The 50, Nielsen's managed to keep it on the road. He has lost time through this phase, mitigated to a degree by the full course yellow, which of course equalised the pace of the various runners and reduced the loss. Let's see if the number 5 Porsche is going to come out clearly ahead, I would say, on slick tyres. Let's see how quickly this Porsche is able to get the soft tyre up to speed. Of course, there is the Hertz Team Jota 38, which is out of sequence with them and a decent way back off from them. We've got Maxime Martin and Ben Hanley under investigation for the incident that we saw in replay a few moments ago. The 46 car making contact with the rear of the 23 United Autosports.
Yeah, that's going to be a clear penalty on the precedent that we've seen so far in the race. The lights are on left and right as we make our way in a few moments' time underneath the famous Dunlop Bridge. We've made our way through the curve, past the chicane, and the 83, they timed things nicely. Took the wet tyres when they needed to, toughed it out on the slick tyres when they needed to. The weather intervention, the key part of the race so far. 3 retirements listed on our picture now. We saw the Alpine in the garage. It is listed as retired down there. The 36 and the 35 now listed. 3 retirements from the 62 that started the race.
Looking strategically now, what this does for us a little bit is, bar the Ferraris, the 50 of course stayed out, the 51 did pit but put on the soft tyre, a relative equalisation in terms of the fuel stints through to the end of the race, because of course everybody comes in to take the wet tyre, everybody comes in at a similar time to put the slick tyre back on. So if you were working with an offset in terms of the stints that you were putting together in terms of usable energy, then those offsets are now negated by the weather conditions. So they're kind of back on sequence, and we've got the gaps on the timing screen reflect more directly the gaps that we have in the race.
That was a look at Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. There he is. Driver from Sneek in the Netherlands. And we've got multiple angles on that car as Toyota, who's so desperate to take back what they consider theirs after the dominant run in recent years, after the Ferrari took it from them last year. And this is our race leader overall, the hypercar 83, piloted right now by Robert Kubica into the pits.
So 2 Ferraris on slicks, a couple of seconds quicker than everybody. The only other thing is that the number 6, which is still on wets, has just done a 3:49 versus their sort of 3:47. So at least that car is able to make the wets work in these conditions.
So we do know the Ferrari is tougher on the tyre, puts more load through the tyre, has done historically throughout the season so far than the rest of the hypercar field. Maybe we're about to find out why I drive race cars and don't run them. And they've pulled a masterstroke with this number 50 Ferrari and found themselves on hot slicks when everybody else has to go out there and build temperature into the slick and are going to vault Nicholas Nielsen up the field. The Ferrari putting energy through that tyre has allowed them to do that. Their top speed has returned, Lena, in the middle sector. So they're clearly able now to take speed down the Mulsanne straight and into that speed trap, which sits on the way down to Indy, actually, doesn't it? The speed trap in sector 2.
Yeah, I think what it's saying is that the track has dried out quite quickly. That's a huge gamble that they took at this stage in the race. Has it gained them anything? It's potentially gained them a lot of track position. We still need to keep watching what this does. It looks like they've now slotted quite conveniently with at least the number 50 car into P2, which is right behind the number 83. The other thing is the 51, which had got lapped, is potentially able to claw so much of that gap back because they don't need to come back in. So I'm not going to speculate.
Why don't we just find out which way is the right way to have gone? Ferrari would have been doubted for a long time. That rain came down incredibly intensely. They're stuck by their guns with both cars. The 50, remember, though, was in the pits when the rain came down. They were mid-stop when that happened. Their judgment call was more towards the 51. We're going through the overall classification. Pick out your favourite at this point. I can tell you the AF Corsa is leading the overall race for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 83, but it's on an outlap and it's trying to generate tyre temperature. That is the task for the hugely experienced and talented Robert Kubica in LMP2. The car that gambled earlier on the rain has still maintained track position. The number 10 Vector Sport entry currently being driven by Stefan Ricalmi leads that class. And then in GT3, Maxime Martin has found himself taking over from Valentino Rossi, still in the lead, but with a little bit of drama and potentially a penalty hanging over. The GT3 leader finds himself with an advantage of 33 seconds. Let's go on board with Robert Kubica, who Ollie Webb is trying to fire up a slick tyre on a greasy surface.
I mean, yeah, what has been going on? It's just absolute chaos, to say the least, and it's just never sitting down long enough to actually warrant a proper stint on any set of tyres. We see the number 38 here, it hurts Jota car in, on its wet still, slicks in hand, brand new. They are medium softs, ready to go on. So to be able to turn them on now, the 4 crews go to work. So 4 people allowed to do these tyre changes. There you can see that the tread blocks effectively rolling over themselves, melting.
And back into the fast lane of the pit lane they go as the 38, piloted by Jenson Button, is back onto the racetrack. Great sight there, the cars roaring through as the gold livery hurts Team Jota. The second car rejoining in 12th position, but having to go through that pain of the tyre warm-up phase. 24 seconds for the lead of the race now, as Robert Kubica tries to fire up those slick tyres. And Nicholas Nielsen, who took so much pain, was absolutely miserable, could barely stand on the throttle a few minutes ago, is now catching hand over fist. 84 seconds in the middle sector for Nielsen, 87 seconds for Kubica, still trying to fire that tyre up, and it's going to need a while out there. It's going to come down and down and down. Ferrari, they would have been stressing with the number 50 a few moments ago. They might not get overall track position, but they're still contenders, and that looked unlikely as we see sparks on the Mulsanne straight. What a wonderful sight that is, as we see the cars clearing the GT3 entries into the first chicane.
3 wide overtakes, and the Hertz Jota, who's just come out the pitch on the softs, not quite able to switch them on quick enough. We'll get a second bite of the bullet there, going down towards the second chicane. But yeah, I mean, Nicholas would have it would have felt like a 24-hour race, those 4 laps on those slicks surviving, and probably constantly complaining to the team, and now going on the radio saying, yeah, I knew, yeah, that was always the right thing to do, guys. Great, thanks for that. I had all the faith in you all the time.
Yeah, the 51 as well was given the task of making the slick tyres work on the softest compound, going nicely as well. The team manager of car number 9 has been summoned to race control. Never a message you want to see. That is the Proton competition, the one that we saw. Jonas Reed came to a halt a few moments ago. This is on board with still our race leader, the AF Corsa, Robert Kubica, picking his way through those
in a lower category, and you can see how alive that car is as he goes through the kink and he stands on the brakes trying to fire these tyres up. The gap has come down significantly. Now only 18 seconds between first and second in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Right on the crest there. Oh, big crash. The whole front nose cone is gone. We've got suspension damage from both sides. It must have hit something pretty solid, not a tyre barrier. I imagine like a wall, because that is sheared completely off. And is that... Ah, there we go.
So Vanthoor having a big impact. The number 15, who was on an outlap. It's worth saying he was on an outlap, so he was going through the same pain that we've seen so many drivers. And
oh, was it just? Was there a touch? There was a touch.
Oh my word! The race leader goes through.
So I thought it was directly into the wall. When I saw the movement from Robert, I was about to say it's either the crest or they had a slight touch, but that was more than a touch.
Because he wasn't on the brakes, and I saw your eyes go wide at that moment, as wide as Vanthoor's are. The number 15 into the barrier at huge speed. Thankfully, he appears to be okay. The yellow flag is out at Marshall Post 20. And that's his team looking on. So that was a huge moment for our race leader. And contact there, there's 15 seconds between the number 50 Ferrari and the 83. Race control will be reviewing that moment. There's a reminder of your category leaders on the left-hand side of the screen. But that's a big hit for the team WRT BMW. Dries Vanthoor, Belgian driver, behind the wheel. The slow procedure has been cancelled, so they've cancelled that. We were going to go to a slow zone as we go back to the aerial camera. Yellow flag is still out, and well, big hit, and the full safety car. The full safety car is deployed for the first time in the 92nd running of the Le Mans 24 hours. We have 3 safety cars venturing out onto the circuit. They will catch their class leader, not the full leader, class leader, will head up at the front of the field. And so I tell you, the class leaders at this stage, there's no distinction between Pro-Am as well and LMP2, so the safety cars are looking for the number 83, the number 10 Vector Sport, and the number 46 Team WRT, currently piloted by Maxime Martin. It's Stefan Rakelmi in the Vector Sport. It's Robert Kubica in the AF Corsa, and that's dramatic as well. The Inception McLaren, the number 70 entry, pushed into the garage at the same moment that the safety car is out.
That's done some radiators, hasn't it? That is a lot of hot liquid over something that should not be. I mean, so with the safety car out now, the first one of the race, more than likely because they're going to have to inspect barrier damage.
Yeah.
So they need those safe gaps, which a full course yellow, when everyone is spread out, does not provide. So they probably cancelled that local yellow because they know they needed to go to full course to check the barrier. Just before we saw the incident, I was about to talk about the respect between hypercar, and I'm sure it still is there, the respect between these hypercar drivers and between platinum and gold drivers, and that understanding of knowing, okay, I'm coming up to a GT car, I'm going to have to move in the middle, you need to give me some space. And he clearly did. There was almost a car width worth of space, but maybe Robert just thought he was going to give him that extra bit more room, and there just wasn't quite enough. And whether we call that a racing incident or not, I want to see the replay again, because it did look like the number 15 had moved over enough to give him a car width. And here we go, just as we asked for it. That's the onboard. That is going to be some barrier damage, which is pierced through, which is more than likely means this is going to be a longer safety car than normal. It's dislodged everything within the car, so it's a very hard hit. He's clearly miffed by the fact that he wasn't given any room there. Let's see it here. We've got the external view. Oh, it's already too late.
All right, we have a safety car for the first time at the 92nd running of the 24 hours of Le Mans. A big hit into the barriers for the number 15 BMW. Thankfully, Dries Vanthoor is able to move away, and we're under safety car conditions at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Okay, we're back in this thing. We're going to all bunch right back up. Good job, bud.
The game, and it was a thrilling one, has been reset. After 6 hours and 40 minutes, the BMW team there of the 15 are saying, well done, huge effort across the entire week, practice, qualifying, but just a mere moment. That's a lot of work to do down there.
That has come off quickly, though, hasn't it? I mean, these guys are amazing at what they do. They know this car inside out. They have strong support from McLaren. If anyone can get it done, these guys at Inception and Optimum can get it done. We saw a replay earlier on, we might see it again, of Van Poel getting out of the car. Now, he was hobbling, so I hope he's okay. Initially, he seemed miffed, but safe and happy and awake. Hobbling as he got out of the car. Now, one of the things that happens when you have a direct hit at that speed, especially without any crumple zone into a barrier like that, is you will set off the G-force light within the car, which means that for anyone watching, there's a blue light that's in the car, which sometimes you can see on the onboard, but the race direction will be notified of that, and you cannot get back in that car until you have been to the medical centre. There is not a car to get back into right now, but he still needs to go and checked out, I think, from the impact he will have just had.
Yeah, doing it by the book, which is the important thing. It was good to see him be able to get out of the car under his own steam, because that is huge speed, even in greasy conditions. That is huge speed. So the 3 safety cars are out. They will catch their class leaders at the point that they can, and then they will merge down to 1. The barrier repair will have to be looked at there. It was Armco that he hit. It wasn't a safer barrier or a tyre wall like you can see in front of the car being recovered.
So the other thing that I noticed just then with the McLaren, actually, that was in the garage, so it looked like they're having to change that front radiator, which is a hard job because it's going to be absolutely boiling. But they're using that time to change the brakes. I don't think there was an issue with the brakes, but I see all 4 corners with all of the trays out, new pads, new discs, they're all being done at the same time. Because you can't fit a team of 30 people around a front radiator, you might as well use your people and the time to do everything else. So this is a full safety car where they're able to actually change a radiator and brakes. It might not be the end for them.
So that's BMW looking on as we circulate behind the safety car.
So if we look a little bit further as to what's going to happen with this safety car, there's a handful of cars that are close to their pit stop. For example, the number 50 and the number 51, which will mean they lose that safety car they're in to go into the one behind, and will be behind a whole load of other cars that pitted after them.
It's a big opportunity if you can time things with the safety car. 50 is in. You're back with us at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2024. We're under safety car conditions for the first time in the race. 6 hours, 43 minutes gone, and the race has been neutralized after a big accident for the number 15 BMW. Van Poel is okay, though. He's out of the car under his own steam, and he was able to walk away from a very big crash in collision with race leader Robert Kubica in the number 83 AF Corsa. So, yeah, big race-defining moment. That's being investigated by race control. Plenty in the pits at the moment taking this opportunity. Some for repairs, some for tyres. It gives us a chance in the commentary box to pause. Leslie has caught up with a 2-time IndyCar champion.
I'm here with Alex Palou, discovering endurance racing and the 24 Hours of Le Mans. How is it? How things are going so far for you?
Yeah, good so far. I mean, I'm not used to having such a long race, so for me it was a bit tough at the beginning. I was just like, come on, let's go, boys, and it was only like 40 minutes into the race. But yeah, honestly, we had a couple of issues at the beginning. I think now we're in a good position. Safety car just put everybody back in the pack again. So yeah, looking good. Car's been good, and yeah, hopefully we can survive all night and fight for the win.
So this is proper surviving, right? The 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, especially with these conditions. We were on dry, it started raining. It was really tough out there. There was no grip. Then we went on wets. It started drying out, and I think everybody is on slicks now with tricky conditions. So yeah, it's about surviving so far, and then pushing again when the sun is up.
aims and hopes for this 2024 edition? I mean, you know that the guys you're riding with made a podium last year.
Yeah, I know. We only need to improve 2 spots from last year, but the team and Cadillac did an amazing job off-season, trying to be a little bit better than last year. So far, it's been working. We're really close in the Hyperpole. So yeah, it's really close, but hopefully we can make it.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Let's see, speaking to Alex Palou there, the driver who is experienced when it comes to Daytona at endurance racing, but not when it comes to Le Mans, making his debut in the 24 hours, the 2-time IndyCar champion, 27-year-old from Spain, and is bullish, enjoying himself so far by the sounds of that interview. Now, the number 50 is the car that we're on board with. The timing of this stop, Lena, how's that going to affect their race?
So what's going to happen is they're going to fall back behind the next safety car in the train. They've lost track position. So a number of cars that pitted when they went from wets to slicks, including the 83, they don't need to come back in again because they only stopped sort of a couple of laps ago, whereas it makes sense for the 50 and also I think the 51 will need to come in too to change. So they lose track position.
Target now is to save fuel and save energy. We save fuel, save energy, okay? And we wait for the merging. We wait for the merging.
Yeah, the merging that's going to happen, that's a well-timed graphic for us.
Yeah.
3 safety cars are used to neutralise the race, as we covered for you. The Gas Twin safety car are necessary for the marshals to inspect that Armco barrier. And then we will go down to 1 safety car. If you're wondering why we had the light at the end of the pit lane, if you come into the pits under safety car A, you have to wait for the next one to go through, unless it's a debris related incident to the crash that we've seen. No one had a debris related puncture as a result of that, so everyone queuing up who are coming to the pits waiting for safety car B, and then they will join that train. That is the moment that the number 15 was pitched into the barriers, and that shows you the sheer speed. Just before you get to the kink, we saw it on board with Robert Kubica, and there's the moment. Hard in mouth stuff, huge hit into the Armco. Thankfully, Vanthoor's all right, but his wide eyes told you all you needed to know when we went to that angle just after the crash.
I've got to say that's on Robert there. I think he had enough gap. It's really tough because you're on that crest down the middle and the car wants to pull left or right, and of course he's got the GT on his left. He's been given the gap. There was a full car width gap, but as he's gone over the crest, the car's pulled down to the right and he's not held the wheel tight enough over to the left. I think the BMW there and Vanthoor's an innocent victim. Which was easier to say earlier on because it's the one that hit the wall, but now seeing that replay, Vanthoor gave enough room and didn't move over. You saw the Ferrari just tilt down that crest and unfortunately make contact. It's so close to a racing incident, but there may be a penalty going on there.
If you're just pressing play or switching on at that stage and you're seeing the accident, Vanthoor was able to get out of the car unaided, and just coming up on our screen, car 46, that's Martin, but that's crucially the driver in the lead of the GT3 category, has been given the warning flag for the incident with car 23. And a lot's happened in recent times, so
that was with the Porsche curves, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
When coming out of the slow zone,
so
and rightly so.
Yeah.
So I think that is effectively, it's like you've used up all of your Joker cards, all of your track limit cards, you know, everything. You've used up all your luck, and you're on your last leaf of your clover, and you've got to be a good boy now.
Yeah, so that's been dished out. Yeah. Given some of the penalties we've seen today, could be seen as a little bit lenient. But either way, race control, I've got a lot to deal with. We're on stage 1 of 4 for the safety car intervention. You can see that on the left-hand side. I'm going to level with you. This isn't going to be a rapid process, but we need to make sure that barrier is safe to go racing here at the 92nd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
So as a result, we are behind the safety car after a collision involving the race leader, driver on an outlap trying to generate tyre temperature, but crucial moment for the 83 in the lead. Let's now check in with Laura Winter.
I'm here down at the Porsche Penske garage, and Timo Bernhardt alongside me, two-time winner of Le Mans. He knows how to get this done, and we're looking at whether drivers are able to rest, to take some time out from the car. And this is the room. I'm very honoured to be sitting here, Timo. Tell us what goes on here.
Yes, it's kind of the driver hangout area where the next driver who stand by will jump before he jumps in the car. He will stay here so everybody knows where the driver is. He has all the information. He has radio contact. He can see the lap times and he can see the onboard of his car. So, and I think that's the routine before he gets into the car. Before that, they can change. They have a driver container back there. They can eat. They can have physio, and then you're going to be on that standby position where we are right now.
There is so much information, there is so much noise here at Le Mans. It really is the race that doesn't sleep, but drivers need their sleep. How do you get any sleep or rest here?
Well, to be honest, you don't get any sleep throughout the 24 hours because you're so pumped up. Even though you're not driving, you feel like being attached to the race because you want to see how your car is doing, you want to see how your teammate is doing, you want to get all these information. Is it drizzling like it is now? Is the car balance fine? Is the car good? You know, what's the strategy? So you cannot really shut down because all the adrenaline is pumping throughout the whole 24 hours. So you can only try to relax a bit, maybe a nap, but not really sleeping. So I think that's the best way to describe it.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Timo. Get some rest and good luck. Thank you.
Welcome.
Timo Bernhardt in conversation with Laura Winter as we are behind the safety car. As we see the 77, not for the first time today, pushed back into the garage. That great-looking Mustang. Got to say, it's a great sounding Mustang as well, having watched trackside for a little bit earlier on. Let's keep you up to date with the total overtakes. Ludicrous numbers up there as we're looking through the order. We've been talking a lot about the 50 as we see the barrier repairs and the track inspection going on. Lena, just want to update everyone with how this safety car has impacted one of the contenders for overall victory.
Yeah, so I've been looking to see where everybody is on track, admittedly the LM in the hypercar class, where everybody is behind various safety cars. So the number 51 hasn't actually come in yet. The 50 car, which did go back behind the next safety car, only lost 2 positions in all of that. So certainly worth them coming in to do their pit stop. When we get going again, all of those hypercars, all the way up to P12, are on the same lap. There's going to be some interesting jostling there. Yeah, it's... can I say it was a lucky call?
You can say whatever you like.
Okay,
when you've won it 3 times,
yeah. Okay.
You can say whatever you like.
What I will say about the 50 is they risked the car by staying out on slicks in those wet conditions, as did the 51. It looks like they were able to cope with it a little bit better because they remained ahead. That advantage has sort of been negated by this safety car, which isn't great. But at the same time, even when they've pitted, where they've dropped to is a marginal.
I see trucks, repair trucks driving here. Yeah, it looks to be. It looks to be. It's. I think it's Robert Kubica in the straight line that push your brother to the barrier. The brother is fine because the car is done, and yeah, he hit the barrier, so they need to repair it.
Well, one brother finding out about the other, understandably, would want to know. The engineer then providing details of the crash, and you can see, there you go, that's our first clear view of the bent Armco. That element is going to need to be replaced, so this is going to be a intervention that's going to go on for a while, and this process, usually any safety car takes about 15 minutes, just so you can time your tea break, your coffee break. Maybe you're in the mood for something stronger. I wouldn't blame you. We are edging towards late night, and one of the wonderful spectacles of this old race, now in its 2nd century, and absolutely the wise idea there.
bit of a snack.
Starting to drop by a lot.
Understood. You'll have plenty of time to warm it up.
Durrani there being given the reassurance that we'll be chasing the tyre temperature. Before that, we did have the 50 closing in, having got through the period of tyres, time on the tyres, on the slick tyres. Those out front had switched to the wets, maintained track position. It looked like the 50 had picked the wrong tyre for the wrong conditions, but then the rain stopped and the gap was coming down. Last time before we had the safety car intervention, it was around 11 seconds. And then, of course, it is going to be neutralised by this safety car. And we are basically paused with proceedings. 3 safety cars out there at the moment, A, B and C. Ollie Webb, Linegaard and Alex Shakes with you as we continue through. 4 minutes to go before we hit the 7-hour mark. And gives us an opportunity to send you these messages. Okay, circulating behind the safety car, wherever you are watching in the world, wonderful to have your company as we continue all the way through. Let's hear from the number 7.
Nick, I just want to rule out that we are limited in fuel, so let's really make sure we save energy and fuel here. Just a reminder on the restart procedure, so once the incident is cleared, we will merge all to one safety car, and then everybody will restart in one block, so we're gonna be all together with the hypercars until position 12. Currently we are P9. Obviously the restart will be, people will take risk, and we need to stay on the safe side for the restart.
So this is something that is crucial to be practicing during the week of Le Mans. There is a lot of running that goes on, not only during the week of Le Mans, but behind the scenes in the simulators for these guys, which is crucial. Now, practicing fuel saving is not the most exciting thing in the world, but once you've got all your data that you've been collecting throughout the season and you know what your consumption is like at different temperatures, etc., you can practice in the sim, okay, what gear do we need to be in, what pedal map do we need to be in, what engine mode do we need to be in, what revs do we need to be at, where do we need to be on the track, what's the shortest way round, to save every little bit of energy in your virtual energy tank, which is both the battery and the combustion side of the car put together, because everything you can save, if we end up having, which I pray we don't, hours more of safety car between different incidents that happen, everything you save can save one full pit stop by the end of it. And one full pit stop, that moves you in, at the moment, several places, which can be the difference between being on the podium or not at all. As we see, the Rossi car is now in, and I think Valentino, was that getting in? I saw the 46 on the leg. We'll see shortly on our timing screens in a minute, though. But it is painfully slow, and you go from, maybe not so much this weekend, but in Le Mans of the past, you go from boiling and sweating to freezing and bored very quickly. It sounds bad to say you're bored when you're driving around the Le Mans track, but yeah, 24 hours is a long old race, and when it's cold and you're sat behind a safety car, it's not the most thrilling part of the race. And unfortunately, a tractor or a larger version of it on the track doesn't bode well for being finished in the next 5 minutes.
Now you can see there on the left-hand side, the Armco is bent after the impact of the number 15 BMW, owned by WRT, in the hypercar class. Worth reminding everyone, Dries van Tor is okay. He got out of his own volition from the car. There's Maxime Martin, hugely respected driver in the paddock for his ability behind the wheel, and he is out of the car. We'll regroup, having put a sizable stint together, and we are just seeing the car being serviced there, the new tyres being added, and we're now riding on board with the 92. This is the 92nd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We welcome viewers from Quest as well, taking you through the night at one of sport's great occasions. We've seen a thrilling race so far in the 7 hours that we're approaching, that we have found ourselves racing here at the Circuit d'Alsace.
So we'll wait the situation in one lap. We are still studying all the possibilities on our side. We have 9 laps of safety car, of fuel in the car, so we have time to react. We are managing the situation closely right now.
Copy.
So the state of the race so far across the 7 hours that we've seen, we saw a great start off the line and a great battle between the Porsche, the number 6 Porsche, and the number 50 and then 51 Ferrari. Then the rain came and the 83 Ferrari, the AF Corsa, the independent entry, timed things to perfection. Others went to a different route. Some went safe, went for the rain tyres. Others, like Robert Kubica driving the 83 AF Corsa, stayed out there on the slick tyres, got track position, having not made a pit stop, and then the conditions dried up. That was the right one to be on. The rain came once again, the second intervention, the major one, and it was a debate about whether you do what the 51 and 50 Ferrari would do, which was to stay out there on the slick tyres, or would you take the safe option, put on the wet tyres and then wait for the track conditions to come back to you? When the 83 that did take the wet tyres found themselves switching back to slicks, they went on to a racetrack where it was difficult to generate tyre temperature, and at this part of the circuit, Robert Kubica making contact for a sizable accident, the biggest accident that we've seen so far in the 92nd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Vanthoor into the Armco barrier, bending the Armco barrier. The most important thing to tell you is the Belgian driver is okay out of the car, but that is the reason why, that we have our first safety car of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2024. We have 3 safety cars circulating on the circuit. We're going to need a barrier repair as well. But Lena Gade, 3-time race-winning engineer. It's been a thrilling race so far. We've finally got a pause in proceedings to try and catch our breath.
Yeah, quite exciting, actually. I think I said it a bit earlier in this race. When it rains, there's at some point you're always going to be on the wrong tyre, and you know that can determine all sorts of different outcomes. Huge risk by Ferrari, one that seems to have paid off. What will be interesting to see is if anything happens to the 83 car. I think, Ollie, you feel that was on Kubica, so I guess we'll see what comes from that. There's still a long way to go. The whole field has pulled together, and I should add that for the P2s and also for the GT3s, the gaps that we're going to be seeing when they get restarted, a lot of that, you know, it brings everything closer together. Everyone's going to be racing. Slight change for this year versus last year. The class split doesn't happen, so everybody's going to be kind of merged together. So it's going to be interesting on the restarts what happens here.
Yeah, we heard Cadillac engineers coming on the radio saying, we are back in the game. So this is a lifeline to a lot of these guys, and also a lifeline to a lot of the guys that need to change brakes. I say a lifeline that you've got the advantage here of, if you're going to have to wait at the end of pit lane when you pit under safety car for the next pit anyways, we see a replay here again of the incident. Porsche on the left, there's enough room, and then it just gets over the crest and unfortunately pushes over to the right. So yeah, we'll see what comes of that, but the main thing is that everyone's okay. We can always repair a barrier. There's the dink over to the right as it goes over the crest, and that is a hard hit. Hands off the wheel, Vanthoor does. He knows what to do in that situation. Not saying he crashed a lot, just saying he's been in race cars a lot. But these guys having to change the brakes. So we're 7 hours into this race. You have to change the brakes at some point in GT cars. But that crossover period tends to be in a couple more hours. So I am surprised to see 4 brake changes so far. Yes, it means that you would have to wait at the end of the pit lane for the next safety car anyway. You might as well get it done and then still queue up. You don't lose anything. But does this mean, for instance, the Optimum car, the Rossi 46 WRT, the other Garage 59 McLaren, are they going to get to the last hour of the race and be running on 1 mil of brake pad and have 1,000 degrees at the end of the straight in their brakes and be having to cool off, and all of a sudden they've got no performance there. That is an interesting fact that we have to take note of now, because if we wonder why there's no performance in those cars in the last hour, we have a reason.
Yeah, the change of the brakes, you know, it really just depends on pace. If there's more safety cars, if there's more yellows, if there's more rain, you know, the overall pace just drops off. Potentially they're in a safe position to be able to carry on and go on for as long as possible. So maybe that's what they're looking at. You know, every single team will do this, every single manufacturer will do this. They will do their long runs, they will evaluate the rate of their brake wear, they will get a really good feel for exactly how the brakes carry on performing. There is definitely lap time gained by putting new brakes on.
Yeah.
You know, because you've got that bite in the brakes, you can push the braking points. These GT3 cars, they do have ABS. They're able to brake so much later into the corners. There's performance to be had there. But you would want to change, if you can, under a safety car. So those teams that have not come in now are banking on another safety car at some point. And I think we've seen some predictions for rain around about the 3-4 a.m. mark. You know, that could start to become an opportunity for them. And then there's still at least another 11 to 12 hours to go at that point.
And there is, like you said, with the introduction now of ABS, not the introduction to the cars, but the introduction to this race of ABS within these LMGT3s, that the reason they do these 24 to 48 hour tests before Le Mans, and for anyone who doesn't know what I'm saying when I say 24 to 48 hour test, this is literally a car with 3 to 6, normally 6 drivers to spread the load at a track, normally a freezing cold January in Motorland Aragon or somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and you're out there without any fighting or excitement, but running these cars until they break. Now, they will be taking that data and learning that ABS in a GT3, not only can you brake later, but the wear rate is higher because they're coming on and off the pad, and the amount of friction and the way it heats up the disc and the pad means they're going to deteriorate a bit quicker. So that comes in as a factor, but as you rightly said, and there's a very, very good point, which I didn't take into account before, is with this rain and the predictive rain that we've got coming in 5, 6, 7 hours, the pace of this race is going to be less. They're going to be using less of the brakes, so they've gambled on doing it now, hoping that it's going to be wet for another few hours later on.
Well, it's good to be back with you guys. Ben Edwards here once more, and I know it's a very quiet time for everybody, but it's still a time to just sort of take a bit of a breather and just absorb everything that's been going on and relax a little bit. I'm quite relieved for quite a lot of the crew in the garages at this time, because we're going into that nighttime section. It's just gone in France here, we're just gone 11 o'clock now, so we are going into that sort of late patch, and you can sort of see it on the faces. In some ways it's quite nice for them to have a little period of relaxation and not total stress, wondering whether the cars need more work. Some of them do, of course. Unfortunately, there is still work going on. Mind you, we're doing pretty well in terms of not too many cars out of this. It's a bit sad that we've lost both of the Alpines. Engine problems on both cars. We saw one blow up, didn't we, Ollie, earlier? And then we saw that there was one in the garage, and they confirmed later that that was an engine problem for them as well.
Absolutely heart-wrenchingly, just absolutely gutted for them. I mean, home race.
Yeah, exactly. One of the French manufacturers. Yeah,
exactly. They had the cars on the start line, the hydrogen cars doing their display. They had the guests doing the start flag from celebrities coming in. They have a big presence here, huge hospitality, big guests, big part of the ACO, the FIA, this track, the history. Selfishly, I've got a really nice relationship with them as well, so feel for all of them. When one goes, it's terrible. But you hold your hopes on the other car, and you sit down as the team manager or anyone involved or the other mechanics, and you all lug together and you get on that other car and you hold on to hope wherever you are. But when both are out and you're packing when the sun's just gone down, there's nothing worse, especially because this safety car would have really helped them. They were both in strong positions in the top 10, still on that lead lap. And what happens when there's a safety car? That means you're straight back up to within a couple of seconds of the leader rather than, you know, half a sector or sector of the leader. So yeah, it's just terrible for them.
It is a shame, but we have only lost 3 cars officially, although we have lost another one now as a result of this accident. So, I mean, that car won't be back out. We could see fairly clearly it won't be coming back out. Seeing a few more, 1 or 2 more cars coming into the pits. We lost to Vista A, of course, LMGT3 Ferrari as well. But surprisingly, we haven't lost as many cars as we might have done by this stage, having to be over 7 hours into the race. Reliability these days at Le Mans, very different from what it used to be. Getting to the end of 24 hours used to be a major problem technically. And Alina, as a race engineer, I mean, you've worked with some of the most reliable cars, you know, Audi and stuff over the years, but it seems to be getting, generally, the reliability of cars is incredibly impressive over a 24-hour period nowadays.
Yeah, so much has moved on, you know, even in the last sort of 10 to 15 years. And kind of the things that we were doing at Audi Sport, and we had great reliability sort of in the early to mid 2000s. A lot of that has kind of like permeated through sports car racing, and so you see this everywhere else. Teams, manufacturers have got smarter. They are looking at quick changes, how to optimize those changes, who's going to do them. Is it faster to do them in the garages? Can you still do it out in the pit lane? You know, it became a sprint race.
Actually, talking about that, are they doing a brake change here or something else?
It does look like a brake change,
you are allowed to do a brake change, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's car number 5 now. Sorry, the 5th car that has now done a brake change. So yeah, fairly early, like we were saying earlier on, but worth doing under safety car.
Yeah, okay. It's a much more minimal loss because everything's going round so much slower. Yeah, I think it's become a sprint race a while ago from start to finish.
Yeah.
Again, attrition. You know, not making mistakes, not getting unnecessary penalties. And we've seen a lot of penalties being handed out pretty much all the way through the field. That is how you try and stay ahead now, because you've got this reliability and robustness in the car, so you need to make sure that you keep your noses clean.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we shall see how that goes. Obviously, we're still relatively early through a 24-hour race, but as I say, only the 3 retirements so far. So the work is still going on the barrier. That's why we are still under safety car at this stage. The marshal's doing a fantastic job, of course, trying to sort the place out. And as you can see...
Look at that. Henry the Hoover's out with Elvin. No, who's that meant to be? Either way, best-looking vacuum cleaner in the pit lane.
That's fun, isn't it? And it's great that, in a way, that all these crews are getting a little chance to just relax, take a breather, have a bit of a laugh, give us a wave before it all gets up to speed once again. And because of the safety car situation, and because nobody in each of the different classes had opened up more than a lap, certainly. So we've bunched them all up again. So when we do get going with this, we could be on for a whole new race in many ways, couldn't we, in all 3 sections?
Yeah, totally. It's going to totally revitalise this race, which just didn't really need it, to be honest. It was already exciting in every single class. Just looking up and down the grid at the other things that are going on, the 77 Proton that had the steering issue and suspension failure earlier on. Now, that car's put back together visually in the garage. Now, whether that's just been made to look nice and is not going out, or they are still going to attempt to go out, is yet to be seen. We'll try and get a bit more information on that. It's not showing as retired. Incredible effort if they do get it back out. It is a shame for that team, and Ben Barker, who drives in that, a very trusted set of hands, who was absolutely rapid and P1 in his qualifying, which got them into the hypercar. So that team and that effort and Proton, everyone involved, has done an incredible job with that. So it is a shame to see that in the pit lane, but I hope they get back out and get some form of a result just to finish, because they're 54 laps down now. But, you know, Spirit of Le Mans is called Spirit of Le Mans for a reason, so never give up.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be nice if they can get to the end.
I've just been looking to see who's in which safety car train.
Okay.
And at the moment, behind safety car A, the leader of the GT3, LMGT3 class, is behind safety car A. So, in effect, there's a number of cars ahead of them which should, in theory, get a pass around, including the 50. There's no leaders behind the safety car B, but both the hypercar and LMP2 leaders are behind safety car C.
Okay, so when we get it back together, they will all be fairly together, won't they? So that should leave us into some good racing. But it's got a little while before we get the race underway again. So lots to look and enjoy here at Le Mans. But we're just having a little look at down through to some of the garages, some of the marks, some of the things that have been put up. That's all rather fun.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is all from girls within the paddock supporting the team. It looks like it's all from, you know, a few women empowerment messages there. And obviously this is a three-girl team, three-woman team.
They've actually moved up the order quite well. They're currently in 4th place, aren't they? So they're in GT3 at this stage.
And race winners when they were in the Porsche last year. So, yeah, they've got some pace in them, and I've driven with a couple of them before, and Michelle, and they're very impressive, and it's just a great initiative to see that, and fighting it out on an even playing field with some balanced BOP is definitely the way to do it.
It is. Arnold Al-Hati, who's now back in the number 46 car. This is the Valentino Rossi car. Max Martin as well. He's now back in the car as he was earlier on. We haven't had any message yet as to whether there is going to be any penalty, because there was a bit of contact earlier.
So, yeah, so they didn't get a penalty,
right,
but Maxime Martin got a warning. So it was on the driver rather than on the car, which is great. I kind of hope they do that more often. So maybe for however they see the incident with Robert Kubica, do we see that as being a warning flag for the driver? I mean, it's a similar incident, right? They've hit... Okay, yes, that car is in the barrier and retired, but it's hit another car that has physically had a spin or had an issue. So does that become a driver reprimand rather than a car reprimand? There's a huge difference between that, because let's say he gets a black and white flag and in the 46 car and does something else later in the race but has completed his driving time. If he doesn't need to go back in the car but has a black flag, the car has to come in the pit, but you stick another driver in, you go back out again. You could finish with the other two. So it's really interesting, the different penalties that have been given all the way from the start of the race, where we've had reprimands, which is a slap on the wrist, up to track limit warnings, which then, when you have a certain amount of those, you then get time added onto your next pit stop. Then you can have drive-throughs, building up to drive-throughs with extra time, building up all the way to black and whites and blacks, where you then have to pit. Now, if you get a severe...
Yeah, copy that, mate. Copy that. Not a lot we can do about it, and there will be everybody on the same boat at the restart. Once I know a bit more, don't worry, I will allow you to work on your brakes and work on your tires. For the moment, focus on the energy save.
Yeah, it's still a long way, I think, for the barriers.
Yeah.
I check every lap, it seems that they have to remove everything first, then change it, and they didn't remove anything yet. Or only one part was going to be quite long yet.
So, inside the car there, that is Norman reporting to the team. His pressures are low. Team saying nothing we can do about it. Keep it as high as you can, and we'll keep you up to date when it's about to end, and then you can work even harder.
Well, last year, Ferrari took their first win in many, many years, and it was the 100th year anniversary. And we can now look back and enjoy talking to the drivers who took that win last year.
In 2023, our key for a success like Le Mans was just the consistency. Well, for sure we didn't expect, because it was actually our first 24 hours. We tried so many times with testing, but it never happened to finish the 24 hours without any issue. We had a new car, a new team, so was expecting to have so many issues. But, that one was our day, let's say. Everything went really smooth until, to be honest, to the end, to 26 minutes to the end, when Ale struggled to restart the car.
Actually, I was less stressed than the people outside, I think, because I was just focused to try to restart the car, do the procedure that I knew I had to do, and I was quite calm, but I didn't realize I did it. I just saw in the footage, and so it was a strong moment and very like a kind of drama that makes this victory even more special, I think.
But before that moment, the luck was on our side, the car was on our side, everything was on our side, and to win a long race like Le Mans, you need to be everything perfect, and I think was our key, to win Le Mans last year.
win the centenary of Le Mans at the debut of our incredible car. And after 50 years then that Ferrari was not taking part of Le Mans in the top class has been something incredible. I couldn't even dream it before do it. And yeah, it is definitely probably the best memory of my career.
It's a new year. We need to completely forget 2023. Now it's a completely different year. We have more manufacturers, more cars, more top quality drivers, and for sure it's not going to be as easy. It's going to be tough. But saying that, the last 2 races that we've done, we've shown very strong performances. We should have won both, in my opinion, but obviously the results don't show that for certain circumstances. So going from Spa here to Le Mans, we're really positive because we found a lot of things compared to last year that we've improved.
So a piece there looking back obviously a year ago to the victory that those 3 took in the number 51 Ferrari. As they've said, it hasn't been the perfect year yet so far this year, but who knows how things are going to go. They're currently running in 7th position. The other Ferraris, we've got one leading, of course, but in theory, it's sort of a private Ferrari, the AF Corsa, but it is the same car, the yellow one, but not the full works Ferrari. And so we'll just have to see how that all goes. For Ferrari, there are some positives and negatives. It's a funny race so far, but at the moment, Robert Kubica is leading the way as we still are under safety car. Down in the pits, we've still got some work going on, and another opportunity to watch a change of brake discs going on in GT3. And this is all, as we've seen already, a part of the GT3 cars, and an opportunity to do it under safety car clearly means you're going to lose less time by doing it, and that's exactly what's going on right now. And a few people having a good break, having a rest. When you were racing here, Ollie, as a racing driver, when you're doing a 24-hour race, did you actually manage to get proper sleep or just a bit of rest? How did it work?
No.
Okay.
No is the simple answer. There are drivers who can get rest. There are drivers who fall asleep with their dinner still on their lap in the back of the garage 30 seconds after getting out of the car with all of the noise and everything that's going on. But I was just always either too excited, too nervous, too pumped up, too just ready to go back out. I'm not the best sleeper at the best of times, but when you're doing the biggest race in the world and you're fighting up there, it's, yeah, too hard to sleep. You get rest time. It's not as long as it seems. So the process of that is you do your stint, normally 3 or 4. So that's a triple or a quadruple. You then come out of the car, speak to the engineers, go and have dinner, see the physio, and then by that point it's been an hour that you've been out of the car. You then have a couple of hours to yourself, at the most, more likely an hour, because you've got to be back in the garage, changed and ready when the second driver of the 3 gets back in, because if there's any issues, you're then back in and your rotor's back up. So there's not long enough, even if you're out of the car for 5 hours between the 2, and that's a very, very slow-moving BMW. I saw the skates in the garage for the 46 Rossi car with Al Hardy in now. Yes, this is coming in.
Gravel on the track.
This.
There is a bit of gravel in Ford and in Mulsanne, but they were cleaning it.
Copy. Ford and Mulsanne, but they were cleaning it.
There is also gravel in Dunlop.
Copy. Ford and Dunlop and Mulsanne, but they were cleaning Ford and Mulsanne.
Yeah, the one that is still there is Dunlop.
Copy, thanks. Race control was asking.
Okay, so we'll come to the 46 in a minute. So just briefly, the Iron Links commentary there. That is obviously using the time where they can do under the safety car to have a conversation about the track condition. Part of that conversation is probably for race control to have a little listen to, because they're trying to tell them, hey, these are the places of the track we might as well clean while we're going under this stage. I did see skates in hand. Let's just see if...
We're just seeing...
is this a penalty, is it?
Well, I'm not sure what that was, actually. Yeah, we were just seeing that there's also a dog on track at the moment. So there's a bit of a warning to everybody about that. That's just come up on the screen. So that's a bit of a strange one. Oh. So, yeah, we're just about to see that car heading back out. Oh, yes, and we're just getting a view of the dog on track right now. Here we are at Le Mans 24 Hours, still behind safety car, and we've just discovered there's a dog on the track. We've just seen it running down the track, and obviously the cars are going quite slowly by racing terms, but they're still doing sort of 50 miles an hour, so there's a bit of a chase going on to try and save the dog, make sure it's not on the track at the moment, while cars are still going around. They know where it is, so hopefully they can warn everybody. So, just to add to all the drama that's been going on here at Le Mans this weekend.
If it's a Greyhound, it might be able to keep up with the safety car. You know, it might be able to rejoin the train here. We might have, what's a famous dog race called that they always have? There we go, you've rejoined us for that one. But so, the 77, which is 55 laps down and had the front suspension / steering failure, is now back out with Ryan Hardwick on its outlap. That is amazing to see. Now, that is going to be an extremely tough remaining 16.5 hours, but you've got to be in it to win it. They are not going to win it, but they're in it. So let's see how they get on. It's amazing to, you know, you can't miss on the opportunity of doing these laps and being in this race. You're not just going to give up and be in the garage there. As we see Fern in the garage, Fern Milroy, Ollie's better half here in the garage, supporting Brendan Uribe and the McLaren that qualified on pole, a record for McLaren and the first ever McLaren pole position at Le Mans, set by a bronze driver, also a record in itself effectively. An amazing route through. We've talked about how they did that earlier on in the show, but just to reiterate, that is 4 years after his first time in that car that he has gone from, this is Brendan Uribe, first time in a race car to qualifying pole at Le Mans, thanks to the amazing efforts by his coach Oliver Milroy, the team Optimum and Inception, and the amazing program that McLaren provide all the way through from the GT4 categories, pure McLaren, all the way up into this GT3 class. It's an amazing...
Very light rain in 10 minutes.
Just to add to the cold pressures.
Yeah, when the safety car's still out there, and it will take time, even when they decide to group up all of the cars behind one safety car. We know it's going to take a 10-15 minute time to get them all into position to go racing once again. So clearly they're still trying to sort out the problems of the damage to the barriers. That's being dealt with. They're now trying to chase a dog and get that off the track as well. And in the meantime, most cars are out there going round, whereas the BMW there is still being worked on in the garage. At least it does give teams a chance to sort of continue repair work. There is quite a lot of gravel on track, we were talking about that a moment ago. There is quite a lot of gravel on track in a few places, isn't there?
There is, and that really, for the marshals that are local at that point, hopefully will start to be sent out to clear that area, unless they're all there helping with the barrier damage. But that's a bit further down the Mulsanne Straight. So there's a couple of things that I want to figure out. One is we pan to the BMW Team WRT Sheldon van der Linde car there that's already been in the pits to have a lot of its repairs from the previous 2 incidents it had. Now the mechanics, in their demeanour and their body language, are moving extremely slowly around that car. It has its setup gear, or dare I say pack-up equipment, being put on the front and rear of it. That doesn't look promising for a rush to be back out, if at all. So let's keep an eye on that if they do end up back out the pits. And then the other thing is, why the 46 car pitted and then stopped for 10 seconds and left? But I haven't seen a 10-second stop and go anywhere.
No, I haven't seen a penalty. I was just checking, but as you said, he got a warning flag, but I don't think there was a penalty as such. So that was an interesting, unless that was, they did put fuel in. Was that a little bit of a strategy thing, do you think, to come in?
Maybe a top-up, but would you top up that little of fuel and go a full safety car behind? I don't see the strategy benefit there,
because you go behind the other safety car that you were in, don't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you lose a full sector, you lose a full safety car, and if you're going from empty tank to full tank or 20% to full, fine, but they'd only pitted 2 laps previous.
Yeah, so that does seem a little odd that they came in. We don't know the full story to that yet, but we shall see. They're still being shown as second in the GT3 class at the moment.
Unless they're
you're on board with that car now, just briefly,
so that competition that he was in probably wasn't in that safety car chain. Therefore, you'd lose seconds and you'd lose time, but you wouldn't lose a chunk of positions if all of his GT competitors were in the safety car behind anyway. So then it's a little bit more worth top of fuel. We've got a rear wing change here. Now, is this setup or issue? So I think that looks like it was just being adjusted and put back on. I didn't see a second one put back on, so maybe they saw it was loose and just wanted to check. Again, with the way the safety car works, red light at the end of pit lane, they know they have 20, maybe 30 seconds in hand before the safety car is going to come back round, the one that they're going to rejoin. You might as well check everything. So if you're going to come in, if you see anything loose, you know, clean everything, new water bottle, new everything that you go through, because you're going to be waiting here like he is now anyway.
So just to carry on from what you said about the 46 coming in, that is exactly what they've done. They've dropped from being in safety car A into safety car B. When the merge happens, they will be back up behind their leader. They will have lost a bit of track position and there's going to be cars in front of them, but what they've done is they've pushed their final stop further away. So, amazing. You know, yeah, that's good thinking from their side there.
It's a real strategy thing. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. We shall see how that works out in a while. Still a little time, obviously, before we can get them back to racing once again. And there has been quite a lot of work been going on, as we know, on the number 20 BMW M-Team WRT, the hybrid V8. That car has been seeing quite a lot of work being done, and there's a chance to just have a look into the garage and see some of that work that has been going on there. And it's a tricky time, isn't it, when you... I presume you've had a situation like this before where you've had to sort a car out with all its problems. What's going on right now, by the way, you're looking at, this is, they started this kind of show last year to celebrate the 100th year of Le Mans. So they created these lights and they've got music playing and pyrotechnics and videos, and they decided to continue it because it became such a popular thing for fans and spectators here at Le Mans. They've decided to start it all over again. So it's sort of celebration time. In a way, it's quite a good time because there's not much racing going on at the moment because they're all buying safety cars. So it kind of makes sense when there's not actually a lot on track. But this is the designated time anyway. They were planning to do this at 11:30.
It needs to become a regular feature that is implemented only during safety car periods. That'll make it even better. So it's just on standby. As soon as you have a safety car, release the fireworks, release the dogs, and then off we go. Make it a bit more exciting.
Yeah, all good fun. We shall see how that develops. But yeah, Lena, just coming back to when you've got to rebuild a car. Have you had that situation when you've been engineering, or were your cars always all right? Was there a situation during the race where there was all this work going on?
I've had a few races where it had not been an optimum race event, coming back in to do changes and things like that. 2013 we had to do an alternator change. That took quite some time. It was relatively early on in the race. From that point onwards we had all sorts of other little things falling apart on the car. And then 2016 had a similar kind of thing. Now the thing is, speaking about how we prepared for races, we used to do a huge amount of parts change practice. So the alternator change, for example, that involves the car being fueled up outside, pushed into the garage, and then the first thing that happens, you start taking the bodywork off the rear, and then you're pulling the gearbox off so that you can get to the alternator. There is a big difference between pulling a gearbox off when it's cold to when it's hot.
Of course.
And we had a bit of a struggle at that, trying to get it off.
Yeah.
We changed the alternator pretty quickly. We would have known the time that was going to take. Then we would have put it all back together again, quickly fired it up to check everything was working, and then we pushed the car back outside. Now, that year, we were allowed to put tyres on inside the garages because they were heated, whereas now you can't do that. In such a situation, the car would now be pushed out into the pit lane. You'd then have to fit the tyres, put it on the ground and send it away. So there's an extra cost there. the point I'm making is we practiced everything. We practiced it so that we got faster, so that we had a process, so that everybody knew what they had to do. We knew how much time it was going to take. And the prime reason for that is if you're prepared for all of those kind of things, you are able to address the race much more strategically. I mean, we were out of the race at that point because we went a number of laps down, even though there was a safety car at the same time. The idea of being prepared means that when there's a curveball thrown at you, you might never have experienced it, but everybody is thinking about what you need to do, how you need to do it to try and rectify that situation. You're always trying to save the most amount of time.
I can imagine, yeah, I totally understand that. And it's a key part of it. And it's worth getting back out there, there's no doubt that even if it takes a long time for the whole team to get the car to the finish, that would be nice. So anyway, we've got all this display going on in the background, which is fun, and there's some lovely pictures giving us some great overshots of the track as well. But there's an opportunity for us to sort of catch up on some of the stories as well, leading into all of this event at the Le Mans 24-hour race. And we saw him just getting into the car a moment ago, and we have a chance to look back at a piece that has already been made, talking to Ben Keating. Let's go and join that piece.
This will be my 10th year in a row to do Le Mans in 9 different cars. My first 3 years were not very good. And I have something going on in my brain that has me want to continue to try at something until I figure it out. And so now, at this point, I've won the GT class for the last 2 years in a row. Now what keeps me coming back just to see how long I can keep the streak going. I really started to learn a lot when I got into endurance sports car racing, because it's the only time that you can have a pro driver who is in the same car at the same track at the same time as you, and they were 8 seconds a lap quicker than me, which is just hard for me to fathom. Okay, maybe I can understand a second or two, but 8 seconds, I mean, how in the world could I be missing that much? One of the things I'm most proud of is the fact that in the last 6 years, I've been in the GT class. There have been around 25 cars in the class, and I've been on the podium 5 out of the last 6 years. And so what that says to me is that we've been consistent with our performance behind the wheel. That's all I can ask for. That's all I can hope for.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Ben Keating. As I say, he's back out in the car, started racing in 2011. He's in his early 50s now, 53 I think he is now, but thoroughly he's developed hugely, loves what he's doing, and it's great to see him out there.
Yeah, he is just absolute gold dust, I mean, for any team in terms of a bronze driver. We just heard it there, 5 out of the last 6 podiums for him in his classes. He's quick in everything he gets into. He's the bronze to have. As we see the amazing firework displays carry on here. One thing we need to look at here that's crucial for how long this barrier repair is taking, and maybe what a couple of the pit stops have been for, but I'm surprised not more, is that the bronze driving time. Now, there's a minimum time that each driver's got to be in the car, 6 hours for the bronze and the GT3 class. Now, as much as the bronze drivers want to be under beautiful green flag running, generally the ones that are the quickest and want to drive the most also are the most competitive and want the best strategy. And the best strategy means they need to be in the car the least. Or they need to be in the car, but when it's safety car. Yeah. Now, not only is it challenging conditions, it's now starting to rain fairly heavily. Every time we get this come up on our screen, Class 1, I don't know if the classes have switched from last time, but Class 1 seems fairly heavy in recent times. Rain in the dark under a long safety car like this. This is how long have we under a safety car now? It's
nearly an hour.
Nearly an hour. Yeah. Now, if you can use up an hour of your bronze driver's time,
exactly.
Now, so for instance, we've got Sully, you're looking at that car, but he's now been promoted up from when he was racing as a bronze. You've got Darren Lung in Team WRT, who is the bronze in that car as well. Michael Rainwright, he's the bronze in the GR Racing car. We've got more coming up the ladder there. James Cottingham has now gone into the car. So they need to get, you know, you'd lose position maybe under a safety car, but it's maybe a bit too late now. But at the start of this, when you knew the barrier pair was going to be at least half an hour, let's say, or half an hour to 2 hours, let's see how long. Go on the radio.
Just to say that it feels colder now on pit wall. Air temp 14, track temp 14, so lowest all week.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, but carry on.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm harking on about it, but I just find it so crucial. You need to use your pro when you're under green flag running, and anyone who's got their pro in, for instance, the ASP team of Jack Talkworth in 3rd place in the GT3. He's a rapid pro. Yeah. He needs to switch out for the bronze driver, use up all that time so he can get back in later.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, but it's a hard one to judge sometimes. Meanwhile, we are into the preparing for the merging all the cars now together behind one safety car, aren't they?
Yeah. What happens now? There are 3 safety cars around Le Mans. Once the race director has seen that barrier repairs are done and that we can go back to racing, the safety cars merge. If you have your class leader behind you, you are allowed to get what's called a pass round. That's so that you don't go a lap down. And it's trying to basically keep the competition going. Once that's all been sorted out, then we go racing again.
And we think there may be 1 or 2 taking big advantage here, but we'll just wait and check as to how it all develops. You're riding on board right now the number 51 Ferrari, the 7th place car, and there is obviously a bunch of hypercars in that particular group, but we are going to see them all starting to close up. There is very light rain coming down now. We've just seen a little bit, so that's going to make a difference as well. So yeah, we're seeing some smiley faces down in the garages at the moment, which is always fun. These garages, we were talking about, Ollie, they're incredibly well-designed areas now, with bits out the back of the garages, all built up, massive. And some of the way the teams sort of split between each other, it's quite a complicated business down there, isn't it?
It is. I mean, we see the Formula One paddocks of today, which are incredibly impressive, and WEC is a very, very professional championship, and at all of the non-Le Mans rounds there is a very, very strong showing of factory outfits, both in the paddock, pit lane and hospitality. But it's just a different kettle of fish when we come to Le Mans. Yeah. It makes the Le Mans hospitality, the Formula One hospitalities look small in comparison. So it's, yeah, you walk through the paddock and you just think, how has this all been made just for this 1 week?
Absolutely. No, it's fascinating to watch, and yeah, we shall see. We know that Team WRT BMWs have been having some ups and downs, but what we do know, of course, is the car that Valentino Rossi, Ahmed Al-Hati and Maxi Martino are doing very, very well. We've got an opportunity to go and hear from team principal Vincent Voss down in the pit lane to learn a bit more.
Here with Vincent Voss. Vincent, has been tough learning so far, these 24 hours of Le Mans at the top class. We know you've been successful in LMP2, but yeah, it's been tough so far.
Yeah, of course. I'm very disappointed for what happened. Fortunately, Dries is fine. I mean, he's back in the box. Let's hope that in a few days he will feel a little bit better. Yes, as you can imagine, we are very disappointed. Yeah, let's see. Now we will put the car 20 back on track, and let's try to finish a race. And in GT, of course, we are still fighting there, P2. And the car 31 is back in the lead lap, so yeah, let's hope for a good result there.
Huge disappointment for the team. Can you give us an update on the number 20?
Yeah, well, we had some we had some bad feeling with the car. We want to check everything. I mean, there was no point to take any risk, and we are going to put the car back on track.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, it's been a bit of a tough time for them, no doubt. Yeah, ups and downs for that WRT team, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to see that he's saying they are going to get it back out, but safety comes first. Obviously, the driver's reporting that it's not comfortable to drive or safe enough to drive. So, said with a despondent face, the car will go back out.
Indeed. So the merging has been going on, basically building up behind the one safety car to form that single line. No pit stops going on right at this stage. So after 7 3/4 hours at the Le Mans 24-hour race, we've had this first major safety car period, and now the cars are being all gathered together. Lena, you've just been explaining to me a little bit about it. So we've got one safety car, SCA, we give it. Safety car A is the one that will stay out there and lead the whole group, but the other two safety cars are now moving up to join that group and then get out of the way themselves.
Yeah, so what's happened is everybody that was behind safety car C has tagged onto the back of the train behind safety car B. Safety car B is now catching up to safety car A. Once that moves out the way, the rest of that field will then bunch up. Looking at the Marching Ants map, everybody is now behind safety car A. There's a handful of cars which sort of around the track still, because there's a couple of cars out on outlaps who still need to catch up. But what happens at this stage is the race director's getting everybody ready. Now, from an engineering point of view, you know that you're going to be starting again. Everything's cold. Brakes are cold, tyres are cold, pressures are down.
And rain is falling.
And rain is falling. You're probably instructing your drivers to try and get heat into everything, but please can you also save fuel? Helpful comment, right, Ollie?
Yes, just what you need. What do you need when your safety car is just about to restart in the night when it's cold? Rain.
There is one thing you were saying, that the number 50 Ferrari there, that's got a big gap at the moment, it might actually gain a fair bit back. We wonder if it's going to be allowed to run around the track, because some cars will be allowed to go beyond the safety car to rejoin at the back of the group.
Yeah, so there's a number of cars in safety car A, primarily GT3 cars, who have their class leader behind them. So if we were to restart at this point, they basically will end up being so far back, they could be very close to going a lap down. So they basically get what's called a pass around, and at the back of all of that line, there are actually 3 hypercars in that little group. One of them's number 50, so it pulls back round. There will be a lot of cars between them. Mainly looking at this, looks like GT3 cars, but you know, the 50 car is behind the 8, the 5 and the 83. Didn't really lose much, just a bit of track position. On that restart, I think they're going to want to push quite hard and try to get up behind the tail end of those other 3 hypercars. Risky, because all those GT3 cars are also going to be fighting each other. It's going to be an interesting restart. It's the first restart we're doing like this, so... Yeah,
well, it will be interesting. We've just been looking through the order there, as you can see, in the various different categories, looking down into the GT groups as well as the others. So, and we've seen the ones that are retired. Sadly, the WRT BMW that we were hearing about just now, both of the Alpine Endurance Team cars are out. Proton Competition number 9, LMP2, and the Vista AF Course car as well, the Ferrari in the GT3 category, that's out as well. So that's a great shame, but that's the way it is. And so yeah, they are beginning to build up, but we've got a little chance to just look back to an interview that Jethro did before the race got underway. We've got a whole bunch of drivers, of course, and Jethro managed to catch up with a whole bunch of people, and one of those was René Rast. Let's hear what René said a little bit earlier.
Hi René, thank you for speaking to us. Just before Le Mans starts, you have unbelievable career from Supercar to Formula E, multiple DTM titles. What do you feel like are the real strengths of your car on this particular track?
I mean, we saw that we are very fast in Sector 3. Our 20, but also the number 15 car was purple in Sector 3. which is basically the Porsche corners, the high-speed corners, which means that probably we are running either more downforce or just have a better balanced car, as this sector was definitely our sector. We are lacking maybe a bit of straight line speed, but maybe that comes also down to setup adjustments. I mean, you cannot have everything. You cannot be very fast in the corners and fast in straight line speed. So maybe sector 3 is our best sector.
But we saw you were quick at Imola in the mixed conditions. We know there could be rain forecast. Are you actually hoping there might be a little bit of rain on Sunday?
I think there will certainly be rain on Sunday. The weather forecast says that it will be raining. We tested a lot in rainy conditions, so this might help us because our car is actually felt at least very good in rain conditions. But what we don't want as drivers for sure is mixed conditions, which means in the middle of the night it will start raining and then you're out there in slicks. Half of the track is wet and the other half is dry. This is what basically is the worst nightmare for a race driver.
How do you go about managing the traffic? It's going to be such a huge part of the race.
Yeah, that's probably the most difficult thing in the 24 hours of Le Mans, the traffic, especially because this year we don't have tire warmers, which means when there's a car coming out of pit lane, you don't know if that car is actually on hot tires or cold tires. You don't know if it's a gentleman driver or a pro driver, so you don't know what to expect. Normally you say Le Mans chooses the winner, and you for sure have to be lucky to be always at the right end of the traffic. But traffic management is key, that you don't lose too much time and don't go too high risks.
Okay, final question. Do you think you can win the whole thing?
We think it's going to be chaos with rain and drying and wet conditions, so maybe lots of things happen. We just need to stay cool and calm and need to focus on ourselves. I think from pure pace it will be difficult, but maybe with a clean executed race, no mistakes, no penalties, there might be a chance, but it's unlikely.
Well, that was René talking before the race. Sadly, of course, we now know that for the WR team with the BMW hypercar, then they've had a really tough time. One car out, the other car, his car, is still being, well, it's way down, way down, having work done in the pits at the moment. So things have not gone the way of René Rast, I'm afraid, but it's good to hear from him. Let's listen to René.
The conditions, take it easy during this lap. You want energy. If you can put energy, we're happy. You can get a bit of tire temp. In the meantime, pay attention with the track condition.
So the pass around system has begun now, Ollie. So obviously some are allowed to pass around, some are not. They get the message and then they do it.
So yeah, Nielsen's engineer there is the effective similar saying of go fast, don't crash, which is put energy in the car, but be careful. So yeah, getting energy into the car, getting heat into the brakes, getting heat into... We've got the TF Sport car here coming back out, the Corvette. Yeah, so the pass around has started. The rain is going on harder and longer than expected. I just stepped outside the booth earlier and it is hard. It is as wet as it was earlier when we saw the 50 on slicks for those 3 or 4 laps. And it seems to be raining mostly around the track now. So the pass around is now concluded. So the 4th part of the stage you see in the top left of your screen will be the safety car lights out, and this just shows you on this camera here it is wet now, so there is colder temperatures than they've seen the whole week. They've never experienced this. Colder tyres than they've had. Robert Kubica now on the radio there, of course.
These rain conditions will last for another 15 minutes.
So 30 minutes ago we had rain expected for 20 minutes. It's been going on for half an hour and there's another 15 minutes of rain. So what we can gather from all of these weather stations, everything we've heard so far in this race, is the rain is going to come when it wants to come, and it's going to come intermittently. So this is going to be really spicy. It's now in the night. We've now got all of these cars at the coldest temperature, track temperature and tyres that they've had of the whole race, but they're all bunched up, and they're all going to be bunched up with their main rivals and competitions trying to do overtakes on and offline. It's going to be, we've gone from the quietest position in the race to what is going to be an absolutely chaotic restart.
And it's a mix of classes.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be LMGT3 cars in the mix with LMP2 cars, with the hypercars, and we should add the pit lane is closed right now, so it's not like anyone could just bounce in and get some wets. Everybody, as I can see it at the moment, and I would have thought this is the same for P2 and the LMGT3 cars, everyone's probably on slicks.
Yeah, I think most of them are.
It's going to be quite interesting.
It's going to get a very busy time in the pit lane, quite possibly.
Potentially. I think they will need to restart the race before they can come in, and that's super risky. I mean, it feels cold outside now. It's not like it was when the number 50 and the 51 did stay out on slick tyres. The track temperature was warmer. It was still slightly daylight, and it cools. It basically dries up a little bit faster then. When it's cool like this, it will not dry up as fast. So I think it's going to be challenging again. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens, who stays out, who doesn't, who takes gambles. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be making some of these decisions at this moment in time because it could, you know, it could really be very wrong and put you behind. I realise that's racing and you have to kind of roll the dice on some of these things, but yeah, interesting.
Just trying to see if how much we still need to get some cars together. They're not exactly all following the safety car yet, are they? So there's still quite a gap for them to all close up.
Yeah, and the big train of cars that was released that could do the pass around, they're coming through Porsche curbs now along the front straight. That's quite a challenging area. They've got to go all the way down the Mulsanne.
That's what we're looking at there, isn't it? That's the group that's catching up, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got to go all the way round and catch the back of the train for safety car A, which you know is currently coming out of Mulsanne going towards Indianapolis. So it's quite treacherous even under the safety car conditions. They're not limited on speed at the moment. They've got to just make it round.
No, and visually you'd think they were, because they're crawling to go back round. So yeah, it's going to take longer than the safety car probably imagined, longer than the race direction probably imagined. So although we're on the fourth stage almost of this long drawn-out safety car period, which has been for good safety reasons. Now, I know this has been very long and everyone wants us to go back racing immediately, but there is a reason that Van Thor got spun round at the end of the Mulsanne straight at 300 kilometers an hour and went headfirst into a barrier and stood straight out of the car and walked away, and that's because we have very, very safe tracks these days, even on street circuits, so it has to be repaired in the right way. FIA have to approve it. There's a big, long process that happens throughout that. That's been inspected, that's been approved. The pass round is now happening, but we've got the rain on slicks to contend with, and if you're a hypercar sat behind a GT3 car, you can't overtake it because you're quicker. You've got to wait until he's caught up the safety car, so you're dictated by the slowest guy on the grid. And some of those are bronzes in GT3 cars who are probably pretty nervous right now, knowing they've got to, maybe they're trying to delay the start, they're probably crawling hoping they don't have to do it, but you've got a mix of pros and bronzes around each other in that GT3. So the benefit we were talking earlier on about the bronzes being in the car, for instance, a good winner from that is the Pro-Am car of Francois Perraudot, the AF Course beautifully livery designed car, rapid team of the 183. They are fifth overall in LMP2 and second in their class, and have used a lot of their bronze time. The downside is that Louis Delatraz is the car in front with AOTF, and Francois Perraudot, although very experienced and very quick, is still the bronze driver in that car, who's now on slicks, cold slicks, in the rain.
Yeah, as you said. So while it was good to have a bronze driver behind safety car, it's one of the tough times for that bronze driver, less experienced driver, to then respond on a track in these conditions on slicks. That's difficult. Still, lots of stuff going on to entertain the crowds here, which is great. And the grids, the cars are beginning to catch up. There's still about half a lap, a little bit more than half a lap still for them to close up the gap to join behind the one safety car. So that's what we're waiting for. We've got a group of cars behind the safety car that will wait until all of the cars have caught up, and there's still a little way to go. Still going to be another couple of laps, I would think, before we get the cars all together. So it's a little bit of time before we get the racing underway, but hopefully that will then give us an opportunity to enjoy some racing once that happens, and particularly with these conditions. I mean, just riding on board there, you can just at slow speeds, you can hear the wheel spin coming up straight away.
Yeah, and that's behind the safety car.
Yeah.
You know, so there's dampness on the track. You can see it on the windscreen. These tyres will be stone cold, and this will be really challenging for every single driver that's out there. We can see from the Marching Ants map that at the moment there are 3 bunches of cars. the bunch of cars behind the safety car, a group that's currently coming through Porsche, that there's a GT3 car at the front of that pack, and there's a few hypercars behind there, and then there's a second pack that's now coming through the end of the Mulsanne straight, led by a couple of P2 cars, a whole load of hypercars in there. You know, this is going to take some time to pull everybody together before they can start to think about restarting the race.
But we were told this. We were told that it can, once the safety cars are released, it can take about 15 minutes before all the cars are ready to race again in the correct position. And what has been changed is that they're not putting them all into their particular classes. So that's what was done in the past, where they put all the hypercars together, all the LMP2 cars together, and the GT cars. But that's not happening. Now they just bunch up as a whole group, don't they?
Oh, as we see the hot sandwiches. But where's our cheese toasties?
Hello, Eurosport.
Well, yeah, lots of people just taking the advantage of this quiet moment in the racing and trying to relax and take the time. But it's all entertaining, and we're going to stay with all the action here at Le Mans. So we're just seeing those cars gradually picking up some time, some ground as we head around, and we will have a chance to talk to some of the other drivers that have done so well here over the years at this track. Most wins, of course, we've been speaking to Tom Christensen. He's been part of our team, but one of the other great winners here at Le Mans with 6 victories in his career, Jacky Ickx, talking earlier.
I found another legend of Le Mans, Jacky Ickx. Not quite 9 wins like Tom, but plenty. 6-time winner Jacky Ickx. Tell us a bit about this race this year. It's fantastic depth of competition. It could be one of the best ever.
We spoke a lot about the race of the century. This today will be another story, much more impressive again. You don't have the sentimentality anymore about the history made by Le Mans. But today you have 23 cars, 9 different constructors. You have, honestly, a weather condition, we are not very optimistic about it. It's going to give a fantastic race, I'm convinced. We'll see who is going to be there at the end, because you can't make any kind of prediction.
Yeah, unbelievable competition. Talk about that pole lap by Kevin Estre, something special.
Was that the cherry? You call it the cherry on the cake? That's a cherry, but it means nothing, because the real goal for that unique race, where you have an unbelievable crowd of 300,020, or it's the limited number, you have to finish when the flag drops. And as you know, until the flag hasn't dropped, it's not over yet. Remember the Toyota finishing 1 lap, stopping 1 lap before the end? Everything could be. But the major difficulty for me will be which tire to use at the appropriate moment, and those who are responsible for the radar of the Meteo will play a very important role in it.
Thank you for your time. The drivers are going to need a cool head like yours. Thank you, Jacky.
Thanks, thank you.
That was Jacky Ickx talking earlier, obviously, but it's lovely to hear from him, one of the greats of Le Mans over all the years. Just looking at the energy tanks, yeah, it's fairly even across the board, 1 or 2. The Ferrari number 51, that's not going to have a lot of laps before it has to come into the pits, just 20% energy. Just to remind you, those virtual energy tank figures that we get, that combines both fuel and electric power. It's all combined together to give us that energy that they have. And also a quick reminder that although they have electrical energy in a hypercar, it's not a sort of separate thing that you can suddenly boost the power. You're just given a maximum power that both the engine and the electricity can provide at any time. So that's all part and parcel, but it's working as a very good system at the moment, and it's making a very competitive lineup. As Jacky was saying, that we have 9 manufacturers now in the hypercar series. It's remarkable, to be honest, that we have so many of these top manufacturer names, and they are also providing some pretty intense racing, particularly the likes of Porsche, Ferrari, Toyota and Cadillac popping in there as well. So plenty more to enjoy once this gets underway. So still a bit of work. This is behind the scenes now. That's the BMW RT car that got crashed out when Dries Vanthoor was in it. They're obviously just going to hike it away. It's not causing any problems on track, but they're just getting it sorted to take it back to the team. It's obviously one of the cars completely out of this race.
So we've got the Panis Racing car of Rodrigo Salas, which is the 65 car. That's the one leading the pack, chasing to get back to the safety car A, which should be back and caught up in this sector, in the middle sector. But the problem you've got for safety car A is all of the cars that are behind safety car A, who's being told probably to go as slow as possible.
Some track updates, please, for Will.
It's fully wet everywhere, so yeah, wet condition based on one single corner wet drive. So he can use, as I say, full wet line, especially in the Porsche, to avoid like the inside line to cross back in exits.
So that's Norman Nato replying to Hertz Team Jota to let Will Stevens know, who's got his helmet on and probably his radio connected in there, of the track condition. He'll have the onboard camera to be able to watch that as well. As we see, the cars are pretty much joined up now with safety car A. But back to my point, they are going so slowly to allow them all to catch up, which is a double-edged sword, which is it's gonna make the car so frustrated behind that safety car, willing it on to try and get any temp they can into that car. So we've had an hour and 27 of this safety car and full course yellow combined. Who else can we mention here? So we've got some very, very good drivers in the GT class who, when we get restarted, have good control of their car under this, not just from the pro side, but let's mention some others. So James Cottingham, a bronze driver who is very experienced in not only GT cars now, but in classic cars. He's used to going sideways on cross-ply tyres in the rain, in a Cobra, in the Le Mans Classic itself. So he may not have done the Le Mans 24 hours before, but he has done the classic Le Mans 24 hours. He has a lot of laps round here, so he knows how to drive Le Mans in the wet. Yes, it's a little bit different in a crazy GT3 LM car, but yeah, there is going to be some very, very quick people. Jack Hawksworth there in third in GT3 class. He is going to be hustling that Team WRT and Manthei Pure of Joel and Ahmed Almaty as well. So that's going to be some really interesting battles there.
And one thing, Ollie, we were talking about is that, of course, with the GT3 cars, they have ABS braking system. So when you get a condition like this, it actually helps in some ways, because the ABS system, anti-lock braking system for the drivers, will help in this wet conditions, won't it?
Massively, and you will have their pro drivers and their engineers, or a combination of the two, telling them what settings they need to be on. A lot of these cars will have around 10 to 12 functions on their wheel, and that will be for engine map, TC and ABS. So ABS is the one we're talking about. So that's the anti-lock braking system. So what that does is you hit the pedal as hard as you can, usually about 100 bar, we talk in bar. So you hit that pressure on that pedal, and instead of it in previous years just grabbing onto the disc, locking up, and you sail into the distance forever and ever, what it does is when it senses there's a lack of grip from the tyre to the ground, it then retreats that pad on and off at a quick rate to make sure you don't lock up. The higher the number in most cars, the more interference you get. And when you cross over a certain number, let's say number 8 on your wheel out of 12, it crosses from a progressive dry map into a very aggressive wet map. So where's it go on board the Cadillac radio? Maybe not.
Go back green now, they're gonna get another yellow.
In this lap. In this lap. Here we go.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so we are getting ready for the race to restart, and this is certainly going to make life pretty interesting, no doubt about it. And exactly as you said earlier, Lena, one of the things is that number 50 Ferrari has certainly gained a lot of time. Just looking at the timing board at the moment, currently in 4th place. It was quite a long way back. It was still on the same lap, but it's certainly gained in terms of time. And we've got quite a group of hypercars ready to go battling again. Lights out on the safety car.
Yeah, it dropped from P2 to P4 with that pit stop. Had ended up in the other safety car, basically because there was a class leader behind them, which was from the GT3 class. They've effectively got a lot of that position back, and they haven't ended up with too many other people in between them.
You're right. So the car that is leading, you just get a glimpse of it, is actually the Porsche, the Manthei Racing Pure Racing car of Gerald Stern. That is the car that is leading the whole pack of cars. It's a GT3 Porsche, but all the other hypercars and LMP2 cars are in the group behind that. So the car that's actually leading the race is still the yellow Ferrari, number 83. But of course, they're then going to have to start working their way through all of these other cars that are up ahead of them. So it's going to be the problem. One of the problems, Ollie, with this kind of situation, when you put a safety car and you get the race underway, particularly when the conditions are like this, we could end up with another safety car quite soon.
Totally, and here we go. This is it. I mean, straight down, overtake one GT, one LMP2.
Yellow flag already.
Immediately. I can't believe they weren't more bunched up, to be honest. I mean, this is literally going to be absolutely lethal. The rain has actually increased, tiptoeing in the number 5, locking up, sliding. Same pace, the GT car he just overtook has now caught him back up, the McLaren there. And that is, I believe, the James Cottingham that we were talking about before. Come on, do me proud, James. Come on, overtake a hypercar.
The yellow flag that would came out just in one area has gone away again. But whether we're going to get a whole lap in here without some sort of slowdown for everybody, a lot of pit stops.
Wets.
Yeah, that's not surprising. So they're allowed to come in as the race gets underway.
A whole bunch of them.
And the pit lane is therefore extremely busy. And as you can see, the Toyota Kamui Kobayashi about to come back out.
It's only the number 5 Porsche Penske and Cadillac, sorry, 311, and number 4 Porsche Penske that didn't come in. Every single other hypercar did.
Which everybody's...
Yeah, Lena, so it's a busy pit lane, isn't it?
It's a very busy pit lane. You know, there's you can see cars being held because there's cars in the fast lane. Treacherous conditions. I mean, it's just so cold, it isn't going to dry up fast enough. And this is why so many teams are taking the wet tyres. There was a prediction that the rain would have stopped roughly 10 minutes ago, but there's spray everywhere. It's so challenging.
That is challenging, and not only for the drivers, but the crews themselves, as the release board there for the Toyota got caught on the hose of the air gun, and the driver thought that the board was still down, because it was, so he wasn't going, but it was just caught on the board and he couldn't get released. And the safety car procedures are under review. Now, they are under review, I suspect, because there was more than 10 car lengths between each car. They will argue they couldn't catch up because of challenging conditions, etc., probably get away with it. But I was surprised by a lot of the gaps. I mean, there was the first, second and third GT car and then 10 car lengths before the next one. I mean, you've got to be right on it there. Here we see the different angles and pushbacks. This is a chaotic pit lane for everyone. Hopefully everyone gets in and out. We see a replay here. Let's see what goes on for the number 92 Manthey Racing Porsche. It's heading into the pits, over one curb, over the next. Does it have a slight spin?
Oh!
It does. Very wet curbs, on slicks. It's got its rear wheel still on the tarmac there, so it's either going to put it in reverse or floor it on the tarmac. It's only got a little bit of gravel to go through. That is the leading car in that class. It was. And Jack Hawksworth has now got into the lead. Michelle getting the Iron Dames car in P2. Some more wets there waiting to go on. I mean, this is the excitement we needed afterwards.
Yeah, this is so unpredictable as to what's going to be happening here. And this is the car that is now leading. We're on board with the Porsche, but it's on slick tyres. So all those other hypercars have come in, well, except, as you mentioned, the Cadillac, the Whelen Cadillac, which Derani is behind him. But this car, let's listen in a bit. You can listen to that little bit of wheel spin. Next section, let's just listen into this as well.
C'est stop. Please confirm. If it's stop to run, we can stay like that.
So I'm surprised by his reply. It's great to listen in there. Hardly any full throttle before Arnage when coming out of Indianapolis, coming down towards Porsche curves. So, Mikey Vicky, they're saying, I'm happy to stay out. If there's no more rain, I'll stay out. So before we were losing 30 to 35 seconds a lap in similar-ish conditions of wet versus slick. Now, as soon as you do 2 laps worth of that, you might as well have pitted for wets. So 1 lap worth, 35 seconds if he thinks it. I mean, here it doesn't look too bad.
Exactly.
The rain has stopped here.
It's not too bad in a few places, but then he's having a wobble here.
Through the Porsche curves towards the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, and up the curves, etc., are going to be very slippery at this stage. So you're definitely trying to stay off the curves. But this is your race leader staying out on slick tyres at the moment and deciding to do so by the sound of it, coming down to an area where he might decide to come in, but...
Stayed out.
Yeah.
So he stayed out. So here, so there's certain curves you can and can't take. So the unloaded side of the tyre, car, and what we mean by that is, let's say your apex is a left-hander, you can use a little bit of curve going into those left-handers as we go on board Radio 8.
Seconds quicker than the 83, 2 seconds quicker than the 83 in Sector 2, good job.
So Sector 1 and 2 are much wetter. Look at the spray immediately versus the Porsche curves. As here, I mean, this also is a GT3, I believe, of Jack Hawksworth in front, also on slicks. And the gap is the same after the first part of the sector. So if a GT car was on wets, I reckon it would be pulling away from that hypercar. That is the difference the tyre makes.
The rooster tails from those GT3 cars ahead of that number 5 are a telltale sign that wets are the right call here on this part of the track.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to take away anything that the driver has said about conditions and what he would prefer to be on. Just looking at top speeds, it will become apparent very, very quickly whether or not you know, there's a significant difference. I did see on the previous lap they had done a 2:10 and everybody else was up at something like a 2:60. It does look a bit like the 311 had actually come in.
Oh, right, okay. So you
potentially, I'll just double check that.
Okay, the Cadillac, yeah, it has dropped down a couple of places now as well, hasn't it? So maybe it came in a lap later.
That is the car of Filippo Derani, whose engineer came on when they were 10 places further down than this and said, game on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an hour and a half ago during the safety car, and game on indeed it is. 4th place, 311, as we go on board here with Robert Kubica.
Currently in 2nd place then, but he's on the wet tyres.
And you can just hear how much more he can attack it on the brakes, can't you? I mean, also applying the throttle there, he can actually go smoothly onto full throttle.
Look at the... on the right, you can see how much throttle he's using, obviously on a straight now, but you'll see how quickly he can get onto the throttle when he goes into the next corner. He's coming down to the next chicane, so we'll just watch that. You'll see him coming onto the brakes, and because he's now on wet tyres, get hard on the brakes, he's actually got to deal with a bit of traffic, which doesn't make life quite so easy, so he's going to have to be a little bit more cautious on throttle than he might otherwise be. Yeah, because it's proving to be a little bit difficult to find the space.
Yeah, so there's a certain line you take. Now, you might have heard dry versus wet line. It's less of a factor on a street circuit. The reason why is because when you're on a permanent circuit, there is way more rubber laid down on the racing line. The water sits on top of the rubber rather than seeping into the tarmac, so you want to brake offline on the sandpaper. Down the inside here, good move there. It's generally the racing line there anyway. We've got some very good drivers in the GT3 cars at the moment who are very aware of these cars coming through, but Robert is just able to attack way more confidently on these wet tyres than we saw of the Porsche Penske of Frederic before, who was on the slicks, who was tiptoeing round 19 seconds before. It's got to be more now.
So, correction to what I said, the 311 Cadillac is still on slick tyres, so those positions it has lost are genuine positions. The Porsche 5 has been caught 5 seconds in 2 sectors, in effect, by the car, by car 83, which is on wet tyres.
Yeah, and that's the car we're riding on board. So in a moment, we will actually be seeing the race leader up ahead of us. That may be the car that's flashing at us actually now, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, that gap's 5.5
5
seconds
now. It probably is that up ahead. So what you're watching now is the car in 2nd place on the wet tyres, chasing after Fred Makabicki, an experienced driver himself, they both are, but you can only do so much when you're on slicks on a track that in some places is not too wet, in other places it's very slippery indeed, so challenging. You're on board, and just for a moment we're looking into the garage as well, as they are hoping that their car is going to go back into the lead, because of course the number 83 AF Corsa was leading until we got into this part, and now you're on board with the leader, and there he is, he's just been taken. So that is it, the number 83 Ferrari is back in front once again. Robert Kubica, who was leading before this safety car period, and of course was involved in incident, yeah, still not in, so the number 5 car still staying out there.
So I guess what's happening here is it's down to the driver to some extent. If they can cope with these conditions, they're going to keep them out, because I think there is no more rain coming. But as I said before,
83 behind you for position. 83 Ferrari onwards.
Well, that was earlier, because that was obviously just before the pass. He was telling him, watch out, because the Ferrari's coming up behind you, but it's already gone past. The question is, how many more places is he going to lose, do you think? Because there are a few more catching, aren't there?
yeah, the Toyota's 3 seconds behind him, and then a further 24 seconds behind that is the number 6 Porsche. The thing about the track conditions right now is, as I said before, it's cooler, it's just going to dry out much, much slower, so that is going to be way more challenging being on those tyres.
That's Jack Hawksworth, that's the car that was leading GT3 just when this all got going again. So leading in GT3, the Lexus, but that has now come into the pit. So that actually means that the Manthey EMA Porsche of Richard Leitz is now leading GT3, and the Iron Dames GT3 car is now up into 2nd place at this stage, so they're going well.
Yes, the number 5 car has dropped another position to the Toyota now.
Right, okay. So it's a question now of how many places is Makovic going to lose. There's a bit more of a gap to Laurens Vanthoor, who's some 24 seconds behind. But is the track drawing out? What are the lap times like? Are we beginning to see lap times that are getting a bit more like where we were earlier?
The number 5 car just posted a 4-minute 41, and everybody else is in at 4-minute 2, 4-minute 5.
Okay, so...
And as a comparison, the 311 did a 4 minutes 40. So this is clearly slower.
So we've just had car 83, that is our leader, Robert Kubica, 30 seconds stop and go for the incident with car 15, the BMW Vanthoor. So he has been deemed at fault. That is a fairly harsh penalty. You've got to do the full pit lane length and 30 seconds stood still.
That's really interesting. We know the pit lane length is about 30 seconds, isn't it? Because we saw looking at some of that earlier.
Yeah, 30, 32 seconds.
So he's going to lose a minute.
A minute, which, you know, they've got 3 laps within which they need to serve a penalty, 3 or 4, I think it is. So if they were to take it now, they would come out around P7 or so.
Yeah, absolutely. So the leader, before all this took place, that's very, very interesting. So it's actually important that Kubica's, despite the conditions out there, he's got to be pushing on. He's got to be pushing on and trying to get some really quick laps in here.
I mean, but even with the penalty, it's not over. He's gained 36 seconds on Vanthoor just in the last 2 laps alone, who was legitimately fighting for the lead between them. So if he just does 2 more laps like that, or 3 more laps, and then takes the penalty...
Yeah. And if
car 83 ahead has a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Once it serves it, you will be in P1, in position 1 now.
Absolutely, Toyota will be back into the lead. And we have seen a Toyota in the lead briefly, but that's really been through different pit stop timings. This actually is going to become a genuine lead for Toyota, but let's just wait and see how it all works out as we get there. We're not quite there yet, but we will be seeing Robert Kubica having to come into the pit shortly.
So GT-wise, Inception Racing, who qualified on pole, now has the pro in the car, Frederic, and although further down because they had that radiator change and brake change, he is lapping 4 minutes 28, which is the quickest in the whole of the GT field, and bar 2 other cars that are able to do 28s and 29s. Everyone else is 4:49, 4:56, 4:50, 4:59, 5 minutes, 4:50.
Wow.
So multiple seconds, tens of seconds quicker than cars in front. So it just shows the pace that that car has.
Wow, that's really interesting. We're on board the Toyota right now that is currently in 2nd place, and one is some 7 to 8 seconds behind. It won't be second for very much longer, and there's some disappointment down at the team at AF Corsa. We have had news, a change is going to come along pretty soon, because Robert Kubica has been given a penalty for the accident with the BMW that happened, that led to the safety car period that took out Dries Vanthoor. He's got to come into the pits and he's got to stop for 30 seconds. He is currently leading at this stage, but this will cost him quite a few places. It'll drop it down to 7th place probably if cars stay where they are right now. The number 6 Porsche has just moved ahead of the number 5 with the change of tyres, but what it will mean is that the Toyota, the number 8 Toyota, currently being driven by Ryo Hirakawa, that will take the lead once the AF Corsa of Robert Kubica comes into the pits.
Yeah, and that Porsche overtake there is just showing the difference that the tyre is making. I mean, I think 4 corners and it was 3.5 seconds, so it's still very much wet in that first sector, medium-ish in the middle sector, and then drying out in the third.
So what I've also just noticed is within a couple of laps where both the 2 cars on slicks, so the 5 and the 311, were posting 4 minutes 14 and now at 4 minutes 26, 4 minutes 30. So this is a combination of tyres coming up, drivers getting more used to the track, and it drying slightly. It's still slow.
Okay, so no doubt staying on slicks was a mistake.
If it doesn't rain anymore, they might be able to pull something out of this, which is to stay in the mix, but they have definitely dropped positions.
Yeah, they've already lost too much. They've already lost too much. I think, I'm just looking as well, so P2-wise, we were speaking about bronzes, and bronzes being out during safety cars, and they managed to pit at some point, just missed, I think, in the last few laps, when that would have happened. It was either just after the safety car, that the AF Force 183 pitted and changed to their pro, Ben Barnico, who has got ahead of the AO by TF car, so they're now third in LMP2 and first in Pro-Am, so doing very, very well, that car.
Yeah, it is. No, that's been a good timing. So Ben Barnico getting up to pace, there's no doubt about it. On board with Makovic, still on these slick tyres, still sort of coping and trying not to lose too much more time, but this has taken him from right up front, dropping him down to 7th position now.
He's 50 seconds behind, which, to be fair, still probably means it's okay. You're in the mix at the moment.
Okay.
The car that's not in the mix is
it
a
depends if we get more rain as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, the other car on slicks has dropped to 1 minute 37 seconds behind, and I mean that would have suggested that you should have come in and taken wet. You know, Makovic holding on. That's relatively impressive, I think.
Yeah, so it's this factor of not only what is quickest, but the risk factor. So he's doing a fantastic job of managing this traffic, overtaking slower cars, overtaking cars that are usually a lot slower but are on wet, so are now a lot quicker, and managing the traffic of actual positions that are overtaking him. And we've got to drive through cars 23, 65 and 78. And that is for safety car procedures. We'll try and get you some more details on what safety car procedures, maybe the 10-car length gap to the car in front. That would seem quite a harsh penalty for it. So let's see actually why they end up getting that. But yes, so this mix of tyre and how long it's going to take before the window opens back for the Penske number 5 to be able to get this pace. James Ricardo's actually going to rate of knots as well. 28 seconds on the last lap, 28 seconds, so it was 19 earlier. So even though the rain has reduced or stopped in a lot of areas, the amount of time loss is huge, and that's because he can't get any temperature in those slicks, and you can get more temperature in the wets. You have these tread blocks. Not only are they useful for dispersing water when you have a high amount of water on the ground, but those tread blocks move, causing friction and gain you free surface heat into the tyre, which the flat slicks don't.
And there's no doubt that Toyota is going to be in pretty good shape, although the gap, yes, oh no, oh dear, fire in the back of another car. Unfortunately, that's the number 30, that's the Duquesne team, an MP2 car, and that looks like that's going to be a full retirement as well. What a disappointment, that is a great shame. in that car is Jean-Baptiste Simonal. Well, he's not in the car anymore. He's just got out. Obviously, he's okay. That's the main thing. But yeah, that's unusual to see in an LMP2 car. I mean, they're usually so reliable, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So here we see, flames coming out the top. So that is on the top trumpet there, the elephant that takes in the air into the engine. That's a full-on blowout. So he's got out of the car quickly, as he should do. I think probably forgot to pull the fire extinguisher, so he goes back into the other side to pull the fire extinguisher to save teams as much money as they can, because that's not going to be cheap.
Kubica needs to come in. It's getting very close to the cut-off window when that penalty's been applied that he needs to take this, and he's gone through sector 1, so maybe coming in the end of this lap. Now, the Toyota behind him has caught up 5 seconds. It's sort of stabilised a little bit here, but he definitely needs to come in.
Yeah, he does need to come in. Would he? I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happens here, because if we go to a safety car, I don't think we'll go to a safety car period. We might go to a full yellow flag.
You can't take it under a safety car. I think you can take it under a slow zone. I don't believe you can take it under a safety car or full course yellow. Now, I'll double check that, but the other thing I wanted to say is that penalty, and I might be, I'll go onto our penalty screen in a minute, I might be overreading it, that penalty came up and disappeared a lot quicker than the other penalties have been coming up. Whether the team manager has called up and said, I'm disputing this, I have some video evidence, X, Y, Z, I'm not sure, but it did disappear very quickly. Maybe the reason he's still staying out, maybe he's just trying to build a gap, let's see.
Yeah, well, the flame's still burning away there a little bit, unfortunately, on the number 30 car. They all run the same engines, those LMP2 cars. It's the Gibson GK428 V8 engine. It's been a very reliable engine over the years. It's actually had to have power reduced a little bit in recent years from its very highest levels. It's about 550 horsepower, but I'm a bit surprised to see a problem like that. I mean, you can never predict a problem, can you? So things do go wrong, but generally they are incredibly reliable.
They are generally, but I mean, we're racing at 24 hours here, and there is mini explosions happening within that engine for 24 hours long. It's unbelievable that these things can do what they do, tuned down or tuned up as they are. So yeah, that car now out, and you cannot replace engines or gearboxes anymore within this race and be allowed to go back out, so that car is done.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's another car added to the list, and they're not going to make it. So let's just see. So we're on board. Okay, we are on board. He is coming into the pits. This is for the 30-second stop. So this is the difference now that we are seeing as Robert Kubica comes into the pits to make that penalty stop. I'm sure you'll see him just stop and wait. And there we go. They have to hold him there for 30 seconds. They can't do anything with the car. Frustrating for the driver, but there was an instant that we saw earlier with Dries Vanthoor, and it certainly did look as though Robert Kubica did just ease over slightly. So it's all happening. Let's go down to the pit lane. We've got a chance, I think, to catch up with Ferrari, and of course this AF Corsa Ferrari is part of the Ferrari team, not the full works team, but it is part of the whole Ferrari group, and this is going to hurt them as he's taken that 30-second penalty.
Well, it's good news in that it's your birthday, so happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
The bad news is we just heard about this 30-second stop-go penalty. The race has been going so well, you must feel pretty upset about it.
Yeah, it's a shame because we started very strong. You know, we had up to a point 40 seconds of lead. And then, yeah, fortunately, we had an incident with the lap car, you know. I mean, it is what it is. Now we just focus on the race, try to recover and try to come back.
You guys have been incredibly quick, incredibly consistent, and made all the right calls so far. So you feel like you can get this back.
It's hard to make the right calls every time. You know, so far we have been a bit lucky, but also we drove very well, our street drivers. So we try to, you know, do a clean race for the remainder of the race, and we hope to be able to come back to the front again soon.
Okay, good luck. Happy birthday. Let's hope you're celebrating tomorrow.
So Robert Kubica has done the penalty. He's now in the slow zone, taking it nice and easy, but of course this has now dropped him down. He's come back out in 6th position at the moment. He's still got this car to sort out and get it cleared out of the way. It doesn't look as though the fire's completely gone yet, but what it does mean now is that Toyota are leading this race, and it is Ryo Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing machine that is now leading this race. And Hirakawa has already had a lot of success with Toyota. He was the champion last year with Toyota in the WEC Series and winner of this Le Mans race in 2022. Is Toyota going to be able to hold on up there now? This is what's going to be interesting. We've got what is quite interesting, Ollie, too, is that both Toyotas are running well at this stage because they're running first and third. So we've seen Porsche up there, we've seen Ferrari up there. Now it looks like Toyota are getting to the top.
They've got some experience around here, and that is paying off, and they are there, always lurking. They've had pace, they've shown pace this year. They have improved that car tremendously, and I think now their strategists are earning their money and have been working away diligently in the background, and this safety car has come in, and they have chosen the right thing to do, and they are there. They're in first and third, and as we slowly, within a couple of hours, approach the halfway mark, you've just got to be around there on the lead lap to do it. So an impressive showing from both of them.
Absolutely. Very similar lap times for those two Toyotas in the 355s, as last lap there was about half a second between them. Similar to the number 2, similar to the number 7. And the number 50, all of these cars on wet tyres. What's interesting is it almost looks, looking at the lap times, like there's a plateau. So the track is greasy now, and this won't benefit the wets very much. It also won't benefit those two cars on slicks. So they're going to stay at roughly the sort of same pace, which unfortunately for those two cars on slicks means staying at 4 minutes 25, let's say. That's going to be costing them when there's cars out there doing sub-4-minute laps.
Yeah, it's a good point. I see that Fred Makowiecki now, who was leading, decided not to come in and put the wets on, but he has now dropped down to 9th position. So, and as you say, he's not really getting a grippier track. It's cold temperatures, of course, are part of this as well, aren't they? Because we're into night time, so the track actually drying out is not happening as quickly as it did earlier today.
It's not, and that plateau is exactly what has happened. And we've seen Robert serve his penalty and come out still 30 seconds ahead still of the Porsche after serving a penalty as well. So it's hugely in the favour of the wets. The wets, but not only with this greasy track, yes, they don't have water to displace, which is what they like. The water and greasiness is staying down, so at least they're not deteriorating the surface. They can stay out on them, they can move offline, generate some wet temperature in those tyres, or lower temperature, should we say, to keep them alive and keep them working and stop those tread blocks melting into the Porsche curves. The 93 Peugeot there, Peugeot running still going round. That's what they need to do. As a few of these come out, they're in 13th and 15th place respectively for the 93 and 94 car. Coming through towards karting here. This is a great section. I mean, maybe not in wet and greasy conditions in night when it's not quite dry, but through the night, through the Porsche curves, when you're on slicks, hopefully we'll get to that stage. Is just a sight to behold from the outside, and hold your breath if you're on the inside.
The BMW GT3 car, rather, is now into the pits. Let's just see, that's, yeah, looks like a pretty straightforward stop for them, heading back out onto the circuit. Just in GT3, just to remind you, at the moment, it is the Porsche, the Manthey Pure Racing, which has had a very successful time this year in World Endurance Championship. They are leading in GT3 at this stage. Klaus Bachler is currently leading, whilst at the moment, also running well in that category is the Proton Competition Ford Mustang. That's running in second place. Dennis Olsen at the wheel of that. Then the other Porsche is actually currently running third. Richard Leeds in the Manthey EMA Porsche. So Porsche running well in the GT3 category at this point in the race. But it's also Toyota that are doing so well in hypercar category. Cool Racing leading in LMP2. Malte Jakobsen, the youngster, doing an extremely good job, unsurprisingly there, putting in some good lap times. He's fastest of the group and managing to open up that lead a little bit, I think, in LMP2 at this stage. Into the slow zone as they are moving that car out of the way at last.
Still slows on 3, being clean with the racing line, Peugeot behind is complaining.
They are getting it out of the way, which is good news. Let's get a chance to talk to another man who has massive experience of winning races here at Le Mans, Oliver Gavin, down in the pit lane.
Okay, I'm in the Cadillac garage and I've bumped into Ollie Gavin, 5-time class winner here at Le Mans. Nightmare scenario out there for the drivers at the moment. You must be very happy you're not driving.
Yeah, I was thinking just a few minutes ago, I'm quite happy to be standing here in the pit box and not being out there on track in car. I mean, it's really tricky conditions right now. You've got to be working so hard with your pit crews, so hard with the engineers, trying to understand, you know, what's the France Meteo saying, you know, when's the next lot of rain coming in? How long is it going to be like this? Can you survive on the slick tyre? And if you are out there on the slick tyre at the moment, it's a heart and mouth moment. You're really trying to get it working, really trying to get it switched on. And if you can't, then you know you're just shedding lap time and you're giving up loads of time to your competitors, but also you're really risking your car. So I see a lot of guys who've gone to the wet tyre, but how long is it going to be wet for? And that's the real gamble. We saw earlier on in the race that a lot of guys jumped to the rain tyre, then very quickly had to wind back out of it. And it looks pretty wet for quite a lot of the track. So there's a lot of people sort of like keeping their fingers crossed that they've made the right decision this time.
Does it ultimately come down to the driver? Are the engineers just listening to what the drivers are saying?
Well, every single time the driver will blame the engineer and the engineer will blame the driver. And I was always trying to make the right decision, but sometimes it's just like you're in the car, you're seeing it live, but you're also really relying on your crew and those guys on the pit wall to go, right, okay, this is what we're seeing. But sometimes stuff just pops up and, you know, you just got to feel it. You just got to feel it. And sometimes it's all about surviving and you need a bit of luck. I mean, winning this event is so much about luck, being in the right place at the right time, dodging that shower, not getting caught out on the wrong tyre at the wrong time. I mean, it's such a real sort of lap of the gods here. You know, you're just really trying to survive tricky conditions, dark. I'm just kind of glad I'm not out there.
Yeah, luck and survival, but luckily we can be working with this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, always good to hear from Oliver Gavin. He has so much experience but saying how tricky it is at this stage. You're riding on board with Alex Lynn. He's currently in 5th place, so it's a good place at this stage in the Cadillac, but it's still tricky conditions out there, isn't it?
It is. We're just starting to see a dry line appear. Now, the very first sign of a dry line is 2 tyre marks each side, and then eventually the downforce will start working when they start picking up their speeds to clear up a full car width worth of dry line.
Well, it is Ryo Hirakawa who is leading for Toyota at the moment. Toyota 1st and 3rd with a Porsche in between. Always fun to be riding on board a car in these conditions, just seeing how hard the driver's having to work. And of course, in the darkness with lights everywhere, and you were talking about that earlier, Ollie, how it blinds you from behind. Very hard actually to work out how close cars. You were explaining how the GT cars actually help you with that. They have a system that puts up lights in the cockpit to show you whether a car is right behind you or whether it's a little bit further back. But it can be tricky in some of the other vehicles. They're dealing with it pretty well. I'm surprised we haven't, to be honest, I know I'm going to be saying the wrong thing as a commentator right now, but we haven't seen as many incidents as I was expecting once this got back underway after the safety car. It's so difficult when they're all bunched up on a wet track and some of them on the wrong tyres. I believe that Richard Leeds actually has stayed on some slick tyres in GT3. He's dropped back a little bit. He's not doing the same lap times as the others. So I think I think that staying on slicks has happened not only in the hypercar, it's happened in some of the other classes as well.
Yeah, it's happening up and down the field, and it is going to be in that crossover period. Oh, the 46 car has spun off. It doesn't look like it's hit anything from that angle.
Remember, this is the Valentino Rossi car.
Maybe it has hit something. We've got tyre damage behind. It looks like from this angle it's just in the gravel. That smoke is just general water and condensed and everything from the radiator. So this side looks okay. The barrier does not. The Michelin flagging is down on the side. The 46 glowing is...
Here we go. Let's have a look then. So this is Ahmed Al-Hati driving the car. So what goes on here? He has to cut across the chicane. And then... Oh!
On the white lines.
Wheel spin over the crest on the white lines. He does tap there. Oh! not tap, front left, so not what we can see on the camera radio.
I lost it. I lost the car.
Oh, and you can see the damage on the front end.
That's hefty. So I take back what I said about the smoke. Normally you can see from the rear there, bit of gravel, bit of water hitting the radiator. That is actually coming out of the front left of the radiator. So, smacking the wheel in anger. I mean, pure drive.
Was he? He was on slicks. Okay, that's interesting. So you can understand why he suddenly lost it like that. Oh, this has got to be so painful for him. And especially, he's the bronze driver. He's got a lot of experience to him in British GT racing, for example, all sorts of racing in sports cars. But being teammate to Valentino Rossi in an event like this is almost extra pressure, isn't it?
It is definitely extra pressure. He is an incredible driver, Al-Hadi, and he knows exactly what he's doing. So when I say driver error, he's in a straight line going over the crest after having locked up, and it just wheel spins underneath him. It's incredibly hard. I do not want to undermine how hard it is in these situations when you're on slicks. So yeah, just super tough for him. I hope that can be a quickest fix, but if he's stuck in the gravel, it doesn't matter how quick the fix is.
Fred Makovic, I think he stayed on the slicks, did he?
Yeah.
A few. Just staying on the slicks, unlike so many others. Fred Makovic coming back out now.
The 311 had pitted just before the number 5 car did, and it took a set of slicks as well. I would guess they are softs.
So there is.
Oh my God! No, not again! Come on, guys! No! Oh my God! Just slipped on me.
Ahmed Al-Hadi.
The conditions were very difficult. Okay, wait for the marshal.
Yeah, Ahmed Al-Hadi is feeling so down that he's lost this car, the car that he shares with Valentino Rossi. That is so painful for him. They've been running up front, of course, for such a long time in this race. Maxime Martin doing a great job as well, and he's just feeling awful. But as you were pointing out, Ollie, it's so easy to make that little mistake in conditions like this.
This place bites hard, and when it is like this year with these temperatures, to come through that chicane on slicks, hit the white line with a straight wheel and have that wheel spin underneath you. Okay, yes, driver error, but such a huge punishment for such a small error, and that front left is badly damaged. We heard the radio communication there with the engineer. You have a water leak, you've lost all the water from the front left radiator, so even if he is put back on the track, you have to crawl back, make sure the engine doesn't overheat and blow up. Even if he can crawl back, he's going to be put back on now by the marshals onto the track, either offline or if it's game over, they're going to put him over the other side of the barrier. But just feel for them so badly. It's so it's going behind the barrier here, which is not a good sign.
We saw Valentino Rossi leading the class for quite a long time earlier on in this race, and now that is not going to happen. And whether they're going to get that car back out, we will find out, as you say, in a while. I had noticed that there are a few cars under investigation for slow zones procedures, so whether that means there are some penalties coming. Jean-Claude Vernet is one of them. I noticed that Will Stevens also is under investigation for some of the slow zones procedures. Presumably that's usually about the speed you're doing in a slow zone, because that's very set as to what speed you do.
It could be the slowing down into the slow zone, because the previous marshal post before, you see a next slow sign. The idea is that you slow down gradually from whatever speed you're at to 80, so when you enter into the slow zone area you're at 80.
Okay, so
that's usually where you get caught out. I would have said, you could always release early on the way out of the slow zone. That could also happen, I guess.
Alex Lynn here on the number 50 of Kuroko, straight to the outside line there. Now he's going to be able to brake online, in inverted commas, but with a little bit of rain here, splashing down behind the Ferrari GT3 car. He's got that move done, and up into 4th place for the Cadillac of Alex Lynn, who makes his way around the next GT car as well and puts some war buffer between both of those cars.
Yeah, that was well done, and that was out of the slow zone, so that was pretty impressive. But then you've got to be careful not to break the rules and get out of the slow zone a fraction too fast, and of course that would mean a penalty. So we shall see. There are some others under investigation. Felipe Nasr's under investigation as well for slow zone procedures. So that is all going on at this stage. Well, we've got plenty of top drivers competing here this weekend. Let's go and hear now from Romain Grosjean how things have been going.
Okay, Romain. Le Mans really thrown a lot at the drivers today. This is a race with huge challenges. How's it going for you guys? Can you tell us a little bit about being in the car?
Yeah, it's going pretty well, honestly. I think we've done the first strategy goal of the day was very good. I think we went up to P3. Went down a little bit from there, but the car seems to be working well with wet. I'm going to be honest, we prefer if it was dry, but same for everyone. So far so good. Everyone's been doing a great job. Obviously, it's still a very long race, but as I say, we're happy where we are now.
It feels like this race we're going to be making decisions on the fly all the time. It's going to keep you guessing, isn't it?
Yeah, I felt like it. I feel in my stint that we have to choose when to go on slick start, and that's a tough call. So we want to play it safe for sure. So we'll do that, and try to go to the day, and then when we see one better, we start pushing.
Okay, Romain, thank you for talking to us.
So that was Romain Grosjean. Good to hear from him. The Lamborghinis are actually running down in 15th, 16th place in the hypercars at the moment. We've got some good battles going on further up, though, haven't we? And it's all pretty close in that lead group. Okay, the leader, the Toyota leader, has a 14-second lead. Then there's another 13-second gap. But then from 4th, 5th, 6th, it's all looking pretty close.
Yeah, Alex got that move done on Proco, the number 50 Ferrari, but then after that, they stayed together and that battle continued. It seems like Alex is a little bit stronger here in the slightly damper section that has less on the dry line. And then as we go into the two straights in the middle sector where the Ferrari has a really powerful middle to top end, he was able to stay with him. So that battle I thought was going to carry on, but now Alex has made a little bit of a gap there again, so he can breathe aside while he can push forward. So the Cadillac back up into the top four. 4th place for Alex Lynn.
Do you think we'll be time for soft?
I think so, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, the track limit warning out of karting. Track limit warning out of karting. Can you repeat your answer about the soft?
So effectively James saying yes to the softs,
yes.
Get them on the car, I'm ready, while he's going offline because he can't keep it on track. But James rapid in this car and is making a very good call there. He's used up a track limit warning, he's used up one of his tokens. You get too many of those and you start to get penalties, and they start off small and they build up bigger and bigger. We've not seen too many track limit issues this race, whether that's because it's wet offline, greasy curbs, people not pushing as much reply here. So soft is confirmed from James, feed by the team.
That could make a little bit of a difference. It's interesting because he's told 4 or 5 laps. What are your thoughts, Lina, on whether he should be going on to softs?
I'm just looking at the time that the Cadillac, the 311 Cadillac did on a set of new softs, and it's a 4:27. We need to just have a look and see what the number 5 car is going to do. It's just finished its out lap, started its first time lap, and see if it's in a similar ballpark. That's 10 seconds off what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah.
But again, I think that this is a slightly different race to maybe the ones we're more traditionally used to in Le Mans, where there is a clear difference between being on a wet tyre, it dropping off massively before you get onto a slick. That 10 seconds suddenly drops down to not a lot. It seems within a few laps. It might take a bit longer now that it's cold, and what James Calado is saying, I'm guessing he's feeling a lot more, and that it could well be okay. But let's have a look and see what the number 5 car does now.
If you get that crossover done right, like you said, that 10-second disappears very quickly, and if you've just gone onto the tyre at the right time, half a lap, in inverted commas, too early, but your warm-up procedure is done, and everyone else then chases you and follows you, your tyres are hot, everyone then copies you, comes out on cold, then you've got the advantage, the cards are then in your hand. Now, we've had an answer for the for the under investigation of Stevens, I think it was Nasr, and then also the 311 as well, and it was for overtaking before the end of the safety car procedure. So overtaking before the finish line or before the safety car line, coming out of the Ford chicane, it's so tempting to do. If you're behind a GT car that is crawling and it's gone green, green, you hear green, green in your ear from the engineer, all the lights are flashing green, all of a sudden, even though you've sat through that 2-hour-long briefing at Le Mans on the Monday morning and you forget all of the rules that you should know off by heart, you punch that throttle down and you overtake 2 GT cars and all of a sudden, oh, wait, I shouldn't have done that, and this could bite them.
Okay, you're 1.5 seconds up on car 6 behind in second one. Good job. Feedback on track condition when you can.
Yeah, getting better.
Interesting. Ria Hirakawa saying the same thing, that the track is getting better.
So, Fred Macchiarecki just did a 4:12,
okay,
which is about the same time as those on wet tyres. So James's call looks like when he gets onto it, it may take a lap to get up to speed, but that does look like the right time.
Okay, so slicks are now beginning to become a bit of a factor here. They are beginning to work. So yes, James Calado, who's not due in just yet, but when he does come in, it does look as though the slick tyres are going to be the ones to have, and he is chasing down after Robert Kubica at the moment.
It definitely is. The 311's just on a 404.8.
Okay.
That's quite a bit quicker.
Yeah.
So this is definitely kind of the crossover time.
There's no doubt that Robert Kubica getting that penalty that he got for the contact with Dries Vanthoor that caused that long safety car period has hurt him, and he's now sort of put himself back into the pack, and they're racing at the same pace, or indeed, as you say, Calado's performance is actually quicker.
Actually, having said all of that, I think a lot of the front runners were in a lot of traffic because they're on wets and they're still quite a bit quicker, aren't they?
Yeah, of course they were in a bit of a slow zone at one stage, weren't they? So, yeah, they are still going a bit quicker on the wets at the moment, but let's just wait and see. It could be time to start thinking, as he said, they've still got a few laps before switching over, and you've got to think forwards. If it's going to stay dry, you might lose out just for a lap or two, but then you're going to gain, aren't you?
There is so many factors to this, and you've got the wets, which are the safer option, as number 14 then goes offline. That is on the exit of the Dunlop chicane, but comes over the crest where the 46 did and manages to keep it moving forward. They'll all be learning from that. The engineers, the strategists, the team will be reporting any incidents that do happen over the radio to where to be careful. He is on medium slicks. Whether he's just come out of the pits on the outlap or not, let's just see there on the P2. No, it's not an outlap, but moving very slowly there.
I'm wondering if there's a few coming out on slicks, going very, very slowly, but maybe they can sort it out.
So the wets here for the hypercars not only allow you to be quicker at the moment anyway, but it allows you to overtake the traffic safer offline. When you pull offline to the bit that isn't dry, you have the confidence to hit the brakes, know they're going to be underneath you, and make a safe overtake. This is why we're seeing so many of these lap times suddenly switch from 4 minutes all the way down to 3 minutes 50, because you can't lose as little as you were doing before in this temperature.
Well, we are coming to a point where we're going to head off and get a little bit of a break ourselves. We will be handing over to Graham Goodwin, Peter Dunbar and David Addison shortly to take you through the next section of this intriguing 24 hours of Le Mans. For those of you who are with us without a break, we are just here for a few more minutes before we hand over to the others. So if you're still with us, no commercial break. We'll just lead you through the last of this. So we've got a bit of radio from Will Stevens.
3 more laps. I think we're quite close to go back to the slicks. What do you think?
Still with me, super hot out here. Obviously it's dry in places, but it's super difficult to see where it's dry or not.
What did you make from that?
So he's saying it's very hard to actually see the dry line. Now, when you have a greasy surface like this, it is very hard to differentiate, especially at night, where it is actually dry. And what you're feeling underneath you is just the tread blocks moving around. So it's got to that point now where the car is moving around. When you're on that wet tyre, you don't feel the load going through the tyre because it's leaning over and just sliding. So you're not sure what's underneath you is going to cope and work with the slicks yet. So that's Will basically expressing that he's not really sure if it's ready yet. So if you're not really sure, you've got to wait a little bit longer.
Absolutely. Well, we shall see what happens there at front at the moment at a time where we are coming up for 9 hours of the 24 hours. So we're not halfway yet, but it is Toyota that is now in control with a 14-15 second lead over the Porsche Penske. It's really Power leading over Lawrence Vantour. Nick de Vries in the second of the Toyotas, currently running in third. So only two Toyotas, remember, in hypercar, but they are running first and third. Oh, we've just seen a big spin on board the Peugeot, the number 93 car, without making contact, I think. So hopefully getting away with that, yes, and getting back onto the track. So that's good news. And that's Nico Müller who's made that bit of an error. More spins going on. No great surprise there. That's Louis Delatraz actually in the AOITF LMP2 car. There's been lots of little incidents in that area. That is clearly the slipperiest area on track right now.
It is, yeah, and you can see looking down there not only the rubber from the debris here. So let's see what the Manthey Porsche GT3 does in this pit stop. Have we got some tyres waiting to go on? It looks like we do have some slicks on the left-hand side for both the Inter-Europol behind and for the number 92 car here. So slicks all around so far. Now, all the other teams will be watching this tyre change, watching their warm-up lap, watching the crossover and seeing, okay, is this possible not only for outright lap time, but is this possible within traffic as well?
So yes, there you go, you're right, they're going on to some fresh tyres at this point. This car right up there in the, well, leading the GT3 category. Klaus Bachler leading with the Monte Pure Racing machine, which has had, as I said, a lot of success already this year. Didn't start off particularly well here at Le Mans with qualifying, etc., but they have definitely got a car working well in these changeable conditions. So, Toyota leading in the hypercar. It's currently Nielsen Racing leading in LMP2. The Porsche there, which has now been in the pits, has now passed the lead on to its teammate, virtually the Monte EMA of Richard Leeds. So the Porsche still leading in GT3. That is the situation after 9 hours just coming up of the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2024.
Every car now is thinking about making that pit stop, whether it's scheduled or not. I think they'll lose too much time not moving to slip tyre now. So last time around, let's look at our yardstick. All right, Makoviki's not passed the line again since he did his 3:57.
And we've got another yellow flag out at Marshall's post 3. So Dunlop S's at the start of the lap has pulled out somebody else as the temperatures drop. The road is dry in, there's no more rain in the air. Slick tyres the way to go. Fred Makoviki's Porsche then having lost chunks of time by staying out on the wrong set and finds itself now elbowed back down the order to 11th place. It's not the only team, Graham, that's called it wrong tyre choice and wrong tyres, wrong time, but it's another one that's tripped over itself.
It is, and it's been a sort of a season like that. Imola was the classic example of it, where perhaps unusually Ferrari making a mistake on data they trusted and admitting that mistake. It took that they trusted the data far too long, and completely, I still to this day, I'm completely unaware as to why they didn't split the strategy and save their race there. So listen to what's going on with James Calado.
83 will box the lap after us, so we'll be free in the pit lane. We'll be free in the pit lane.
Oh, through the gravel. Gets away with that.
Andrea Bertolini looks on, but that was with the scare they could have done without. So it is at the moment Toyota 1-3. Now I know that this is partly dependent on other pit stops, but the cars that have been there or thereabouts for the bulk of the race so far, driving their own race, not worrying about everybody else, suddenly find themselves looking pretty strong.
Stay out of trouble, keep to your plan, make the good calls, make them stick, use the strategy where you can, and they've been rising like the cream to the top.
There's nothing I have written against number 8 in terms of the drama or a problem. The only thing for 7 was a drive-through earlier on when Lopez committed the sin of going too quickly through a slow zone. So, yeah, you know, they're not getting it wrong on tyres, they're not going off the road, knocking on wood here, but it's all so far so good for the Toyotas. That said, we've only had 9 hours of the race, so there is a long, long way still to go.
Peter Dunbrek, we've been watching this for
exactly where would you want Hamilton to be?
Oh, I still think that one of the Ferraris...
They've got the pace.
I still think make it clearly into the daytime or the morning. I still think the Ferrari, but yeah, I think it would be a replay of last year. It would be Toyota versus Ferrari. That's right.
Toyota's charge last year, blunted very substantially by that shunt. I think rubber shunt for Kobayashi. Car brought out coming into a slow zone. Then Kobayashi impacted heavily from the rear, putting that car out. And then Ryo Hirakawa attempted to catch the race leader, putting the car on the wall at the next stage of the race.
James Collado out on slicks, cold slicks. GT car just coming up behind him, going to go by him probably. Difficult times right now, just trying to get off that wet patch onto the dry stuff, get some heat in those tyres, get them warm. So Fred Marco, where is he now? 3:51, so 2 seconds down on Ryo Hirakawa, who's on wets now. So this time around, this lap should be the lap that he goes quicker than the wet runners.
And he desperately needs to try and claw back some of that lost time. We're on board with James Collado, your 9th. There's traffic ahead. He disposes then of the slower car. He's on the Mulsanne straight now, heading towards that first chicane. And as he does so, looking there at a troubled Ferrari, Graham. That is it is indeed 66. That's the JMW car.
That car has been a major player in this race so far. We've been dropping down the order of late, and there's big trouble by the look of it for Saliolo.
It's going to come to a grinding halt by the look of it. He needs to get off the track there, doesn't he? Because he's going to end up, if the car expires, he's going to be perilously close to the edge of the road and on the racing line. So Saliolo, well, doesn't really peel off, he just coasts to one side. And the white flag comes out. He wants to try and, if he can, restart it, obviously. But what we need to know is why the car has lost power and ground to a halt. That's a bit like we saw for the number 9 Proton Orica from LMP2 about 3 hours ago. Yellow flag is shown, and there is a stranded Ferrari.
He's almost back to the pits. It's terrifically hard at this point. You can see it. I've got it.
Can I take issue with this? When you say nearly, that's about a kilometre away. Because I thought yesterday when I got there, I've nearly finished running this lap, and my Strava said you've still got a kilometre and a bit to go. It's not as close as you reckon, Goodwin.
I don't know. It's quite quick in a car.
Well, not Saliolich's Ferrari, I'm afraid, because that ain't going anywhere, Peter, is it? He still can't coax it back into life.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing his full system reset, trying to fire the engine up and stop, start. So we do see the slick shot Fred Marco car now setting the fastest time. So you see all these other cars coming for slicks now.
So the fact that he went sooner does give him a kind of lap's head start, and his tyres will be up to temperature a lap ahead of all of this as well, so he's got 2 laps to make some hay.
He gains, what, 30 seconds on a car that's leaving the pits now on cold tyres,
But he's lost a minute, 2 minutes. It
was the wrong call.
It absolutely was. Brake lights may now be switched off, so that's as good an indication as anything. There's no added problems in terms of the moisture on the surface.
I love all these apps that have been telling us it was going to be wet on Friday, not really, and rain all the way through the race. Far from it. We had some rain, but it's not been constant at all. Slicks for 83.
Oh, that's rubbish. Just weather apps.
Wasn't there a year that Peugeot did a deal with Meteo France to be the official weather forecaster, and it was all going to be perfect, and strategy and weather was going to help them beat out, and then Meteo France went on strike, and that completely scuppered the plan.
I have nothing to say on that front. I think
very diplomatic.
If you're attempting to kind of make some kind of point about our good friends from the north of Meteo France striking.
I was purely trying to, as you see, a spinning 37. I was just trying to make the point that no matter what you do, or you think you've covered in this race, you never tripped up. 37 has rotated, as you see, that's the cool racing Flatzy Jakobsen Miata car.
That was the leading car. Fairly recently. That's only very recently handed over to Miata.
5th it was, 6th it is, through the wet gravel he goes, wrong way. spins it round.
He's got no other option, has he?
He hasn't there.
So that's 3 of our remaining 13 competitively running LMP2 cars that have had a spin in the last 10 minutes.
That's that car's second spin, because Fluxer had a spin into the pits earlier on, and there is, I think, Salo Jolic's car that has crept a little bit further, but of course while all this is going on, he's becoming ever more of a hazard. At least he's not on the road, but he's hemorrhaging laps.
He is down now to 18th in class. Has been as high as second, I think. I think actually led at one point, the GMW car.
Well, Larry Temple was behind the wheel, most likely.
It's within a lap, by the way, losing another position to the recovering Conception Racing McLaren. This is horrible moments. And I think stud track side, do you think, okay, it's about losing a race car. Being that close to cars going by at that speed is terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when you are powerless.
Absolutely.
You know, you're trying to do what you're doing. You are. I mean, he is a reasonable distance away, but you are still at the mercy of other people not making a mistake.
At least he has lights. That's what I would say.
Yeah, true.
He'll be pretty tied up with communications back and forward to the pits, trying to get that car going again.
Sally has been racing in 296 in GT World Challenge Sprint. That's where
with Charlie Eastwood.
So he will be reasonably familiar with the systems, and the car is moving. Come on.
But it's moved already to get there. Now he needs to keep it moving, and the other danger here, Peter, is that he's also got to go across the track to get into the pit lane. Now, that speed, such as it was, that's going to be very dangerous.
It certainly is, yeah.
And it's stopped again, as you can see. Don't need me to tell you that. But
yeah, he seems to be able to get it going and then move, say, 50 yards forward and then stop again.
It's almost like he's doing it on the starter motor. I'm sure it's not that, but it's that kind of impression. So the yellow flag vigorously waved.
If you're screaming at us at home, just saying it's a hybrid. The hybrid. You don't have a hybrid system on GT3 car.
No, exactly.
And whilst the 296 road car does have a very effective hybrid, the 296 GT3 is not permitted to use that technology.
Now we're going to have a slow zone, obviously. Race Control have tried to give Sally Jolich time to get the car back. Clearly it ain't going to play, and so we're going to have a slow zone. But the marshals are then going to have to be either able to push the car across the track to get it into the pit lane, or it'll have to be towed across when there's a gap. So we'll have to wait and see the length of the recovery before that slow zone is going to be able to be rescinded. Prepare for slow zone at, well, now basically the slow zone is enforced, and you're on board with James Collado, who finds himself in a gang of traffic. But remember, this isn't the safety car, it isn't the whole lap, it is just this one isolated section of the racetrack. So the Sally Jolich Ferrari can be removed. It's a very, very fast part of the circuit. There's the last thing you need is a stranded car.
Absolutely right. At least every little stagger away from that corner is a little further away from major risk, and certainly in more line of sight, which might help a little. But by now, everybody out there will be aware of exactly what is happening and where. On board and looking back from James Collado's number 51 Ferrari, he's running in 7th place. Robert Schwartzman now aboard the AF Corse number 83 car, which is the car ahead.
And don't forget that around about 8 PM we were getting very concerned that car had dropped off the lead lap.
Yep.
And it has, as you can see, it's back onto the lead lap and is now back to the racing once more.
It's still, you know, I tend to agree with Peter. If we can get back to a full dry track, and we've got 2 of those Ferraris, 2 of those Ferraris in good order when we get to the morning. They've got the pace to attack without a shadow of doubt. At the moment, for me, the strongest package out there is Contained.
Yeah, which has just quietly got on with the job, as I was saying a few minutes ago. It's done nothing to draw attention to itself for the wrong reasons. It's drawn attention to itself by being quick.
The only time they got it wrong was that first sprinkle of rain, and they chose the wet tyre, and it was wrong, and they stayed on the dry. But what that did is it gave some of the other teams confidence to do that. And when the heavier rain came, Toyota still changed to the wet and got it right that time. But Ferrari got it wrong, and that's why you find Toyota up there above them now.
I mean, the only other thing that happened, of course, was on that last round of stops when the rain came. They couldn't leave the pit lane because there was that queue of traffic coming past, and there was a little bit of time in that. And yet the cars are still first and third. So Toyota, Porsche, Toyota, Cadillac, Ferrari, 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 Porsche, Cadillac. Porsche is your top 10. You're riding with Antonio Fuoco. And there are drive-through penalties coming for number 70, which is the Inception McLaren, and also 311, which is the Cadillac of Durrani, Aitken and Drugovic for overtaking under the safety car. And at the wheel of 311 is Pipo Durrani in 12th place, but a drive-through to serve.
That could get them quite close to being the next one to drop off the lead lap.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the risk for the 311 car. It's shown pace, just not sustained pace through this race. It's again coming back to what we were saying in the first minutes of this race, the first hour of this race, the first several hours of this race. We've got multiple cars from 4 different manufacturers on the lead lap.
And one of them, the number 2 Cadillac, Earl Bamber at the wheel of it, 4th. At the end of the first hour, that was 13th. Yeah. So there's another car that has chipped away, and also partly by the drivers for others, found itself moving up the order, which is one of the ways that you can get a good result out of this race.
But it's again, something we've seen with this hypercar class is they can fight and they can fight back, and we can get racing. I guess the rule set helps sometimes with that, but once you've actually got the cars back into a pack, you're going to get a race. It's not going to be simple. It's not going to be, oh, that was way wide.
It was. That was the Ferrari at Arnage.
Behind the Cadillacs, that's the 50, isn't it? That's Bamber and Fuoco.
But that's a proper battle now. That's a second and a half's worth of a gap. And the way that Fuoco is going suggests that it won't be long before he makes a move. It won't be on this next section because the yellow flag is there. They're preparing for the slow zone, and they come into the slow zone now. So Fuoco not able to make a move until he gets to the next green flag section of the circuit. Must feel like you come to a walking pace here, Peter. From the speed you do into a slow zone, it's a massive stop, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still doing 80k an hour, but from what they were doing,
yeah,
you're right. But again, it's oh yeah.
It's one of the heads of Porsche, number 4, isn't it? Yeah.
That's the delayed car.
That's Nick Tandy.
Nick Tandy's back at water, guys.
Yeah.
So hang on, they were into a slow zone, and he just. Is that what happened there?
I think Nick was going to slow later than the LMP2 car and got caught out.
I think he might be in trouble for that.
Yeah, possibly so, actually.
That slow zone's been there a little while.
Yeah.
And doesn't it extend back before the Porsche cars as well?
There's certainly yellow flags. I could see the yellow flag on the inside of the track there.
Right, that's one for race control, potentially. So, Le Mans winner Nick Tandy getting himself in a little bit of strife. There is Salo Joric's car that's going to have to be cradled across the track, and that didn't look very good there.
It's just as well that broke before it picked the car up.
Yeah,
imagine it was in the air and then dropped.
So
that may well be the end of the race for the 66 car.
He's looking that way, isn't it? To add to Duquesne, BMW, both Alpines, the Proton, Orica.
Quite probably the 46 BMW.
Yeah.
04 as well. That car has not moved. So unless Ahmed El-Hati is able to effect some kind of running repair and get that car underway, which looks increasingly unlikely, I think that car's done.
The team manager of JMW being summoned to race control immediately.
It's quite possible that Sally Jolic is listening to what the team are telling him and not what the marshals are telling him.
Okay, go that as a thought, certainly.
But this is similarly the race 15th of appearance for JMW Motorsport in 16 years, which is 1 year where they were not invited. This, by my reckoning, the 5th different racing platform, 5th different racing car in that period of time. 1 year with the Aston Martin, but a 4th generation Porsche, a Ferrari GT car for Jim McWhirter and his faithful band.
Tom Hodgson, the team manager, who will be heading up the stairs. Sean Delisle, number 31 BMW, he's under investigation for the slow zone procedure. And this is the Peugeot making a real mess. 93, Mikkel Jensen.
A kiss with the barrier, but how bad was that?
I think he got away with that. That's fairly light. And in that position.
Right, big contact, from the car on the inside of him there.
That's been a part of the circuit that's caught out a lot over the weekend. Makes you realise that Renger van der Zande, when he had his dramas up there in the daylight, and number 3 Cadillac, he got away pretty lightly.
Just worth running through where we are with the GT cars. Had a couple of dramas for those. It is still, in fact, sorry, it's the Monte E car now. It's about Porsche 1-2. We've got Leeds and Klaus Bachler 1-2 there. Pedersen third for Proton competition, which, unlike every other year in the last 2 decades, isn't a Porsche. It's a Mustang, and that's a great run for the Mustang to this point. Gregoire Saucy in the United Autosport McLaren. That one rising up the order as well, the 59 McLaren United. Iron Dames, they've been around the top 5 and still are into the nighttime hours, the 85 Lamborghini, and Michel Gatti now, and then the first of the 2 Lexus cars, the 87, on the debut for this brand at Le Mans. Esteban Masson is back into the race there. Capinho, the second United McLaren, so the 2 United McLarens in the top 7. Spirit of Race Ferrari and Taylor Alex Riberas, the first of the 2 Aston Martins, 27 cars, 9th, and completing the top 10 is the second Lexus, now in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde.
Can I suggest that the Heart of Racing Aston is a bit disappointing?
It's been up as far as 2nd or 3rd in the hands of Ian James over in the race, but it was one of my picks to be right up there. Hasn't really shown the bite, the sustained pace that we've expected of that car. Continuing up the order, by the way, in LMP2, AO-YTF, Louis Delatraz, we saw him have a bit of a whoopsie earlier. He's actually leading the race now, as we've worked our way through the pit stop cycle. Ben Barnicoat back aboard the number 183 car and 2nd place, although a minute down. So my guess is Louis Delatraz must owe us, he does owe us a pit stop. You can see that now from the what we've got on the timing screen. Patrick Pilet for Vector Sports, a car that has led the race, is in 3rd place.
Although Ben Barnicoat, just to go back to your point, is lapping a chunk quicker than Delatraz anyway. So Barnicoat is hustling on, as you would expect. Away goes the UA McLaren number 59. Gregoire Saucy at the wheel of it still, no driver change there. So he's not got this slow zone out on track with the Ferrari being recovered. Sally Joric looks like it's going to be retirement, because even if the car carries on, he's out of the reckoning. It'll have lost so much time.
And it's had outside assistance now as well, which is not helping the case.
No.
So did rather look like electronic problems for that car. I'm Dames, Michel Gatti with her windscreen full. That was a
Lexus going off. One of the 2 Lexuses is.
And this could be for position, actually. It is for position. Esteban Masson in 4th place, and I know Michel Gatti quite like that.
Yeah, the way they're lucky that car's still in the race after the contact with number 4 Porsche earlier on, but Michel Gatti, Sarah Bovy and Rahul Frey, all quick drivers.
They are indeed, and they've been a bit of a force in European Le Mans Series and WC racing. Loads of luck this season.
But isn't it good to see the Lexus doing good things in Europe, in the WEC, with Ellen the Good in America, because Ben Barnicoat and Jack Hawksworth have done great things stateside, but the Jerome Policon Lycodis ASP team, new to the brand this year, moving away from Mercedes in GT3 terms, now getting a real handle on the car.
Well, we know from conversations my colleague Stephen Kilby's been having with the Lycodis ASP squad and with TMG and TRD, they've been helping them along with this effort.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of a battle to tune this car in with the electronics for LMGT3. It looks to me like somebody's had a birthday, maybe.
Yes, I will go with that. Cake and pretend blowing out of candles there. So, happy birthday, sir.
Indeed.
Your present is there's a pit stop due within 14 laps. And Michel Gatti then pressing on, this car 5th in class.
Yeah, and still getting onto terms with Esteban Masson. He clearly was under limited pressure. Didn't take advantage by that off-track moment. Actually, if anything, he's pulling away a little here from the Lamborghini.
He is following another car, but on the timing screen there's nothing in
It's the GR Racing car. I spotted that as they came from the watch at that moment. So the GR Racing car, which in the hands of Daniel Serra, is down in 14th place, is a lap down.
Serra's a quick driver winner here at least a couple of times, right?
Serra has
Aston Martin and Ferraris won.
at Daniel, oh, sorry, it's not against Sarah. I thought it was Sarah.
Sarah.
He is one of 2 drivers that have won for 2 different factory teams in GT. The other one being Jimmy Rooney more recently. But yes, you're absolutely right. One for Aston Martin, the big game for Ferrari. Jimmy winning for Ferrari and Porsche.
Slow zone lifted, so green flag all the way around the circuit. Battle on here for 4th and 5th places then. Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, but he has got the ever-fiery Antonio Fuoco right up behind him. And the mood, Peter, is about to come, I reckon.
Pick a side.
Oh, it's close. And there's just about Ferrari's width on the inside line, but Earl Bamber braves it out, hangs onto the place. He's under big pressure. Fuoco looking the quicker, but we know that Earl Bamber knows how to defend.
And we also know that it's slightly wet offline, so I think he just decided to back out of that one, otherwise it could have been a big off.
So heading up towards the Porsche curves now, and as they do so, battle for 4th and 5th places. They're on the lead lap, remember, so it's a significant switch. It's a battle, this, as they come up towards us now.
I'm joined by Jack Aitken, 311 Caddy. Jack, you had a great stint earlier. How do you feel it's going out there? It feels like you've got really good pace in terms of handling, but struggling a bit with top speed, and that makes the car difficult to race.
Yeah, I think you've pretty much hit the nail on the head. So lap time-wise, we're not bad. Just the distribution of where we're making up that lap time is making it hard for us to race. But no, it's going well. I mean, we can't complain too much. At the moment, we're just trying to stay on the lead lap because we probably made the wrong call with slicks or wets in that last shower. These conditions are just so challenging for the teams to make decisions, and we're just trying to keep it clean and yeah, stay on the lead lap and stay in the fight.
You're about to get back in the car again. What are you being told over the radio? What conditions is Durrani reporting?
It is drying up now. There's a bit of a dry line coming through. It's still pretty treacherous, especially in Sector 1. And I think one of the Peugeots just went off as well. So clearly, if you drop a wheel off onto the damp line, then it's pretty unforgiving. Yeah, trying to minimise mistakes, especially at this time of night. It's when people tend to get a bit sleepy. So yeah, it's tricky, but getting easier as it dries up.
Okay, we'll leave you to get ready. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Millions of people watching and listening to this broadcast are going, who are Lancia?
Yeah, quite.
But great to hear, by the way, that Lancia is a premise going back to Birmingham with the Epsilon. But yeah, it is one of the features of this hypercar class, with the depth we've got with the manufacturers. We've not just got the battle for position here, we've got battles between the national brands for multiple countries, BMW versus Porsche, Lamborghini versus Ferrari, and Isotta Fraschini, Alpine versus Peugeot. This is a race we did. And then as you look into the GT classes, Ford, Chevrolet, Aston Martin and McLaren, wonderful.
Here comes the move. Fuoco round the outside, down up the inside into the chicane. He slowed down. Just makes the corner. Peter, that was really brave.
It was very brave. I think what I found out on my little lap thing here in front of me is that they're both on different types of tyres. I believe that Fuoco is on a medium tyre and number 2 is on, Earl Bamber is on soft tyre.
Okay, well, Bamber is not going to let this go because he's fighting on the outside line.
Which is why this area down here and towards Porsche Curves, which is the wetter area, before we saw Bamber pull away from him. So if Fuoco can stay in front now, just maintain that gap, when he gets past the start and finish line, he should be able to pull away.
Let's see what Bamber can do. They're heading up towards Indianapolis, and again he gets a toe here, he gets a run, he's going to try and get that place back. There's just about the width on the inside line. Fuoco on the outside, he might get boxed in by the traffic here, and Bamber has read that beautifully because he's gone through, he's put the move on him, except then he's the one that gets stuck in the traffic, but at least he's ahead of the Ferrari.
Great stuff from this pair, been clean as a whistle so far. Keep it that way, boys, and not only that, he's put the GT car between himself and the chasing now, Tony Fire.
Like that, Brody Fuoco, at all.
3 more drive-through penalties to be talked about. So 94 Peugeot, the 92 Porsche, that is the second place car on that type of racing, and car number 31, which is the surviving WRT BMW M4, all for slow zone infringements.
Sean Gallard with a BMW at the moment. 94 is in Leicester. Right, there's Bamber being brave, just getting around the outside of the traffic.
Well, we do know he's brave.
This is very true. Fuoco likewise, and he doesn't need any second invitation to clear the back markers. Look at that from Bamber. There is no hesitation at all. He knows he can't afford to hesitate. He's just going to push, 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 and again, just gets into the corner and leaves that back marker between him and the chasing Ferrari.
So cars length or two ahead. Here comes Fuoco.
There goes Bamber up the road, and the margin between them as they went over the timing line was just under half a second. That is how close it is, as up front it's still Buemi from Vanthorpe, from Kobayashi, and then this mega battle for fourth place.
Great stuff between this pair. Now dropping back a little from the three ahead as a result of this battle. So for now, we'll just revel in this cracking stuff between the two of them.
They are dropping back, you're right, but equally Buemi is being caught by Vanthorpe and Kobayashi, only by a little, and he could be down to traffic, but he is being caught slightly.
He's got a good run again here, into and through Tertre Rouge, and I think he's going to get the run in here, Peter.
For sure, I think he's going to have this go easy, round the outside. He can then pick his line, pick the driest line into the next chicane. And this time he has to break the toe of Bamber and just get away from him enough that he can't go back at it.
It's easier said than done, isn't it, given the brunt of that Cadillac out of the chicane. So Ferrari goes ahead up into fourth place, Antonio Fuoco. And now on this next run to the second chicane, this is where he's got to be on his toes and trying to get away. But Earl Bamber staying with him and staying in the draft.
He's got a great run through the final part of that corner. It was a good run from Fuoco, slightly better, but only slightly better this time from the Cadillac.
Right, to the second chicane they come, but the gap has widened a little bit, hasn't it? Here, you're on board with Antonio Fuoco. Trouble is, back markers are up the road, and that might just enable Bamber to come back at him.
Yeah, we do know that from the Mulsanne corner, the next corner, that's Bamber's strong point. So if Fuoco can clear this one and the next car, he can, and get on the brakes in a nice, clean manner and try to maintain that gap on Bamber, now he might have a chance.
Yeah, now he's got his best chance. Another part of why this hypercar formula is working so well. These cars, including, as Peter was saying just a few minutes ago, the fact of different compounds of tyre, delivering their performance in very different ways for almost identical lap times.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing in this, is there, between the two as they accelerate now up towards Indianapolis. One small then speed building, really fast part of the circuit this.
The fastest part, of course, of the Circuit de la Sarthe. Through Indianapolis, where is Bamber, still with his wheel tracks. How close? Close enough this time to make the move. So we've had between the two of them, I think they're right, 5 positional changes in the last 3 laps. Fuoco's been by 3 times. Yeah, Bamber's been back twice.
I think it's inevitable that position will stick though sooner or later.
Meantime, Rolf Vanthorpe is still hustling on and continues to lap quicker than Buemi, and that gap is down to 1.3 seconds. Now, don't forget, Porsche number 6 started from pole position. Estre did the time, Vanthorpe started it, and we've not really had much cause to discuss it for 9.5 hours, but there it is in second place and closing on that leading Toyota.
Under 2 seconds. Under 2 seconds is the gap at 1:31 in the morning.
So there's the Toyota just up the road, down they come then. So Vanthorpe has been in the car for longer than Buemi has over the course of the race. And they're on the same pit strategy. They've both got 6 laps to go. 1.8 seconds on the last timing point, the margin between the two. And over the last couple of laps, Vanthorpe has been a little faster. Interestingly, and again, this might be traffic, Peter, but Kobayashi third, falling away from the top 2 and being caught by the Fuoco and Bamber train, because his lap times are about 4 seconds off theirs.
Yeah, you do wonder whether to be 4 seconds off like that, you think that's got to be traffic. You can't be that slow unless there's an issue with the car. But I'm sure we'd be hearing it on the radio right now if there was.
PJ Hyde coming aboard the 14th, Mike. Just getting sad news, I'm afraid, from Team WRT confirming the 46 is out of the race. Following a small mistake after Dunlop Bridge. The 46 race is over. Arnold is okay, is back with the team in the garage. Comes a message from Emma Laddiman at Team
He's going back a bit.
He's going back a bit. Gutted for Amador Martin. Very sorry indeed for Valentino Rossi and his legion of fans. That car had been a factor all the way through. Rather sadly, thousands are going to wake up tomorrow morning to find no 46 car on the leaderboard.
The Rossi fans will all blame Ahmed Al-Harfi for being the car off. He will not receive an Al-Harfi welcome. It's early, although it's depending on which way you look at the clock.
It's getting it's really small hours where things appear on TikTok.
Now, I'm still concerned about Kobayashi, so we need to keep an eye on this. His sectors on this lap have been a little bit better, so maybe we do put it down to traffic. But Antonio Fuoco behind is on another mission. Equally, Vanthor L has got designs on getting onto terms with Sebastian Buemi. It's also up to Lawrence Vanthor to uphold family honour now, with Dries having crashed out of the event about contact with Kubica, which gave him 83 and 30-second penalty.
So it's always easier when you've got the leading car, you know that's the leading car up front, and you're using him as your kind of buffer, and you can just get your head down, watch where he brakes, you just nibble away and then close in gradually. So he's in a good position, Laurel.
Phil Bandler, by the way, is still with Antonio Fuoco. When I say with him, there with him, 4/10 of a second back. I'm just going to make a note because I think concerned about Kobayashi makes a great title for a book at some point in the future. I'm not quite sure what it's going to be about, but it's a great title.
I'll workshop it over the rest of the road.
You should.
That almost allows me a plug for my book that is now available on sale at all good retailers.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, which is this?
It's called The Immortals of British Motor Racing.
Really?
Yes.
Is it good?
I think it's fantastic. But if you buy one, you can tell me. Right. DSC can review it. But it's obviously it's a genuine one you have on the
It's an absolute banger.
It's a good read. Yes. Out now.
Rollicking good read there, David Anderson, on the book The Immortals of British Motor Racing by Jack Stokes and David Anderson.
Yes. But concern about Kobayashi is your latest Japanese spy thriller. I think that could be very good. Now, further back, what are we going to do, if anything, to get 83 back into the mix? Robert Schwarzman in the car that led for the bulk of the race, actually, thus far, at hours 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 into the leading car. That's now 90 seconds away from the race leader. Now, they have to serve a penalty. That is, slow zones help negate some of that, but it's still not making amends for lost time earlier on. Replay here.
Yeah, definitely there.
That was a Ferrari in front, so I was like, oh, Barber, Errol, Bandler behind.
Do you want to have another go?
Yeah, I put my teeth back in. Hang on a minute.
It was Fuoco bottoming out Bandler's view of it. Yes, indeed.
Well, the rest are under investigation for a slow zone infringement. The 94 car, though, has to be said, simply has not yet been a factor. It's the first car, by the way, off the lead lap now.
Yeah.
That's significantly off the lead lap.
And also off the lead lap, both Lamborghinis, the other Peugeot, the Jack Aitken 311 Cadillac, number 4 Porsche of Nick Tandy, the Isotta, and the Proton Porsche, which has been off the lead lap really since the start.
Yeah, the Wheeler Cadillac is a relatively recent drop off the lead lap. That's the last one that did feature there. The Proton competition car, of course, had problems with the door early on. The second consecutive race, 2 lengthy stops to get that fixed. The 60 car, something of a survivor. Claudio Schiavone back aboard the car now, after he recovered the car back from impact with the barriers.
This is Rasputin, isn't it, this Lamborghini? It won't die, they can't put it down. Whatever happens, it battles on and staggers out again. But fair play for keeping it in the race.
It's like so many things in life, dear mate. Don't say anything about politics, Graham. Don't say anything about politics.
So the Lamborghini that lost the best part of an hour earlier on after Schiavone put it in the wall, had all that frontal damage. It is Matteo Cressoni at the wheel of it, ready to go back out.
Just taking a look into the top 3, by the way, now. The 95 United Autosports. I think that's a switch between Samson, wasn't it? The 59 that was
Yeah.
A little earlier in the race.
But we have just had that make a pit stop not that many laps ago.
Yeah, I would say it's another race where the growth of this programme for McLaren, in particular for United Autosports, is beginning to take shape. We saw, obviously, the Inception Racing car of pole position after a magnificent hyperpole lap from Brendan Reed. Trouble early on.
It was caused by the rain and Brendan Reed overshooting the chicane. So he thought, right, what I'll do is go out the escape road. That'll be fine. I can just get through the gap in the tyres. When he turned, there wasn't enough grip, and he hit the tyres and damaged the radiator. So he thought he was doing the right thing, and then something else cropped up to ensnare him, if you like.
Yeah, he should check out. Davis has got back to
I was going to say, I don't know how to break this to you, but there is one fundamental biological problem that stands in the way. We are now looking at the race having run for 9 hours and 38 minutes, and it is Toyota in the lead with the gap hovering around the 1.9-second mark. So although Vanthor's had a couple of laps where he's brought it down, Oemi is responding now because his last lap was slightly quicker than the Porsches.
Yeah, it has been about that mark for what seems like 3 or 4 days now. So they've not managed to make an impact on each other. Ball down with Alexander Perez for 27, Marshall Racing, Aston Martin. This is going to be a very significant team next season. We'll talk about that in a moment. He's right with Nico Pino for 3rd place.
Peter, we're getting now in the middle sector, a number of drivers, largely in LMP2, granted doing personal best sector tops.
Track drying, cool weather, hot tyres, and the cool weather obviously makes the engine that bit stronger. Sector 2 is generally the straights, isn't it? So, yeah, they're just thundering down the straights with a bit more power and able to do the fastest sectors.
Just a quick moment, by the way, to go back to chat about the Heart of Racing. Peter, you've been a pretty key part of the team that's been helping them develop the Aston Martin Valkyrie over the last how long?
Oh, since about 1974.
It's a spectacular car, and of course the LMH, the hypercar version of that car, very significantly different from the road-going version of the car. Just tell us, how excited should race fans be about the car debuting next year in the WEC? 2 cars now confirmed in Heart of Racing. And by the way, the Automotive Sports Car Championship with the first confirmed LMH car, albeit not hybrid car. It looks fantastic. It sounds even more fantastic. It's absolutely ideally suited to this, isn't it?
Yeah, and when it was announced, what, 3-4 years ago,
yes,
and then got withdrawn and then re-announced, I think everyone breathed a sigh of relief that it was actually going to come back.
Yep.
I think, I know that it's been a major job, an ongoing job, back at Aston Martin to get this car ready. So they've got another 12 months, but they've got to get it out, they've got to do all this endurance testing and make sure the platform's strong enough, the engine's strong enough to last for 24 hours. They've got to pretty much detune the engine as well, because it's
you take 400 horsepower out of the engine.
Exactly. So the plus side of that is that generally if you drop horsepower out of an engine, you make it stronger, you make it more reliable, so they have got that on their side. But they've got a big 12 months ahead of them to get it ready and to bring it racing. But 12 months from now, when we're here and Aston Martin's on the grid with 2 cars and everyone else hopefully is still here as well, it's going to be an even better race.
It's a fantastic moment in the history of this great race right now. We have never had the depth, numbers of factories that have this great race. It's only getting better. And the other fact that was announced, David, just a couple of days ago, is that the rules are going to be extended by another couple of years, which means that one or two other manufacturers, brief yellow flag by the way, before chicane, all stacked up, because it could be a 2 or 3 year program rather than a 1 year program.
What's been the catalyst for it? Why is hypercar so much better than any other rule set to attempt to the manufacturers?
Principally cost control. Right. And the thing I think put people off in the original years, if you like, of what were spectacular cars in that. We saw it with the ill-fated Nissan F1. If you join late and you're trying to attack the efforts of teams with the capability of Audi and Toyota and Porsche, you're going to have to do the same thing but better with less of a leading to do that. The only way of that doing it is to do something like this.
Is it also the fact that some manufacturers...
Everyone says when you come to Le Mans, you have to come down to the woods, and who better to show me around? What a privilege this is. Then Mr. Le Mans himself, Tom Christensen. Tom, thank you so much for bringing me down here at the dead of night in pretty cold conditions as well. Why is this so special? Why is this so important to come down to the woods here on the Mulsanne Straight?
No, it's raining. It's raining at the. I mean, and after a safety car, there's quite a big gap between. You hear the roar of the engines, but out here that is really much the raw racing. Well, it's not down the pit lane or around the Dunlop chicane. Out here it's visibility is poor, no spectators really from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis. We're really where the hard racing is going and where the slipstream duels are being fought out.
And how important is this straight in terms of the whole racetrack itself as well? Because if you put a foot wrong here, then it could be game over.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a bit like you come into a trap in a way, Indianapolis 1 and 2. If you overdo it there, the speeds are 330 when you are getting into the braking point. It can very easily catch you out. And simply as that, racing at night, that is racing when it's purest. It's raw racing in the slipstream duels, how you position yourself, inside or outside, if somebody's defending. Good stuff.
It's incredible. Thank you so much, Tom.
Again, you've got to put that down to He's just been a bit too pushy there.
John Calvene at the wheel of the Assaulter, which was never a factor anyway. That's not helped his case, being tagged into that spin.
Well, still running. And this is early days for this group. Michelotto decided to build a car with an extra grade built engine, Sosa Moschini branded. There was nearly a tag there between Honda Lexus, and there was trouble 2 cars off, and I think there's also somewhere in the background there potentially a LMP2 car involved there too. WOs at Marshall Post 11 as a result of that.
It's not liquid down by any chance, isn't it? Because all of a sudden it just seemed to catch a lot of people out at the same time.
It seemed to be a P2 car getting involved. It's a 155 car there that's involved, and that car was running 5th. That's a Jordan Taylor. There seemed to be another P2 car that tried to make the move, couldn't quite do it, checked up, I think. Maybe even run straight on, and that caught out the cars behind.
Right, well, Jordan Taylor's going to try and get himself out of the gravel.
There's the P2 car, going straight on.
And then bang, 155 was accosted by McLaren. It's one of the UA cars, you're right.
It's Gregoire Saucy. So these are the cars who are contesting 4th and 5th. And in fact, Jordan Taylor was ahead of that McLaren coming into it, just taking that place. But now he's in big trouble. Well, that was all triggered, I think, by an aborted move for another P2 car.
And maybe Gregoire Saucy kind of was judging the braking on that and failed.
Yeah, you got a good point. And Jordan needs to find that reverse, get the car started, get it in reverse and pull out of that gravel. Because if he goes forward, he might well beat you. So
the rear wheels are on hold standing by the look of it, just as you say, trying to select reverse gear. Jack Aitken, you're riding with. Yellow flags then up at the first chicane. That might end up being a slow zone, but this part of the circuit is all clear now. After Sally Yolic's Ferrari was retrieved, Jack Aitken charges through Porsche curves. Even this bit of the circuit looks narrow, doesn't it?
It does, certainly. The other thing is, of course, with the damp still around, you've still got really one line you want to use.
Jack Aitken closing on Mikkel Jensen, then you can see the gap coming down and stretching and down, and then it'll stretch coming onto the pit straight because the Peugeot's first onto the power, but the Grant & Go Cadillac chases after him, and over the line. This is the battle that's going on for 15th and 16th places. They're a lap down on the leaders. Peugeot staving off the attack of the Caddy for the minute.
311 has had delay in the last hour or so. Don't really know what that was. Did drop off the lead lap. It's dropped significantly off the lead lap now.
Which was that, sorry, 311?
311. That car was running at that 12th position. That seems like about an hour ago. Meanwhile, its fastest lap of the race, 13th place, goes to the number 19 Lamborghini Huracan running 3:31.091. Pursuing all the rest of the other Peugeot in 4th place.
Meanwhile, we've got Laurens Vanthoor gradually eking his way up onto the bumper, so he's only half a second behind Sebastian Buemi now for the leader of this race.
Absolutely. And we know they're on the same pit strategy as well, so they should probably come in together. It's going to be interesting to see the pit stops and who does what. Graham?
Jordan Taylor still stationary in first chicane as these two battling cars clear the yellow flag zone, get back down to it.
Well, the Cadillac not really gobbling up the gap, is it, to the Peugeot here?
Tremor in this Peugeot.
And now the lead gap's gone up again, 1.7 seconds, so maybe he just put that down to traffic against Buemi on that previous lap.
Because he got within 2/10.
Yeah.
And then it just went up again.
Double yellow, Welsh's goes 6 as well. That's just happened.
It's coming up to South Rouge, isn't it? And now it's been removed, so whoever had a grassy moment, go away with it. And this gap has remained like this all the way down the straight to the eye. Jack Aitken's just not quite closing enough.
El Bamber on pit lane.
Okay, out of what was 5th place, Jordan Taylor getting more concerned about this. He's lost another lap. And finally, it's going backwards. Why's it taking so long now?
Just couldn't find reverse.
Yeah, possibly. Or the car was so hot, it wouldn't restart. Install it.
The thing is about a race car in reverse, they're pretty much made of chocolate. It's a gear that you have to be very careful with. You can't rush a reverse because it will just strip it straight away.
Got it out of the gravel. Here's the incident from another angle. So you've got your LMP2 car going up the escape road, and then wait for the bang. There it is.
Yeah, the P2 car was looking at the inside line. The Lexus cut across its bows, watched there, and then in avoidance, the P2 car went straight on, and that caught out the two backing GT3 cars.
Well, you saw the McLaren actually over the curbing on the inside and bouncing and losing traction and just whack.
It's almost like Saucy didn't expect a corner to be there, like I said earlier on, as though he was looking at that LMP2 car, didn't slow down, and then suddenly he found a corner.
Neat time, by the way. It's Lexus 1-3, United Autosports 95 on the McLaren in second place. It stops around at the moment. This is anybody's race now.
I think it was always going to be that, wasn't it? A bit like the same in LMP2.
We've seen dominance from the Porsches at points. We've seen the Mustangs playing strongly in the early parts of the race. We've seen the McLarens, the Lexus. McLarens and Lexus and Mustangs. That's inconceivable. We'd have been talking about that at the start of the season.
Yeah.
Yet here they are, and there they've been.
Right, down the pit lane comes the 93 Peugeot, Mikael Jensen in. Stops on his marks, and he will remain in the car, will he not? As his drink bottle handed to him, so he's not able to get out yet. He's going to do another stint. Mikael Jensen, who's been a F4 champion in Germany, he's been an LMP2 champion in the States, he's been an LMP3 champion in the European Le Mans Series, so he's an accomplished driver. Rode 6 hours with him. Yep.
Quick young man.
And in comes Vanthoor then, and ahead of him, look, in comes Buemi. So now it's going to be a battle of the pit crews, but this also depends on whether they do the same thing in the stops. If one changes tyres and the other doesn't, then obviously it's going to affect things.
I think Vanthoor's getting out, isn't he? Did he just take his radio off?
You're right, there might be some activity going on.
No change of driver at Toyota meanwhile. That's going to be the point that gives them just a little bit of an edge. One of the reasons I do love this sport so much is it is a team game. There is still
which means he's getting new tyres, which means if the Toyota doesn't take new tyres, which I don't think it is, they're going to have a much quicker stop.
I think that goes back into 6, doesn't it?
hasn't been for the last, what is Check 9 hours.
Okay, who's quicker, Buemi or Lotterer? I'd go Buemi.
Well, Lotterer is going to have brand new tyres in the car, so once he gets them up to speed...
They've not changed. They've not changed.
Oh, wow.
They didn't change tyres. They kept the same tyres on.
Let me just check where we are with tyre wear. Yes, actually, because he was running the wet tyres before this, Vanthoor has just done one stint on that softer compound.
Okay, so Buemi still leads. He stayed in the car. He knows what to expect of the car and the track. Lotterer doesn't have to get the tyres up to temperature, but he has to just get a feel for the circuit.
Third place Toyota now on pit lane with Kamui Kobayashi. 2 seconds quicker on the pit road, though, from Toyota Gazoo Racing crew. That means the gap goes up from tenths to 3.5 seconds. Fuel going in for the second of the Toyotas. And it will be fuel only. Away they go. Further back. Next one up is Antonio Fuoco. He stays out. So his next target now will be the number 7 Toyota.
Right, so Fuoco up towards the line. 7 Toyota has just served its pit stop. Back on track, and Kobayashi stays behind the wheel. Is that Fuoco for position? It is, and he goes through on the inside. Does he not take third place away? 7 Toyota battles over the brow.
How much longer, though? We must be expecting the 50 car in very shortly, Peter. How many laps on this?
Yeah, like next lap. Yeah.
Okay.
This lap.
So they're separated effectively by a pit stop.
Yeah, so it's a Pyrrhic victory really on those because they're going to come in at the end of the lap. That's what I'm suggesting. So 50 versus 7, but Fuoco, for my money, is an absolute star. There's never a boring lap when Fuoco's in the car.
No, there's not. You genuinely don't know what he's going to do. Is it going to be brilliant? Is it going to be rash?
It's largely brilliant.
It is largely, I think, by the way, increasingly it's largely brilliant. He was prone to making a mistake. We saw last year at Spa on the hard tyres. Was it a mistake? Was it strategic? You can tell. Those that said that mistake won Ferrari Le Mans last year. They were swinging the powers that be to reintroduce tyre borders for this race last year.
It was a star when he came into GT Ferrari, GT3 spec Ferrari, but in hypercar, with all the single seater experience and the aero that he can use, it just works.
We need to keep an eye on the energy at the end of the lap. We keep an eye on the energy at the end of the lap. Okay. We push, but we keep an eye on the end of the lap.
So can they make another lap? I guess that one's all about. I mean, there is this theory, we hear it from Davidson very regularly. I think these two gentlemen, for a variety of reasons, are good. People can ask about them. It's been a long time in cars, the way that these cars are set up and presented as being effectively just as much like big GT cars as they are as prototypes. Fair?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yes. The look is far removed from the GT3 car.
But also running a hybrid system rather than the GT doesn't run a hybrid system.
But for how much longer?
Yep. That was the pass. The Toyota fresh out of the pit lane. Fuoco through, but then over the curb.
Oh, gained a slight advantage, perhaps.
That, I think, is open question. Could he have made the corner?
But he was distracted by the Toyota coming out of the pit lane, Your Honour. He was caught out, and it was safer to go off the road than risk a collision, Your Honour. Let's just have an eavesdrop on the Ferrari conversation.
Okay, we box. You stay in the car. Fuel only.
Right, so you've heard the plan. He'll come into the pits, they'll take on fuel, keep him on that same tyres, then, Peter.
Yes, of course, we've only done one run on these set of tyres. The last set was wet when something was obviously wet. So, yeah, it's unusual that in a normal situation you would change driver, change tyres, but in a situation where Andre Lotterer was concerned, he got into the car that set of times had only done one stint, and therefore he did another stint. Or he's going to at least do 2 more on that stint.
In he comes. Meanwhile, 2 more drive-through penalties being incurred. Both LMP2 cars. First goes the third place car for Sport, William Moore, number 10. That's a drive-through penalty for the slow zone procedure infringement. Same for car 65, and another one just given for an overtake on the slow zone for car 94. That is the better placed of the two Peugeots. Car running 112th place, so drive-through penalties cars 10, 65 and 94. And with that, I will hand over to Rob Bell, who's been just championing a bit. He's got loads of things he wants to talk to you about.
Can't wait to hear them.
I think they can be amazing. He is actually amazing character. I've often said, never yet been denied amongst the 2 most attractive Bell brothers.
Yeah. Silence.
That was Graham Good.
Tumbleweed.
Absolutely. Graham, thank you very much. We'll hear from you again later on in the morning. Go get some sleep. Away goes Antonio Fuoco in number 50. So same tyres, full tank of fuel, and off he sets. Our lead battle after that last round of pit stops. The gap has widened while Lotterer tries to get the tyres up to temperature. So from Nats Crotchet is up to 7.5 seconds now between the top 2. We need to keep an eye on Lotterer's pace, because I'm going to say, Peter, really, that the stars in number 6 Porsche of the weekend thus far have been Vanthor and S. They've been quicker than Lotterer. Maybe not by much, but they've been a bit quicker.
Yeah, I think what you get with Andre Lotterer is a very safe pair of hands. When I say that, because commentators curse, but he's won this race 3 times. He's the elder driver in the car now, I think 42 years old, so he might not have the out-and-out speed of the others, but he's safe with the car.
Sure. Away goes the Hertz Team Jota entry. Phil Hanson at the wheel of it, who, Rob Bell, is another very good sports car driver, Phil Hanson. Maybe he hasn't yet really had the recognition he deserves, but he's done a lot of miles and he's had a lot of good results.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of come through LMP3 2, and looks like he's been given a chance, you know, and he's probably come through not the standard route that you would come through, but he seems to be making a name for himself and is, you know, well liked within the Jones.
Running on board with Jack Aitken at the moment, who is still behind the wheel of 311. Every time I look, he seems to be in it, welded himself in, but that car lost time over the last couple of hours. It's down in 14th place, it's fallen off the lead lap. Goes now through the first chicane. He's still chasing a Peugeot. This time it's Paul de Raster's car. He got past Mikkel Jensen on that last pit stop, but now he's going to set off in pursuit of another of the ex-Formula 1 drivers on the grid, Paul de Raster.
We saw a good fight earlier on with I think it was Aitken at the wheel then of the 311, and we were kind of picking out that for whatever reason they just don't seem to have the straight line speed of some of the other cars, and we know the Cadillacs are fast in a straight line. We've seen overtaking from say the number 2 car. I just don't think, maybe a different setup on the 311 with the wing, it's hard to know, but yeah, he's been behind this car for ages now, just unable to make a move.
And he's not on the lead lap, of course, so that's the other problem. The other caddies are though, so they're still in the mix. You know, I still think they're almost a dark horse for it. They're still in the mix, just behind the more established players from previous years. But yeah, they're all looking good.
I think they're going to need a fair slice of luck in perhaps, you know, a couple of cars ahead of them having issues to come up, but you know, pace-wise, the Toyota, the Ferraris, they seem to be the better ones. The Porsche number 6 is up there, as you say. So looking at Andre Lotterer's last lap now, so he's 7/10 slower than Sebastian Buemi, so he's got himself up to speed.
Yeah, he has, yeah. And I think you're right, Peter, in what you say about the Cadillacs. On pure pace, no, but with a bit of bad luck and dramas for one or two others, and maybe there are some more penalties lurking in the system somewhere, could well be done. Look at the top speeds presented to you by Motul, the fastest out of hypercar is number 4 Porsche Felipe Nasr. You can compare and contrast that with LMP2 and LM GT3, in which Porsche again tops the speed traps.
The other factor, of course, is you can guarantee there'll be more rain before the end of this race, which will mix things up. I just hope it's not as I'm walking back to my caravan.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's again not doing what the forecast said, which was meant to be just a wet race. And that last shower that we had gave drama, but we haven't heard anything about rain. Nobody's telling us that it's on its way, or nothing.
Yeah, and it's amazing. We're not nowhere near halfway through yet.
No.
It's it's going to be. There's a lot of action to come. A lot of tired drivers. Cars get a little bit worn through the race. There's going to be unpredictability still lurking around the corner.
And as we've seen from some of the cars, it takes a split second, a little bit sideways, and suddenly the car snaps and you're in the wall. It causes a safety car or a big damage to a barrier that needs to be fixed, and so many things can happen.
I'm down with car 6, Laurens Vanthoor, just got out of the car. You guys fell down the order, but now you've steadily worked your way back up and look really, really strong. How do you feel the pace is compared to Ferrari and Toyota?
Well, we fell back down the order because we kind of made a wrong tire call early on, and now we made the right ones, and we got back. I think our car was good in the mixed conditions, and we were able to fight back to the front and to the Toyotas. Now when it's full dry at the end, they open up the gas as well, let's say. So, but we're there. I mean, we're back where we need to be. The car is in one piece without a scratch so far, and that's all we need at the moment.
And the track feels completely dry now?
Not completely, but like 90%.
6th, 7th and 8th hours of the race. Every time, of course, there's a round of pit stops, the order becomes somewhat jumbled. And at the moment, we've got the leading 9 cars on the lead lap.
It's really cool, and GT just looking GT3 battle as well. At one point, the last stint, about 4th between 4 cars, all within 2 seconds of each other, the whole pack. And then there was that incident with the Saucy car, which was quite a big hit, actually. I'm surprised there wasn't any damage, and he seemed to have to take to the curb. And then he did hit the Ferrari with reasonable velocity, so we'll see how that pans out. But I think the GT3 battle seems to be that it's been split with sort of safety pit stop strategy, so someone hitting halfway through the stint compared to the others, so it might well flip-flop during the McLarens have been up front, then it seems to be the Manthey car with the Lexus as well, so we'll see how that pans out towards the end of the race.
Indeed, Greg Ross says he has just made another pit stop, so they might have checked for damage in that, but McLaren is back on track. You're riding with Klaus Bachler, who is currently 3rd in class, and Kelvin van der Linde, who started from the pit lane, is just up the road in that Lexus for 2nd, so there's a battle developing here.
Yeah, and I don't think we've heard the last of this Gregoire Saucy incident, because I'm sure they're looking at that, and I would expect some kind of penalty. At the end of the day, Jordan Taylor is running his own business, and the mistake was from Saucy, so you would expect some kind of drive-through of some description.
Be handy to see it on board, because the view that we've got is kind of at the end of the incident, if that makes sense. You didn't actually see the reason that was caused.
So that was a position, wasn't it? That was Chris Bachler going by Kelvin van der Linde, but he's missed the corner, so I think he might be losing that again.
This is the 2nd in LMGT3. Porsche ahead, but only just. Kelvin van der Linde, the South African, another rookie in the race, comes out to have a go. I think he's gone back past. Certainly got the LMP2 car going through the traffic as well. Waiting to get a better shot, but I think the Lexus has retaken the play.
No, I think he stayed ahead.
Okay.
Stayed ahead.
And whether he should give up the place because he went off the road, you could say that was kind of gaining an advantage.
He's not giving that back.
No.
Not without being in the
darkness.
That is the thing. Under the cover of darkness, you can't get away with it.
So, having cleared the Lexus, then he's only 4 seconds back off Maurice Schuring in the Manthey ENA car. So that's one garage, Manthey Pure Racing. Their car's up to second. And the way the Backler is going and the experience that Klaus Backler has got shouldn't be longer, what I thought, before he gets onto the back of Maurice Schuring. There is the Lexus, which is back ahead. I told you, he's done it, got back ahead. So, correct all that, it is Porsche, Lexus, Porsche once more, and Kelvin van der Linde is not going to be a pushover.
No, he's got to do it again, hasn't he? Battles goes back on him, going straight away, he's back on him. Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, let's see how that develops, but Backler does look quick when he gets on the groove, that Porsche, so he's got quite good top speed.
So towards Indianapolis they come, and he's back ahead. So back into second place now goes Klaus Backler. Kelvin van der Linde, I mean, well, okay, we're disappointed he's lost a place, but in a way, but they could run at Porsche pace and still be in the mix for a class podium right now.
Well, now he just needs to try and stay in his bunker, so that the Ferrari behind is not for position, but he looks racing as well. Who's that Ferrari behind him?
I was wondering whether it was one of the Corvettes, actually.
I thought it was a Ferrari.
No, you're probably right, but we'll have a look in a moment when they come back through the shot. So Klaus Backler needs to break away from van der Linde and then set off in pursuit of the same type of car, but operated by a slightly different stable. See what he can do about the class lead.
The best part of 2 seconds now in front, so it looks like he's broken a toe.
And at Cadillac, you have to make your own amusements and keep yourself awake. The Iron Day likewise. And well, you can just relax before you have to leap back into action.
In that situation, you would never want to do the first one to fall asleep, do you?
No,
sure enough, not in a garage full of board mechanics.
I think you need more people to make a proper Mexican wave, but, you know, something to do for the cameras. So, an example of pit crews, how they have to occupy themselves, what they're doing, and catching a bit of light relief between pit stops.
So that Ferrari is actually starting to catch the Porsche again, but it's not for position.
No.
So who could it be?
It's got to be Jordan Taylor, hasn't it?
Yeah,
because we haven't got that many Ferraris left really within that GT3. There's only the GR racing car, which is Mike Wainwright, who I wouldn't have said is as quick as the people around him. So Antalyanovic's car isn't circulating anymore. Rob? No idea. Right, thank you.
Well done, mate. 70, what was it, that 78?
Yeah, we can see a couple of cars together on time.
70 is the Kelvin van der Linde car.
Yeah.
There's another car in between them.
Might well be Jordan Taylor back out circulating.
He'll be kicking himself.
Yeah.
He'll be kicking the McLaren that took him off.
Yeah, but he's got every right to catch up and get past those cars, even though they're ahead on the road. He's not necessarily fighting them. He's got every right to try and get past them and get himself a lap back.
Lead gaps increase, let's listen to the radio.
So if you're flying, man, only one other car in the 32s and you're in the 31s. Everybody else 33s. Great job.
So Sebastian Buemi being given a verbal pat on the back, and he is getting away from Andre Lotterer right now.
Different tyres.
Yeah,
I will say that. I think the Toyota's on soft and the Porsche's on mediums.
And Kobayashi lapping quicker than both of them, both Buemi and Lotterer. So Kobayashi in third place. He's got a lot of ground to make up, hasn't he? 55 seconds effectively to Andre Lotterer, and 10's aren't going to do it, but full seconds, which is what he is gaining by, will all help.
Possible as well within reach. Yes, it was 1 minute 10 seconds
the lead car. That's number 8, Sebastian Buemi. No stranger to success here. 4 times a winner, 18, 19, 20 and 22. So good strike rate that he's got. Another of the ex-Formula 1 races. He's also, of course, been a Formula E champion. On board with Scott Dixon, the New Zealander. Coming up now to the back left of Indianapolis. He's got more traffic up the road. And the Cadillac that he saddles is to be found in 9th place, and it's currently the last car on the lead lap. So the 6 times IndyCar champion presses on in pursuit of Phil Hansen, and last time was a little bit faster. Dixon, got a McLaren, I think, just up the road. Rob has been, he's putting Dodge past.
Yeah, back in the McLaren there, and just got a quick spot as we've seen that move. Yeah, executed nicely. It's quite tight, but he gave the GT3 car the free there, which is the important bit.
As into the pit lane comes Maurice Schuring, who was leading LMGT3, so that's going to give the class lead now to Battler. It's going to put Van der Linde in the Lexus up to 2nd, and Maurice Schuring, aboard number 91, stays aboard on the look of it, ready for another stint. Maurice Schuring, who is yet another rookie.
Did a really good job there, though, because, you know, Battler putting pressure on him, just being behind and having the experience, and actually Schuring seemed to be maintain the gap, so doing a crappy job.
Is this actually Klaus's first time here? I mean, he's raced all over the place, but has he raced in Le Mans before?
Yes, I think he has. I'm sure he has. And bear with me. 3 times he's raced here. Yeah.
So you're right. A lot of experience.
And a lot of miles to be done, as suggested, in just about every category you can race a Porsche in, because Battler specialises in these cars, and putting it to good effect right now. So Battler ahead of Van der Linde, rookie. While Sosi now up into 3rd in the class, rookie. And then Takeshi Kimura in the other Lexus 87, 4th in the class, not a rookie.
Behind them, Nicholas Peel actually just doing the cars fastest lap. Just want to just correctly with the
Double 7 in, Aaron Bastard, the GT4 champion, a couple of seasons ago. Two-station car fires up eventually, blasts away. Aaron Bastard down the pit lane then. Another of the rookies.
Andre Lotter now finally finding his feet.
Right.
Matching Sebastian Buemi's times.
A yellow flag up at the first chicane, and that's the reason why. Car stranded. Was it McLaren, wasn't it? And it rejoins its UA car.
We were just commenting on it, saying just on his fastest lap. So,
Filipino, who's dropped place to Maurice Schuring. He's got going. Didn't look like he suffered any damage in all of that, but whether that was a spin or he was given a shove, a replay might help us. Number 4 Porsche going through shot. Nick Tandy at the wheel, 16th. Don't thank the stars being that far down, but you still got to deliver.
yes, it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing that it's out there, lap down, more. But you have got to deliver because that's a job, isn't it?
Yeah. And that car lost time by going into the garage for repairs after Jaminet tangled with Saraboli earlier on in the race in the Arn Thames Lamborghini that you just see rejoining, and the Lambo is back in the hands of the Swiss driver Rahal Frey now. So we've done 147 laps, and it is Toyota leading, Porsche leading Toyota. Antonio Fuoco lapping quicker than those ahead, but he's got probably about half a lap, if not more, to make up, and the margin that he's gaining by is not that big. We're still getting improved sectors, mainly in LMGT3, aren't we, now that we've put, if you like, the more experienced drivers into the cars?
Yeah, it's a good time of day for the track's dry, temperatures are cool, engines limit. So it's not a bad time to begin. It won't be the quickest time. The quickest time is usually as it starts lightening up. So you've actually got a light track, sort of, 6:30, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. That's when we all sort of drivers start volunteering for stints. Then when it's all nice and clean and fast. So happy hour is yet to come. So I think that's when we'll see quick lap times.
88, the Ford Mustang that is driven by Giorgio Roda, Mikkel Pedersen, Dennis Olsen. 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a technical infringement. That's the second time that car has had that. You see the replay of the rotating McLaren, which seemed to do it all on its own.
Yeah, it just seemed like it just went slightly offline. It was just a little bit wide and maybe on the dirt, or still a slight down patch. But not the end of the world. He's got to go and quick spin to make it. So
importantly, he didn't get collected by any other cars, because that would have been dramatic potential end to the race.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect him too badly, actually.
Second spin of the race for that car. As it's going on in LMP2, Nico Baroni has taken over from Ben Barnicoat and has now got into the lead of the class, ahead of the Nielsen racing car of David Heinemeier Hansen, and then Patrick Pilet from Vector Sport, that has been up at the pointy end of that class all the way. But the AF Corsa car is up front in LMP2, number 24 there, rattling over the curve. That is David Heinemeier Hansen in second spot within the class, and the margin is just under 45 seconds.
It's a strong car, it's a strong driver line in the 183, the AF Corsa car with Barney. Obviously, you know Barney very well, and his next teammate of mine, so that's Ben Barnicoat. And I don't know Nicholas Rowe very well, but I think he's a very, very quick little driver coming through. And that's a Francois Perroda car, so he's got a lot of experience. So that's looking in a very strong position, actually.
GT AM winning team of last year, Nico Baroni, who did a little bit of single seater racing in the UK, the old ECF3 Championship, now GD3. Didn't do a whole season, but was a race winner from that one. And has done sports car racing both in the States and in Europe. There is number 10, third in LMP2, with the redoubtable Patrick Pilet in the wheel, another massively experienced driver.
Yeah, swapped plenty paint over the years with Patrick. He'd been Porsches, and then I was in Ferraris back in the day, doing the 1 Series when you were there as well. So, yeah, I know Patrick.
He's probably driving a Spiker, so I wasn't swapping any people either.
Watching these dots in the distance, really. Well, there is the Vector Sport Oreca. Stefan Raquelme, Ryan Cullen, the other two drivers of that. And that's just been a really good, consistent car in this race. It's had one drive-through from slow zone defense from memory, but other than that, just metronomically goes round and round and round.
More fastest laps coming in. 3 of the GT cars this lap have all posted fastest laps, so time's coming down, track getting quicker. Backler back into the lead of GT3 class. They must be due a stop fairly soon.
Also into the lane comes 311 then, the Jack Aitken Cadillac. Well, one driver we've not seen very much of in 311 in the race is Felipe Drugovich. Every time we talk about that car, it's mainly Aitken or Durrani, but I can't think we've seen a great deal of Felipe Drugovich.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, is that a master plan to use him more towards the end of the race, or maybe he doesn't like?
No, I think he cycled through.
Okay.
I think he has. I have seen him in the car, but
I was just wondering whether, because it's his first Le Mans, they were going to use the others to do the night shift and put him in and use him more in the daylight, the other side of darkness.
That is a thing that is considered when they are doing race plans. You do consider stuff like that, and it's again just trying to minimise risk. So I'm sure he's an excellent driver, but he's not done it before. Why take the risk? Two teammates have done it plenty, so we'll see. Jack seems to be in for an eternity.
fresh for the next day. Yeah.
He's done a triple stint.
Okay. So he's sort of apart from that, had his shoulder to the wheel. Yeah, apart from the triple stint. Yeah, he's done nothing. Let us, as we ride on board with Charlie Eastwood, just listen to what's going on in race control from the Race Director Radio channel.
Car 78, manager car 78, we're getting reports that your rear lights are not working, your rear brake lights are not working. Please make sure you fix that problem immediately.
Right, so 78, second in LMGT3, is being brought into the pits, not sorted at your next stop, sorted now. That's going to be a bad blow, isn't it, to the Lexus?
I'm down here with Isotta Fraschini, car 11, with Jean Carboneau's recently come out of the car. There's a fierce fight in the front of the hypercar field, but you guys are just getting on with your job as well. How does your car feel out there?
To be honest, the car felt pretty good. As soon as the temperature is getting colder, the car ran pretty well. Definitely, I mean, when I was fighting with the Ferrari and the boat like off power, we would say. But no, the car was reacting super well, super happy. Still was not easy with the weather condition, but no, I mean, we're looking good. The target is to finish the race. On top of that, the lap time was not too far from the mid-pack, let's say. So, I mean, yeah, we're not fighting for the front, but mid-pack is interesting. And when we see the gap compared to these cars, we're not far at all. So this is very encouraging, and we'll see. A lot of time, super happy.
Okay, your teammates are both rookies. How are they coping out there?
It's getting better for us. I mean, definitely it's not the easiest race of the year, but for us it's kind of, because we have so much track time, we are getting better as we're not testing so much. And no, they're making big steps, and that's very important. I mean, it's a team game, so we need all of us to be fast if we want to have a certain race at some point.
It's great to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
British driver, British born, lives in America, but
I raced against him in the 1994 Formula Vauxhall Junior.
I was about to say he's another graduate of Formula Vauxhall Junior. Yes, you beat him, not just raced against him.
Yeah, he was second in the championship.
So he's made a good career for himself in America, and now running his team and coming back to race in Europe. So that incident we saw between Jordan Taylor and Gregoire Saucy, race control now having a look at it, as you see there, the Scott Dixon Cadillac getting up through the traffic, coming down through the first chicane.
Still slippy through there. You can see all the cars sliding a bit wide. And again, if you get off line, you can see how wet it is.
Because the temperatures have never really gone out at all. It's still been a pretty chilly day, even though we've had bits of sunshine. Let's just also listen to James Collado, 7th in the Ferrari.
Who's behind me?
It's Hanson on the 38. Hanson, Philippe Hanson.
So James Collado wanted to know who is behind him, and the answer was, as you hear, Philip Hanson, who on his last lap was only about 94 thousandths of a second quicker, so there's not much in it in terms of lap time between those two. 1.6 seconds is the margin, and you can see this elasticating gap stretching and then shrinking around the circuit. Philip Hanson, and indeed that hurts Team Joe's entry, doing a good job, because it was not really anywhere special at the start of the race, down in 10th, and then it fell a little bit further down the order, but now it's up in the leading group pretty much.
Yeah, again, they're one of those cars that have just been in the background, just holding on to the lead pack, so they could be in the mix at the end.
From what I see, we should triple these tires with you stay at the wheel. From what I see, we should triple this tire and you stay at the wheel.
So triple stint for the tyres, they're standing up well, and James Collado being told to stay in the car because he knows what it and the track and the tyres feel like.
Yeah, fair comment, really. I mean, you know, I think the more you can stay on tyres, the more time you save because you're not on cold runs. Yeah. So, makes sense.
So he's currently running a soft tyre. As I said before, the only car up front is running a medium tyre is a Porsche on the Lotto.
Which makes one wonder whether that's the right call, doesn't it, against everybody else?
Well, I think the fact that they're questioning you should do a third stint, and it's not like you will be doing a third stint. I think Orgelotto is going to be doing the third stint no matter what. So it's, you know, depending on conditions, heat of the tyre, wear in the tyre, whether you can get a third stint out of the soft, or whether you need a medium to do the third stint.
I can't quite get my head around the sort of situation where the Peugeots are. Peugeots are quite far back and not really been in contention, but every time I look up in dry conditions, the lap time is pretty good. You know, they do the 31 there compared to 30s, 31 seems to be about the pace. So, yeah, you get the edge match right. They're never really showing that they're going to be in the mix this race.
They have had a spate of drive-throughs, and I think one of them we saw have a spin, didn't we? Was it Nicky Jensen that had a spin into the barriers a little bit earlier on? But yeah, they've just never been as quick, and not being as quick over X number of stints will add up.
Yep.
And you're right about the lap times, but they come and go. You know, they have a spurt of good laps, and then they fade again, whether it's to do with new tyres or, you know, the fuel load coming down. But yeah, they spike and then drop again.
Yeah. Well, I guess all endurance racing because tyre degradation plays a massive part. So potentially, so I'm not sure this is the case, but you know, if they are wearing tyres more than others, it makes the car a little bit tricky to drive, then that might be a factor in it.
Let's go back to James Colado's radio for a moment.
We have the pace with all the bad traffic, so at some point we need to triple mate, but I need your go.
Let's do it.
Collado up for the challenge of triple stint in the tyres.
The engineer was almost apologetic then. Oh, I'm sorry I've got to make the triple stint.
Now, you heard that radio message from race control about 78 of the line saying fix it immediately. The car's not been in. It's still out there. It's leading the class. So maybe they're hoping they can combine the pit stops. But race control did say immediately.
Yeah, what race control say goes. So, I'll have to keep an eye on it. Unless they come back on somehow, unless there's a, I don't know if they flicked it on the switch or they come back on by themselves. We haven't really seen the back of that car.
Going back to the Collado thing, I think that chat is all about him doing 4 stints. That's what it is. He's already done a stint on wets. So he's not even halfway through his drive time, is what we're saying. So he's like, sorry mate, we need you to do 2 more after this, because he has to stay on board for this set of tyres.
Okay. Well, 51 that dropped off the lead lap for a time, very definitely back on that lead lap, 7th place. Now, it's 3 minutes and 13 off the lead, and a lap time at the moment is around 3.5 minutes. In other words, he's not far off being lapped again. He needs to keep the pace here.
Yeah, we see these lap times are pretty competitive. He's in the 30s when he got this lap because he's been held up on. James is the guy we know can win the race, and he did it last year.
Goes through, heads up towards the Dunlop S's, rattles the curve left, big rattle on the right, battle the power, head of the brow, into the next S, the very, very fast section of the circuit. This is slightly banked corner here, tip to one side, this is a little bit banked, tip to the other, battle the power, heading towards Terre Rouge, is up towards the pit lane now to come number 3, Scott Dixon. By the look of it, he is going to stay on board as well, and I think they're going to keep that set of tyres on the car. That was one that Renger van der Zande rattled up against the Armco between turns 4 and 5 earlier on in the race, but got away very, very lightly from what was a fair old impact. Just had another Peugeot spiky lap coming from Paul di Resta in 94. Nick Tandy has just done number 4 Porsche's best lap of the race as well. Right, away goes number 3. Makes his way down the pit lane. Other teams preparing themselves for their cars to come in. Scott Dixon now thunders out of the pit lane. Renger van der Zande was suited and booted, ready to go, but not called upon. Scott Dixon stayed in the car, so a change of plan, possibly because he has a feel for the car and the tyres.
Yeah, it makes sense to have a driver ready just in case. I haven't heard what they were saying on the radio, but yeah, that can be the thing sometimes. Maybe they actually went to check the tyres, and if they were going to change tyres, they would change drivers. But actually, they look at the actually the tyres are fine, and therefore the driver stays on board.
Yeah, Scott Dixon only done one stint so far.
Okay, interesting. He's an experienced driver, and you can see the study of concentration. First came here in 2016. He raced as part of the Ford GT team. He's won the Daytona 24 Hours, so nighttime racing is not going to phase him. He's won the Indy 500, he's won the IndyCar title 6 times, and Renger van der Zande trying to get to the bottom of the plan. Why wasn't I allowed in? Why didn't you want me to get in? That's not the expression of somebody that's really happy with life.
No, I thought that, but you know, you go for sure.
Well, I guess he's just, well, now I've got to wait around here. I thought, you know, you get called upon, and well, I've got to get back in my seat now, put my headset on and just chill out and just wait.
Now there's 78 in for what looks like a routine stop, new tyres, fuel going on, but there's no work yet being done about the lights. So you might be right, Rob, that they've come back on because they're not remotely concerned about looking at the back of the car, are they?
The rear lights are definitely on.
Yeah.
And actually...
But wasn't it the brake lights?
It was the brake lights.
Well, they said rear brake lights, so, I mean, I know the brake lights are at the rear, but it's...
But did they not say that race control said they'd had reports that the brake lights weren't on? So is that a marshal who reports that in, or is that another driver who's reported in?
It could be either of the above, or it could be a scrutineer standing on the pit wall watching the cars and has noticed it.
Well, let's see how that pans out.
If it's a brake light, it's more likely to be a marshal because they would see it slow for a corner. The scrutineer on the pit wall would see it just go past. So yeah, if it is the brake light specifically, not the tail light, then it's more likely to come from the marshal's post over the floor. So blasts back into the race. That puts Grégoire Saucy into the lead of the class at the moment in the United Autosports McLaren, but with that Damocletian investigation for the contact with Jordan Taylor. Leader is in, second is in. So Buemi and Lotterer still on the same number of laps to a pit stop and in together. We say goodbye for the moment to Peter Dumbrek, who is away to explore the joy of sleep, and we'll hear from Peter in a few hours' time. So André Lotterer staying in number 6 Porsche. And the gap 21 seconds when they came in, but the Toyota was on the move. So away goes Buemi, and André Lotterer taking on a lot of fuel. Will be away now. The car winds its way away from the pit box. Also in now is number 7, so Toyota bringing the cars in on the same lap, and because of the gap, they're not really double stacking. There's enough gap between them to cycle one through before the second one arrives, which is ideal, really, because you don't want to be tripping over mechanics from the other car.
Yeah, absolutely. Seem to be on top of things on the Toyota, just pounding away, not making too many errors, and doing a good job.
This is where the experience of having taken part in the race for many, many years and having had so many successes in recent years comes into play, because there was an expression that the team used that every year they found a new way of losing the race, but because of that they know all the different pitfalls, they know how to overcome these things. I'm not saying Penske does it for Porsche, or of course, it doesn't with Ferrari, but Toyota have had so many ways of having to face disappointment.
You do learn a lot by your mistakes, your errors, and losing races. And it's something that, as long as you then don't make the same mistake twice, that's the killer. Keep making the same error again and again and again. And obviously, that's not the mark of the top team. But I think we did have a lot of errors and make mistakes, but clearly they've been massively strong. And it seems like a gelled team.
Now this is in replay from the hypercar class, going on all road.
One of the Porsches.
It is a Porsche. Right on the 4. That would be Tandy, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be a Nick. Rattles it across the gravel, aims it for the access road. But that's very, very quick thinking, isn't it? That's the mark of a pro driver. Not panicking because I'm going off the road. Where can I get out of this? Where can I aim the car for? There it is. Momentum through the gravel, onto the hull standing, and away.
Yeah, exactly. Nick beat there, having 7 times before.
Yeah. Got the T-shirt.
Won the T-shirt, I think, as well. So, obviously we know that at the end of every gravel track, obviously there's a tyre wall, but there's in most cases, if not every case, there is an access road there as well.
51 in there, James Collado, so we've been told about him staying on board to triple stint the tyres. And the team having a look to make sure that there's nothing that's been scooped up and has got caught in the bodywork that could present a problem. One year, wasn't there, when it was wet, that the Peugeots, going back a good few years, ended up picking up quite a lot of rubber that was jumped. Because it was wet, it had the effect of being all squidgy, and I think it was described as like being a kind of pate, but ended up in the radiators and caused overheating and problems and longer stops. So anything that might have been picked up, try to get cleared out of the car while you've got the time and the refueling's going on.
Yeah, why not have a look? Why not? And if there's anything in there, get rid of it. There's things that are stopped down when you brake them, brakes, etc. Then catch up fire or burn. So get rid of it.
Beata into the pit lane as well for Cool Racing, and he blasts up the pit road now to rejoin. So 99 also back onto pit apron. Julian Andlauer at the wheel of that car once more. I mean, that Porsche have been doing decent lap times ever since it had to sort out that door problem at the start of the race. And I know that Martin touched on it earlier on, it's the same door problem that they had at Spa, but it didn't seem to be a problem in free practice 1, or 2, or 3, or 4, or qualifying, or the warm-up, only when you get to the race.
Or for any of the any of the other Porsches. So, strange on that.
It is. Anyway, since they did whatever they had to do to the door and the latch, it's not been a problem. But they've lost so many laps that they're out of contention. They're gaining paces when others hit problems. New boots go for 12. That's the Hertz team Joe Car, Will Stevens. Another of the list of ex-Formula 1 races in the event this year. Behind the wheel.
Slightly held up on that front left. Didn't seem to want to come off. Still a good stop from Joe there. And still an amazing story. The fact that they had that damage to the car, rebuilt it. And I think it might be that tightness will creep in with that team. You can't be understated that those guys and girls stand each other for that many late nights in an hour. So at some point, fatigue is going to catch up.
It could well be. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that. You're on board with Romain Grosjean, not a Le Mans rookie. Last raced in this event in 2010 when he was part of a Matek Ford team. There is number 50 that will now come in. Driver change as Antonio Fuoco hops out. And as they cycle through the drivers in number 50 Ferrari, it is going to be Big Red Bollinger, I think, that gets in. We've not seen a great deal of Big Red Bollinger thus far, I don't think, in the race.
No, well, Fuoco got out there, looked like Brando almost didn't have a bit of almost like Van Macklin.
Yeah.
So, teammate will now do some work while he goes and has a chill out.
So Justin Fuoco gets out. Let's just listen to the radio. No, we'll come back to the radio, in fact, just while we finish off the pit stop. There is the down in glass away. I think Miguel Oliver was taking that car over. It was running in 4th place. Never quite made the inroads against the Toyota, but it's still in contention. Miguel Oliver it is, getting himself sorted and comfy. There was an era, wasn't there, where the pit exit was much, much further up the road towards the chicane. But now you sort of join in just on the exit of the first corner. So the drivers that are exiting the pit lane have to be pretty careful. Phil Hanson, 38 into the pit lane. And when the fueling is done, now the team can go to work and change the tyres. So the new boots go on. And that's Porsche will be back into the race as soon as possible. At 83's garage, the Robert Schwarzman car has just left the pits, so mechanics can stand down for the moment and have a quick break. Oh, a big drama there, because off the road you got two of them. One is the 77 Mustang, and that looks like an LMP2 car, am I right in saying? Is it the Porsche Curve, Rob, is it not? So that's the Nielsen Racing Shearer, Hannah Hansen Simpson car that was second in class.
Second place, yeah. Second place, the Mustang was really far down the road, the out of contention.
22nd, because that lost heaps of time early on, replacing the steering rack, and it was within the Dunlop S's, not the Porsche Curves, forgive me, and that was Heine Meyer Hansen being a hero on the inside. Here's the replay from on board the Mustang, and all of a sudden there'll be a bang. There it is.
Yeah, clumsy.
I don't quite know what the Mustang was expected to do there.
Really clumsy. Again, you know, I say it all the time, you know, in this scenario, when you've got 13 hours, 15 minutes still to go, why take the risk? You know, he just had to sit there and he would have attacked, got a nice run through there and passed him into Tete Rouge. So he would have lost potentially half a second, 7/10 at most. But what he's actually done is stuffed it up inside, hoping that the Ford would see him and get out the way. But, you know, GT cars don't have to get out the way. We stick, as a GT3 driver, we've got to stick to our line.
David Heine Meyer Hansen, 10 times he has raced in the 24 hours, so...
Should know better.
Well, yes, you beat me to it. It's not a rookie mistake. It looks like a rookie mistake, but he's not a rookie, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, look, if it's the last hour and you're chasing down the leader,
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
But at this stage, that's, yeah, clumsy. You know, it's not malicious, but definitely clumsy.
And he's not for driving out of there, is he?
No, the two of them are going to sit there now for the next 3 or 4 minutes.
I mean, the Mustang's just had a horrible time of it, and he's way, way out of contention anyway, and that won't help the mood at Proton.
No, that is making a bad day worse.
But that has just cost the Nielsen Racing car any chance of winning LMP2, because it is so evenly matched with everybody having the same car, engine, tyre, that, even if they lose only one lap, that's still game over.
And there could be damage on the car as well.
Yeah.
It looked quite square on, actually, so there probably won't be. But, again, it's just that risk versus reward.
Question for you, and I'm not trying to throw you under a bus when I ask this, but there's one recovery vehicle, there are 2 cars, and they've gone to what you might call the innocent party first. Now, is that on instruction from race control, or is that just a coincidence?
I would say they've got to that one first. So I'd say
just because it's nearer.
It's nearer. Let's get the one out which is nearer.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't think that would be the reasoning.
But yes, there's not a lot of interest in the Nielsen Racing car in contrast, is there?
No.
Everybody's around the Mustang, and the aggressor out of all of that, he's kind of, you know, taking extra punishment. We'll get to you in a minute.
Make him wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they're going that way.
To put it on an access road rather than on a live circuit when it's stationary, I would suggest.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point.
And actually, it's another credit to the marshalling team, because they know exactly what they should be doing. They've been well briefed from race control. This is what you do. There is Nick Tandy into the pit lane for the car to be cleaned. And again, everybody having a look at the tyres. Of course, the way the bodywork is for these cars, although they're closed wheels, they're closed wheel racing cars, there are those apertures so you can have a look at the tyres. And that's exactly what the Michelin technicians are doing, peering in to make sure that there's nothing nasty before they blast back out on a used set of tyres.
Yeah, they'll also be looking in later, not the tyre guys, but the team themselves will be looking in just to see the brake wear. So have a look at the brake pads. If there's a lot of meat, a lot of material left on the brake pads, then they know that's good news. But if the pads are worn, then they'll probably think about stopping to change that sooner rather than later.
Just saw the classification in Hypercar, which still says that in 20th in Hypercar is the number 20 BMW, but that is still sitting in the pit lane and has been in the pit lane for the best part of 100 laps now. So I think that car's pretty much out of it. The only benefit to put it back on track would be to do some testing.
Yeah, absolutely. Or, you know, get a few photographs going over the line at the end, you know, because, you know, we are here for PR, social media reasons as well. But I think that's pretty much done and dusted.
I mean, even if it does go back out, you then have to factor in doing enough laps to be classified as a finisher. And it's unlikely to have done that many, I would have thought. In LMP2 then now, we have 183 Nico Veroni in the lead, having taken over from Barney Bencote, and then second is Ollie Jarvis now, 22 for United Autosports, and then number 10, the Vector Sport car, Vector Sport, the team owned by Patrick Cullen, Ryan's father. It's Ryan Cullen at the wheel of it at the moment. Then Ritomo Miata for Cool Racing, and fifth in the class, Clement Novalak, who led early on, but then had a wheel part company with the car, and had a slow in lap, and he's trying to recover the lost ground.
Yeah, getting some old hands in there. People like Ollie Jarvis, well versed at this race. Good team behind him, and some competitive cars in that field.
PJ Hyatt involved in a battle for sixth in the class with Joop van Uitert, who, if you've got a very long memory, you might remember his uncle coming to the UK, racing in Formula 4 1600 in the early 1980s, Gerald van Uitert. But his nephew is hustling on in pursuit of PJ Hyatt, and in fairness, you'd expect van Uitert to get past a quick amp here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so, but he's got...
PJ Hyatt across the curb. Well, it needs to be, because we're approaching a slow zone, of course, where that incident between the Mustang and the other Oreca has happened. So Van Uitert needs to try to get by on the inside line. The headlights become much wider, and I reckon he's done it on the inside, goes through and instantly starts to pull clear.
Yeah, quite sensible there, actually. Don't quite let the car by. If he's catching you, if any car catches you by a lot of time, you know, you can judge how quickly cars catch you. If someone's catched you really, really quickly, just wave them by, just have the body language and the, you know, almost wave them through. You can indicate, you know, just come on. So you pair them, you don't use any time.
So the slow zone is up here at Marshall's Post 3, and there is 24 then, which gets away now. Got a replay of it. There's a gap, but it was just too late into the corner. The Mustang was offline, possibly, but he was...
Just wait. Just wait. Just wait another 5 seconds around the corner until you get to Terrouge.
But the speed with which Heinemeier Hansen arrived suggested that if he hadn't hit the Mustang, he was going off anyway. He did look very, very quick. So they're both out of the gravel. And there is a very frustrated Zach Robichon, whose race is unravelling around him.
But even if he was offline, even if he stayed offline on purpose, it was such a small gap. Just wait, just you know, you've got to be patient. One of the big things in this race is you've got to be disciplined.
So 24, David Heinemeier Hansen is on the move again, but he has now lost 2 laps to the class leaders. So, as you were saying, could have lost a few tenths on that lap. Instead, he's lost 2 laps and has lost a chance of winning the race in the class.
Yeah, big shame.
Because he ain't going to come back from a 2-lap deficit, that is for sure. So that slow zone will end in just over half a minute's time. The road will be green all the way around again. The list of retirements is extending all the time now, as those two cars at least have been able to carry on in the race. Now, up front, the lead gap is a little bit reduced compared to what it was in the previous stint. Andre Lotterer, even though his last lap was a slow one, is only 11.3 seconds back from Sebastian Buemi in that lead car. 11 is back in. The last time we saw that, I think it was Jean-Carl Vernet going off the road of the chicane with a bit of help, but Antonio Serravalle behind the wheel now, and there, yet again in the pit lane is the Mustang. Gravel flies everywhere after that trip off the road up near Tertre Rouge.
It's having an eventful race, isn't it, for sure? But that lead battle, as you say, there's two cars that lead Toyota and lead Porsche do seem to have a march on the rest of the field at the moment.
Back to the garage goes 77. And I know they've come a long way, and I know they want to get to the end, but, you know, they're going to be so far off being classified as finishers, you start to question whether it's going to be worth carrying on with all the effort put in. There might be more damage to try to repair. At what point do we say we're fighting a losing battle here?
Well, sometime soon, I would think. Yeah.
The mechanics think, oh, not again.
But having said that, you know, these teams have got such pride in their cars, such pride in their work. The mechanics, yes, they don't want to be fighting a losing cause, but they've put a huge amount of effort in to get the cars here. They've been here for best part of 2 weeks. Actually, for them to get the car over the line after 24 hours, even if it is out of the race with such a deficit, is still a reward for the guys who put such effort in.
True enough, and of course this is a new car for LM GT3 or SRO style GT3 racing this year, so anything they can learn from this race, and they've got 3 cars also to bring more data back. It's all useful in the long term, I guess, even if short term result rubbish, but long term development, mileage, learn things.
Yeah, because they'll want to come back next year stronger.
Yeah,
and they've got to learn how they can be stronger, and actually that car's shown that it has got the pace. It's just been a bit unlucky in certain instances, and it hasn't quite worked out this time.
Front off, Gravel tipped out, and then we'll have a look inside, because remember what happened to the 23 Oreca from early on. Gravel got into an alternator belt and pulley and did damage, so they don't want yet more problems for this car. They lost so much time, like 64 laps early on changing the steering rack. They don't want another major drama. You know, what they've just been through is bad enough, but let's not make it worse.
Don't cause another problem. Yeah, absolutely. Be thorough. You know, they're not up against time because, you know, they're not in the race, so you may as well, get the stones out. You're absolutely right, because the last thing you want to do is a stone end up somewhere it shouldn't and cause even bigger damage.
Just while we're looking in LM GT3, Maurice Schuring has taken back the lead, but has also just pitted. So at the moment, it's sort of him and Gregoire Saucy alternating the class lead, depending on who pits when. There's the Porsche in the pit road.
Yeah, and that 78 car still in the mix, still hasn't changed its lights, so I'm assuming that there was never a problem in the first place.
And no doubt on the Discord channel that allows the teams to talk to race control, they will have responded and said, no, it's all fine, and you know, that's clearly been sorted, because there's been no more strident conversation, should we say, from race control. So 91, the Manthey EMA, the Australian team, puts new boots on, new Goodyears. Maurice Schuring staying behind the wheel of that car. Accelerates away, wheel spin, cold tyres, don't forget, stone cold tyres in this case. And James Collado 7th, and let's just listen in for a moment.
Might have some rain in 10 minutes, might have some rain in around 10 minutes.
Here we go again.
Might have some rain in 10 minutes, the radio call. I blame you. Every time you're here, it rains, Rob. It's all down to you.
Well, you said bring the entertainment, Rob. So,
I did.
You know,
fair point.
Do what I can.
Well, rain in the night is going to be very interesting indeed if it develops, because hasn't always been consistent, these suggestions from the engineers. Let's listen to Sebastian Buemi next.
Okay, we see some rain incoming, very light rain, maybe in 10 minutes from turn 15 Porsche curves this direction.
Okay, they're consistent in that. 10 minutes, that's what both teams have said, and light rain.
Yeah, I think if both teams, both absolute top professional teams are saying it, then I think that's going to happen. So,
but light rain is frustrating, isn't it? Because that doesn't necessarily make you any more decisive as to whether to stay slicks or wets.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that we do know is that most teams have been on the soft tyre at night, so that is going to be better than being on a harder compound.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's see what comes.
And Gregoire Saucy has just been given a get-out-of-jail-free card. No further action in that tangle with Jordan Taylor.
Wow.
One or two people might be surprised about that.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but what I would say is we didn't see the replay of the cause of the incident.
No,
just saw from the one angle the end of the incident. So actually when Gregoire had hit the curb and then sort of bounced into the Ferrari, but we didn't see why he ended up in that position. So they've obviously looked at it thoroughly because it's taken quite a long time. So there's obviously more to that story than we can see.
Indeed so. So Race Control have had a look, decided that there wasn't really a case to answer. James Collado doing what James Collado does, pressing on, flat chat here in number 51 Ferrari. His target is the similar car, Robert Schwarzman, 19 seconds up the road, and he is lapping a little bit quicker on this second stint on this set of tyres.
Yeah, he's going well. Watched him for a long time, very, very talented young British driver. In fact, I wouldn't say young anymore. I'd say in his career, he's in an excellent place where he's got the experience, he's done it, he's got the confidence and security that he's won with a fantastic brand, and he's probably at the peak now of his career.
Yes, I go along with that. He was a single-seater star, wasn't he? Formula Renault, Formula 3, GP2, before coming into the World Endurance Championship, winning GTE Pro, winning in Asian Le Mans, winning in Le Mans outright, of course, last year in hypercar. Down to the chicane, skims the curb, left, right, left here. James Collado then down the second part, if you like, in the Mulsanne. Chicane's done, heading towards the Mulsanne corner. And in LMP2, there are still squabbles to resolve. Nico Veroni leads there, but how far back is Oliver Jarvis from him in second place? So about 94 seconds, that's quite a big gap. But for third and fourth, Ryan Cullen and here Ritomo Mayata are just tenths of a second apart, nose to tail here. Good battle this for the two Oreca's, Vector Sport versus Core Racing. Let's listen to the race director radio.
We are getting reports of light rain at different locations. We have rain on track in different locations. Rain lights on, low mode. Rain lights on, low mode.
So you heard all that from the race control, the race director's office, saying reports of rain around the circuit and rain lights now going on. But if it is light rain, it's going to be that really fine drizzle that doesn't really soak the circuit, just makes it a kind of almost like psychological rain.
Yeah, well, it absolutely is, and you sometimes see it on your windscreen. And at speed, don't forget, you're sort of collecting more rain because you're doing such high speeds, whereas there's not a lot there. So it's that question of don't let it spook you, because if you do slow down and it's sort of you're worried about it, you lose tyre temp and it's a downward spiral from there. So actually, until you actually see track, rain bouncing off the track, you've just got to keep the confidence up, keep it pinned, and you should be fine.
I know the LMP2 cars are not in the first flush of youth, but they still do give really good racing, and that fight for third rather proving the point. We'll come back to that in a moment because we can just eavesdrop quickly on Sebastian Buemi.
In the radar, we see bigger rain coming. We think it might be for wet tires. keep us informed. I'll let you know when it comes. I'll let you know from rain spotters as well. So far, sector times look dry.
So heavier rain expected, light rain expected in about 8 minutes. That's what Race Control's now saying to the teams on the message line on the timing screens. But then you have heavier rain possibly. But we've been told about heavy rain all for the last couple of days, and it's never really amounted to very much.
Let's just see what comes. But again, all the strategy guys within the teams, engineers are going to be having the chat about what we're doing. And it's not about what tyres even, it could be what tyre pressures, you know, because if it's heavy rain in wets, you need a higher pressure usually. But if it's only light rain or it's, you know, you're going to be going into dry weather, you want a lower pressure. So there's a lot to think about getting that side of things to give you the best chance of getting the good lap times and being safe out there.
Okay, I'm here with Brendan Hartley, number 8, Toyota, currently in the lead. Brendan, you guys have had a steely determination about you all week. How are you feeling now with the car? You're back where maybe you should have been after qualifying with all the problems you had.
I don't know if we had problems. I think there'll be other people in qualifying that didn't get it together. But you know what? Having the Thursday without the hyperpole, we were able to just focus on the race car, and maybe that was a blessing in disguise. We've had a smooth run so far. No penalties, no incidents. I think a lot of the other guys around us, you know, have made a lot of mistakes. So we've kept it clean. We're in the mix. Clearly, the Porsche and Ferrari seem to be the closest with us on pace at the moment. Sometimes the Ferrari's the fastest, sometimes the Porsche. We've also shown a good turn of speed as well, so it's all to play for. I mean, let's see as well, Cadillac showed signs as well, but at the moment they're a little bit off. Yeah, all still to play for. I mean, I think it's not even halfway through the race, right? So, yeah.
Not even halfway. How do you feel about your chances in mixed conditions? Your car seems pretty good when the going's tricky.
I don't know. We didn't feel confident here last year in mixed conditions. I haven't driven yet. I only did I drove 3 dry stints. But yeah, Rio seemed to be going well. Sebastian as well. I don't know. It's hard to call this week. Like, everyone's so close, and it might be 5 degrees temperature change, and it might all change. You know, we just don't know.
Okay, thanks for talking to us. Good night.
Outside currently.
Thank you very much.
I've come in dry as a bone.
Show off.
Yeah.
Temperature?
Not dropped very much. I was looking at the current track temperature. It's still 15.5 degrees. So it's 16.5 degrees about 2 or 3 hours ago when I last compared it. So it hasn't dropped so much, and that's the cloud cover. That stops the heat escaping, because when we've had clear nights, that's been most nights this week, it has gone down to 6 or 5 degrees overnight. And boy, haven't we known all about it. So the track is retaining what tiny little temperature there was, but as Rob will be all too well aware, you start adding cold rain on top of that, it's not going to be warm rain either, because the air temperature is lower than the track temperature currently. That's not going to do anything at all for track temps.
Yeah, it could actually be the trickiest part of the race now. We know the rain's coming, and as you just said, you've got the dark, which is always a factor, and rain and cold track. So yeah, this could be the trickiest time, and might give us a bit of excitement.
Just gone past the 11-hour mark here at Le Mans, and are we starting to see a little bit of water on the camera lens? We certainly are.
And a yellow flag we're seeing as well. Marshall's post 30, so that's Porsche Curves area, Rob, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I thought that was Mulsanne Corner. The exit of Mulsanne Corner looked like it was just starting to rain as well, so it might be in more than one place.
Right, there's your yellow flag, Martin. So,
and there's your wet track as well.
Who's gone off? What's gone off? There's a yellow flag. It's coming up around this section of the circuit. So what do we see?
We see a lot of wet track. We see a lot of tyre tracks on a wet road, and there's somebody in the gravel. That's the final element of the Porsche Curves. That's an LMP2 car, but which one it is? Too many cars in the vicinity to see one that's stopped. 24.
24, I think. That's
That's only just come back out onto the track after being in the gravel.
In strife, continues to be in strife.
So that would be David Heinemeier Hansen again, if it's that car.
It is 24. Well, 24 is shown on the map, seen stationary. That's definitely a 4. It is 24. Look, And there's the red and gold on the roof.
So he was in the gravel because he pulled a move on a Mustang that was ambitious at best, I think we decided. Judge Bell thought that. And now he's put himself off. This time, I suspect, being caught out by the greasy conditions.
Yeah, which is fair. It's, you know, that's acceptable. That's fair enough. That's
understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But he is, unfortunately for him, having a pretty torrid half an hour or so.
Yeah, he will be absolutely furious with himself. See, the driver's door is open, so I'm not sure if he's still on board or if he's yelling for help. Now then, where the tyre's going on to the number 19 Lamborghini.
Just go back to Heinemeier Hansen for a second. We'll finish the point, because when he went off the first time, it was whilst second in class. So one rash... Oh, and a wheel off a car as well.
Is that Heinemeier Hansen? No. Is that exiting the pit lane?
No. I think so.
Wet. It's got a bit, either that or it's had a big groove machined in it. 45. Oh dear, so CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro by APR.
It's Colin Braun at the wheel of it, on 3. Well, that's not the first LMP2 car to shed a wheel. Remember Clement Novalak earlier on, but he lost a left front. That's a left rear.
Yeah, that's going down into Mulsanne corner, so he's got quite a long way on that.
And it's an outlap.
Well, it's not a wet then, it has been machined by the bodywork, so he's probably been feeling that all the way around since he got up to the Dunlop curve, and it had a big wobble. Oh dear, that can't be just the rain.
No, but Rob, if on an outlap you lose a wheel, that's going to get looked at for an unsafe release, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the rule, yeah, absolutely.
Which is adding insult to injury, isn't it? Because the driver gets penalised for something that he didn't do. But he's not going to make it all the way back with one-wheel drive. That, I'm afraid, is likely to be the end of their race.
Yes.
We've seen cars in trouble like this before, and it's one thing if you have a puncture, then at least you've still got the rim and what's left the tyre being driven. But I think we might be premature with the old marker of doom, but I don't see the car going too much further. Driver change at number 2 Cadillac.
I have had that before, though, when I've lost a wheel. Exactly. And you can get back if you wind the brake bias all the way at the rear and start up and just apply a little bit of brake. It will find you a bit of drive.
Okay. Well, the team will be on the radio trying to guide him of what to do, but go on.
But he has got to come back a long way.
Yeah, true. Wets for the Cadillac.
Now then, lots of sparks coming off the wheel gun there on that right front. I never like to see that. Normally, the wheel and the wheel nuts should go on without bits sparking off all over the place. The cameraman finds himself out in no man's land, getting squished by a wheel and tyre.
This is our pit garage. This is our working area. You make your own arrangements.
Which is extremely restricted. I mean, the cars are now getting so long, not quite to the ridiculous extremes of F1 cars, but they are getting so long that parts across the width of the garage, they do tend to overhang a bit.
Well, there's Colin Braun's car, getting another look at the wheel parting company. And remember, on an outlap, wheel parts company with car, not a good look as far as race control is concerned, and Colin Braun parks it. The wheel heads across the track.
Being overtaken by your own wheel is never a good thing, is it?
And it goes up to the barrier, and further insult to injury is that a Goodyear hits a Michelin banner.
Race leader is in, Sebastian Buemi is out, if you follow me.
He's been in the car for a while, so he deserves a bit of respite, doesn't he, after a long stint?
Second place, number 6 Porsche is in as well to Penske Porsche Motorsport for service, and it is raining in the pit lane now, so I made it back just in time.
You did, and those two have been matching each other stint for stint. You know, they've come in together for the last 3 pit stops at least.
Yeah, they have, and I would say the 8 car with Buemi in is probably just had the edge on that battle. Just seems to have had a little bit of pace and put a little bit of time into the 6.
So number 50 Ferrari, number 2 Cadillac, 51 Ferrari, 38 Hertz Team Jota, 5 Porsche, 311 Cadillac, 19. That's the second of the Lamborghinis, the 93 Peugeot, the 11 Isotta. They have all stopped. All of LMP2 pretty much has stopped as well. So they have had a phenomenal amount of synchronicity coming into the pits.
There's no real debate this time about tyres, is there? Everybody seems to be going for wets. and yet it's not that wet at the moment. They're all banking, I think, on this report that it's going to get heavier.
Yeah, they must be thinking that, because it's a little bit unusual that we've seen them hanging out on slicks
exactly
a lot for the race. So it's either the fact that the track is that bit colder and they don't want to do that, or their weather report is telling them that there's heavier rain to come.
Driver change in the number 7 Toyota. That's Jose Maria Lopez taking over from Kamui Kobayashi.
You can see the rain just being picked up by the headlights, can't you?
Yeah, and there's more rain here, quicker than there was the last couple of times.
We're going to have a full course yellow. It's about 30 seconds away and counting, but we're going to have a full course yellow, presumably, to recover the Colin Braun car and the wheel.
I think so. The wheel is the easier element, because the marshals can walk down the barrier, pick it up and toss it back behind the barriers.
10, 9.
So that's the count in the background for the full course yellow.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
So that is the Lisa bot, as we refer to it. That is the voice of Lisa.
We're intervening on both sides of the track. Please stay in the middle of the track. At MP18, stay in the middle of the track. We are pushing the car backwards.
So that's Colin Braun bailing out and presumably I was going to say putting your shoulder to the wheel to help, but actually not putting your shoulder to the wheel, because that's the initial drama.
Yes.
So
shoulder to the axle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he actually trying to lift the stub axle there and help it?
Possibly.
Because, of course, it's sitting on its belly a bit. David Heinemeier Hansen is in the pit lane, so that ticks that box. He's out of the gravel where we last saw him, Rob Bell.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going back to this. I'm not really sure what Colin was trying to do there, but he's got back in the car as if he's had a
brainwave.
Maybe he's been communicating, and the engineers in his team have been telling him to try something, get out the car and pull something, push something.
Is the engine running?
Do the marshals not need him in the car to turn the steering wheel to get it through the gap?
There is that. There is that.
I think they're just going to put it behind the barrier. That's our third full course yellow of the race, incidentally, just for the purposes of record.
That's 11 hours in and only 3 full course yellows.
But we did have an hour of safety car.
Yeah, but bearing in mind there are basically, those are the 2 major intervention options. That's actually not bad considering how the weather's been.
But it shows how well the slow zones can work, doesn't it?
Yes.
You don't have to keep interrupting the flow of the race. You just isolate one section.
And it's only because he's got 2 major jobs to attend to, speaking of which, that the slow zone, the full course yellow is out. So, having changed the steering rack, there does seem to be work going on in the front of the car. Again, with her back to us is the crew chief on that car. She was the one who was analysing the fact that the steering whack was not steering in the way that racks should, and it does look like there's more attention to that area, Rob.
So when you were away, this was the car that was hit by the LMP2 car and in the gravel. So that got
Heinemeier Hansen hit that one.
Yeah. So they got the car back, but clearly there's a lot of stones in it to start with, but clearly there's a bit of damage as well.
Jack Hawksworth being investigated for speeding in the pit lane. Rookie error for the Codis ASP Lexus driver. So in fact, our 2 replacements both on track together, because the man who should have been in that 87 Lexus is Jose Maria Lopez, but he's driving instead of the injured Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota, which he is currently at the wheel of, and his sub, Jack Hawksworth, is also on the pitch.
Colin Braun trying to get the car off the road, and it is going behind the barriers. That's game over.
I'm afraid it really is, yes.
It's not like the old days where you could sneak a wheel out through the trees, nobody would notice. It's all on camera now.
Great pictures in period in the middle of the day of David Leslie in an Aston Martin, but with the bodywork off the Aston Martin atop the engine bay, trying to fix something or other. Unfortunately, his BMC training at the family garage didn't do enough for him. So here we are, Toyota's first and third Porsche the meet in the sandwich, ahead of the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari that has done a substantial amount of leading. The 50 factory Ferrari is in 5th. Cadillacs are rallying to 6th and 7th ahead of the 51 Ferrari. Then both Hertz Team Jota cars in the top 10. Must get my race teeth in later. The number 5 Penske Porsche is 11 ahead of the Whelen Cadillac, the first of the 2 Lamborghinis, and in The pit lane now is the number 4 Porsche. No, it's not. 2 Peugeots and a Lamborghini. The Isotta still ahead. A, still going, and B, still ahead. The 99 Proton Competition Porsche. AF Corsa's Pro-Am 183 leads in LMP2 ahead of United Autosports and Cool Racing. Second in Pro-Am is the class pole sitter. The overall LMP2 pole sitter, AO by TF, that's 7th in the class. DKR Engineering's number 33 is in 8th place, and 3rd in Pro-Am. And it's United Autosports 59 McLaren. So Gregor Sosi leading from Manthey EMA's Maurice Schuring in the Porsche, and Codis ASP's 78. Lexus, I want to say Acura all the time, but it's a Lexus. That car lies in 3rd place in the LMGT3 category.
James Collado under investigation for speeding under the full course yellow. That has now come to an end anyway. We're at a green flag, and the lead battle is about to become really interesting because Brendan Hartley has taken over 8 Toyota and Kevin Estre has taken over number 6 Porsche, and the blue touch paper has been lit. Kevin Estre has got to make up just over 18 seconds to get onto terms with Brendan Hartley.
Well, now then, it may not all be over for the number 24 car, of the CrowdStrike car, because there is Stuart Cox. So he is, Stu and Sam Cox run Algarve Pro, and he is talking his driver through what he needs to do.
I think what they're trying to do here is they're trying to get him to stick something in the rear disc to stop that from spinning. So if you can stop that one side from spinning, then the other side should gain traction.
Wow.
So right, they're actually telling them to find another part of the car to stick in that.
Like a bit of the door or whatever.
Door
exactly.
strut,
Like
he was saying,
yeah, like sticking the spokes of a BMX.
Wow. You've still got to be ingenious and creative.
Well, yeah, the same way you'll stick a screwdriver into a tooth in a dog to stop the engine turning over if you're trying to undo a recalcitrant bolt. He's trying to, as you said, your solution was to have your foot on the brake to stop that unladen hub spinning while the other one does some drive. Otherwise, all the drive goes to the wheel that's spinning, which is not really helping you because there's no wheel.
Yellow flag at Arnage now. So we've just got one full course yellow clear, and the yellow briefly out now goes back in. As into the race once more goes number 12 Callum Ilott at the wheel of the Hertz Team Jota Porsche. So 163 laps done. Green flag back around the circuit. As there, we have a replay of what's going on in the pits, whether it's cars coming in or mechanics at work. We've had a little bit of the frivolity of the mechanics in the pit lane from earlier on, and it's not just a case of cleaning the screen, it's also making sure the front of the car is devoid of any pickup that might end up being somewhere nasty and do damage to the car.
We need to apportion the blame. Who was doing a rain dance? Did we see? Can we pin the blame? I don't think I can't have been Rob. He's far too nice a man. But well, you did ask for entertainment.
We did, and I know it's been a nightmare for the teams thus far. You're sparking from the guns again.
It did go on in the end, but
we've had 11 hours and 20 minutes of the race, of which not that much in real terms has been wet. And yet, 2 or 3 days ago, we were told it was going to be a wet race pretty much all the way through.
Well, a week out, the forecast looked really grim, and then they sort of backed away from that. Well, no, actually, it looks as though, I can remember on sort of Wednesday, people saying, no, actually, the forecast is suggesting it could be dry all the way through. Well, it's been sort of neither one nor the other, and isn't that so much, Le Mans?
But let's go on to 83, which has led more hours of the race than any other car, and Robert Schwartzman at the wheel of it is set to accelerate back down the pit road. Cadillac in, that's number 3, isn't it? Now, Renger van der Zande was ready to get on board last pit stop and was turned away. Your name's not down, you're not coming in kind of attitude. And Scott Dixon stayed behind the wheel. This time, Renger van der Zande is in the car. So the Dutch driver behind the wheel, and he was in the barriers early on, bounced off the guardrail, carried on, and gets himself back behind the wheel of a car that is still in with a chance.
Well, the reason, presumably, for waving him away was that they were happy with the tyre-driver combination. Now, it may be that they've decided that Scott Dixon has done enough with a triple that he doesn't need to stay in any longer, but more relevantly, they're putting on wets instead of slicks. So if you're going to change the tyres, then change the driver as well. Give the new driver the best opportunity to dial into the car with the correct tyre on board.
Race control saying there's just under 20 more minutes of this rain as another of the Mustangs rather, cycles through. That's 44. That's the John Hartshorn, Ben Tuck, Christopher Mead's car. 2 rookies with the experienced John Hartshorn in that. And new boots go on. They just look and sound fantastic, these Mustangs.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, so much of the delight of endurance racing is the different looks and different sounds. I don't think we've had different looks and different sounds quite so much in the GT category.
Joined by Antonio Fuoco, who's just got out of the 50 Ferrari. Antonio, it feels like the pace of the lead cars keeps going back and forth. It's hard to tell who's going to be quick at what points on the track. Does it feel like that for in the car too?
Yeah, I mean, I think it also depends a lot by the traffic, because with this condition, when you go out the line, the track is quite damp, so it's quite difficult to keep the pace. But yeah, at the moment it looks like Toyota is quite quick, and even Porsche. The feeling is good. I think until now we have been a bit unlucky with the slow zone and safety car, but we are still in the lap, so we hope that we're going to have another safety car to close a bit the gap, and then we'll see.
It seems like the rain could come back, and decisions are going to be absolutely crucial with tyre decisions. I guess you just got to stay sharp for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, even before it was quite tricky because we were out with the slick, and then the rain arrives, and it was just for a couple of minutes, and then it went to the slick again. So I think we need to stay there, really focus, and try to survive until tomorrow morning, and then we see.
Okay, thank you.
On straight is that getting to the fence is very difficult indeed, whether you're a fan or somebody who might have a handy bit of kit in your pocket. So that tends to be very much not an option here. Riding on board with Brendan Hartley, you can see that it is pretty wet.
And he's being caught by Kevin Estre. The gap was down by about a second and a bit last time around, so it might be traffic affected, clearly. It might be weather affected, obviously. But equally, we know that Estre is very, very rapid indeed. And
behind him, Jose Maria Lopez, only 3/10 slower than Estre on that lap. 3:59.5 for Estre, 3:59.8 for Lopez. So Pachito is pushing hard from behind as well, and he's not exactly leaning against an open door, because Estre is taking him along towards Brendan Hartley, the race leader.
But James Collado is lapping quicker than anybody ahead of him. He's in the 3:57s. Put that in the context of Brendan Hartley's 4 minutes 1. Collado is a man inspired. He's in 6th place now, having jumped ahead on that last pit stop of Yithay in 83 Ferrari. Brendan Hartley, the pioneer in all of this, of course, exploring where it's wet, where the grip might be.
Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche Penske car, maybe down in 10th place, but he was less than a 10th slower than James Collado on that lap. So the pace is there. Again, traffic dependent, and isn't that the case everywhere throughout this race? From lap 3, when the hypercars first hit traffic, after that, there's always someone in the way. Let's hear a little from the number 8 team.
Okay, Brendan, Sector 2, same as Porsche 6 behind. Sector 1, we were 1 second slower. Gap is 13. You're doing well, mate. Just settle in.
So Brendan Hartley being encouraged, being told what his pace is relative to the chasing Porsche. Crosses the line, puts 165 laps in the book, And the gap is down again, 12.5 seconds at the last timing point to Kevin Estre, who's about to come up towards the line itself. There's more traffic up the road, there's more rain on the windscreen, and there Brendan Hartley, Rob, encounters that Porsche at just the wrong moment. He can't find a way through.
Just the wrong moment, and just as we see Kevin Estre at 3:57, so Kevin's pulling 2 seconds a lap on him at the minute, and he's just probably lost a second with catching that GT car.
Of course, what he catches, Kevin Estre will catch in half a lap or 3/4 of a lap, but you don't always catch them and lose, or indeed gain, the same amount of time.
I would say on this lap, Kevin's going to catch that lapped car, that GT car, on the Mulsanne straight, so he's not going to lose anything.
No, exactly.
Unless he catches him trying to come through Tete Rouge or into a chicane, then he will lose very little at all. But again, it is swings and roundabouts. Traffic is all part of the game. You know, I can remember a great quote from Michael Andretti many years ago in an IndyCar race. They were asking him how he felt that the team had got 2 lucky breaks on the end. He said, I'll take them every day. You win very seldom, you lose very frequently, and that is traffic here at Le Mans. You lose many more seconds than you'll ever gain in traffic.
We're being told this rain is going to finish in just over 10 minutes' time. The interest then is going to be how long those on the wet tyres persevere with them and how quickly the road dries.
It's not as wet as it was when it was really wet in the second rain shower, is it? At least not for much of the lap. So we may end up having shorter stints because the tyres are going to go away pretty darn quickly.
But it is the coldest point, and I don't see the track drying as quickly. So actually the wet tyre might hang on in there for that bit longer.
And actually, the wind, the breeze, well, wind actually there was earlier on, is definitely not there when I was walking in just before the rain arrived. Normally you feel the wind pick up and the dust and the grit starts to blow, and it wasn't.
Looks wetter here, doesn't it, on the Mulsanne straight as you ride with Joel Sturm back at the wheel of the class-leading Porsche in LM GT3. He's being a bit of a trooper, having done a number of stints, Joel Sturm. A Sturm trooper, possibly, therefore. But he kept us down towards Mulsanne corner, still clearing the lead of the class.
Looking at that weather map, look where we are compared to what's on the left. No, I'm not sure I'd say that's 10 minutes from ending.
No.
It might get a bit more Otter's pocket down here than not.
And that's what the teams are banking on, because they were told it was going to get heavier. That's why they've all gone on to wets. Previously, as Rob and I were discussing, there was some that braved it out on slicks, some did go for wets. This time, no hesitation, no argument, wets, 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 up and down the pit lane.
Yeah. Cold tyre, dark, plus rain, plus cold track. Yeah, it's...
a heady cocktail.
Yes. And as Anthony Davidson was saying earlier, when it was particularly wet, he said, there are times I really miss being in a racing car, and this ain't one of them.
No, Rob has said much the same, haven't you? More than once, I think.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I thought racing drivers relished a challenge. I thought that was the whole thing, like you and I, David.
We often say that.
However...
So do we. Yeah. However, yeah, David did run the track and I didn't, so you can see where the challenge taking up was split there. Still carrying decent speed, you know, in the drier parts of the track, and again, you know, drier through the Porsche curves here, drier, less wet, let's say. There's no sign of a dry line yet, but these big fat hot slicks will start to dissipate the water.
Absolutely right. Drive-through penalty just being offered now to number 87 for speeding in the pit lane. 87 is the Lexus of Takeshi Kimura, Esteban Masson, Jack Hawksworth. It was, I think I'm right in saying, Jack that was being investigated, and the outcome is speeding, yes, guilty. So it's a drive-through, and that's going to cost them just a little bit more time.
It's a phrase I've never heard, a penalty being offered to. Would you like a drive-through? No, not really. Oh, well, never mind, you're having one. That's sort of like your mother saying, would you like to go to bed early with no tea? No, not really. Up the stairs, off you go, Sunbeam.
Well, Jack Hawksworth is having no tea, and he's up the stairs because he has been the one caught speeding.
Well, that's a shame, actually, because he's only 46 seconds ahead of Alex Riberas in the heart of racing Aston Martin, so he's going to lose at least one place. And Augusto Farfus only 19 seconds behind them in the 31 WRT BMW, which is slowly dragging itself back up the order.
Yeah.
So, in fact, he's going to lose a couple of spots.
Joel Sturm, in the meantime, trying to build this gap. 7 seconds he has in hand over Maurice Schuring. And riding with him for the bulk of the lap is really interesting to see where it's wetter. And it's on this part, isn't it? From the Mulsanne all the way round to sort of the exit of Arnage. That's where it's wetter and more slippery. And when those hypercars came past on the previous lap and kicked the spray up, then you get a real indication of how wet it is. The wiper working overtime down towards the first chicane.
Interesting, though. I mean, the weather's coming from the west, so the left of the map, as you're looking at it, towards the east, so where the 92 little icon is coming down the Mulsanne straight. But the Mulsanne, of course, is largely hemmed in by trees, whereas the Porsche curves and the run from Arnage predominantly are not. So water that goes up in the air tends to come back down at the straight, and any breeze on the other side, on the more easterly part of the track, tends to help the water dissipate a little bit. And of course, you can see here, there's still a lot of spray in the air from the car in front. And we're in a car that is not the slowest in its class, but is in the slowest class. So Joel Sturm in this category, leading GT3 Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Still got... There's somebody not too far in front of him who I'm assuming must be a GT car, because it doesn't seem to be disappearing.
And Joel Sturm, who's only been racing for about 4 seasons, only began in 2020, is driving like a veteran in these conditions. These shots just showing you where the rain is and the level of it, being picked up by not just the camera but the floodlights as well. The track is certainly getting wetter, no question about that.
Yeah, that's a great shot. It shows that it is actually some fairly decent rain coming down. It's Noah's not reaching for his tools at any stage, but it's not going to be a brief pause and a little bit of a dry sprinkle. 91 there in second place, Manthey EMA. That's Maurice Schuring. So that's the orange and black Porsche. It still is, but you can't tell, of course, in the monochrome nighttime view. So Manthey racing with Porsches first and second. Olaf Manthey now retired. The team still carries his name, but in fact, we did see him at a race a couple of... was he in Imola or was he in Spa? I don't remember, but it's always good to see Olaf Manthey. He's been part of the furniture for pretty much as long as I've been coming here.
He was at the Nürburgring 24 as well the other week, yes.
Interesting, and I wonder if it's correct that the tyre graphic, and I don't recall whether it was for the Pure Racing or the EMA, showed that the Manthey Porsche had 3 wet tyres on and a medium, which would have been a slick. So wets on the front axle and a left rear wet tyre, a right rear slick. Now, you would assume that's not because they couldn't get the right rear wheel off. If it was, then they're in some trouble, and that's going to be a long stop in the garage. But if they've opted to keep a slick on, because the track is clockwise, it's the left rear that does more of the work, because to go in a circle clockwise, you've got to turn right a lot, so the weight is on the left rear. But nevertheless, surprised that they're using a medium tyre rather than a wet, which would not come out of their normal tyre allocation.
Lead gap continues to come down. I know we're riding on board with Joel Sturm. You can see how wet it is on this part of the circuit now. And this is the LMGT3 leader. But the outright lead, the hypercar lead, is down to 8.3 seconds now as the inspired Kevin Estre sets off in pursuit of Brendan Hartley. So the Toyota was looking good early on, but we've not seen Kevin Estre in the car for 2 or 3 hours. So he's fresh, he's keen, he's always blindingly fast, and he's helping to bring down that gap. As now, in darkness and in rain, the teams have quite a long night ahead of them. It has not long since nudged past 3:30 in the morning here. And, of course, there's always that trick, isn't there, Martin, when you get to the daylight hours that you think, good, we're nearly at the end, we've broken the back of this race. You've still got to get all the way through to 4 p.m.
Yes. Yes, dawn comes quite early here. Dawn will break a little, seem to break a little later because of the heavy overcast. But yeah, it must be 12:23 somewhere. Not quite sure where. And AM or PM, I'm not quite sure. Obviously,
relevance
because of the time on the top of the screen. I often look at the time in the centre of the timing screen and think, oh, that's the time of day, but it's not. It's how many minutes remain, as you can see, counting down on the left-hand side, 23, 22, 21, 20 seconds, and so on. But I often read that as time of day when it's in single digits. Now, of course, we are approaching the midway point, and as you rightly say, get to lunchtime, you think, has it not finished yet? And no, actually, it really hasn't.
It's like having Stockholm Syndrome, this race, isn't it? Because when you're at it, it's hell in every capacity because it's long and it's hard and it's difficult. When you're not here, you miss it like crazy. Now, you're on board with Kevin Estre, and you can see that the gap continues to come down to Brendan Hartley. He's absolutely flat out, despite the rain. Slight hesitation as he comes up on the traffic here, but Estre is doing exactly what Porsche pays in the big bucks for, and that is go flat out, and he's doing just that.
100% through the second chicane.
That was Indianapolis, I think, wasn't it? That's
You're
towards
right, it
Arnage
was.
now.
Now then, this is looking much more like a Mustang once more.
It is.
Proton Competitions team, they must be cursing this car, mustn't they? 3 Mustangs in the race, and there's always a problem child. And this one, unfortunately, for our full-time championship entrants, Ryan Hardwick, Zachary Rubichon and Ben Barker, it has taken upon itself to be more trouble than it's worth.
But like Rob and I were saying a little while ago, get it back out, because this is a car in its first season of racing at this level, so it's mileage, it's development, it's lessons learnt. In the long game, in the bigger picture, it's worth doing. It might not feel like it now, but it will be.
And I agree with you, is that...
That was why the car's in the garage. So that was the incident just before you came back to join us. That was Heinemeier Hansen doing his desperate move on the inside, put both of them in the gravel, and that's why the Mustang has been in there ever since.
And look at the rimy red eyes with brake dust and fatigue and everything else in them. Oh dear, yeah. So, through no fault of their own, having had a monumental near 3-hour rebuild of the car, it had to come back in and have more work. And Zachary Rubichon, look, on board there, just slumped in the belt. Oh no. There's the crew chief. As well as knowing how to fix the car, she is the talisman in this crew. She is the one who is going to keep inspiring them to keep going. And they're now at this damn car is not going to beat us stage. As you said correctly, I think, earlier when Rob was saying, is it really worth their effort? Unless it's distracting from them running another car for victory or a good result, no, this damn thing is not going to beat us. This car, this race, is not going to beat us. It is going all the way to the flag, whether it wants to or not.
Yeah.
And clearly at the moment, that is their mindset.
We're going to get it to the end, hooker by crook, and it's back on the pit apron, ready to rejoin very shortly when the wheels are on. So 77 back onto the pit apron. That has done 95 laps overall to the 168 of the leader. The other problem that comes towards the end of the race, in a sense, is they've got to do some number crunching to work out whether the car will be classified as a finisher, because it's lost a huge amount of time now. It will be lapped again because it's a slower car than a hypercar, and eventually it will therefore be marginal on distance covered.
Even so, get it to the flag. Doesn't matter what the rules and regulations say. Now it is about perseverance. This is a team-building exercise in extremis, isn't it? This is absolutely not going to let the fates have their upper hand. Sure, they've taken us out of the race. Sure, it's unlikely to get even 2 points because it's double points here, so not just one for last place, for 10th place. It's unlikely to get points, but this is all about learning more about the car. As you say, it's brand new to LMGT3 this season. It's a brand new product, a new... And the other element is it's not just about Proton, because Multimatic will be here driving on as well. They need to learn because they're compiling data here in WEC and in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. And Larry Holt and his crew from Multimatic who build those cars will be really determined that they get as much out of this as they can.
Ben Barker has been put into the car, and he's been strapped into the car, sitting in the garage. Now that he's released, he suddenly discovered how wet it is with no prior knowledge of that. Let's eavesdrop on Brendan Hartley quickly.
Okay, Brendan, so we see more rain coming, potentially more rain, and it would come from around turn 7, sector 1, turn 7.
So more rain on its way. Just to finish off the story about the 77 Mustang, 24 David Heinemeier Hansen, he has now been given a stop-and-go penalty for causing the incident that put the Mustang in the gravel. He's been in the gravel himself since then as well, so the bite a bit in a way. Lead gap, 9.3 seconds. Brendan Hartley is responding to Kevin Estra's challenge, so it's a real cat-and-mouse battle we've got at the head of the field now, with 11 hours and 42 minutes of the race completed. Michelle Gatting looks on within the Sarah Bovey looks on within the Iron Dames garage.
Checking out what's going on the socials. Marina Sato getting ready to take over in the United Autosports McLaren garage.
And he's been doing pretty well in that car, considering he was never really a megastar in single-seater racing. He's adapted nicely to GT cars. He's found his level and has done some good times so far in the race.
Well, I always think that certain cars suit some drivers in a way that others don't. Justin Wilson was a classic example. Loved a car that you could wrestle around. So he was good in Palmer Audi, great in the old Formula 3000s. Would have been horrible in Formula 3, where no input and extreme precision was the key. And then again found his métier perfectly.
Down at Peugeot with Jean-Marc Finot, who is the Senior Vice President of Stellantis Motorsport, which is not an easy thing to say this time of morning. Jean-Marc, it's an incredibly hectic race, but you guys don't seem to be able to quite get into the battle in the top 10 or the front of the grid.
Yes, it's a very incredible. So many cars in a small ballpark, it's very impressive. So we are living a great edition. So we made some choices, tires at the beginning of the race, and we lost time in pit stop. We had also some penalties, mainly because of non-respect of slow zone. So now we have to be focused and to keep on with a good pace and to be ready for any opportunities.
It's a brand new car again this year. Do you still feel like you're trying to get on top of this new car with the new aero concept?
Yeah, but with this new car, we saw some improvement compared with the former one. The car is quite faster, more consistent, easy to manage the limit by the driver. And despite this car is heavier and less power than last year, we can see a good improvement. But so far not enough, because we would like to be closer to the front runners.
Okay, thank you for your time, appreciate it.
Welcome.
A bit of water on it gives it some density, but still well done. Now, why do we have a safety car? The safety cars, all three, have been scrambled. Here's the way it works. Intervention. Okay, so something major has happened. We need to get people, bodies on track, safety cars. Now, that brings the drivers down to a reasonable speed behind one of the three safety cars. They're scrambled from pit exit, from the first chicane on the Mulsanne and from Arnage. And then, once the cars are bunched up, you then have gaps where there are no cars going around, which you don't get with the full course yellow, and that will allow marshals and vehicles to move across the track as required.
Just wondering whether it's purely because of the rain, and it is dark and it's very heavy rain. Now, you might argue if it's wet, drive a bit slower, but on safety grounds, given that it is dark, that might be the answer, because I'm not aware that there's anything. We haven't had a yellow flag, for example, to suggest that there was a car off the road. This could be just calming everybody down, letting them have a couple of slow laps, get used to the conditions.
I'd be surprised it's not that wet.
No.
And the other aspect of that is, as soon as you slow them down, they lose any heat in their wet weather tyres, which actually makes it harder to drive.
But I'm struggling to find anybody else, unless, again, it's because there's now gravel on a wet road in the dark from Jack Aitken's moment.
Yeah, we're not being notified of any cars that are stationary other than the ones we know of, which aren't on track.
Exactly. That's why I'm leaning towards it being a weather-induced intervention. We will see.
I quite like your sea of gravel approaching Terres Rouge thought, actually.
Okay,
because
should we go with that?
Because especially in the darkness, that really would be an issue, because it'll be very hard to see and really quite dodgy. So to get a sweeper out there rather than just a few marshals or brooms might be what the race directors look at.
And you would need to do it with a safety car plural, because that way you've got the gaps so that the marshals can work. If you just did it as a slow zone, you wouldn't really ever have a break in the traffic, as it were, to be able to go onto the circuit and do any clearing up. So it looks as though it is for safety reasons, rain/gravel on the road / darkness. And into the pit lane comes the race leader then, so Sebastian Buemi is in. And normally Porsche 6 matches them, so expect to see number 6 in this time. We wait for Kevin Estre to appear either over the timing line to pick up the race lead or come into the pit lane, and he goes through on the track. So Porsche number 6 will now take over the lead.
So this is a strategic pit stop rather than one that they are being forced to make because it's on low fuel, because the Porsche would equally be on low fuel. So what other work are they doing? Now, the reason for stopping behind the safety car is that you lose less time. However, you can't just go back out and join the safety car queue from which you came in. You need to wait for the next safety car to come round. This is a regulation. You cannot join the queue that you left. You must join the next one back in line so that you can't come in off the beginning of a long safety car queue, join at the back, and effectively get an absolutely free pit stop.
So this is your leader, and this is the lack of view.
And driver's identification screen. This is a driver's safety screen there with SC safety car. That reflects all the flag signals. So when we go green, it'll immediately go green and show green and then turn itself off. If there are other incidents you need to know about, if there's a slow car, it'll have a white flag, it'll have a blue flag or red flag, black flag, whatever. All of those are replayed to the cars that need to know them. Race control can also use that to send a message not just to all of the cars, like this one, safety car, which everyone is under. You can send them as the cars approach a slow zone. They'll be automatically informed that they're in the next slow zone, and then they get to a slow zone. They'll also have the option in race control to tell one particular driver one particular message, so they can tell Kevin Estre, track limits, turn 5.
Yes, and
you're exceeding them, and we're watching you. So,
and nobody else need know.
No, exactly.
Just direct to that one car. Exactly right.
Exactly so. So it's a really, really useful system. It relays in real time all the messages the driver needs to know for a safety basis, and it can be used by race control as well for that direct one-on-one intervention.
There are more and more championships using these kind of in-car marshalling displays, in-car marshalling systems, but to have it to be so specific to individual messages, the technology is fantastic.
It is a great system, and actually you see how well it works when you look at what happened in the Road to Le Mans race, where lots of cars were steaming into slow zones that they weren't really quite aware of, and well, a number of near accidents and some actual accidents happened as a result. So the more those are spread out into other championships, the safer everybody will be, and the better day. Baked potato with chili. Ooh, that's not bad, is it? Yes. At 3:50 in the morning. So running through the sequence of events there with the graphics on the screen is the number 7 Toyota also stops for fuel. So they are taking this strategic opportunity for both cars to fill with fuel and fresh, wet tyres. Now then, did we see fresh wets going on the number 8 car? They're obviously settling for the long run on this one. And if the rain's getting heavier, you don't want worn wet tyres with maybe less water clearing. You want brand new ones, and the deal with the wet weather tyres is they are not limited for purely safety reasons. Blue sidewalls on the 50 Ferrari, they're stopping for fuel as well. But the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car has not. Now, there is absolutely going to be a chance for them to stop next lap. We're not going to have a single lap safety car and then emerge, so the pit lane will remain open, so they can come in and do a next lap if they want to. They may decide they'll stick with track position, but certainly rivals at Toyota and Ferrari are taking the opportunity. And if you wonder why the entire field isn't coming in, well, it's because they haven't yet got there and they're all behind safety cars, so you have to wait until your queue gives you the opportunity to jump into the pit lane. While the 3 safety cars are going round, pit entrance will always remain open, and pit exit will be opened to allow you to join the next safety car when it gets past you.
It'll be interesting to see whether Estrum brings number 6, the new race-leading Porsche, in on the next lap, because Porsche will be aware of what Toyota has done. Equally, though, they would have seen the Toyota come in and probably had just enough time to be able to command Estra to come into the pit lane on that same lap if they feel that they should have been covering the Toyota. So now it will be intriguing to see what the decision is on number 6, which currently leads the race. Brendan Hartley has gone back out. Lopez for third and Miguel Molina in number 50 Ferrari third and fourth wait their turn to be released, and the rain is due to end at 4 a.m, 8 minutes time, if you believe the race control message line.
There seems to be less in the pit lane now, and it is coming east to west. It's definitely not psychological rain, though. The number of that of course will be the difficult second album from the David Addison prog rock project.
Well, the first one wasn't a walkover.
The tricky first album, yes, indeed. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are watching us. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget, if you are enjoying what you're seeing now, tell a friend. If you're not, don't tell a friend, tell us. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you're watching them on for the first time, the 101st time, or anywhere in between, you can go to the FIA WEC YouTube channel and see so much more. Not only can you watch all of last year's race, you can watch all of the races so far this season and last year and so forth, all archived, but actually critically and possibly more digestibly, you can catch up with full access. That's an hour-long program produced after each of the races of the season, and it gives you an awful lot of great insight into what happens in the teams behind the scenes when things are going on track, either rightly or wrongly. And really fascinating. Just gives you a great view of some of the characters in the sport, in the garage, that we sort of think we know, and then you see them all sniggering at their teammates' expense. You think, oh yeah, actually, they really are quite a lot more like us than the automata that you sometimes imagine a professional racing driver is.
And amongst those watching and cheering on Ben Barnicoat, who's a great supporter of and occasional racer in Brisker Formula 1 stock cars, lots of the Brisker F1 community, drivers and fans alike watching, I understand, as well, getting replays of the cars from pit stops earlier on, and now back live, the cars leaving the pit lane, blasting out onto a still very wet circuit. And there, 82, rather reluctant to get going, but it will fire up, hopefully, and Danny Juncadella is away. Go on, done it.
Didn't seem to get many revs on. It certainly wasn't spinning its wheels in any way. Kevin Esch does head for the pit lane, so Porsche covering off what Toyota are doing. However, not sure that they've actually really done that, because they've done an entire lap behind the safety car before coming in. So the in-lap, quote, will be considerably quite a bit slower than Toyota's. However, again, as the safety car passes the pit in, they are not the only car to stop. You saw a host coming in there as well. But this is the race leader.
Even if they lose the lead by picking a lap later, they'll all bunch up ready for the restart. So they might lose track position, but they won't lose that much time, even if it turns out to be the wrong call. But there's some adjustment to the rear wing maybe there. The fuel goes in. There's another set of wets standing by, but they don't need them. So Kevin Estre dispatched on warm, if slightly worn, wets, but he won't have taken too much out of them.
Didn't look like an adjustment. Looked like the man on the rear wing was actually just hefting it to see if it was still attached properly. Maybe Estre's complained about a vibration or some such. Timo Boguslawski under investigation for overtaking under the safety car in the number 78 Ocotis ASP Lexus. Their two cars, 78 and 87. Again, there must be a relevance there, and I don't know what it is. That's the car 78, you're not looking at it now, that's the 155 Formula Racing Ferrari, not actually being run under the banner of Formula Racing, being run under the banner of Spirit of Race, a team banner that would be a regular rival to Formula Racing, in fact, in the European Le Mans Series. Yeah, the 78 car was hit hard from behind by the number 7 Toyota in morning warm-up, in which, in the words of the late, great Hugh Chamberlain, nothing good ever happens, and there is definitely evidence of that. And David, you and I, not only missing the late, great Huge, but also a denizen of this booth at this time of the small hours. For those of you who are watching in prime time, who've spent a lot of years watching Le Mans, you will miss the sound of the late, recently, very recently departed Neville Hay, an enormous enthusiast of motor racing of all kinds, particularly of the 1930s and 1950s, when he was starting to get into motor racing in the 1950s and learning about the 1930s from the people that were still around. And yeah, miss him very much indeed. Part of the Eurosport team for a long number of years, and Neville having a ramble during the evening was always a joy to behold. Although there were occasions, it must be said, when I was sitting in the booth realising that of the three of us, myself, Neville Hay and Chris Parsons, there was only one of us actually still awake.
Le Mans mattered hugely to Neville. He loved the race. He used to come here with Richard, his son. Neville was, I don't think, ever prouder than when Richard raced in Le Mans for Morgan, for TVR. And Neville was one of the founding fathers of Radio Le Mans in its very, very early days. In 1987, the commentary done from the old Tribune was by Neville. He was the most generous of characters, not financially, I don't mean it in that respect, but in his time, his guidance, his support, his enthusiasm. And both Martin and I, and quite a few other people in Le Mans this weekend, owe Neville a huge debt because of what he did for us to help our careers, such as they are, to manifest. Anybody that showed any enthusiasm for the sport, Nev would encourage. He would take them under his wing. He was a generous character in every respect. He was a great raconteur. He had a voice like nobody else's. And that original Radio Le Mans commentary, bits of it, still exist, because those of you with another long memory will remember a track by the Swiss band Yellow called The Race. And they issued on the B-side of the single, that dates it, doesn't it, something called The Sporting Mix. And it took different cuts of commentators from various things, which included Neville's commentary from Le Mans in 1987. So it starts, this single, with the engines have started, there are yellow flags still down at the start, and the last line was the flag is out, the race is won, and it just seemed like the perfect sign-off, ultimately, for the late, great Neville Hay.
Safety car remains out at Le Mans, and we are seconds away from the halfway mark. 12 hours and 30-odd seconds remain. We've got this, David. We've broken the back of it. David, we're halfway through. I think that... Do you know, actually, that calls for a cup of tea and a bit of cake. So why don't you pop out and switch the kettle on yourselves and treat yourselves, even if it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Cup of tea and a bit of cake, not a bad idea.
So the halfway mark is just about reached. There, the Rolex clock saying we've done 12 hours. It's 4 a.m. and an awful lot has happened in the last 12 hours of the race. And it is Brendan Hartley still, back in the lead of the race, because on that last pit stop, the Toyota has jumped ahead, but the gap is much reduced. But let's have a look at what's been going on in the race thus far. It all began, Martin Haven, in the daylight.
No, this is Spa 24 hours. Okay, it was a dry start to the race, which came as a surprise to many, with an all-American front row. Martin, you idiot, Porsches aren't American. Porsche starts on pole, yes, but it was a Porsche run by Roger Penske's operation that led from the number 3 Cadillac, but Ferrari's on row 2, immediately trying to insinuate themselves into the leading group. The Porsche, incidentally, Roger Penske's second pole at Le Mans, just 61 brief years after Pedro Rodriguez, with whom he was sharing a Nart Ferrari 330, took pole for the duo in 1963. I was 2 years old. That's astonishing that I'm actually here to watch his second pole position, and it was the number 6 car, an astonishing lap by Kevin Estre that set the fastest time in Hyperpole. But this onboard view for number 50 Ferrari shows how aggressive the Ferraris were at the start. The 51 car, of course, was the Ferrari that won, or at least not the actual Ferrari, but the number on the Ferrari that won last year. It is the same car, but with a year's development that Ferrari brings back the 499P hypercar for their second attempt to win here at Le Mans. It is going to be, if Porsche win, their 20th overall victory, and that's only the overall victories for the company from Stuttgart. So on the Mulsanne, first time of asking, sparks from the Porsche. Great view back here as well from the leader. There's the number 3 car tucking in into second place. Sebastian Bourdais starting the car that he qualified so strongly, nearly took pole position. Around the outside, Antonio Fuoco was on fire in the opening lap. Fuoco latching onto the tail of the number 6 Porsche, was soon able to challenge for the lead. Well, we knew with 9 different manufacturers and 23 cars in the hypercar category, we were in for a big race. And so it proved on board in the Cadillac. Here's a great view of the start. How close quarters it is. Look at that. You can almost feel that your toes are touching the Porsche in front. But the Caddy just being bounced around the outside by the Ferrari, just being a little bolder, a little deeper in under braking, and taking that second place away into the Dunlop chicane. First.
Goodness me. Tom Kristensen has brought me as close to the track as I am humanly possibly allowed to go, and I cannot describe the sensation. Tom, as a spectator, this is extraordinary. As a driver, what on earth is this sensation like, and how do they stay focused at this time of night?
Oh, you are fully focused. You don't blink here. You're arriving here with nearly 330 kilometers an hour. It's damped now. Very difficult. Look at the... Whoa! I was a leader, and it's this time of day when I really envy the drivers. I mean, certainly I miss it. There's no doubt, and I just love it out here. There's no spectators in this part of the track, and in your young age, you have seen a lot of racing. You've seen Formula One, and you have seen everything. Now it's your first time, as I understand, at Le Mans. How do you feel it?
Honestly, it feels coming here that this is something quite sacred, and I'm very privileged to be doing this standing next to you as well. We're away from the grid, the glamour, the noise, the media, the fans, and it's just about the racing, the pure heart and soul of the raw racing. And it feels to me that this time of night and this speed is where Le Mans can be won and lost. It's incredible.
It's just a few minutes of 24 hours.
I feel very lucky.
59 minutes and a couple of seconds to hang on to that, and jobs are good. Number 2 Cadillac back in the garage, or back in the pit lane rather. The rule in the pits is that no more than 2 people can work on the car at any one time, and as a result, anything more than basic stuff and a pit stop will be done in the garage, where you can throw all bodies at it.
Information to the pit lane. It seems that we may be staying longer than we expected with the safety cars on track. It seems that we may stay much longer than we expected. It was getting lighter, now it's getting back to heavy rain again.
So that confirming what we were suggesting earlier, Martin, that it is because of the rain and the darkness, and it's a safety call really, which you can understand. So with the rain falling and it's set to get heavier, in the darkness, it's looking after the drivers, it's looking after their safety, and of course, tangentially, you might argue, the marshal's safety, because if they are trying to deal with accidents in bad weather, their job becomes more dangerous as well. You can see the rain falling quite heavily again in the pit lane, and more cars cycling through pit stops. So right now, Brendan Hartley's number 8 Toyota leads number 6 the Kevin Estre-driven Porsche, and then Jose Maria Lopez subbing, of course, for Mike Conway in his bicycling accident. Third, fourth, Miguel Molina in Ferrari number 50. In fifth place, 83, Yeye, and then in sixth spot, 38, Oliver Rasmussen in the Hertz Team Jota entry. Seventh is Cadillac number 3, Renger van der Zande. Eighth place, Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 Ferrari. That's last year's winning combination of drivers, don't forget, along with Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado. Ninth, number 2, which we saw a moment ago in the pit lane, Alex Palou in the Cadillac. 10th is number 5, Porsche, Michael Christensen. And 11th, Porsche number 12 from the Jota stable, Callum Island. Those 11 are your cars on the lead lap. So right now, just after halfway, it is any one of those 11, arguably, that has the chance of winning the race. But an awful lot can happen in the remainder of this race, and so right now it's all neutralised anyway. What we do know is that it's going to be bunched up for the restart, of course. We also know that the wave by, getting everybody in a line, takes quite a while, so this is liable to be a long safety car period. The first one, and this is the second of the race, the first one was over an hour, and I suspect this might be going the same way because we've already had the best part of 25 minutes.
The first one took a long time because it took a long time to repair the barriers. As you just heard, Eduardo Freitas extending this, and again that does rather underline your thought that it was for rain, again to keep everybody safe. Because if the drivers are safer at lower speed, then the marshals remain safe and so on. And in the eyes of Eduardo Freitas, a good race is one that everybody goes home from, which I have to say, I find very hard to argue with at all. So the safety cars continue to circulate. Just saw, and again, another slew of pit stops, and particularly that LMP2 car, the Panis Racing car, that taking off fresh wets. So again, what you don't want, if the rain is going to remain at a reasonably heavy level and the track remain pretty wet, is tired wets that have got no grip. In the same way that your road car, you are forced to change tyres that are going bald because there will be no grip in the wet. Ditto for a racing car.
However, and I don't disagree with your point at all, but if you are being told by race control that this is likely to be a long safety car period, and therefore you're going to be running at a slower pace, would you waste, in quotes, a fresh set when you can get away with a used set because you're going at a slower speed for a long period of time?
Yes, you will. Because it'll be safer when we go green, and we don't know when we're going to go green.
No, but we've been told it's going to be a long time.
Yeah, Brendan, looking at the radar, it doesn't look like it's going to get better in the near future here. So, I know it's tough, brakes are cold, tires are cold, just do your best.
Yeah, I'm giving a lot of faith to this. Yeah, I've got no brakes either with this temperature. I guess everyone's struggling, but yeah, even at this speed, it's not really fun.
Yeah, I understood. I can see from the onboard, it's not a picnic.
It's certainly not a picnic.
It's not really fun. It's not really fun. The other element, of course, is that wet weather tyres have a softer compound of rubber than dry weather tyres, and so they will wear quicker, but they will also retain their heat a little better. So the deeper the rubber, the more tread block you can move around, the more it will retain heat in the tyre. So the thinner the amount of rubber that's left, the less heat it will retain, and the quicker the water will cool it down. So big, fat, chunky, brand new, I've spent a lot of money on these wet weather tyres, actually are better for you than keeping the old ones on. And that's why you will see cars cycling through the pit times about taking chances in traffic, for instance. The gain against the potential loss, and here time gained by not changing onto a better wet weather tyre versus the potential loss from not having changed onto a wet weather tyre and your driver clanging it off a barrier, even at these ridiculously slow speeds. I think, yeah, we've done 12 hours. We've got a lot of racing and potentially a lot of weather still to deal with. So try and make sure the car's in as good a condition as possible, even if it means you drop back one safety car. Because don't forget, they're all going to join up again. And if you are already behind your class leader, then you're still going to be behind your class leader. If you're not, then there is the possibility that you may end up ahead of your class leader and get the wave around and so on. And so if you're off the lead lap, like the Whelen Cadillac, then actually it's entirely possible that the wave around might get you back to the tail of the queue and back onto the lead lap rather than being just about to get passed by the leader again. So we did see 51 Ferrari had dropped off in the last safety car, had dropped off the lead lap, and because of the way the safety cars worked, he ended up getting in the queue ahead of the overall race lead. He got waved around, and that brought him back onto the lead lap at the tail of the long safety car queue. And he's going to be a long queue, because there are still, how many? Oh, well, there are over 50 cars still running. Pass me the marker. Oh, I have it here, right beside my caramel wafer, my Tunnux caramel wafer, because an official retirement, I'm afraid, for the number 45 CrowdStrike by APR LMP2 car. Colin Brown was I'm going to have to climb on the table here now and try not to spill my cup of tea. Colin Brown.
This makes great telly, doesn't it?
I know, it is great telly. Painting pictures with words. Colin Brown was trying to get the car back after it shed a wheel, but he, Nicky Katzberg and George Kurtz, I'm afraid, will go no further. The car went no further, went behind the wall, went behind a barrier on the Mulsanne Straight, and without the rear wheel attached to the car, he couldn't reattach it even though the wheel was there because there was no wheel nut still, and even if there had been, being able to do it up tight enough by hand would seem to be a little bit unlikely. So that car is a goner. Duquesne's 30 LMP2 car also hors de combat. 46 Team WRT. Did we notify that? I didn't know that the doctor's car was out.
Yes, that was Ahmad Al-Hathi who put it off on the approach to Terre Rouge and damaged the radiator, water leak, couldn't be coaxed back into life. So yeah, that went 2 or 3 hours ago.
Last year a winner in the support race here, the Road to Le Mans, on Saturday morning before the big race. This year the car has led, but is out. Jim, give me 3 minutes. Not quite sure what's going on there. Argentine flag in the AF Corsa Vista garage. That's another of the cars that has gone by the board. Number 54 Ferrari, run by Vista AF Corsa, Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellace and Davide Rigon. A very experienced amateur driver, the bronze driver, Thomas Floor, the only man in the field, incidentally, who has a dresser, obviously apart from your good self.
Well, indeed, yes.
By that I don't mean a wooden set of drawers with his clothes in. I mean a man who,
yes.
Yeah, indeed.
And that was the car that crashed early on, so you're
Yes.
aware that it went out with floor damage.
Indeed.
Yes.
Tish.
Good night.
The very first retirement of the race, unfortunately, for Thomas Floor. This is always the time of day, or here night, when mechanics who have foolishly fallen asleep through utter exhaustion are pilloried and ridiculed by their teammates.
Yeah, Roman, that's fine. Just use the brakes to get a little bit of regen, and then you can use the left paddle to manual deploy, just to manage the SOC and keep temperature in the battery.
Okay, so we're running through a panoply of their terminology now. So using the brakes to regen, so the Lamborghini, a Le Mans hypercar, has its electric hybrid drive unit on the front axle. Now, this is not just an electric motor, as in your Scalextric's car, where power goes in, turns the shaft that turns the wheels. When the car is being driven along by its own speed, if you lift off the throttle, that electric motor then becomes an electric generator being turned by the motion of the wheels, and like an alternator on your road car, it generates electricity and sends it back to the battery. So it's a motor generator unit, an MGU. It can send electrical power to the wheels, or power from electricity to the wheels, or the wheels can help it spin and generate electricity like a turbine that goes back into the battery. So that's the regen bit. Then you can use the paddle on the steering wheel to manually deploy that electric hybrid charge if you want, or to help you regenerate it. There'll be a paddle there to help you regenerate it without needing to use the brake pedal, that will also help state of charge, SOC, or what we refer to as how much battery you've got left on your phone or on your watch, or indeed in your remote control car. So it is a way of charging up the battery. If you've ever driven a Lexus or another hybrid that's got an indication of which way the electrical power is flowing, either by being regenerated under braking or using it to power the car, then you'll know exactly in graphical terms what I'm struggling to describe without a whiteboard and a pen. On board with the third of our Porsches in the Penske fleet, this is Mathieu Jaminet.
Try the wiper button one more time, that's you.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Copy, stand by.
You can see his problem here, can't you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? In front of him is a racetrack and some cars. That's about as lucid as it gets. The human eye will detect a little bit more. The screen, the angle of it and the air going over it helps to clear a little bit of the water, but unlike your road car, the tear-offs here will not have Rain-X or another water dispersal agent on them, so there's a lot of water in the air, means there's a lot of water on the screen. Now, at this speed, less of an issue, but once they start to pick up speed, if it is still pretty wet, then he is going to be driving quite blind. And as with your own road car, flicking the wiper switch, nothing happens. Not something you're going to be able to fix from the cockpit.
No, and it's going to be a long stop potentially, because although you can, for some things, just put a new section on the car, new front, new rear, wiper mechanism, wiper electrics, that's going to take a little bit more time to trace. It could be something like a fuse, it could be something more sinister, but it doesn't have the makings of being a quick pit stop for that as the rain continues to fall. And number 6, Kevin Estre, running second. Let's listen in.
Indianapolis, good grip, 1 and 2, use dry line. Arnage, good grip, use dry line. Porsche, average grip, outside line. Karting, a lot of understeer exit. Ford, not great grip, dry line.
We're being told that this rain is likely to stay, Martin, until 6 a.m. We've got another hour and 40 minutes of it. Now, I'm not saying that that's an hour and 40 minutes of safety car necessarily, but we know the rain is going to be set in. Now, of course, we're not that far off daylight starting to break. Within about an hour or so, it will start to becoming light. So that takes away some of the danger, if that's the right word, from race control.
Yep. The jeopardy. It definitely does, yes. Visibility would be better. You're absolutely right. You seem to have kiboshed yourself a bit here, don't you?
In the sense of me ending up with a long safety car.
And not wandering off gaily to your bed.
Well, no, it is absolutely fine. I feel as though I should support you in your second hour of need of safety cars.
Yes, for another 40 minutes before you clear off.
But I want to see how the master copes with this, you see, and I've got to learn from your proficiency. So we are behind the safety car for safety reasons, because it is very, very wet, and at 4:20 in the morning it is very, very dark, and just to negate some of the jeopardy and the risk for the drivers, this section of the race is being controlled by the safety car. Just going back to an earlier point that you were making about the benefits, or otherwise, of using an old set of wets under this safety car or a brand new set. I may be misreading it, but one of the websites is talking about one of the Ferrari hypercars taking on front only. Now, is there a benefit to do that? Does it save you much time on the pit stop, bearing in mind you're going to have to queue up at the end anyway?
No, but a fresher set might retain more heat across the front axle. Don't forget the Ferraris, along with the Peugeots and it escapes me, the Toyotas and the Isotta have front-wheel drive, so they've got front-drive hybrid, whereas the LMDH cars, which are the cars under the IMSA WeatherTech rule set, so the Porsches, Lamborghini and Cadillac and so on, they only can drive the rear wheels, so fresher tyres on the front help you to build a bit more temperature perhaps, or just have a little bit more control on the front as you deploy that hybrid. Now, you're not allowed to deploy the hybrid till you're over 190 kilometers an hour, and they won't be doing that behind the safety car anytime soon.
And you keep the warm tyres on the back as well in the same, so you've got new on the front, the grip, warm on the back. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Okay.
Not being an engineer or a driver or entirely that bright either. Not quite sure. Having a nice relaxed time there in the garage, aren't they? Trying to keep their spirits up. Now, Kevin Estre was dictating there on air his thoughts about the lines that various people should be using on various different corners because the level of wetity. That wasn't for our benefit, or indeed the benefit of anybody else listening in, other than his own team. Why would he be doing that? I'm sensing that Kevin may be coming to the end of a driving stint, and he is giving information to the garage, and whoever is due to take the car over next will have the headset on and be listening to that information. So they'll go, okay, use the normal dry line everywhere apart from here where you use the wet line, here where you use the wet line, and here where you use the wet line. So you see a number of teams are preparing for pit stops. Another number of teams are not.
Well, if this is likely to be a long safety car period, it would be in the team's best interests to put the slower driver of the team in and therefore not waste your quick driver, and they don't want to waste Estre, so they may well put Andre Lotterer in, who was, I know he's not been long out of the car, but he's not been as quick as Kevin Estre, and don't waste Kevin's speed because you can't use it at the moment.
Well, then.
Okay, so we are at halfway point or just over in the race. There's been some debate in commentary about the weather, but I can tell you it's pouring with rain. We come down to the Iron Range. We're going to speak to Rahel Frey and get a little update on what this chaotic race has been like for them. So, sorry. Hi, Rahel. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah, I've just been saying we're sort of at the halfway point. It's been a crazy race so far. How's it going for you guys?
It's not too bad at the moment. Currently we are running P6, which is very decent. We were, let's say, very fast in mixed condition. Now we didn't take too much risk. It's super difficult. Visibility was getting worse, so it was the right decision to put the safety car. Yeah, it's challenging us, but we like challenges. We just have to keep it safe and getting to the end.
We know the Lamborghini isn't necessarily the easiest car to drive, but you still worked really well in the mixed conditions. What strengths?
We have to take profit out of that and hopefully somehow taking advantage and then bringing it to the end. But yeah, it's interesting. We have seen a lot of mistakes already. We just keep going and doing our best.
Long ways to go. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
And also, I mean, there's so many layers to it. Education, financial, job, whatever. Everybody's got one thing in common. They are slightly nuts about endurance racing. And this is absolutely the zenith of endurance racing. Into the pits comes the Aobai TF car that led the field away in LMP2. It's in sixth place at the moment. Alex Quinn bails out. And again, as you suggest, maybe PJ Hyatt has been roused from his slumbers to take over the car. Because yes, if you have a bronze-rated driver in LMP2, particularly LMP2 Pro-Am or in LMGT3, this is the ideal time to put them in for a stint and burn up some of their minimum drive time. Each bronze-rated driver in these two categories must do at least 6 hours of driving in the race. And although it seems unfair for a man who is paying the bills to be forced to do it behind the safety car, he wants to win the race as much as the pros in the car, perhaps even more so, actually. So
it's all for the greater good.
He will, yes, he will do that. Right, put me in now, and that means when it's green, we can put you guys in, and you'll be quicker then than I will be. So, yeah, let me drive now. It's not the most exciting bit, but if you get to stand on the podium, it's worth it.
I mean, look, I'm getting a red gear a lot. if I try and go lower RPM. So the question is that bad for reliability? Should I really avoid that?
Yes, so just do what you are normally doing, Brandon. So don't worry about the fuel so much, just do what you were doing before.
Okay. Are you on the toilet?
No, I'm not. Must be my microphone again.
It seems like you're in a swimming pool. I don't know, or in the toilet.
That is something I don't think I've ever heard. A driver ask his engineer if he's on the loo. Fantastic.
That's brilliant.
So laid back as well. You know, you're leading Le Mans, you're over halfway, you can't do much because you're behind the safety car, granted, but that's uppermost in Brendan Hartley's mind. Reliability of the car. Next question. Are you in the loo?
Are you having a wee?
Yeah.
Are you taking your phone in the toilet with you again?
That's got to be a meme by the end of the next hour, hasn't it?
That is so Brendan Hartley. Yes,
Fantastic.
that might overtake Class A drug references as the meme of the day. Interesting. I'm not quite sure what he was doing before and what he's. Presumably, he's keeping the RPM low to avoid wheel spin. So, going a gear or maybe 2 gears higher up than you might otherwise normally do. But then he's obviously saying at some stage that that's having a detrimental effect. I didn't quite understand what, maybe on the temperature in the radiators or something, because I don't know.
I was just wondering whether it was putting more load through the transmission, and that's why he was concerned about the reliability. Anyway, we'll see.
Looks like the Mustang might be misting up on the inside, which is devoutly not to be wished.
And I think they've just put John Hartshorn into that car. So
like
again, with respect, your slower driver, eat up some of his allotted time.
Yep.
While you're not squandering the very quick driver.
Absolutely so.
Let's see what other teams do. PJ Hyatt, it was getting back into 14, so he has been released back on the track.
Rodrigo Sales being briefed before he gets into the Panis car.
That was another car that very early on in the race needed a new door before it would not shut.
Have we seen Olivier Panis
yes.
during the race?
Yes,
I saw him earlier in the week.
Yeah, no, he's here. He's been in the garage. He was looking very unhappy about the door problem, you see, earlier on.
Last man to win a Grand Prix for the Ligier team. Still the last Frenchman to win Monaco.
Yes.
I believe. And all-round lovely bloke, unless you're racing against him, as his son will testify.
Right, OK.
Well, Olivier Panis' son, Aurélien, is a racing driver, racing in touring cars, but actually a lot of the time I see him racing in the Trophy Andros, the ice racing, and he's a multiple champion there. But very occasionally, Olivier will find the time to go out and race as well. And his elbows are pointier and sharper than I can ever remember them being when he was a professional racing driver. The fact that it's the lad makes absolutely, probably actually exaggerates his aggression in traffic. So he still has a deep competitive streak, Olivier Panis, no question about it at all.
Riding on board with Ian James, who is the man behind the Heart of Racing team, the expat Brit, lives in America these days, but as we were reminded early on, used to race against Peter Dunbreck in Formula Vauxhall Junior when Peter won the title. Ian went off to America when he couldn't really get the funds to race in the UK and has built up a good career and a good business out there. And this is the view on board from the Aston. And again, he is the bronze-graded driver, so he's put in for this night shift up behind the safety car at the reduced pace.
And Heart of Racing taking over the Northwest AMR Aston Martin entry last year of Paul Dalla who did Le Mans a dozen times probably. Dalla decided just before Spa last year, the third race of the championship, second race of the championship, that he was no longer able to commit the time to the series. And Ian James, who'd been racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, gleefully took up the entry. It was still a Northwest AMR car, although it was in Heart of Racing colours. This year, Heart of Racing is the name above the door, and next year, Ian James and Heart of Racing bring Aston Martin to the premier class with the Valkyrie hypercar. So he's very much the driving force of that programme. I think it's predominantly him that has reignited that. In the original discussions when hypercar was underway, the Valkyrie was going to be part of it. Aston Martin then decided, in fact, that they were not in a position to pursue that program, and so the rule sets got changed a little. The initial 1,000 horsepower power top power limit was reduced, and now so the Valkyrie will be amended from its road car version and considerably down-powered to become the Le Mans hypercar. But it will be through the offices of Ian James and the insistence pretty much of Ian James that the programme comes to fruition, and Harter Racing will be responsible for running it as well.
So the rain continues to fall and the safety car remains on track. 174 laps done, 12.5 hours completed. So we are just into the second half of the race, and that doesn't seem awfully sensible standing in the wet. Another driver change going on within LMP2. Look there, the sole of the boot's been dried as Nico Varrone gives way in 183. And presumably Francois Perroda will take over again as the lower graded driver.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. Again, Francois is a man who will do what it takes for the team to try and get them to win. He's won multiple times the championship in the World Endurance Championship. He's no longer racing in the World Endurance Championship. He's doing LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series. But again, yeah, he'll be putting himself in the firing line and getting some serious safety car action. It's 4:33 and the rain is projected to continue until 6 a.m. so it could be at least another 90 minutes of this. The race director Eduardo Freitas and all the marshals on the ground will be in constant communication as to how wet it is, whether it's drying out or not, and of course they will be looking at the weather map. The zebra at the front, zebra, potato of the 183 car, the black and white, and on the 83 Ferrari as well that has been running in those colours. Those are the colours of Francois Perroda. The black and white flag is the Breton flag, and he uses that on his car all the time. It's 83 normally. It was 83 when he raced in WC, in GTE AM, in Ferraris, and also in LMP2. And it's 83 when he runs in the European Le Mans Series. But somebody else came in and snitched 83 in the yellow Ferrari. So now he's 183 here in this LMP2 entry. Let's hear from Cadlic's Alex Palou.
Yeah, it's terrible now. Loads of rain, cannons issued behind the cars. They will go at speed for aquaplane everywhere. Terrible.
Very good, very good. Please give us this feedback every start-finish. So Alex, and that was it with the bad news. Now some good news. Some cars in front of us will have the books rather sooner than later. I think they have like 3-4 laps left. That will move us up back to the position we were. But then once the pass around is done, we'll be in the pack with the leaders, and we have everything to fight for still. Still not over yet. Keep your head up.
Alex Palou talking about how treacherous it is and how at speed there will be lots of aquaplaning. So conditions, and you can understand from race control why they're doing this, to minimise the risk, because even at this speed drivers are complaining about how difficult it is to drive. At race pace it would be virtually impossible.
And look at the puddle there, the apex of the left-hand part of Indianapolis. Every car goes through it, you can see the water being moved around and then swirling back in, and below where the camera is, the bank runs down to the track at Indianapolis from the spectator banking, so that's sort of funneling more water down towards that apex as well. Of course, those curbs, the blue and yellow Dragon's Teeth curbs, those are going to be wetter than the track for some while as well. Cadillac fuel man there getting a little bit of shut-eye. He's come well prepared, hasn't he, using the balaclava as a bit of an eye mask. And so far, he's been exempt from any tomfoolery among his teammates.
Give it time. Give it time.
He clearly can do a decent Chinese burn, otherwise I'm sure he would be falling prey to some prankage. But we could be in for still another 90 minutes of this, and that is going to be a long, long hold.
It's also worth just bearing in mind the responsibility in all of this of the safety car crew, because they have got to go at a pace that is slow enough not to make a mistake, because these conditions are terrible. Now, the race are going at a reduced pace, but the safety car is neither an LMGT3 nor an LMP2 nor a hypercar, so that is still having to be driven actually very hard in horrible conditions.
But, yeah, not as hard as it would be in the dry, but yeah, and it is a four-wheel drive Porsche 911, but you can see that there are other issues than the water outside for Romain Grosjean.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back to my motorhome. I don't want to get too much more wet, so don't show me.
We were all joking out here. It's a good thing we're not camping.
Yes, or in a caravan right next to the stage.
Well, the concerts are finished now, long ago. I think the stage has been dismantled even, so we'll be fine to get some kit eventually.
The stage has not been dismantled.
Oh, is it not?
Yeah, but the gig has finished. Yes.
So getting colder and colder under there.
Super Minds have headed off. Yeah, under a warm blanket. I mean, it is not warm here this year. It is just not. Even when the sun's out, all it does is take the chill off. I can't tell you how many times I've been cold and had to put on yet another layer here at Le Mans this year, which is very
shorts,
unusual. Man. Yeah, I'm setting my shorts and a polo shirt and a fleece, and I've only just taken my body warmer off, and we're indoors.
It is not the warmest
we've turned the aircon off, and the
have.
windows are shut, and the door is shut. It is not the warmest of Junes. It was warmer for the 24 Moto here in April. Definitely was, and drier, by the way, as well. And that's not common either. Normally, the 24-hour motorcycle race, which is held on the Grand Prix circuit every year, it is normally bitter at night. In fact, it did get down to about 3 degrees of air temperature overnight, but it was at least dry. Often it's wetter than an otter's pocket, and when you've only got two wheels, that makes it much less fun again. Clément Mathieu bails out of the 34 into Europol car, takes his seat insert with him, and a smaller seat insert going in, and this is for Kuba Śmiechowski.
Winner last year in class, gets strapped in.
There you go, says Kuba on his helmet with the red and white of his native Poland. Into Europol, by the way, not some Europe-wide police force, that's Interpol. They are a large bakery concern based in Poland. In fact, a very, very large bakery based right on the outskirts of Warsaw, but they have a huge European spread. So that's where the funding comes from. The family have been involved for many years, and Cooper started racing in VW in SN2 cars, and here he is in the car that won Le Mans last year.
New wets then go on to the Inter-Europol competition entry of Kuba Śmiechowski ready to go back out. Just adjustment to the rear, and they're going to take the rear section off because presumably, oh no, I was going to say a new one will go on. It won't. They're just going to reseat it.
It wasn't quite seated on the right rear. You can see where the split is. There's like a band of black goo. That's where it was overlapped. So he's had a little tap from somebody. He's just popped it off the mounting pegs.
Yeah.
And that means drag and the potential possibly for more damage if they ever get back up to speed. But the car that's third in the class, it's in, they're taking no chances. So he came in third. He will drop down the order because he'll drop behind the next safety car as it comes around, which will be safety car C. That is currently going into the Porsche curves. So at the moment, the teams are going around, or the cars are going around behind 3 safety cars. And the deal with the safety cars, David, is that they try and maintain the same distance apart. So the safety car drivers and Eduardo Freitas, the race director, will have predetermined what speed they run at. So they all circle around together, not together, but separately at the same speed.
I was just thinking on that last shot that we had that it was looking a bit less wet, but I might be tricking myself into optimism in saying all of that.
Well, it was, and I might open the back door. Pan to the left, left. Smiley face on the left-hand side has just turned his back on us. That is Nick Minasian, the team principal of EDEC Sport. And again, ex-racer, ex-endurance racer, ex-single-seater racer, but absolutely lovely chap. So, 2 racing drivers. Nick Minasian keeps claiming he hasn't retired, And a couple of years ago in a European Le Mans Series race, actually had to substitute in and drove the car as well as managing the team when one of the drivers was indisposed. And the other team manager, who is racing for, who am I thinking?
Nicolas Lapierre.
Exactly, for Alpine, no longer now with his Alpine hat on, but Nico Lapierre runs Cool Racing, who have their cars, or two cars, nicely surrounding everybody else in LMP2. The 37 car is leading, and the 47 car, which has just pitted, is the last car running in, oh, it may not be actually, Ben Hanley still circulating in the number 23 car. Oh, look at this. First class surface. Manthey Racing, Manthey EMA. Yeah, please do not disturb sign there. No, I don't want breakfast. Don't wake me up until we land.
But a can of Red Bull is exactly what might get you through the next few hours of the race. So the Manthey team,
oh, I don't.
We've got cars first and second. Trying to see the funny side of all of this, and at least for the moment the pressure is off because they can't do very much else while we're under the safety car.
I'm down at United Autosport with Marino Sato in the 95 McLaren 720S GT3. Marino, you're a rookie at Le Mans and it's throwing everything at you. How are you finding these conditions? How are you enjoying this first experience of Le Mans?
I mean, I had a privilege to start the car. So, I mean, opening couple of stints, I think it was really good. We started 19 and I handed a car in P6. So, I'm really happy with that. Next time I got in, it was raining quite hard at some point. Obviously, it's my first time and then we didn't really get the proper rain practice so far. I mean, this time. So, I was just finding out whatever I can find. But yeah, so far I think it's all right. For myself, I didn't make any mistake yet. We had a couple of issues on the pit stop and the car, but I mean, it's still only halfway to go, so.
We talked to the hypercar drivers quite a lot about the traffic, but from your point of view in the LMGT3 category, how does it feel to have the hypercars trying to get past the LMP2 cars? You're all quick in different places, it must be tricky.
I mean, I'm in the LMP2 side for ELMS, so I know how it feels on the other side, and I also know how it feels on this side for the wet weekend. But in the night, when you're looking at the mirrors and the rear view monitors, you cannot tell who is coming behind you, so that's difficulty on the other side. When you are coming from behind, you can clearly see if it's LMP2 or the hypercar, but when you're in front, you just cannot tell because the lights are so bright.
Okay, well, great to see McLaren back. Good luck for the rest of the race, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
And no radio. So you're going to be going, radio check, why is nobody answering? Oh, drat!
Yes.
Seen it still attached to the roof and taken it off and plugged it in. And the reason it's attached to the roof is it's got a bit of Velcro, stick it on the roof, keep it out of the way while the belts are being done, everything else. And then last thing you do, before you pull off, plug yourself into the car. He had forgotten, but here he is at the front of the queue, waiting to join the next safety car through, which will be safety car A.
And that was the same Lamborghini we saw Romain Grosjean getting wet in. He has now pitted, he's bailed, he's got to get dry and warm and out on track. Flags are still being waved, although it's rather hard to see them, to say the least. Thankfully, these days, you have the lighting panels around the circuit, and as Romain Grosjean has stepped out of one car, 63, Mirko Bortolotti is still at the wheel of the sister car, but Daniel Kvyat, who was in the gravel earlier on in the race, he is ready to take back over, and Miguel Molina runs fourth, and as he heads up towards the completion of lap 177, we can just go on board and listen to the conversation.
So tell me something about the race. How is the situation? Who is first, second, thing? Let's talk a bit because this is so...
Yeah, okay, no problem. So at the moment, first is Toyota number 8, okay. They are in... wait, just a second. They are in safety car C, so 2 safety car behind us. Followed by Porsche number 6, who is right behind them on the safety car C as well. Then we have Toyota number 7, which is right in front of you in the same safety car, third in the race than us. And then we have 83, which is P5, and is the first car in the next safety car behind us, safety car B. After that we have Jota, as we said, the Cadillac, then sister car, and the other Cadillac, and Porsche. That's
So there you go, that's a rundown for Miguel Molina's benefit and everybody else's really on the state of play. But it's a valid point, Matt, because he's been behind the safety car now since 3:45. So over an hour, we've had another hour-long safety car period, and it ain't ending yet. He's lost kind of his bearings as to where he is in the race, what's going on around him, who is he fighting, where are they? That's quite important for a driver to know.
He's bored rigid, isn't he?
Yes.
He's absolutely bored rigid, and because he hasn't got his phone there to phone home, he's got his radio to phone home instead. Again, the cool racing car there, having the inside of the door screen cleaned of condensation. While they're moving, even relatively slowly, there is a little bit of airflow, but of course, as soon as you stop, the heat of the driver's body, and he will still hopefully be relatively hot, just heats up the tiny amount of air in the cockpit and the condensation on the inside of the cold screen. It means it can be pretty hard to see. Photographer's getting some very sexy shots in all of this. All of the reflections and the beads of water and everything else are going to look very nice on the cars. Of course, it is pretty wretched for the drivers. 63 Lamborghini getting ready for another pit stop. Again, you can see the driver with the cool seat insert, so that mesh there in the centre. These cool seats are a new innovation, extremely light. A full seat for a Formula E car weighs 100 grams, whereas a normal seat made of foam with gaffer tape on it and stuff will weigh 2 kilos.
Wow.
So not only is it better for driver comfort, and a cool driver, maybe, is an efficient driver because he doesn't overheat and therefore his brain still works, and keeping the core temperature of the body down is really, really important. But secondly, it's a near 2 kilo weight saving on a standard seat. So Lamborghini using them, the AF Corsa Ferrari team, the factory Ferrari team are using them as well. And I sense that those seats are going to become increasingly popular in single-seater racing and in Formula racing. The man behind the company is a former race engineer from a number of categories, who in fact spent quite a lot of time engineering Thiago Monteiro and World Touring cars, and has designed these seats. They are carved from a solid block of special foam, all fully FIA approved. All the adhesives and the covering, again, all FIA approved, as they must be for safety purposes. You can't just use any old foam in case it's extremely flammable. But it looks like a major innovation. Lighter than the standard seat, more adjustable and more comfortable than the standard seat, more interchangeable than the standard seat, and it keeps the drivers cool. Today, less of an issue in these conditions, but it's certainly been proved to be a benefit by the Ferrari drivers, and the Lamborghini guys have embraced that technology as well.
So 10 to 5 in the morning here at Le Mans. Toyota leads, Porsche leads Toyota, and again having a look at what the mechanics are up to as they try and grab a little bit of rest, and even if it's only 10 or 15 minutes of sleep, it's better than nothing, because you never know when you might be called upon. And as the drivers are still behind the safety car, it is, as I say, Toyota, Porsche, Toyota, then Ferrari 4th, Ferrari 5th, and Porsche in 6th place. This safety car period now has gone on for just under an hour and 10 minutes, and it is all to do with the rain and the fact that there's a lot of standing water. And it's one thing to be able to attack the track when it is in daylight, but it is still very, very dark indeed, and therefore it's just too dangerous to let the cars go. Renger van der Zande is in number 3 Cadillac right now.
Okay, man, we're still here. No update from race control. Radar looks like it's gonna clear up in the next few minutes for only a short period of time, and then there is another part of the storm coming.
Well, that's great news, Vik Renger van der Zande. So more rain set. So he's been teasing the teams, teasing all of us really for the last few days, the weather here, and now the rain has decided it's going to come, and it's come with a vengeance, and it sounds like it's kind of set in for the morning.
Pretty miserable, isn't it? Well, as daylight starts to cast its fingers over the horizon, visibility levels will come up, but that doesn't make the track any drier. The problem is, of course, the more rain that falls, the more has to be thrown up in the air by all the tyres as they go by, and that creates all sorts of other issues. There are many days, David, when I think, oh, it'd be nice to be a cameraman and be able to work on various different jobs. And then, of course, I think about it, I think, no, you're either being frozen, blown off a mountain, or drowned with rain, or burned by the sun. Pitiable cameraman there on the cherry picker above the straight. Yeah. I have to say, our boys and girls in the camera crews and in the rest of the TV crew do a sterling job throughout the entire 10-day Le Mans period. We at least are being paid, whereas the marshals, who do an even more sterling and even more important job perhaps, are not being paid, and they do this just for the love of being close to the racing. I feel at times like this, it's gritty determination to stick it out rather than the actual love of the sport that keeps them at it. This is
possibly so. This
is possibly not the best weather. They're all wrapped up to the nines, probably exhausted, probably freezing cold with water dripping off their noses. So God bless them all, men and women in orange who keep motorsport alive.
And as ever at this event, there are lots of British marshals that make the pilgrimage every year and are on post with their French colleagues, which is always good to see.
Certainly are. Meanwhile, Jean Auvin limbering up. You saw the Peugeot crew limbering up as well. In comes Mikkel Jensen. So 93 car onto pit road. Jev will take over. And Nico Muller, the third driver of that, will remain faster bobos somewhere, getting a little bit of rest. Having three drivers does mean that there is the opportunity to get a little bit of rest and a little bit of sleep. Some drivers don't manage to go to sleep. But actually, the resting the brain is as important, perhaps, as actually closing the eyes and sending up some Zs. So, Jev, hopefully feeling refreshed, puts his back insert in, so he's using the same seat base, and it's a more common setup now, is to use the same seat base for a number of drivers, and they put their own back insert in. Danny Kvyat, well, last time he got into the, well, last time I saw him come out of the pits in the Cadillac, he went out the pit lane straight into the gravel at the first corner. Hopefully that will not be repeated this time. But both Lamborghinis are still going, so the crew from Sant'Agata Bolognese, I think at this stage, will be relatively happy with the way that the cars are performing. They don't look slow, and they are still going.
They had a really good run on the first shower of rain because they got the call right on tyres, and that catapulted them up the order, but they never have the same pace as they're a bit like the Peugeots. They're in their own battle, and they are still going, and they're gaining places as others hit problems, but they don't have the outright pace of, say, a Toyota or a Porsche or a Ferrari. So the result here is going to come to them by the misfortune of others, not on their own pace, sad to say.
Well, that's absolutely true, but again, it is a brand new car being run by a brand new team. This is not a race team, this is a test team that has now done 3 races. This is not strictly fair because Iron Lynx do have racing experience, but they've had to grow a lot. And exactly as we saw with Peugeot in their first year, as we saw with Porsche in their first year, Ferrari in their first year, is that they will get incrementally better at quite a rate running the cars, and running them for 24 hours here will give you as much information basically as almost the rest of the season will, just in one weekend. So that's, you know, we saw the difference that actually over winter made to Penske's operating the Porsche, their understanding of it. These cars are complicated, and when they're brand new and the setup data is basically a white sheet of A4 paper with nothing written on it, then you have a lot to learn, and the quicker you can learn it, the the more you're keeping the car close to its potential operating window, and it will go quicker and quicker.
And Lamborghini also, early in the season, parted ways with its motorsport head, Giorgio Sada, so there's been a little bit of regrouping in there and just making sure the direction is the correct one to travel in. And more than anything, it is just great to have the Lamborghini brand on the grid. Graham and I were saying earlier on in the course of the race that having one Italian brand on the grid is good, and it takes you back in a way to the Group C Lancia days, but to have two Italian brands is something we haven't had for a long time in top-level sports car racing.
Two in the Premier class, and of course the biggest Italian brand of all in the GT category, one V. Rossi Esquire.
Indeed.
And you know, much as the Ferrari hypercar team draws a big crowd and Lord does it, that is overshadowed by the crowd around the doctor. Whenever they go into the pits, whenever there's an autograph session, Valentino Rossi is one of those names. He has one of those names that transcends sport and is a household name just because he's valet and he's so famous. It's a Roger Federer. Whether you know tennis or not, you know Roger Federer.
But you don't even need to know the Rossi name, you know the number.
Yeah.
You know, how many white vans have you overtaken on the motorway with a little 46 sticker on them? And that's worldwide, that's not just in the UK. For us, it's absolutely global.
And for American audiences, 3 would be the direct equivalent. Everybody knows 3 from The Intimidator, from Dale Earnhardt, and still you will see, and Valentino Rossi is retired from motorcycle racing, and you're absolutely right, see 46 all over the place, and you will see the 3 still on lots of license tags and lots of trucks and lots of cars, because people don't forget their heroes.
No, exactly. Well, as the pit lane opens and the next raft of cars is released, we are heading towards 5 a.m. and we are also therefore heading towards 13 hours of the race having been completed. So, as you said, about an hour ago, we've broken the back of this now. We're almost there.
Yep.
The teams and probably race control as well, desperate for a bit of daylight, because that is going to make life a little bit safer, and they can then start to think about restarting the race, going green once more.
The real advantage here that they did not have 2 weeks ago at the Nürburgring is, and I'm really possibly going to regret saying this out loud now, is that we don't have fog, and that would bring things to a juddering halt, because if marshals can't see the next marshals, then we red flag this until they can. So the Nürburgring 24 hours became the Nürburgring 7.5 hours 2 weeks ago. Fortunately, there is not that visibility problem, so although the safety car remains out for weather, we are still able to circulate and keep the cars going, and that means that we're able, hopefully, to be able to bring you some entertainment as well. Renger van der Zande aboard the number 3 Cadillac Racing entry. This is one of our LMDH cars, a mandatory rear hybrid drive. It's a standard part on the car. Let's hear from Hertz Team Jota. No, not hearing from Hertz Team Jota. Not quite sure why we're not hearing Callum. So, Hertz Team Jota, that passed us by. We're stage 1 of the safety car procedure is keeping everybody behind the safety cars, tidying up the problem or waiting for the problem to go away, in this case weather. Then they will all be, when we're getting ready to go green, they'll all be joined together behind one safety car. Stage 3, any car in any of the 3 classes that has its class leader behind it in the queue will be waved around, and once the wave arounds join up, we're all in one long lap, one long line, we will look at releasing the safety car queue all in one go and going green once more. Shutting the door on the 59 McLaren. It fires up nicely and away it goes. McLaren making their debut in the World Endurance Championship this season. There's some cracking hair going on there, isn't there? And I don't mean Emma, the PR at the back of the carriage. Oh, my Lord, there's your winner, ladies and gentlemen. He wins the meat prize. Wow, that's beautiful. And when I say beautiful, of course, I mean absolutely appalling. Algarve Pro Garage. Little bit of batak being done by the mechanics. This is normally used for hand-to-eye coordination purposes, but being used for entertainment during a long red flag purpose instead. There's going to be a temporary silence. Bear with. And we're back in the room. I have just moved on to headset A, where David Anderson was, and welcome back to the booth, Anthony Davidson, as you join us 90 minutes into a safety car period for wet weather.
What have I missed, Martin?
It's rained, and we've been behind the safety car for an hour and a half.
I thought I was sleeping well with the silence out there. You always know something's, well, not wrong, but not quite going to plan when you know you can sleep well at Le Mans.
Yeah. Well, it has been a long and slightly tedious period for the drivers and crews, but the crews at least are getting a little bit of rest. Eduardo Freitas there in the race control, not resting yet.
Down at Cadillac with Felipe Drugovich, 311 Cadillac. Long safety car period, so plenty to talk about. How are you finding this debut rookie experience at Le Mans with a really proper hypercar team?
Yeah, what a presentation for my first 24-hour race, to be fair. I think in my whole life I've done 2 endurance races, 2 4-hour races, and this is pretty extreme for my first time. So, but yeah, I think I'm really enjoying it. It's been a great weekend till now. And yeah, if you consider the conditions, you know, being on track until this moment is already a victory. So yeah, it's happy.
So tell me about getting used to these cars. They're bigger, heavier cars than you're used to. How's that been to adapt to as a driver?
It's been quite difficult. You know, I would expect to get to grip through the car, you know, within a couple laps, but this one you take a bit more than that. I think it's a pretty fast car, but it feels very strange for anything that I'm used to. So yeah, it took a little bit of time. I think by now it should be okay. But yeah, not much experience in the rain though, so we're gonna have to wait and see. But in the dry, I'm feeling comfortable.
Okay, and when will you be back in the car? It looks like this rain's sticking around for a while, so you might get some real wet weather experience by the end.
Yeah, should be in next. So yeah, that's why I'm around, and yeah, we'll see. I think I'll get in, hopefully, you know, behind safety car, and then I'll try to get a feeling still behind the safety car. But yeah, it looks like this is gonna take a long time.
Okay, thank you for your time, Felipe. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. It's myself, Ben Kostingeris, and Alex Brundle with you for the next couple of hours, bringing us through the rest of the darkness and into the light, into the second day here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. The 92nd edition of this race. We were over 100 years. We celebrated the centenary last year. A legendary circuit and a legendary race that always throws up surprises, and none more so than waking up to heavy rain this morning. If you've been with us, as I'm sure you have been throughout the last couple of hours, this is now a long safety car period for the conditions, not for anything else. The safety car was thrown because of the rain on circuit, because, well, we struggled, Alex, to get into the circuit for the visibility on the motorway around the exterior of this track, let alone trying to pedal a car at 300 kilometers an hour down the Mulsanne.
Yeah, we sure did. Even picking an exit on the dual carriageway which runs past the track was tricky enough, let alone getting round here at racing speed. We've got intermittent rain, class 2 on our race control screen, but it seems quite persistent for intermittent rain, doesn't it? It's going to run, they're saying, through till 6 o'clock this morning. And the gang down in the garage enjoying themselves in the stoppage. Of course, pit stops become further and further apart. It's bizarre, you know, in endurance racing, personnel move between teams so readily that of the 4 people that we just saw in the garage, I've worked with 3 at some stage. Such is the nature of of people moving between teams. It's great to see them all enjoying themselves anyway, and not being bothered by all of these cars rudely stopping in their pit boxes every sort of hour or so. Of course, you use less fuel and therefore don't need to stop so often under the safety car.
So 9 appearances here at Le Mans, Alex. 6 teams or more?
Yeah, they all blur into one in the end. Yeah, I guess it must be 6 teams, a couple of classes. It's been a wild ride, a bit like this race, to be honest. It's been an interesting one so far. Running through the order that we've got behind the safety car, which has been out for around an hour and a half.
Okay, I know it's a bit boring, but we need to be in third gear at 70 and second gear at 60. If not, we are going to the clutch.
Protecting the car even at slow speed. The instruction from the number 6 Porsche, which is sitting in 2nd position right now. Looking on the left-hand side, the overall leaderboard is pretty much as it was before we went to safety car. So the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing with the lead of the race. Brendan Hartley leads that. We've just heard from Kevin Estre, who is under safety car 3 seconds back, but they were nailed together under green flag racing. We just heard from Brendan Hartley a few moments ago whilst we were in the break and hearing from Filip Drugovich. An interesting discussion with his race engineer.
Yeah, it really was for Brendan Hartley.
Can see another
it'd be good to hear it again.
In the radar. And then probably some more rain around turn 7, then another little lull, and then rain everywhere.
Okay. I'm actually being serious. I don't think I can stay in here for, like, after another pit stop. The problem I'm having is I'm cramping up on my legs. Because I'm not using my legs. I've got to keep them off the pedals, and I'm starting to cramp on my knees. So I'm just saying, I don't think I can last another hour or hour and a half or whatever it is. Just so you're aware. If it stays hectic like this, I'm going to start struggling.
Understood. Don't think that would be very good for us, but I'll have a look.
A problem for any driver, but let alone Brendan Hartley, who is a tool driver trying to cram himself into that small Toyota cockpit.
Yeah, in the car with Sebastian Buemi and Ryo Hirakawa, and you do sometimes get it where if you don't have the pedals at the correct inclination to your feet, you find yourself sort of flexing through the ankle joint, which can generate really nasty cramp in the calves, and that's what I think he's saying. So basically, I'm keeping my feet off the pedals because I'm not flat out on the throttle, as you are around Le Mans for so much of the lap when you're in green flag running. But if you're rolling at slower speeds and having to hold your feet off the pedals, it can easily give you cramp. Team obviously, you may be thinking, why can't they just take him out then and put someone else in? But everybody's into their sleep pattern phase now. Drivers resting at different areas of the circuit, going away to the places where they are resting. And they need to go and firstly find the driver, change the stint plan, which changes the stint plan through to the end of the race, and so on and so forth. If you're going to do driver, then you may need to do tyres as well in order to facilitate the driver change. So it's not as simple as all that, which is why the answer back over radio comms is that might be quite tricky for us, for Brendan Hartley. You're in with Codis Asp. Kimura looks like he's got a bit of fogging up, which is the other issue they can get in these sort of conditions behind the safety car, because you don't get airflow through the cockpit. So race cars designed to have airflow in and airflow out of the cockpit, but when you're not moving at speed, you don't get thoroughfare through, meaning that when you're breathing out inside there, the air just sits still and then generates condensation in the cockpit.
Takeshi Kimura is the reigning champion in the GT World Challenge Asia. and has obviously, as a Japanese man, done a lot of racing over in Japan, and making his 5th start as a 53-year-old gentleman here at Le Mans. And a lot of the gentleman drivers in the cars right now to try and get some of that drive time out the way. Six hours minimum drive time for every single driver here. Now, of course, you want to maximize your fastest guys and minimize your slowest guys. If you can put the drivers that are slow under safety car conditions, you can use that drive time up.
Oil. Fuel and oil. Fuel and oil. So what you just saw there, the red bottle being connected to that Lamborghini for Frank Pereira was what's affectionately known as an oil bomb. It gets stuck into a dry brake at the back of the car, and it is an engine oil top-up. Cars generally consume oil throughout the 24 hours of Le Mans. A decent amount of it, and you can easily lose oil pressure. Of course, there's very little more catastrophic than doing so. Oil lubricates the internals of the engine and is therefore somewhat required for the cars. Bit of a top-up. By the way, they tend to consume more as the race goes on.
As the engine gets tireder.
As the engine gets tireder. And the 24 hours of Le Mans itself is close to a full life cycle for a lot of racing engines. So effective. In fact, almost all parts, at least on an LMP2 specification of machinery, go through their entire life cycle through the 24-hour race. So basically, you put something on new after qualifying, and then you'll throw it away at the end.
You see this Iron Lynx number 60 Lamborghini sitting at the end of pit lane, waiting for the next safety car to pass them. 3 safety cars here at Le Mans. So you have safety car A, B, and C. They've each got a certain amount of cars behind them, just simply depending on when the safety car was released. And you can't go out and try and chase the tail of one of those safety car queues. You have to wait for a car to go past and then join the back of the queue, therefore stopping a car travelling at full racing speed, trying to catch up when you're trying to manage an incident out on track. So that's why they do it, and that is why this Iron Lynx Lamborghini probably now off. Yeah, I can't hear it running. They've turned the car off and they're waiting for the safety car queue to come by, and then once it's gone by, he'll release right onto the tail of it. So you always will lose at least one safety car when you pit.
It's tricky. I'm trying to think a lot on different stuff to keep me awake.
Okay. Miguel Molina has been complaining he's bored for about 45 minutes on the radio of the number 50 Ferrari, and just in there you can see the light in the cockpit there. That won't be bothering him, by the way. That's picked up on the camera, but it's a UV light in the back of the cockpit there that shines forward onto the controls. So you'd have a UV light, or what's often known as a black light, in the back of the cockpit, which will shine forward and light the controls for the driver without actually lighting the cockpit. But the cameras, of course, pick them up, and it looks like they've got this great big light in the middle of the cockpit. You think, how does he drive that with the cockpit lit up like a Christmas tree?
But you were saying that the red light that we saw flashing in his eyes, that can be quite distracting because it's very, very intense.
Yeah, it is, and that's your that's the light for the limiter. So basically, telling him he's on the limiter.
Oh, it's not a reflection of the rain light from the driver in front.
Could well be. In fact, the favourite trick of some drivers at night. Antonio Felix da Costa is a master for this. If you ever held him up or did anything that he didn't like, is to come in front of you and just flick the high intensity rain light on.
So we go and wake up Norman. So we'll have to wait a couple of laps, maybe 2 or 3 laps. Then we'll try to take you out of the car.
If that's the case, I thought he was there. Sorry. If that's the case, then I'll stay.
Everybody wants out.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Everybody wants out. Back to the back of the garage for an espresso.
Alex, you've experienced this situation before here at Le Mans. I can imagine. I find it much more intense and much more engaging to drive at speed rather than be in a 50 zone on a motorway for hours on end. where you then start losing concentration. Okay, we're not at racing speed right now, so that the concentration doesn't need to be at 100%, but this is boring. This, and at 5 in the morning, if they haven't had a lot of sleep, this could easily be a situation where drivers are starting to really feel the effects of tiredness.
Yeah, of course. You always feel it here. This reminds me so much of the last extremely wet Le Mans, where basically you're just behind the safety car for hours and hours and hours on end. I had one in 2013. You start to get wet. We were open-top cars then, so you actually start to get extremely cold as well in the car as you move through the air. No such issue now. Just saw a brake change, incidentally, for the 95. Most LMGT3 cars are expecting to have to change brakes at least once, and the safety car, of course, a sensible time to do that while the rest of the field are going at non-racing speed. So
it's not letting off, is it?
No. That's I mean, we saw the conditions as we came into the racetrack. It's proper rain, and it's really set in. It's really hammering off our commentary box window. But yeah, the LMGT3 cars getting those brake changes done. Everybody else getting a bit of sleep in. I'm jealous.
2 hours for Alex Brundle, and completely the fault of the FIA.
we won't go into that one.
It's always the fault of the FIA anyway, regardless of what you're doing. If you're commentating on a race that is under a safety car period, if you're a driver that's being accused of track limits, it was interesting. We had a meeting with the FIA, a commentary meeting with the FIA, which was very informative on Friday. But you could tell, without knowing anybody in the room, you could tell the drivers in the room, because they were asking the hard questions back to the FIA and being facetious, Alex Brundle, towards the FIA, whereas us commentators were sitting there and nodding and going, yes, I believe everything you're saying, Mr. Sir.
I couldn't possibly discern.
It wasn't just you.
I couldn't discern what you mean.
Johnny Molan was in there as well, being quite harsh.
It was all of us, and I was actually very impressed by how open they were with us. The FIA and the ACO really came down to talk to all of the commentary teams working, our friends over on the World Feed, and everybody else. It gave us massive insight into everything they're doing in terms of balance of performance, and also in terms of this process, which is new for this year, the safety car merge process that they're going to be working through at the end of this safety car intervention, which I'm sure is literally moments away. But there might be a few more moments than we were potentially expecting.
We are in the second half of the Le Mans 24 Hours. There is lots of fun down in pit lane to keep everybody awake. We will soon be seeing the sun rise and the light begin to increase again, and we look forward to that. We look forward to getting the sun up. We're not going to have, I don't think, the beautiful sunrises that Le Mans is so well known for, that golden hour where the photographers all head out. They probably have looked at the forecast and thought, I think we're staying in today. Notice that Jamie Price is out at Arnage, getting very wet at this time of the morning as well, so still getting those night shots. Once it's night, it's kind of night, right, for a photographer. I'm sure there are many out there who are going to now start messaging me, but really, if you want to get your night shots, get them and then go to bed and have a bit of a rest.
One does not simply comment on photography over any kind of feed if you want to remain unburdened with Twitter comment. Then and I see Ben Considurus immediately jump onto his Twitter feed to see which photographer has gone, no, they're my favourite light conditions. How they get the shots they do in the night. When you look at the video footage,
rain and fog has increased again. It's getting worse.
Copy. So the safety cars are running out of gas. So what they're going to do is they're going to swap safety cars at start-finish line. You basically just stay where you are and keep following the 11. But you may see the safety car in front of you pull off, and then another one will come out at the end of pit road.
Now, that is something that I've seen in the Britcar 24-hour race, which was at Silverstone for many years. Not sure I've ever seen it at Le Mans, or indeed at any 24-hour race, because usually, certainly if you were talking Spa 24 or Nürburgring 24, this situation would be under red flags.
It would be,
Yeah.
but here at Le Mans, that's not the done thing. There's
Oh, it's a bollard. They just discovered a bollard underneath the car.
Well, that must have been a relatively recent incident for the Action Express Cadillac, and that's exactly the sort of inattention that you were talking about, Ben. That must have just been pure inattention, and he's just driven it off the racetrack and run over the bollard, which is out there on the track. It's Jack Aitken behind the wheel of the 311 Caddy.
I wonder whether he was complaining about feeling something weird in the front. They've changed the nose so that to try and cure the issue, but actually having done that, opened it up and gone, oh, there's a bollard underneath there. That'll be the other reason why, Jet.
There's a bit of pneumatic assistance occurring in the cockpit. They're giving it a spray off,
a blow dry
in there to try and get. And I'm amazed by what we're seeing. Actually, we saw an onboard with Roman Grosjean a few laps ago with water pouring through their air filtration system into the car. We would always have those sealed off with some sort of handle that you could seal them with. I'm so surprised these great works teams have not got that one sorted out, to be honest.
Whilst we're under safety car conditions, we're about to swap safety cars due to the safety cars running out of fuel, hence why this safety car is stopping. Another one, much like it, will reappear and everything will seem normal in a few seconds' time. But we are going to have a swap of safety cars to get them refueled, and whilst we do so, we can go down to Jethro Bovington, who is still braving it out in the pit lane.
Down in the LMP2 class with AF Corsa, Nicholas Verone just got out of the car. How is it behind the safety car? So much standing water, I imagine, and no tyre temperature.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, before the safety car, I was driving after Tête Rouge down to Mulsanne Straight, and I was like, I couldn't see anything, so I was like hoping for a safety car, and yeah, luckily, like two minutes later, it happened, because honestly, I couldn't see in front. Even with the safety car, I couldn't see the car in front. It was really tricky. For sure, no tire temp, no brake temp, so it was super difficult, and every time it's getting worse. It's raining so much. Yeah, even it's difficult behind the safety car.
Is it difficult to keep your concentration up behind the safety car, or is it still hard just to keep up with it in these conditions?
I mean, for sure, sometimes you tend to relax, but I think that's when maybe you make a mistake. So that's why I always try to remind me, even with the safety car, you know, sometimes maybe a rear cross or maybe surprises you. So try to stay focused. But obviously, it's really difficult sometimes to misjudge, or maybe you don't see the car in front. Honestly, I couldn't see it. I see only raindrops and spray. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep it. You're tired, you know, it's 4 a.m. It's a lot of things going on. But yeah, just we need to keep going and try to make the less mistakes possible.
Okay, get some rest. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Nico Verone back in the 183 car, which is a guest car here at Le Mans, but leading the LMP2 category, not just the LMP2 category, but leading Pro-Am as well. So doing a very good job. The Am in that car is Francois Perraudot, who has 9 starts here at Le Mans. Plenty of experience. The English but French businessman who absolutely loves his motorsport. And he's got a crack team alongside him just for Le Mans. He's not doing a championship. He is doing ELMS, but...
Not negative. We dropped to P11 now. As I said, this has not been good for us, but yeah, it looks good from now on. We managed to change brakes, which was an important thing to do, and we've done it without losing any time. As I said, 10 hours 30 to go. We have the pace.
A long way to go when it comes to worrying about positions right now, especially as we've got a field compressed under the safety car when we go back to green flag racing, we've got 11 cars in the hypercar category on the lead lap. I think, well, we don't really know how it's going to shake out, but at the moment, Time Screen suggests that just 2 cars in GT3 are on the lead lap. That could easily change.
Yeah, much depends on it. They've got a relatively free pass on it at this stage. Much depends on who's changed brakes and who hasn't in LM GT3. But you've got Manthey, both Manthey cars, Manthey Porsches, of course, on that lead lap, and then the Heart of Racing car. With Ian James at the wheel now at the moment, sitting 1 lap back. I'm looking down the list of drivers and seeing teams cycle through their gentleman drivers or their amateur drivers in this stage. At this stage of the race, drivers had minimum drive times throughout the 24 hours of Le Mans. And obviously, if you do have a slower driver in the car, much as they may well be the driver who's funding your campaign here at Le Mans or in the World Endurance Championship, so often through this phase of the race, where of course nothing is to be gained or lost behind the safety car, you will chuck in your amateur driver to get some of that driving time done. So Francois Perrodo, with the greatest of respect, 2 great drivers alongside him, will be one of the slower drivers in the lineup for the 183. And Siegel actually still behind the wheel of the 22 United Autosports. Ryan Cullen behind the wheel of the Vector Sport. They've thrown Jakub Spikowski behind the wheel of the Inter-Europol competition, and so it goes on, just to get some drive time in for those drivers under the safety car. No further action. We saw something come up on the timing screen a little while ago for various drivers accused of overtaking under the safety car, the 777, the 25, 22 and 82. That's been dismissed with no further action, so it looks like we are neutral on penalties for the moment.
Just going back to the 183 with Francois Perrodo at the wheel. Ben Barnicoat, the third of those drivers in that car. Barnicoat, a contemporary of George Russell. If you go back to 2011, 2012, you'll find the two in karting together, sharing the circuit with Charles Leclerc, sharing the circuit with many great drivers that are now progressed up into the sharp end of professional motorsport. Ben Barnicoat finding himself racing over in America, champion in GTD, which is kind of effectively what he's GT3, but American version, GT Daytona, and the IMSA champion there, ALMS champion in 2022. So actually 2-time champion over in America, but a driver, despite being English, not really someone we know too much about in the European scene. He's actually done 3 starts now here at Le Mans. He's the Platinum, so he's considered the most experienced of the 3 drivers there. And it's great to have Barnicoat, whose father dug out and extended the PF International circuit, kart circuit in Grantham. What would that be, about 20 years ago, and they now actually have taken the ownership of the kart circuit as well.
Yeah, many a negotiation about how late we can run with a senior road tax in the off-season to get prepared for the season. It's a great extension, actually, on the PF International circuit, the overpass, and then you go back down, get rid of that long right-hander into the inevitable crash hairpin of turn 2. So well done to them for that. Loosely sort of Toyota connected, Ben Barnicoat, because of his work over in GTD. It was safe before the weekend, actually. I finally feel like I'm breaking through. So many years behind the wheel of various LMP2 cars. It feels like he's on the radar now, he was saying, for Le Mans hypercar teams, which of course is his aim. We've got the Algarve Pro Racing team in to the pits this time. This is the 25, which sits in P9. Roman De Angelis has brought that car in, but it looks like it'll be a driver change across the lineup to Kaiser, who again is the amateur driver in that lineup.
Yeah, Matthias was in the Vector Sport car last year, if you remember, running his, well, actually now his company's logos. The Liechtenstein driver, based in Liechtenstein, and they effectively build fluid extraction devices, if that's probably the nice way of putting it. The ability to suck huge amounts of fluid out of drains, for instance, and take it away. But at an industrial level and a worldwide level, they are the #1 place to go if you need a big truck that's able to high pressure clear drains and things like that. And many other extensions to that business. But that is how, and I love these stories, how these guys are able to go racing. The businesses behind the drivers, they want to be considered racing drivers. I'm interested how they get to that point here at Le Mans 24 Hours.
Great feel for the dance of the tyre change here. A limited number of mechanics over the line at any one time. Looks like there might be a tail change, actually, for the Algarve Pro racing car, and it is indeed. Whether they're just... that is unlikely to be damage. So what that'll be is they've got a different rear wing setting, look, with a big rear gurney on the second tail. They know they're going to be some inclement weather conditions. So what they've done is they've stuck a rear wing on it with more downforce to try to give him better grip when they do go racing again. It is faster to change the full tail than it is to change the angle of the rear wing plane. Is that still a safety car sort of in the barrel of the gun, ready to go? And then I think we're going to see a very elegant swap over of the safety car. Safety car on level hard.
We are at 1.4 kilo per lap consumption. 1.4 kilo.
1.1 kilo per lap only?
Yes.
As in, this stint could be very, very long if you need to get down to 0 in terms of the virtual energy tank. The virtual energy tank, a combination of both electrical power and normal fuel. They won't be able to particularly recoup any electrical energy because they're not driving fast enough to regenerate electricity. So they are going to be reliant upon that fuel tank.
Yeah. So grubby maths, that's less than 10% of what they normally would be consuming. So
or what they normally would be consuming. So they normally do 12 laps.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
you can do the maths there.
Yeah, it's a long stint. I think I'm close-ish there, just from experience maths of what we generally use. I mean, obviously these hybrid cars are going to be using less, aren't they, in general in green flag conditions because of the tremendous efficiency versus sort of something like an LMP2 car or an LMP1 without the hybrid system, but they're a long way away from what they would typically be using over a lap. Behind the safety car, we've got one of the Penske Porsches in. Feverish activity around that car. Several mechanics, a mechanic allowed to assist the driver, and then a couple of other mechanics allowed to do miscellaneous tasks. They're not allowed to put fuel in it, and they're not allowed to assist with the tyre change. It's 2 pneumatic guns and 3 mechanics at a time allowed over the white line. They don't have to be the same mechanics all the time, which is why you'll see them sprint for the line when they finish up with the tyre change, which allows other mechanics over the line. So you'll have several mechanics at a time, and then you'll have other mechanics over the line replacing them. They must all be back over that pit stop line before the car is fired up and released.
Curious to see them changing wet tyres to wet tyres, and looking at the condition of the rears that came off, they looked like they were wet, obviously, but they didn't look like they'd really been used at all. Why would you be putting on a fresh set?
I'm wondering if teams are scrubbing the mould release off the wet tyres. By the way, those interested, wet tyres are technically free. You can use as many of them as you like. There's not a limitation on wet tyre sets. However, the limitation is how many Michelin have in the truck, which is a factor, not generally a factor here in Le Mans, but when you go to far-flung places, so often you go, yeah, wet tyres are free, but guess what, guys? When they're gone, and we need to be fair here. So there are only so many sets. If you have a full wet Le Mans 24 Hours, and every single hypercar team wants to put a new set of Michelin full wets on every single stint. Eventually Michelin will say no, we simply do not have enough tyres. We could not possibly bring enough tyres to the Le Mans 24 Hours or the Spa 6 Hours or Fuji or wherever you are. So there have been a multitude of sports car races I've been in where the tyre allocation has been driven by availability from the tyre manufacturer before it's been driven by regulation.
I mean, you're always going to have slightly inclement weather at Le Mans. You know that you can't really go through a weekend without some kind of rain, but it has been incredibly uncharacteristic. My memories of the 10 Le Mans that I've been here are shorts and T-shirt, getting burnt, parched grass in the campsites, and the whole of France, well, the whole of Europe perhaps, has just been pummeled by rain consistently over what we're trying to call summer. I mean, it's so green, it's unbelievable around this area. Here is the safety car swap. So this is safety car A, who had just disappeared off left. That's safety car D, which is the reserve. I don't think they've got 6 safety cars, so I think they're going to have to do this car by car. And so D has picked up A's queue, and then perhaps A is going to have to pick up B's queue after being refueled, and then vice versa, and they're going to have to almost cycle the safety cars to get them all refueled. But that's what we've just seen there. We've been under this safety car for so long that we need to refuel the cars. 3 hours and 24 minutes of safety car, but this safety car has nearly been 2 hours long.
Speaking as the facetious racing driver to which you referred earlier, the merge process, should we go back live, references a merge behind safety car A, which is currently not on track.
Yeah.
So actually we have got safety car D that should take it over because safety car A has run out of gas. Technically, I guess they'd merge it behind safety car D and call that safety car A. They can call them what they want, can't they?
They've got to be able to pit safety car C and B as well.
Exactly.
And if they've only got 1 spare, they might have more than 1 spare. I haven't seen 3 spares, but they do have a lot of safety cars. They might have to cycle A to replace B.
Well, there's a Porsche dealership in central Le Mans. I'm sure they'll help them out.
Well, there's actually the Porsche Experience Centre right just here. Plenty of Porsches knocking around.
On track now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Safety car, stage 1 of 4, has lasted for a reasonable period of time.
I don't know. What would you prefer? As a driver that's done a 24-hour race that only lasted 7 hours recently, would you prefer to actually be able to say we ran for 24 hours, yes, some of it was behind safety car, but we did complete the 24 hours, or be in a situation that both Nürburgring and Spa have had over the last couple of years where a 24-hour race hasn't been 24 hours of running?
Yeah, but the Nürburgring 24 hours this year was an interesting one because it was pure fog. I, for one, from the audience's perspective, think that the organisation should at all times be seen to try. Yeah. To continuously try, and I do credit everybody involved in continuously, potentially trying to get this race back underway again.
KMHU update here. So it's probably going to stay like this for another hour and a half. Drive time wise, you can stay in the car for another hour and 40 minutes. Our goal would be to stay out as long as we can and hopefully make it to daylight, because if we make it to daylight, then we shouldn't have to repair the number panel.
Wow, so they've still got number panel issues from when we left at around 10 o'clock last night, where they'd had made contact with Iron Dames. The Iron Dames Lamborghini had spun. They'd repaired that panel.
But Jay, I'm amazed they've said that over the radio. I'm amazed they've said that over the radio, because even behind the safety car,
it should still be working.
It should still be working.
Yeah.
So they've now, that radio's now been broadcast, and they've let race control know that the number panel's non-functional in dark conditions. So yeah, I'll be watching the race control scheme relatively closely now. A little bit of a radio boo-boo there, actually, for the Ford Porsche. We were always told to say, I have an issue in the car, I have a problem. and then and not necessarily always immediately specify, because as the driver you never know what the regulatory outcomes are. Not that you'd seek to avoid the attentions of race control, of course, but you just never know as the driver. For example, if you do, for example, get something like a loose door on the car, say you have an issue, you have a problem, I'm trying to fix it, I have a problem, I need to pit, rather than specifically specifying, gives the team the maximum number of options to try to fix it without being forced to pit and losing time. I mean, obviously, if it's a safety issue, you eventually have to concede and come to the pit lane.
Yeah. Just in case you're interested in the ways that we get this team radio information, all team radio information travels via the onboard cameras, and in Le Mans we have a few more onboard cameras than WEC, but we don't have the same amount of cameras that we would see perhaps in Formula E or Formula 1. Every single car in Formula E has an onboard camera, which means every single team radio can be monitored, same in Formula 1, but here in WEC we've only got about 14 onboard cameras. I think that's the right number. It's certainly not the whole field, and therefore we can only monitor team radio for those that have onboards. To be fair, I haven't looked the last couple of years at the list, and it might be that there's a lot more now because of the hypercar category, but certainly when it comes to LMP2 and GT3, there's a couple that are selected by the organisation, and you can also pay to have an onboard camera in your car, so that, number one, you can monitor it as well as a team, but also you can get that extra promotion. And then we can listen into your radio. On board with Loic Duval, an ex-winner here with Audi. Now with Peugeot, and it really hasn't been a particularly fun Le Mans 24 Hours for both the 93 and the 94. Duval coming into the pits is not... he's got 27% of virtual energy left, so he could still continue. And as we heard a bit earlier, they're not using very much energy under the safety car, but
it's drive time.
Could be,
and that's the point.
Yeah, copy, driver change.
Yeah.
Sock target 65.
Yeah, that's the limitation now. So drive time at Le Mans that you're allowed in one continuous stint is best expressed as 4 in every 6 hours can be undertaken by a driver. So they're running out of time, and they're actually being forced to pit early by the drive time of the drivers that are in the cars. Such is the fuel saving under the safety car. And the way that that's going to play out, unfortunately, is that those teams that end up having to pit due to the drive time of the driver that's currently in are going to have to cycle back a safety car and therefore lose significant track position. When the safety cars merge eventually, when we get back towards green flag running, they won't lose a gap per se, but what they will do is lose track position to the cars which have not had to pit. We're hearing teams over the radio saying they're trying to get to daylight with the current driver in the car if they possibly can. There's nothing else that would require them to pit. They're firing these new sets of wets on just so they have the newest possible tyre on the car. They're fishing about in the radiators there. That's a helpful little hatch, just clearing out the radiator ducts. New front ends going on for Peugeot as well. So full service, anything possible that you can do to get your car as ready as possible for the rest of the race, you're now doing, because back one safety car is back one safety car. Doesn't matter if it's it doesn't matter about the amount of time you spend in the pit lane. As long as you beat the next safety car to the end of the pit lane, you'll come out in the same place.
And they'll be able to monitor it as we are on the tracking. They can see where safety car D is, which is in the Porsche curves right now. So this Peugeot crew have got lots and lots of time just to make sure everything's fine. They can't go out of pit lane until safety car D passes the pit out, and then they can join the back of the queue there. They were behind safety car C, and safety car D is the replacement for safety car A, and therefore they are going to be able to just drop back one. Now, I wonder whether what we're going to see here is safety car D come back into the pits and hand over what was safety car A line back to safety car A with fuel. Now, what's going on here, Alex? We've already seen them change the nose once, and they're doing it again.
It was a nose change and a nose change back.
Whether it's a nose change back or a third nose change,
it could be a lights thing. I didn't see if slow fire up for the 94. Did you hear there that went out? So often they head out on electric power only.
Yeah.
But that fired up the combustion engine, didn't it? Oh, because it's got no batteries.
Because the state of charge is so low, yeah.
Because it's been going, and you actually heard the target state of charge on the way into the pit lane. So they have to fire the engine up because there's no regen going on because they just sat there behind the safety car, just like this, on board with Felipe Drugovich.
So they've done that, Alex. So our safety car A is going to be safety car A again.
It's fine. They're just still doing this. At least it's getting lighter out there for you. Did your virtual 24 hours of Le Mans ever have a thing where they keep you under a virtual safety car for a couple hours?
Oh, no answer. I was hoping for a bit of bants there with Drugovich.
Surely a punchline from Felipe Drugovich. Peter Barrett trying to keep his driver entertained.
And the answer is no, we didn't have safety cars in virtual Le Mans. Both Alex and I, commentaries, part of the commentary team of the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans. We've had 2 editions of that. There is now the Le Mans Ultimate game that you can purchase. Very, very well simulating the Le Mans 24 Hours, and in fact the whole of the WE season from 2023. And we are eagerly looking forward to the resumption of the online championship, or perhaps a Le Mans 24 Hours on the Ultimate game at the end of this year. I'm completely speculating, do not quote me, but it'd be nice.
Didn't have much rain either, did we?
No,
in virtual
possible,
Le Mans?
but impossible to drive, so they decided not.
Yeah, you could watch the rain, couldn't you? You just couldn't drive around it.
Oh my gosh. So what they've done, just to keep you updated, safety car A has now picked up the queue that it had. Safety car D is now sitting at the forward chicane. We are now watching safety car B come to that point, and safety car D is going to pick up safety car B's line. Here we go. And safety car B now is going to go and refuel. So D is being the slave here and filling in all the gaps, whilst each of the 3 main safety cars gets refueled. We're now over 2 hours that these guys have been out there.
It's like a waltz. It's beautiful to watch.
Well done. I mean, hard to work it out, I think, initially, but they've done a great job.
And that's why you're here.
No, I thought they were going to confuse us by A replacing B and then B replacing C, but that would have, then you would have, as you mentioned, that Race Control would have got themselves in a bit of a pickle with what actually was the safety car A line.
Oh well, it's all party out front, party out back for Porsche. We saw that 94 Peugeot in a couple of laps ago, and you know they've been struggling for pace all year, struggled for pace last year. It's been you know, away from the action, hasn't it? They've just not been quick enough, and it piqued my curiosity because I wondered how far they are away. And we have a metric called theoretical lap, which basically takes the best sectors in all sectors, done by it's a little bit conjecture because sectors run into others, of course, but it gives you a bit of a feel. Best theoretical lap of Le Mans. For either Peugeot so far. Guess how far away it is from the fastest theoretical, which is done, by the way, by the 50 Ferrari.
Got to be at least a second.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 seconds away.
Which is what, about 0.8 on a conventional racetrack.
Yeah, in terms of theoretical lap speed, 330.7, the theoretical best lap's been done by the 93. Peugeot, in fact. The 50 Ferrari operating with a theoretical of 28.6. Yes, it was out front early on when there was less traffic and so on and so forth, and this data always comes nuanced, but the reality is that the pace has just really not been there for them, has it? Again. And you've got to wonder how much that is going to strain the already tense situation around the funding of that program by Peugeot, and how much they're going to be prepared to continue to support a program. And we really hope they do, because we love having them in the world of endurance racing. That they've already made noises about the expectation of running up front, the expectation of victory. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to keep supporting it financially, and it's a concern for me. It really is.
And we spoke about yesterday Linda Jackson, who's the head honcho across the Stellantis group, whether it be Citroën or Peugeot or DS, another one that she looks after. Is Maserati part of Stellantis as well? Can't remember, but she was responsible for deciding that Sebastian Loeb should no longer be paid by Peugeot, as it was then, for being a brand representative, because he'd done all of his winning in WRC. He was in World RX, which was obviously less famous, and then he became a part of the WTCC driver lineup alongside Ivan Muller, and was beaten by young Pachito Lopez, and so she decided to pull the sponsorship from Sebastian Loeb. Whereas look at Audi, even to this day, drivers that have won here at Le Mans.
It's getting quieter. I think the sunset is coming, sunrise is coming soon.
Yeah, sunrise is coming soon.
For you, becoming a meteorologist. Yeah, the Audi group have looked after their amazing partnerships they've had with Le Mans legends like, well, Andre Lotto is still obviously driving, but McNish for so many years, for instance, still associated, and to this day associated, but properly working for them, with the Audi group. Whereas you would have expected that from somebody like Sebastian Loeb, is such a legend, but instead Linda Jackson decided to get rid of. And yeah, so there's concern, I think, at Peugeot. Carlos Tavares, though, will be flying the flag because he loves racing. Here is where we're at right now after 14 hours of racing. We've got 10 hours still remaining. Toyota leads Porsche, the 8 ahead of the 6, with the second of the Toyotas right up there. Ferraris have been caught out of late in the overnight rains. The 50 ahead of the 83. The 83 is the private AF Course yellow Ferrari. Then the best of the Jota private Porsches. That's Jenson Button's car in 6th position. Cadillac number 3 in 7th. And then we go outside of the top 10 to find Porsche number 5 and Porsche number 4. We're under safety car conditions. We've been under safety car conditions for over 2 hours, thanks to the rain and wet conditions. Now looking down into the LMP2 category, and that is led still by the... Oh, it's gone off my screen now. And there's the leader in GT3, the Porsche of Manthey Pure Racing. Ahead of its team car, actually, so it's Porsche 1-2, then Aston Martin, Heart of Racing, in 3rd position. We have lost, officially, 7 cars, but I think it's more like 9 or 10 cars. Thomas Fleur binned the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari very early on in the race, the gentleman driver. Alpine's engine expired on Fernando Hasberg, the 35, and then soon after, Nico Lapierre in the 36. So we don't have any hypercar Alpines. Jonas Reed's LMP2 machine for Proton Competition expired out on circuit, causing a brief slow zone. Dries van Thor had contact with Robert Kubica and had a large accident in the BMW number 15. And soon after that, the 20 car was parked up, but officially is not a retirement yet. And then we had Ahmed Al-Hati in Valentino Rossi's 46 BMW have an accident under the Dunlop Bridge in the dead of night. We also lost the LMP2 Pro-Am cars of CrowdStrike, APR and Duquesnes, the 45 and the 30. Question marks over the 77 Proton competition Ford Mustang. That actually is now running again, but JMW's Ferrari is not. Sally Yolick marked as stopped, which means he's out on circuit somewhere and therefore will eventually become a retirement. That means we've got still quite a lot of cars, another 54, 55 cars running, and we are expecting the rain to disappear in around an hour's time so we can get back into green flag racing. You can join us across the Discovery Sports Network, Discovery Plus, to continue to enjoy the Le Mans 24 hours into the second day of action here at Circuit de la Sarthe. If you are now watching us on Quest, thank you so much for joining us, and make sure, if you can, to continue watching this, the greatest motorsport event in the world. So in Pro-Am it is the 183. That was the car that I was trying to remember who was leading.
Francois Perrodo behind the wheel of the AF Corsa LMP2 car is leading LMP2 from Nolan Siegel in the 22 United Autosports, and then in turn from Ryan Cullen in the number 10 Vector Sport that led the race after several rounds of pit stops after that first little dump of rain, managed to stay out on slicks and stay ahead of the field, but then made the right call and then made the wrong call on the next little rain shower and was dropped back further through the field. We continue to cycle the safety car through. We're going to have A, B and C, it looks like, as safety car B is parked out, hopefully, on the start-finish straight, ready to take over from safety car D. A few moments ago, on board with Yifei, reliably informed it is his birthday on the Sunday of Le Mans by Ferrari comms. So happy birthday, Yifei. I hope he's enjoying seeing that in behind the wheel of the Privateer 83 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Krish, interestingly, we will be racing this weekend next year as well. There hasn't been many years in '92 that we've raced on the third weekend in June. Le Mans usually the second weekend in June.
And now it's about 6 o'clock, so it's now sunrise, and you're in the car for a bit less than 3 hours now.
Yeah. Of course, he hasn't got a watch, so he actually would not know what the time is right now, having been in the car for 3 hours. Pachito would be completely disorientated.
No, there's a lovely, helpful screen, though, as you head up towards the Dunlop chicane that you can see from the car, that will tell you where you are in the race if you're behind the safety car. It's on your right as you head up towards the first chicane. There we go, there's a guy who started a few races here and sat behind a few safety cars. So, yeah, every so often, there are a couple of things, actually, a couple of things you can discern from behind the wheel. Firstly, you can look for the screen that'll tell you how long to go in the race if you're behind the safety car. Second point, you can always tell when you're going fast because the helicopter starts following you. So when you're going fast and you're catching somebody, look up in the sky, there'll be a helicopter following you because you're part of the storyline of the race. Those several bits and bobs always really helpful.
And that is a situation that also exists on Dakar. And if you can imagine racing across the desert for a whole day at 600 kilometers, if you saw a cameraman on the ground, you knew you were standing next to a triple caution or something, and to be extra careful. However, if you're a show-off, especially the bikers, they like to show themselves to be very cool in front of the camera, and so they tend to do wheelies and stuff like that, and then find themselves in all kinds of strife when they actually realise they're marking a dangerous spot. So it does exist across the world in motorsport.
So Cadillac have just got back to me has got back to us on how many kilos they use a lap in racing conditions, and it's 6.2 kilos of fuel per lap. We were just over 1, weren't we? So that gives you a feel for the differential in how much fuel being used behind the safety car in comparison to how much fuel is normally being used. We're well away from the amount of fuel being used as we sit behind the safety car in wet conditions at the Le Mans 24 hours. Safety cars continue.
Do we have a wiper issue with the number 4, or are they just use it because it might smear and because there's so much dirt and grime on that windscreen already? Because it's quite difficult to see out.
Yeah, they use power, obviously, but not a lot. Nothing in comparison to other systems. That looks for all the world to me to be a wiper issue, unless he's forgotten where the button is to turn it on, which sounds bizarre, but it happens a lot. The wiper buttons are often a long way away, and you need a certain amount of push for a certain period of time to make sure that we get the you get the wiper working for you. But that does look for all the world, and that's what he could have won. Look out of the front of Alessandro Pierguidi's cockpit with the wiper going furiously on the number 51 Ferrari, sitting in 8th position. The organisation of that cockpit very different, isn't it, from the other hypercars in the field. Looking over the shoulder of Alessandro Pierguidi, and it's Otto Fraschini into the pit lane for another driver change, as required by the regulations, of course. Drivers finding their way to the end of their driver stints 4 hours behind the wheel of the car, and at that point, whether you've been running behind the safety car, Ben, or whether you've been running in green flag conditions, doesn't matter, does it? You've got to come in the pit lane and you've got to get out. That's the limitation of how long you can run for at Le Mans.
I was curious, just looking at drive time, that Ian James is now well over his needed 6 hours. He has to do 6 hours, can't do less than that. But he's actually one of the drivers that have been most in the car that hasn't retired, because our drive time gets a bit confused with cars that have retired out of circuit because it stinks they're still in the car, and therefore, you know, the likes of Jonas Reed, for instance, is saying he's been in it for 10 hours. Well, no, they retired after 3. So, but PJ Hyatt, for instance, has now completed his 6-hour stints. He is good in the LMP2 category. But Ian James has done nearly 8 hours in that car now. He only needs to do 6, and in terms of a competitive world, you would make sure he only does as minimum as possible.
Yeah, absolutely would, to try to manage the minimum driver stint. But if they're behind the safety car, let's face it, doesn't really matter. They've just got to make sure they get that car in and out and stay on pit sequence to continue moving through the race.
We have nearly cycled through all of our safety cars. Safety car D is waiting down at the Ford chicane. This is safety car A that's going to come past. And we just need to refuel safety car C. And then we've got all 3 safety cars refueled, and we can go for a good 2 hours before they'll need to do that again. We are waiting for the rain to decrease before we can safely go racing again. All of these race cars with massive flat floors, and as those flat floors make contact with the standing water on the circuit, it lifts effectively the wheels off the ground, and that is what aquaplaning is. You may have experienced it on a soggy motorway or auto route, but these race drivers will experience it. Usually in a road car, you'll feel it from the tyre basically coming off the ground, not because the body and the floor is lifting the car up, but there's literally not the capacity from the tyre to get rid of the water so that the tyre can stay on the surface of the ground. Here, it's more as though the whole car gets lifted off the ground because of the flat floors. So, in the dark as well, where you're not necessarily able to see where that standing water is, incredibly dangerous. It has been pretty bad weather, it's been pretty heavy rain, and so this is a safety concern.
You've got to remember as well that as we listen to the 51.
From the windscreen, from the front, I think it's the like airing.
Yeah, okay, I see. Unfortunately, nothing we could do now, and we don't want to pit now, so we have to deal with. Can you close something, or?
It's already all closed.
Yes, I think water in the cockpit was the complaint from Pierre Guidi there.
Saw that with Romain Grosjean earlier on, pouring in.
Yeah.
Something you see often in rallying as well. You know, the dirt and dust gets into the cockpit, and they have various ways to sort that out. You were saying earlier that there should be a hatch to stop the water from getting in.
Yeah, you normally put just like a tab with a seal on it to close the cockpit off. I'm just looking down the driver order here because it's gonna be a factor when they go back racing again. In terms of the track position that they're able to go racing in, who is up on drive time at the moment and who's into sort of like the 3 hours in the last 6? Miguel Molina is the driver that sticks out most, still behind the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari, has done 3 hours and 20 minutes in that car. So before the safety car comes in, we'll run out of drive time and have to pit in the 50 Ferrari and then, of course, cycle back. I'm just looking through as well. Is Jack Aitken still behind the wheel of the 311? No, he's been cycled out, so that's okay for Felipe Dragovic. The only other driver who might have been in trouble, I think has got out, is Mikkel Jensen. So, yeah, just looking through the drive times to see who is going to run out of drive time.
Yeah, so there's different regulate. We were talking earlier about the 6 hours that are required of each driver. This is a different regulation whereby...
This is your maximum. This is your
stint.
Yeah, this is your safety maximum at Le Mans. You cannot drive. You cannot drive more than 4 hours in every stint. So I managed to borrow Lena Gade's laptop, I'm sure she won't mind, with excellent strategy software on it, which gives me how many hours or how long in the last 6 hours each driver has driven. You check if they're still in the car. Anyone up on their time then is going to be with an issue of having to box off fuel, basically. Having to pit under the safety car before the cars run out of usable energy or run out of tyres, or for no other reason than the driver has run out of drive time in the race, which will cost them track position when we go racing again and will be a key strategic disadvantage now. I think the 50 Ferrari is the only one of the leading runners at the moment who has less than an hour to run on the driver.
There you go, you're talking about Miguel Molina in the 50 Ferrari needing to get out of that car. Nicholas Nielsen is getting himself ready to get in, so they have seen what Alex has seen and make sure that they're covering that one off the next time they pit. And it suggests, by the fact that the driver is getting fully suited and booted, that this pit stop is going to come relatively imminently.
It's a class increase. And,
yeah.
I'm not talking about commentary, definitely not. I'm talking about rain.
I tend to ignore that instruction because every time we've seen rain 1 to 2 in the early running of this race, we've had massive downpours, which was definitely 3 or 4.
Presumably somewhere there is a key as to what rain 2 means.
Yeah.
And as an Englishman, I feel like I should know it. But definitely rain class 3 is definitely in theory more rain than rain class 2. But in terms of millimeters, I mean, we were told by tyre manufacturers, I've been told throughout the week, there would be no rain after 4 a.m. on Sunday morning, so we were miles away for predicting how far the rain would roll through the race. Got an investigation for the number 55 machine exiting the pit lane under the same safety car. That's the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari in LMG T3. You must stay in the pit lane until the next safety car has been deployed. But surely the red light would have been on to prevent him from leaving the pit lane. So clearing the red light, if indeed it was on, is the more direct penalty expression, I would suggest.
Leaving pit lane under red light conditions.
Safety car still out there, relaxing in the cars, relaxing in the combox.
If you can.
If you can.
As we heard from Brendan Hartley, he was really very sore.
Relaxing in the garage.
Oh, Jensen.
Very good.
JB, is that getting ready to get into the car?
That's the difference between a NASCAR and a Le Mans hypercar. a little bit of trap massage required for JB to get him ready to go again. And well, hurts Team Jota watching Eurosport, obviously, because they've got him up on the big screen there. Hope you're ready to go, Jensen, when you do go racing. Oh, that looks a bit brutal. Poor guy.
Getting the knee in. It's like a Thai massage.
Oh, bit of knee, bit of elbow.
My wife's got evil elbows. That would be horrible.
Yife, which brightness setting are you currently running on the dash?
2.
Okay, copy. We are looking into it.
Neil Jarni jumping back aboard the 99 Proton competition Porsche. As I've said a few times already, love this livery, love this throwback to the FAT sponsorship. And they started off badly because they had real problems with the door on that car. Had to make 3 pit stops within the space of about half an hour because they couldn't get the door shut. A same problem that they had in Spa-Francorchamps that hadn't been solved, yet they hadn't experienced it throughout the whole of practice and qualifying, only back in the race. Jarni back aboard that car, sometime Works Porsche driver. I imagine still part Works Porsche driver, but he has been in LMP2 over the last couple of years. Also still a Red Bull supported driver, and you'll see him in a Formula 1 car every so often doing displays, but they are at the very tail of the runners of hypercar, which is a real shame. Harry Tinknell getting outside the car. Good morning, race control.
Always nice to get a wave from race control. A further set of new wets then to be rolled in down at Ferrari as the safety car continues. So we're expecting the 50 Ferrari into the pit lane, another set of wets and a driver change for Miguel Molina, who will be up on drive time relatively shortly.
He's got time, right? He's still got...
He has got some time, yeah. I wonder if they're also somewhat close to fuel as well. But this in the plan for them. I can only think, it's a very good question as to why they're throwing new wet tyres on the cars. It's either to get them as prepared as possible for any restart, but I can't believe they're wearing tremendous amounts of tread away from the tyre, operating at safety car speed, or it's just to get as many rolled-in sets of wets as they possibly can to give them half a chance, of course presented to the car cold without any kind of tyre warming, to get as many sets of mould release cleared wets as they can, for if the race continues to be wet once they go green again, wets that they can cycle back through onto the car through the rest of the race and will warm up quicker. When tyres are produced, they're produced in a mould. You need a a chemical to get them, to release them from the mould, and that is incredibly slippery. It looks like a surface. It's what causes that surface sheen on the top of a tyre. It's incredibly slippery for a couple of corners, and they'll be looking to get that off, perhaps, where there's no consequence under the safety car, so the tyre performs better later in the race.
Imagine making an omelette in an old school frying pan.
I'd love to be making an omelette.
Right now.
Right now.
And if you don't use oil, then that omelette is going to stick to the pan. But if you use a bit of oil, then it slides out nicely, but you get a little bit of oil on your omelette. Well, kind of a very similar, probably not exactly the same, but a similar situation when you're trying to get a tyre out of its mould.
World-class content, as we see this.
What else do you expect at 6 in the morning at Le Mans? Under safety car.
Big pit stop this, though. Big pit stop, because it's going to put that car well back in terms of the running order.
It's just going to drop behind one. It's going to drop behind one safety car, so it's going to drop into 10th.
So the mechanic there was not behind the line when the car moved. So it was late, changing the driver's water bottle in the far side of the 50 Ferrari. And the mechanic there was not across the line when they released the car. So, bit of a misdemeanor that, actually, in the pit lane, in one of the lowest pressure pit stops of the 24 hours of Le Mans for the 50 Ferrari. So,
because now it sits at the end of pit lane waiting for the pit lane to go green, and it's waiting for another safety car to come past. There's no need to rush. We saw earlier the Peugeot guys changing multiple noses.
We saw them drop the lollipop down again. To stop the car in the pit box to make sure everybody was clear of the area as Miguel Molina has got out of the car after three and a half hours. Nick Damon, of course, down there for Radio Le Mans, the first face you'd want to see.
The man that made Michael Schumacher cry, Nick Damon, that's his claim to fame. He obviously hasn't quite managed to work out how to get both the radio headset and the helmet on his head. So it's not looking particularly great, but that is the work of a journalistic professional, not giving that driver the opportunity to get into the back of the garage where the radio systems don't work, doorstepping him to get that content, especially when there's so little going on track or in the pit lane. Any opportunity to talk to a driver.
You can't let the adrenaline, you know, racing broadcasting 101, you can't let the adrenaline of this safety car period die before you capture the thoughts of Molina when he gets out of the car. Not getting out of the car.
Still.
Having complained of cramp earlier on in the race from keeping his feet off the pedals. Brendan Hartley still behind the wheel of the race-leading number 8 Toyota. So he must be suffering behind the wheel of